In a world where humanity traverses realms to become lords and vie for supremacy among myriad races, every individual possesses the ability to awaken a unique army capable of summoning and upgrading their forces. However, Yang Tian's army is unlike any other. He awakens the entire realm of Minecraft amidst the thunderous clamor of thousands of iron farms and millions of monster towers. The various races have long since been unable to withstand this relentless tide of creatures. Chapter 1. Awakening the Minecraft Realm. Welcome to the Origin Continent. Here, everyone will receive a castle and awaken their initial army in the Awakening Pool. Your sole objective now is to create troops, upgrade, and wage war. Compete for resources with your army, develop swiftly, and seize the initiative. Note, the castle is under protection for 7 days. After 7 days, all races may attack your castle. Castle Destroyer, perish. As the deafening announcement concluded, the once bright sky gradually faded into a dreary gloom. What? Wasn't I just at home playing a game? How did I end up here? Yang Tian had been engrossed in his game at home when, just moments before, he heard a voice proclaiming that everyone in the world would be transported to a place called the Origin Continent. Initially, he dismissed it, but now the surrounding scene confirmed his bewildering transition. The Awakening Pool? Inside the castle? He glanced around and found himself standing before a dilapidated stone castle, its foreboding presence accentuated by the somber sky. Best to head inside. He hurried through the castle's entrance, traversing the dim corridors, until he stumbled upon a softly glowing pool in the central hall. The Universal Lord Assistant has been loaded. Awakening Pool. Here you may awaken your initial army. As the interface materialized before him, Yang Tian cautiously approached the Awakening Pool. By the way, how do I use the Awakening Pool? He inquired. Enter the Awakening Pool. The first creature you perceive in your mind will be your initial army. No longer hesitating, he cautiously stepped into the pool. The icy water enveloped him, not painfully so, but rather imbued with a peculiar energy. As he submerged, the pool's luminescence intensified. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him, and his consciousness felt as though it were being drawn into another realm. In the void, he sensed himself plummeting swiftly, surrounded by a blur of indistinct lights. Moments later, his feet touched solid ground, and his vision gradually cleared. Yang Tian finally beheld the creature before him. Wait, is my army a villager from Minecraft? A villager stood in the village, staring blankly at Yang Tian. What am I supposed to do with that? It's not like I can send 1,000,000 villagers into battle and exhaust the others' armies. Yang Tian struggled to comprehend what abilities these villagers possessed against the monstrous threats. Before he could lament further, the system chimed in. Initial army bound. Minecraft world. Trait 1. All creatures in the Minecraft world will obey your command. Trait 2. You can traverse between realms at will and transport any creature or item from the current world. Before Yang Tian could fully process this information, the scene before him abruptly dissipated. He opened his eyes, still standing in the Awakening Pool, now tranquil. As he raised his hand to summon the villager, a bone-shaking roar from a beast outside the castle echoed. What's happening? Isn't there still a 7-day protection period? What's that noise? His heart raced as he dashed out of the hall. The castle walls trembled slightly with every impact from the tiger beast. Upon bursting through the doors, Yang Tian halted abruptly. A towering tiger beast, nearly 3 meters tall, was pressing against the translucent protective barrier. It slitted, eyes fixed intently on him. Is it regarding me as prey? At this thought, Yang Tian couldn't help but smirk. He then addressed the tiger beast. Creature, don't wait until my iron farms are operational to learn how to converse properly. How do I enter the Minecraft world? Silently think of entering the world, and you may enter in spirit form. Enter the world. As Yang Tian uttered the words, his consciousness began to blur. In an instant, he found himself in another realm. This world was composed of blocks. Ahead lay the place he had previously entered, right in front of a village. Wait, the traits state that the creatures in the Minecraft world will follow my command, right? This realization struck him, prompting him to call out to the 2 villagers in front of him. You 2, come here. He gestured for them to approach. Without hesitation, the 2 villagers slowly made their way towards him. Seeing them draw closer, Yang Tian nodded approvingly. Once they arrived, he inquired, do you have emeralds? Hand them all to me. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of emeralds appeared in the villagers' hands, all offered to Yang Tian. However, he did not accept them, as he had no immediate need for them. Having emeralds wouldn't be beneficial. He could simply ask the villagers for whatever he required. All right, since you all obey me, let's construct the iron farms first. Soon, hundreds of iron golems will emerge to crush that tiger. Go to the nearby villages and gather all the villagers here. Yang Tian realized that with so few villagers in one village, and considering the breeding machines required time, a handful of villagers could not possibly meet the demands of a 4-core iron farm. He needed these villagers to procure others from surrounding villages. Upon receiving Yang Tian's command, The two villagers immediately sprinted towards the village outskirts. Meanwhile, Yang Tian continued deeper into the village. He arranged for the remaining villagers to venture out and gather all villagers from the new villages. Steve's form did not vanish. He simply remained still, devoid of any action. Witnessing this, Yang Tian recalled a mod from his previous life, the dummy mod. If this is truly a dummy mod, future development will accelerate significantly. Indeed, there would be no need for his physical body to linger by the machines, greatly enhancing the efficiency of the resource-generating machines. However, I wonder if I can acquire more than one. Having only one would limit the efficiency boost. Yang Tian contemplated this was a tangible world, where computer limitations did not exist. When thousands of machines activated simultaneously, there would be no lag whatsoever. Yet, with only one avatar, the efficiency would be considerably reduced. Chapter 2. The Iron Brush Machine activates. With a mere thought, Yang Tian conjured a translucent panel before him. Indeed, in the corner, he discovered the flickering icon of the World Channel, its message count rising at an astonishing pace. As he clicked on it, a deluge of text surged forth like a torrential flood. Help! My unit is a slime, and I almost fell victim to a stone. They're all useless. I awakened as an angelic race. Watch me dominate this world. Goodness, I awakened as a miner and can do nothing but mine. Guess we can just wait to die, ha ha ha. Observing the rapid barrage of messages, Yang Tian remained silent, choosing not to engage. Suddenly, a particular line caught his eye. Just asking, where do we get food and water? Indeed, there is no source for food and drink. By defeating the creatures of this world, one can obtain resources, including food and water. This is the reward from the beast I just vanquished. Yang Tian immediately took notice of this individual, clicking on his image to reveal a scene showcasing 1 unit of water and 1 unit of meat, alongside a beast sprawled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noted the absence of any units in the image, suggesting the individual had no intention of disclosing his type. To hunt beasts so swiftly, his initial unit must be exceptionally powerful. What could it be? Wow, great one, please take me with you. Count me in. Amid the flood of messages, Yang Tian felt no inclination to participate. His sole concern was identifying the types of units his potential adversaries possessed and whether he could triumph over them in future encounters. Just as he was lost in contemplation, an unusual disturbance rippled through the realm. Yang Tian shifted his perspective back to the world. The villagers were no longer merely a multitude. Now, more than 20 villagers stood before him. Observing them, Yang Tian immediately began to direct their efforts to gather stones. As soon as he issued the command, the villagers dispersed, heading toward the village and commencing the dismantling of stones from the houses. Before long, the villagers had completed their collection of stones. Yang Tian promptly issued another command. You there, build upwards. And you, prepare to lay a platform. Following his orders, the villagers began constructing according to Yang Tian's directives. As he watched the blocks rise steadily, he nodded in approval. The villagers swiftly fulfilled his requirements. Pleased with their rapid progress, Yang Tian addressed 12 of them. Form into groups of 3, a total of 4 groups, and enter there. Once the 12 villagers had successfully entered, Yang Tian instructed the remaining ones, gather some beds. Moments later, every bed in the village was collected. For those lacking, they would continue to craft them from wool. Seeing that the essentials were nearly completed and the villagers were in position, he concluded, very well. Let us wait for nightfall to lure a zombie inside. Yang Tian initially contemplated the possibility of directly commanding a creature from the mine, but he soon realized that it was still daylight. Navigating through the terrain to create a cover would be quite troublesome. Thus, he resolved to wait until nightfall. Uncertain of the duration of day and night in this world, he observed the sun descending towards the horizon and surmised that the passage of time here might mirror that of his previous life in the game. As the sun continued its descent, Yang Tian surveyed his surroundings, now enveloped in darkness, save for a few torches flickering in the village. Suddenly, he noticed through the blocks a newly spawned green creature in the distance. It was a zombie. Little tiger, I wonder how long you can maintain your bravado, he mused, beckoning the zombie with a curl of his finger. Come here, come here. The zombie, which had been pursuing a villager, paused momentarily upon hearing Yang Tian's command and then shuffled towards his location. After a short while, the zombie reached Yang Tian's vicinity. Yang Tian gestured towards the pre-established path and instructed the zombie, ascend from here and take a seat on the minecart. The zombie complied promptly, ascending step by step onto the platform, ultimately drawn to the minecart. Satisfied that all preparations were in place, Yang Tian sought out an unoccupied bed and lay down. As he reclined, he felt the comfort of the bed. It was his first experience sleeping in this world, and it was rather pleasant. When Yang Tian next opened his eyes, dawn had arrived. The iron farm was already operational, with iron golems tumbling from the sky into the water below. What Yang Tian required was an army of iron golems, and there was no need for execution devices. He merely needed to ensure that the spawned golems drifted beyond his range. The design below allowed the golems to glide out of the spawning area via the flowing water. Witnessing the machine function successfully, Yang Tian nodded in approval as he glanced at the villagers nearby. He nearly forgot the most crucial task. The villager breeding machine had yet to be constructed. He quickly ushered the remaining villagers into the village center, where they all gathered. Oh, food. You all, go and gather some provisions. Wait, why not trade directly? You, go bind to that farmer profession, he instructed one of the villagers. Upon receiving Tian's command, the villager hurried towards the composter. Excellent. Now hand over all your emeralds. Without hesitation, the villager relinquished all the emeralds he held. Tian began trading with him, acquiring several carrots until the villager reached his daily limit. You, find another composter to bind to a profession. After Tian's efforts, he accumulated several stacks of carrots. Alright, this should suffice for now. After Tian distributed the carrots to them, he instructed them to enter the room. A sly smile crept across his face as he thought, all that remains is to wait for the number of iron puppets to increase. And then I shall emerge and unleash a beating upon that little tiger. Chapter 3, Strengthening the Troops. Indeed, soon there will be no need for sleep in reality. I will be able to monitor the safety of my castle around the clock. At this moment, after a series of tumultuous events in the world, Tian noticed that the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. How much time has passed? 002304. Not bad. Merely 20 minutes have gone by. Standing before the castle, Tian gazed out beyond the protective barrier. There, the tiger demon remained in its previous position. It seemed to sense Tian's presence and slowly rose, opening its maw wide, fixating on Tian as if he were prey. Daring to provoke me? Just wait until my iron machine has been running for a few more minutes. If you manage to escape from their grasp, I shall concede. With that, Tian proceeded to check the number of iron puppets in the world. After a few minutes of refreshing, the count of iron puppets had already surged to several dozens. 20 minutes later, the number of iron puppets gathered in the world had reached 120, in addition to those summoned from other villages. Oh, how does my assistant summon them? Silently recite the name of the creature to be summoned. All entities seen by your avatar may awaken from the awakening pool. He was naturally curious to see how the iron puppets were summoned. Approaching the awakening pool, Tian observed that after his awakening, the water within had receded, transforming into a swirling vortex of space. Summon the iron puppets, he silently intoned, and the space within the awakening pool began to whirl. Tian watched as the iron puppets in the world vanished before him. Above the awakening pool, several towering figures emerged, each standing a full 3 meters tall. Initially, only 50 iron puppets emerged due to the limited size of the awakening pool. These 50 puppets filled the pool to capacity. As this group of iron puppets stepped forth, the swirling vortex below stirred once more, and another 50 iron puppets materialized before him. After summoning the remaining iron puppets, Tian began to stride toward the exterior of the castle. Due to the castle's dilapidated state, the surrounding area was now teeming with iron puppets. The tiger demon regarded this unexpected assembly of iron figures with curiosity. Upon stepping outside, Tian immediately began to direct them. All iron puppets, prepare to charge at that tiger. Upon hearing Tian's command, all the iron puppets instantly readied themselves, standing solemnly in place, awaiting his next directive. The more distant iron puppets gradually approached the tiger demon, though separated by a protective barrier. The tiger demon seemed to sense that these figures were not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, it did not retreat, instead fixating its gaze intently on Tian in the distance. With a single command from Tian, over 100 iron puppets surged forth, advancing toward the protective barrier. Upon witnessing this scene, the tiger demon, naturally unwilling to yield, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. However, it faced an assembly of emotionless iron constructs, which would not be intimidated by mere sounds of fury. The first iron puppet to breach the protective barrier raised its arms and charged at the tiger demon with a flurry of blows. Observing this, Tian furrowed his brow. He had previously believed that the mechanical beings could establish a foothold in this realm solely through their numbers. Yet, he realized he was mistaken. The iron puppets were formidable entities within this world. Judging by their combat prowess, it seemed that the native creatures here were not particularly impressive. Assistant, is there anything that can facilitate the evolution of our troops? We cannot rely indefinitely on the most rudimentary units, he pondered. The options presented included the potential to enhance troops through resisting invasions or expanding territorial influence. Relying solely on these primitive creatures, even if Tian could breed ender dragons en masse, survival in this world would remain a daunting challenge. Having resolved that matter, Tian redirected his focus to the iron puppets besieging the tiger demon. Due to the demon's remarkable speed, he commanded the surrounding iron puppets to form a tight encirclement, trapping the tiger demon in their midst. In response, the tiger demon extended its right claw and struck at the foremost iron puppet. The puppet, however, exhibited no reaction. The collision merely produced a resounding clang, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on the tiger demon. Hundreds of iron puppets closed in once more. The innermost 20 simultaneously raised their arms, their iron fists crashing down upon the tiger demon. Sensing the impending assault, the tiger demon leaped into the air. Just then, the second layer of iron puppets raised their arms as well, bringing them down with tremendous force. Although the tiger demon was swift, it was now completely encircled. One iron puppet's arm struck the demon, delivering a jolt of excruciating pain. With a roar, the tiger demon could not afford to linger. It desperately dashed towards the outer edge, aware that succumbing here would mean being pulverized by the iron arms of over 100 puppets within 30 seconds. Enduring the agony, it leaped from the second layer of iron puppets, only to find that the third layer had raised its arms high, ready to pound down upon it. One puppet's arms landed squarely on the tiger demon's feet, causing it to cry out in distress as its legs buckled beneath it, leading it to topple towards the iron constructs. Quickly, all of you, strike with fervor, Tian commanded with palpable excitement. Following his orders, the encircling iron puppets raised their arms repeatedly, delivering brutal blows to the tiger demon. Blood stained their metallic limbs as the remaining puppets continued to press inward, eager to join the fray. Congratulations on defeating the tiger demon. You have been rewarded with 3 units of meat and 3 units of water. Congratulations on enhancing your initial troop type once, limited to the first kill of a demon beast. Wait, my troop type displays as world. How do I enhance a single troop type? Enhancing the world will upgrade it, granting you the ability to enhance the creatures within that world. Chapter 4. Choice of Enhancement. Very well, I shall use troop enhancement on the world. Congratulations. The world enhancement was successful. The world has ascended to the first tier. Reward, 3 biological enhancement options. Upon seeing the assistant's prompt, Tian could hardly contain his excitement. Upgrading the world once grants 3 enhancement choices for creatures. This seems reasonable, given the multitude of creatures within the world. It remains uncertain whether enhancing just one type each time will suffice to fully upgrade 2 creatures. Please select 3 creatures from the world to provide them with development options. After some contemplation, Tian decided that the iron puppet must surely be chosen. After all, it serves as a crucial force for both development and offense during the early stages, and its strength must continue to rise. As for the remaining 2, he was at a loss for good options. Could there be another creature capable of mass production like the iron puppet? Perhaps the villagers? Would enhancing the villagers lead to a more favorable development direction? The villager reproduction mechanism is already operational, and their numbers are destined to increase. Villagers also represent the foundation of all machines, and he could command them to construct, though he had no interest in manually placing each block. As for the last choice, what about the snow puppet? Snow blocks are easily obtainable. After creating a snow puppet, he could simply instruct a villager to wield a shovel and clear the snow daily. As for pumpkins, he could have the villagers plant them promptly. After considering all these factors, Tian finalized his selection of 3 creatures for enhancement: the iron puppet, the villagers, and the snow puppet. Please select the enhancement for the iron puppet. 1. Tenfold hardness. 2. Tenfold speed. 3. Material upgrade to luminous dark iron. As Tian examined the 3 options presented by the assistant, he hesitated once more. While tenfold hardness is impressive, the upgrade to luminous dark iron may also confer hardness benefits. However, the tenfold speed presents a compelling choice. Speed may be more advantageous for rapid development in the early stages, allowing for swift support, quick arrival on the battlefield, and rapid advancement. Yet, the overall strength remains unchanged. Opting for the 3rd choice, he decided to upgrade to luminous dark iron. Iron puppet enhancement successful. Material upgraded to luminous dark iron. As the assistant's words concluded, a radiant aura enveloped the remaining iron puppet before Tian. He could not discern what transformation was taking place within. As the glow gradually faded, the iron puppet finally revealed its new form. Its once white body was now completely shrouded in a deep purple-black hue. Assistant, please check their attributes. Creature, iron puppet. Material, luminous dark iron. Characteristic 1, absorbs moonlight at night, capable of repairing broken bodies. Characteristic 2, accumulates moonlight, enhancing all personal attributes. Observing the detailed panel presented by his assistant, Tian nodded in satisfaction. By the way, what has emerged from the iron-producing machine? With this thought, Tian swiftly shifted his consciousness into the world. Before him stood the iron-producing machine. He noted that the iron golems descending from above were no longer the previous white hue, but rather a uniform shade of deep purple-black. Has the world upgraded, altering its very rules? Before Tian could ponder further, the assistant's voice resonated once more. Please select villager enhancement. Option 1, physical enhancement of 10. Option 2, intelligence enhancement of 10. Option 3, mental strength enhancement of 10. What does the assistant mean by mental strength? As the Lord, upon entering the world, you can only observe one side because your mental strength is too weak, insufficient to simultaneously view both perspectives. By enhancing your mental strength, you can observe 2 perspectives at once, or even more. Hearing the assistant's explanation regarding mental strength, Tian was certain that this could indeed be utilized to create dummies for passive farming of creatures. Without a second thought, he selected the option to enhance the villagers' intelligence by 10. Spending all day in the world, without the need for them to engage in combat, certainly calls for an increase in intelligence. Villager enhancement successful. Villager intelligence, 10. The selection for the snow golems followed suit. Select snow golem enhancement. Option 1. Strengthen ice and snow power, gaining high damage. Option 2. Shorten shooting intervals, increasing minor damage. Option 3. Increase range by 5 times, enhancing minor damage. Yang Tian gazed at the options presented for the snow golems, a look of frustration crossing his face. How could this be even more challenging than the iron golems? To achieve high damage, one must sacrifice range and interval. For minor damage, choices must be made between range and shooting intervals. However, in the early stages, range might not be of utmost importance. With the iron golems at the forefront, allowing the snow golems to get closer to deal damage should suffice. As for shooting intervals, they likely wouldn't be needed unless facing a horde of exceptionally swift beasts. Even if they did exist, what of it? I could unleash 100,000 snow golems simultaneously and still achieve overwhelming firepower. He opted for the first choice, strengthen ice and snow power. Snow golem enhancement successful. Ice and snow power strengthened. After concluding the enhancements for the 3 creatures, Yang Tian finally exhaled in relief. These enhancements granted him a measure of strength in this realm. Oh, he nearly forgot to send the villagers out to search for pumpkins. Yang Tian's consciousness promptly entered the world once more. Over an hour had passed outside, and several days had elapsed within this realm. The villager breeding machine had produced several small villagers. Yang Tian immediately issued orders to them. Their enhanced intelligence was evident. Their responses were markedly quicker. Meanwhile, the awakening pool within the castle was also exhibiting unusual activity. 50 iron golems reappeared within the castle, gradually making their way outside. Embarking on an exploration of the surrounding world, purging all living beings, Yang Tian, upon receiving his directive, commanded the iron puppet army to advance beyond the protective shield. After uttering these words, he gazed up at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, contemplating how to absorb its silvery light even as he engaged in battle. Yang Tian resolved to release each iron puppet as it was summoned. Once everything fell into a steady rhythm, he relished a rare moment of ease. Assistant, how does one upgrade the castle? Even a heap of ruins devoid of a roof could be deemed a castle. Cost, 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, 10 units of iron. Can be upgraded to a Tier 1 castle. Chapter 5. The Blueprint Trade. Could the wood, stone, and iron blocks found in this world be utilized for upgrades? Indeed, this implies that I could potentially surpass everyone else's developmental pace. I could even exchange these materials for more practical items. More importantly, no one could outbid me. If you spend 20 units of wood to purchase, I would acquire it for 100 wood. Once the tree factory is operational, these resources would be limitless, rendering any expenditure inconsequential. My sole focus must be on rapid advancement. Once again, Yang Tian immersed his consciousness in the world, initially intending to instruct the villagers to hastily gather resources. To his dismay, he found there were no villagers available. The small villagers had been dispatched to seek pumpkins, while the rest were occupied within the breeding and iron spawning machines, rendering them immobile. Left with no choice, Yang Tian took it upon himself to chop wood and mine stone. Grasping a diamond axe and diamond pickaxe, he ventured into the distance. As for the origin of these tools, they were acquired through trading with villagers, which he had upgraded over several days to exchange for the diamond axe and pickaxe. Arriving before a tree, Yang Tian raised his diamond axe and struck it. With ease, he felled a tree and collected 5 oak logs. Assistant, what is the conversion rate of wood in this world compared to that of the outside world? 10 oak logs equal 1 unit of wood. The same applies to stone and iron. Now aware of how much he needed to chop, Yang Tian proceeded to the next tree. Unexpectedly, engaging in such physically taxing labor proved to be quite unhealthy. As he dug, he opened the world chat to see what was being discussed. Great ones. I'm begging for food. I'm on the brink of starvation. I've only been here an hour, and I'm about to starve. Impressive, brother. Can't you buy for yourself at the trading hall? Who has the time to spare for you? A deluge of information flooded the world channel. A trading hall. Curious about its offerings, Yang Tian promptly exited the world chat and opened the trading hall. Countless goods emerged before his eyes. 1 unit of water for 1 unit of meat. 5 units of wood for 2 units of iron. Special item blueprints for 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of iron blocks. Observing the multitude of trading options, Yang Tian discerned that some individuals possessed exceptionally formidable units, likely advancing at a pace far exceeding his own. After all, much of Yang Tian's time had been devoted to constructing machines and waiting. However, they are different. The summoned units, as long as they are powerful, charge directly into battle. One can glean this from the emergence of special blueprints and the wood of several units. Yet, what could these special blueprints entail? Yang Tian became somewhat curious about the nature of these blueprints, especially since the other party had not explicitly stated their purpose, evidently intending to inflate the price. They must be items of minimal significance. If they were of substantial utility, the name would have been disclosed, doubling the price. Yang Tian promptly opened his private chat window. Brother, are you there? I have some interest in the blueprints. The absence of a name displayed was somewhat reassuring. When the time comes, he would storm the trading hall with ample resources, unperturbed by potential targeting from others. I'm here. Do you want to buy? It's quite cheap, just 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of iron will suffice. Resources are not an issue. I only care about what the blueprint entails. As long as it's useful to me, resources should not be a consideration. Meanwhile, Lin Shun, commanding a pack of wolves outside the protective shield, received Yang Tian's message and was momentarily stunned. Goodness, how adept he is at posturing. If you truly possess such abundant resources, why not sweep the entire trading hall clean? Naturally, Lin Shun would not ridicule him outright. He could only murmur to himself, "Brother, this blueprint is for a bed. How about it? Interested? In that case, never mind. It's of little use. Wait a moment, brother. Although this bed blueprint may seem trivial, aren't you curious where this blueprint originates? That is somewhat intriguing. If you purchase this blueprint, I shall trade you the method of acquiring it as well. Brother, while this bed may not be worth the price, the information is indeed invaluable. This is a rare opportunity. Won't you consider it, brother?" Yang Tian immediately halted his diamond pickaxe from mining stone and turned towards the iron golem. Although the material of the golem had transformed into luminous ghost iron, the iron initially within its body had not vanished. Rather, it was stored in other chests. Essentially, when the iron golem respawned, its material was replaced with luminous ghost iron, and the exchanged iron flowed into the chests. After extracting a substantial amount of iron, Yang Tian converted the wood, stone, and iron into units of the outside world. He swiftly opened the private chat channel and replied, "Agreed." Lin Shun, observing Yang Tian's delayed reaction, assumed he was akin to the previous individuals. Before Yang Tian, several hundred had inquired about the blueprints, but upon discovering it was merely a bed, a useless blueprint, they all fled. Given that this was a critical moment for resource expenditure, spending resources on a bed seemed utterly nonsensical. Just as Lin Shun was about to close the private chat channel, Yang Tian's message finally arrived. Goodness, he is willing to spend 30 units of resources for a single message. Is this truly a big shot? At that moment, Lin Shun certainly dared not deceive him. The other party dares to casually produce 33-digit resources, which indicates that their castle level and strength have already surpassed that of the majority. Although I cannot discern the reason for the anonymity at present, should I be recognized in the future, they could easily invade my home. All right, my friend, you purchase first, and I shall send you the blueprints. Upon seeing Lin Shen's message, Yang Tian traded the 30 units of resources. After all, they were obtained within the realm, and there was an abundance of them to be had. Currently, the manual excavation was merely a hindrance to quantity, but once the tree factory and stone generator emerged, resources would be plentiful, transaction successful. Before Yang Tian appeared a blueprint, its front depicting the shape of a bed, while the reverse detailed the resources required for construction: 2 units of wood, 2 units of fur. After tucking away the blueprint, Yang Tian resumed his perusal of the private chat channel. Lin Shen elaborated on how to acquire the blueprint. I obtained it by slaying a monster, which dropped the blueprint upon defeat. However, there were 2 monsters at the time, and only one yielded the drop. I deduced that slaying these beasts has a small probability of yielding such blueprints. The meat and water, however, should be fixed rewards. Chapter 6. Iron on the Shelf. The mere act of slaying a monster resulted in the acquisition of a blueprint. Presently, the Iron Golem army had begun to explore the outskirts, and it would not be long before they encountered other beasts. Then they could test if additional blueprints might be obtained. After concluding the chat with Lin Shun, Yang Tian continued to develop within the world. The immediate priority remained the construction of the tree factory and stone generator. Additionally, it was time to raise cattle, sheep, and chickens to procure meat. As for the water in this world, could it be consumed directly? Assistant, can this water be extracted for drinking? Yang Tian pointed towards a river in front of the village. Indeed, once extracted, the water will purify itself into 1 unit. In the distance, the small villagers had matured and were now running towards Yang Tian's location. Upon reaching him, they tossed pumpkin seeds into his hands. Yang Tian, however, did not pick up the seeds but instead handed them tools, instructing them to plant all the seeds and continue cultivating the harvest into more seeds. Upon hearing Yang Tian's command, the villagers eagerly gathered their tools and pumpkin seeds and made their way to a distant plot of land. Watching the villagers depart once more left Yang Tian in solitude. Well then, I might as well construct the bed and rest. Given the current scarcity of villagers, even if he spent the night building alone, the efficiency would not match the speed at which the villagers could assist once their numbers increased. Yang Tian contemplated how, if he rested for a few hours in the real world, several days would surely pass in this realm. By then, the population of villagers would swell significantly, and any construction he wished to undertake would proceed with much greater efficiency, rather than having to first gather materials alone before commencing the machinery's construction. Having reached this point, it was prudent to construct a bed and retire for the night. With that thought, Yang Tian hesitated no longer and proceeded towards a section of the village. Stripping the wool from above. How do I utilize the blueprint? Yang Tian inquired of his assistant. Upon completing material collection, clicking the blueprint will present a preview of the bed. The preview can be aligned with any location, followed by a click to construct. Yang Tian walked into the castle, the bed's preview shifting in accordance with his perspective. He entered a room that, albeit somewhat dilapidated, would suffice for the night. Tomorrow, once the lumber mill and stone generator are operational. Wait, I lack wood and stone, but I am not short on iron. Iron is quite valuable in the marketplace now. I can simply exchange it. With that, Yang Tian retrieved all the iron from the iron generator. Following its operation, he now possessed 196 units of iron. This is sufficient. Wood and stone are easily obtainable, while iron is not. He promptly accessed the trading post and listed all his iron. 1 unit of iron exchanges for 3 units of wood. 1 unit of iron exchanges for 3 units of stone. As soon as Yang Tian listed the iron, it was swiftly acquired by other lords. The entire transaction took less than 5 seconds. Simultaneously, the world chat erupted in excitement. Wow, who was that esteemed individual who listed so much iron at once? Does that magnate have any more? I still need iron to upgrade my castle. Esteemed one, how did you acquire such an abundance of iron? Please enlighten us. On the other side, Lin Shen managed to trade for 1 unit of iron. He had intended to continue trading, but was astonished to see dozens of units vanish in an instant. Opening the trading logs, he sought to privately message Yang Tian for more iron. When the interface appeared, he was taken aback to discover that the chat history was with the same illustrious figure who had previously purchased blueprints from him. Only then did Lin Shen comprehend the implication of the phrase regarding resources. Is this even human? This individual possesses such vast resources, indicating formidable troop strength and a developmental pace that surely eclipses everyone else. Henceforth, I must endeavor to curry favor with this magnate. In the future, whenever I acquire valuable items, I shall first inquire whether this individual is interested. Observing Yang Tian's magnanimity, Lin Shen resolved that from now on, he would consult Yang Tian about all items he wished to sell. Unbeknownst to Yang Tian, his recent iron listing had significant repercussions in the world chat. Upon seeing the wood and stone he had already traded for, Yang Tian addressed his assistant. Upgrade the castle. 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, 10 units of iron. Construction of 005959 is underway. Yang Tian regarded a room within the castle with a puzzled expression. It was drafty, lacking walls and a roof. This should serve as a room. I'll reside here. He then clicked to construct using the blueprint. 2 units of wood, 2 units of wool. Construction of 000010 is underway. As the countdown concluded, a brand new bed materialized within Yang Tian's view. Yang Tian did not hesitate and lay down immediately. Enveloped in comfort. Call me in 5 hours, he instructed his assistant. 5 hours, ample time for the villagers to reproduce rapidly. A reminder will notify you in 5 hours. Although Yang Tian succumbed to slumber, the outside world remained anything but tranquil. In the awakening pool, freshly summoned iron puppets emerged, venturing into the world beyond. The iron puppets outside continued their exploration into the distance. Ordinary demon beasts encountered along the way were swiftly subdued by the throngs of iron puppets. In the forest, 5 iron puppets roamed among the trees. In the distance, a pair of crimson eyes peered through the underbrush, fixated on the iron puppets. Its form was diminutive, with sharp fangs protruding from its maw. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the grass. The iron puppets, alerted by the noise, turned their gaze backward. They found nothing but the rustling foliage. The 5 iron puppets advanced towards the source of the sound. The foremost puppet parted the grass, and upon finding no discernible threat, was poised to depart. Without warning, a thunderous crash resonated from behind. A swift figure appeared behind the last iron puppet, its gaping maw poised to bite. The sharp teeth clashed against the iron puppet's body, producing a resounding crack. 2 bite marks appeared on the iron puppet, while the wolf demon nearly shattered its own teeth against the puppet's sturdy frame. Before the iron puppet could react, the wolf demon vanished from sight, its speed surpassing that of the previous tiger demon by several folds. Chapter 7. Into the Abyss. Observing the scene, the iron puppets ceased their advance in the forest. Thanks to Yang Tian's prior warning, they understood the imperative to flee upon encountering a formidable opponent. The iron puppets, carrying their injured companion, hastily exited the woods. Under the moonlight, the bite marks on the wounded puppet gradually faded, restoring it to its former state in the blink of an eye. Ding, ding, ding. 5 hours later, the assistant's notification stirred Yang Tian from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the ceiling above him, a clear indication that the castle's upgrade had been completed. Rising to assess the changes, he discovered that the castle's outer walls had transformed from decayed wood to solid rock. Wooden pillars now stood throughout, and the roof had also transitioned to a wooden structure. 5 hours had passed. It was time to check on the villagers' progress. Yang Tian's consciousness began to blur, and upon reopening his eyes, he found the world had undergone a remarkable transformation. Goodness, who built this house? He exclaimed. The village, which previously housed only a few structures, had inexplicably expanded, now boasting several additional rows of houses. Scanning the distance, Yang Tian noticed numerous villagers laboring with stones and wooden planks, diligently constructing new homes. In astonishment, Yang Tian pondered whether this was the terrifying consequence of possessing only 10 intelligence points. He considered all possible explanations, yet none seemed coherent. It could only be that the allocation of 10 intelligence points had indeed influenced the enhancement of his villagers. However, could such a modest increase yield such substantial results? Or was it merely that, due to a scarcity of housing, the villagers instinctively yearned to construct more abodes? It was only then that Yang Tian noticed. Apart from the villagers actively engaged in building, each completed house harbored dozens of villagers within. The total seemed to surpass 1,000. Without hesitation, he ventured inside and called out to all the villagers present, "Everyone, come forth." Upon hearing his command, the villagers within the houses promptly rushed outside, gathering before Yang Tian. Eager for his next directive, "You 50 villagers, go collect sand and gunpowder," he instructed, pointing at a group of 50. "And you 50, gather moss." After efficiently assigning tasks to the several hundred villagers, Yang Tian surveyed those who remained. "We shall venture into the nether." As his words resonated, the remaining villagers followed suit, aligning themselves with Yang Tian's resolve. The purpose of their descent into the nether was clear: to gather materials for replication. Thus, Yang Tian led the throng of villagers in search of a pool of lava. After a brief search, they finally discovered a lava pool not far off. Yang Tian promptly retrieved a prepared bucket and commenced constructing a nether portal. After a series of meticulous actions, the portal was successfully erected. He then took out a flint and ignited the portal, causing a purple glow to emanate from the center of the obsidian structure. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tian stepped through the nether portal. Observing his leap into the realm of the nether, the villagers followed suit, crossing the threshold behind him. Upon entering, Yang Tian was immediately greeted by the sight of piglins before him. As the villagers streamed out of the portal behind him, he beckoned to one of the piglins. "You there, come closer." After a brief pause, the piglin began to approach Yang Tian. Once it was near, Yang Tian instructed, "Summon your brethren, bring your family and kin." Complying with Yang Tian's command, the piglin gathered its fellow beings from afar. Soon, the number of assembled piglins reached several hundreds. Yang Tian then declared, "One villager shall pair with one piglin. Together, they shall excavate materials." The rationale behind enlisting the piglins was simple. Having resided in the nether, they undoubtedly knew where to find quartz and other resources. Following Yang Tian's orders, the hundreds of villagers and their piglin counterparts swiftly organized into teams and set off into the distance, leaving Yang Tian alone. However, he did not remain idle. Instead, he continued his exploration of the nether, this time to seek out piglin brutes, aiming to barter for additional materials. He also contemplated a strategy to breach the surface, intending to construct a tower for the piglins above. Yang Tian observed a pig spirit's figure appearing in the distance. He hastily rushed over, and the pig spirit, somewhat reluctantly, discarded all its belongings. Witnessing this scene, Yang Tian initially intended to establish a trading post for pig spirits, but it seemed unnecessary now. Instead, he could simply gather hundreds of pig spirits who would continuously drop items each day. After acquiring the ender pearls, Yang Tian decided not to linger any longer and stepped outside to check on the progress of the iron golems. As he exited the castle, he noticed a multitude of iron golems still outside, with only a few newly emerged ones continuing their march outward. Within the protective barrier, a considerable number of demon beast carcasses lay piled up, a testament to the iron golem's accomplishments from the night before. However, he noticed 5 iron golems remaining stationary, exhibiting no signs of movement. What had happened to his assistants? "They are waiting for you to awaken," came the reply. "A powerful demon beast?" Yang Tian inquired. "Last night, they encountered a first-tier gale wolf in the forest. Although this beast is not particularly strong, it possesses remarkable speed." Hearing this, Yang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. If he were to bite down on an iron golem, his teeth would surely meet their demise. "Where's the forest?" he continued to question his assistant. The panel before him transformed into an arrow symbol, pointing towards a distant grove of trees. "Extremely fast, you say? Perhaps it is time for the snow golems to make their appearance." After 5 hours of development, the pumpkin farm had expanded significantly. The pumpkins had not been consumed, but were continuously transformed into seeds, leading to an overwhelming quantity that the original few villagers tending to them could hardly manage. Now, 5 villagers were required to care for each of the 12 layers of pumpkins. Chapter 8, Snow Golems. Yang Tian's consciousness entered the world. He addressed the villagers in the far-off pumpkin farm who were engaged in planting. "Gather a few hundred pumpkins and ensure each one is cut with scissors." Upon hearing Yang Tian's command, the villagers in the distant farm immediately sprang into action, collecting the pumpkins. Meanwhile, Yang Tian stepped aside to retrieve the prepared snow blocks. As the villagers approached carrying the pumpkins, Yang Tian took the pumpkins from them and placed the snow blocks on the ground, subsequently positioning the carved pumpkins atop them. In an instant, the 3 blocks transformed into the form of snow golems. However, unlike the snow golems from his previous life in the game, these were enveloped in a unique energy. As Yang Tian stood close to the snow golems, he felt an intense chill emanating from them. Quite cold indeed. Is this the snow golem imbued with the power of ice and snow? It feels rather promising. I shall take them out to test their strength. Oh, I almost forgot to continue shoveling the snow. Yang Tian then handed a few shovels to the villagers. Let them clear away all the snow from the path traversed by the snow golems. Continue constructing the snow golems, while perpetually shoveling the snow beneath their feet. They advance alongside the 4 iron golems. Yang Tian guided the snow golems to the vicinity of the protective barrier. Let us test our might against that tree, he commanded, pointing towards a grand tree ahead. No sooner had he spoken, than the snow golem launched a snowball towards the tree. Observing the snowball, imbued with a chilling aura, Yang Tian could feel its frigid essence even from his position. Enhancing the power of ice and snow, he noted that no other abilities were augmented. The speed of the projectile appeared unchanged from his experiences in previous games. Yang Tian found himself eagerly anticipating the extent of the damage that would be inflicted. As the snowball struck the tree, a thick layer of frost rapidly enveloped the impacted area, solidifying the bark and ice. Excellent. Continue, Yang Tian commanded again. And the snow golems resumed their assault on the tree, launching snowballs one after another. Each snowball, infused with the power of ice and snow, battered the tree until it was completely encased in a sheath of frost, with icicles sprouting from its surface. Yang Tian felt a profound satisfaction with the performance of the snow golems. They would provide a natural means of control against the swift beasts of the wild. Very well. Prepare to embark on a hunt for the first-order gale wolf. Iron golems continue to track its location. Upon receiving Yang Tian's orders, the iron golems commenced their search for the gale wolf within the surrounding forest. Meanwhile, as Yang Tian tested the capabilities of the snow golems, the villagers busily cleared the snow beneath them. The accumulated snow was now sufficient to construct several hundred snow golems. Yang Tian instructed the villagers to cease their snow shoveling and instead gather the snow blocks along with pumpkins to commence the construction of the snow golems. Thus, in a short span of time, aided by the villagers, several hundred snow golems stood proudly in the village. As the number of snow golems increased, Yang Tian could sense a significant surge of cold emanating from the assembly. However, this was inconsequential. A stronger chilling aura indicated a better chance of survival in this world. Yang Tian summoned forth all the snow golems, and 50 appeared above the awakening pool. He pondered whether the awakening pool could be upgraded, as his machines would only become increasingly efficient over time. Each summon was limited to 50 beings, significantly hampering overall efficiency. Naturally, this was a concern unique to Yang Tian. For other lords did not share his reckless ambition for creation. While other lords lamented the weakness of their troops, Yang Tian lamented the insufficient quantity of his forces. At that moment, Yang Tian received a communication from the iron golems, reporting the location of the gale wolf in a distant forest. Without hesitation, he dispatched the snow golems to engage. Within the protective shield, Yang Tian remained safely ensconced, activating the assistance panel to monitor the iron golem and snow golem in real time. He was far too astute to recklessly charge into danger. Instead, he chose to remain securely within the confines of the shield. The assistant afforded him the ability to observe all perspectives of his units. In the view, the iron golem was concealed amidst a patch of grass, with the gale wolf lurking in the distance. Its form was diminutive. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the gale wolf vanished from sight. Curious, Yang Tian wondered why it had fled. He continued the search, issuing commands to the iron golem. Numerous iron golems fanned out to locate the whereabouts of the gale wolf. While they scoured the area, Yang Tian recalled the assistant's earlier notification. Wasn't the gale wolf a first-tier beast? Upon defeat, would it not yield a higher drop rate than a typical beast? The iron golem persisted in its quest for the gale wolf's location. Warning, iron golem has perished. What transpired? Yang Tian was interrupted by the assistant's abrupt alert. Hadn't he just been searching for the gale wolf? How could it suddenly meet its demise? The iron golem was besieged by a multitude of gale wolves in the forest. At this revelation, Yang Tian's brow furrowed. A multitude of gale wolves. Assistant, how many gale wolves have been detected? There are approximately 13 in front of the iron golem. It seemed he had unwittingly disturbed their lair. After reviewing the location of the iron golem's death, Yang Tian promptly commanded the iron golem and snow golem to advance. All iron golems and snow golems were directed to encircle the forest. Upon arrival, the iron golems surrounded the entire forest, awaiting the snow golems to converge. At this juncture, Yang Tian was keen to avoid alarming the gale wolves. Should they detect him, they would flee, rendering the iron golems ineffective. It was far wiser to encircle the forest entirely and await the snow golems for a coordinated strike. Upon receiving Yang Tian's orders, thousands of iron golems enveloped the perimeter of the forest. Time slipped away, and after a taxing journey, the snow golems finally reached the forest's edge. As they ventured further in and spotted the gale wolves, they launched an immediate assault. With the command received, the snow golems began their advance into the forest. Yang Tian's perspective also merged with one of the snow golems. Meanwhile, the approaching iron golems remained steadfast, not yet taking action, fully encircling the area. Found you. Yang Tian mused with a faint smile. Chapter 9. Enhancement of Mental Strength. Gazing at the gale wolves before him, Yang Tian counted them swiftly, discovering a total of 20. At this distance, he could accurately strike the gale wolves. Without hesitation, he issued the command, fire upon the gale wolves. Instantly, hundreds of snowballs, imbued with frigid energy, hurtled towards the pack of gale wolves. Sensing the impending threat, the gale wolves trembled, as if chilled to the core. In an instant, they opened their eyes wide, gazing at the oncoming barrage of snowballs. Panic ensued, causing over 20 of the gale wolves to flee. Their speed was remarkable. Within mere seconds, they had vanished from sight. Witnessing their swift pace, Tian experienced a sensation he had never felt before. Such speed. Yet, it was fortunate that 3 of them were struck by the outermost snowballs. In the distance, the 3 gale wolves had already begun to react, but Tian was not adhering to the expected tactics. The attacks from the snow puppets did not converge upon the gale wolves' location. Instead, they dispersed, forming a wide area of effect. At that moment, one of the gale wolves had been hit on its paw by a snowball, and frost had begun to form upon its right leg. In terror, the creature lowered its head to inspect its injured limb, now rendered immobile, forcing it to rely solely on its left leg for movement. Before it could make its escape, another wave of snowballs descended upon it. As the snowball struck, the 3 gale wolves found themselves frozen in place. The gale wolves were incredibly swift, but the snowballs launched by the snow puppets could not keep pace with their speed. Moreover, the chilling aura emanating from the simultaneous barrage of snowballs was detectable by them. Nevertheless, Tian had devised a strategy. The primary reason for the previous failure was merely the insufficient number of snow puppets. If there were tens of thousands of them, each targeting every corner of the forest to launch snowballs simultaneously, they would have no chance of escape. In an instant, Tian shifted his consciousness into the world, continuing to construct snow puppets until the pumpkins were exhausted. The iron puppets were to keep searching for the gale wolves' location. As the gale wolves fled, they created a breach through which the iron puppets charged. Before the other iron puppets could react, the gale wolves had vanished, leaving only the remnants of the iron puppets behind. Fortunately, the moonlight stored from the previous night had not been depleted, and the iron puppets were currently being restored by the moonlight within them. Following their orders, the iron puppets moved toward the last known location of the fleeing gale wolves. Meanwhile, at the awakening pool, a multitude of snow puppets began to venture outward. Observing the continuous stream of snow puppets emerging from the awakening pool, Tian felt an overwhelming sense of security. This was the reassurance that sheer numbers provided him. Likewise, the iron puppets did not disappoint. After an extensive search involving thousands of them, they once again located the gale wolves. Employing the same strategy, the iron puppets surrounded the entire forest once more. But this time, the initial batch of arriving snow puppets remained near the iron puppets. For safety's sake, Tian positioned the snow puppets on the periphery. If the gale wolves attempted to escape, the outer snow puppets would launch a simultaneous volley, capable of bringing them down. Time flew by, and the army of over 10,000 snow puppets finally reached the battlefield. Unlike the iron puppets, which required time to prepare, the snow puppets needed only snow and pumpkins to replicate themselves in large numbers. Just through the perspective of the snow puppets, witnessing this dense army, Tian could sense the chilling air they exuded. Move in, and position yourselves as instructed. Under Tian's command, the myriad of snow puppets dispersed throughout the forest, ensuring that the initial barrage of snowballs would blanket the entire area without delay. As a multitude of snow puppets infiltrated the forest, the gale wolf seemed to once again sense the chilling aura emanating from them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as it intended to flee, Tian's command was issued. Fire! Thousands of snowballs were launched towards their predetermined target. The outcome was predictable. The gale wolf reacted instantaneously, yet it proved futile. As they attempted to escape, they were struck by the simultaneously launched snowballs. The entire forest was rendered an expanse of frost due to the indiscriminate barrage of snowballs. The gale wolf, enscathed on its legs, still found its speed hampered by the impact on other parts of its body. Each gale wolf was hit, and the areas struck were instantly enveloped in ice. Observing their speed compromised, Tian ceased further words. The second volley of snow puppets continued, while he commanded the iron puppets to surround the entire forest, closing in. The primary function of the snow puppets was to diminish their speed. As for the finishing blow, that duty naturally belonged to the iron puppets. Several gale wolves, realizing the dire situation, attempted to flee, but the ice covering their bodies hindered their movement. Coupled with the barrage from tens of thousands of snow puppets, the temperature of the forest plummeted rapidly. A layer of frost had already formed upon the ground. As the gale wolves began to sprint, they slipped on the frost beneath them. In the distance, a formidable line of iron puppets approached them. Upon the arrival of the iron puppets, Tian ordered the immediate withdrawal of the snow puppets. The scene was now left solely for the iron puppets to exert their prowess. Before long, the assistance notification chimed once more. Congratulations on slaying Gale Wolf. 1. Rewards: 5 units of meat, 5 units of water. Congratulations on slaying Gale Wolf. 0. Rewards: 3 units of meat, 3 units of water. Congratulations on slaying Gale Wolf. 1. Rewards: 5 units of meat, 5 units of water. Congratulations. You have obtained a basic energy crystal. Congratulations. You have obtained a basic blueprint. Congratulations. You have obtained a castle stone. Gazing at the plethora of meat and water displayed by the assistant, Yang Tian instinctively disregarded them. His focus remained steadfast on the newly revealed 3 items. He inquired of the assistant regarding the nature of these 3 items. Energy crystal, it can enhance your attributes. A basic energy crystal provides a boost of 10 points. Basic blueprint, a blueprint for basic walls. Once constructed, walls can be upgraded further. Castle stone, after surpassing level 3, each upgrade of the castle will require 1 castle stone. Upon reviewing the detailed descriptions of these 3 items, Yang Tian felt a surge of excitement, for he had encountered the coveted items of his dreams. Assistant, what attributes can be selected for the energy crystal? Energy crystal, strength, constitution, intelligence, charisma, mental power. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tian chose to allocate all the energy crystals to his mental power. Energy crystal usage successful. Mental power, 10. Chapter 10, the trading post collision machine. As Yang Tian's mental prowess ascended, he felt an immediate sharpening of his consciousness. He began to experiment, attempting to immerse his awareness into the world around him. The outcome was evident. His consciousness successfully penetrated the realm. However, the Yang Tian in the external world exhibited no reaction whatsoever. He lifted his arm, perceiving 2 perspectives simultaneously, confirming that an enhancement in mental capacity indeed bore fruit. Curiosity piqued. He endeavored to project both facets of his consciousness entirely into this world. With a mere flicker of his primary awareness, one of the dual perspectives vanished. In its stead, another iteration of Steve materialized before him. The 2 exchanged a simple yet profound gaze, solidifying Yang Tian's affirmation of his heightened mental acuity. Thus, he had successfully created a doppelganger to oversee the operation of machines. Without delay, he retrieved the blueprint for the surrounding wall and flipped it over to ascertain the resources required for construction. A meager amount of resources? Yang Tian scrutinized the blueprint's reverse side, which indicated that the wall necessitated merely 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of stone. Contemplating the materials required, he estimated that encircling the castle with a wall might demand hundreds of units of various resources. Given his current circumstances, acquiring such resources posed a considerable challenge. Nonetheless, he promptly resolved to commence the construction of a stone quarry and a lumber mill. Once established, resources would merely become a numerical abstraction. The villagers had long prepared the necessary materials, yet Yang Tian had delayed due to the pursuit of the swift wolf. Observing the villagers ready for action, he hesitated no longer. He swiftly organized the 1,000-strong populace into 3 groups, 1 for constructing the lumber mill, a 2nd for the stone quarry, and the 3rd for the bone meal machine. Witnessing the villagers' clear division of labor, he nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, an intelligence level of 10 made a significant difference, enhancing their reaction times. Yang Tian discerned that the evolutionary paths of the iron golems and snow golems seemed to center on strength augmentation. Furthermore, he perceived immense developmental potential within the villagers. Presently, with an intelligence level of merely 10, if they were to receive greater choices, selecting intelligence consistently could lead to remarkable advancements. The prospect of villagers achieving high intelligence and possibly researching gunpowder and technology thrilled him. With this thought, Yang Tian felt a surge of excitement. If such a scenario were to materialize, an endless array of high IQ villagers could undoubtedly pioneer technologies that had never before graced his former world. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to leave at least 1 enhancement for the villagers whenever possible, barring emergencies. Concluding his reflections, Yang Tian resumed directing the villagers in their machine construction. Wait. Too close. The explosion might affect us. That villager has miscopied the design. Hold on. The position of the moss block is incorrect. After a flurry of instructions, the 3 machines finally came into existence. Come. Let me see if my 3 trading post collision machines can operate. He approached the bone meal machine, brimming with excitement, and pulled down the lever. Instantly, the machine roared to life. Crack. Whoosh. As water met fire, stone materialized before him. The moss blocks below transform the stones into moss blocks, which are subsequently displaced by stones pushed from behind. Finally, the flow of water initiates, washing all the moss blocks away. Completed. Yang Tian extracted a small amount of bone powder into his hand and approached the location of the tree factory. Holding the sapling and bone powder simultaneously, he activated the machine. Nearby villagers pulled the railing beside them, and the machine officially commenced its operation. The replication above had begun. Yang Tian immediately began planting into the soil ahead. Bang, bang. The trees, hastened by the bone powder, were instantaneously obliterated. The falling remnants, too, cascaded down the flowing water below. Upon witnessing the successful operation of the tree factory, Yang Tian summoned a villager to take his place, instructing him to continue the planting. He then made his way to the stone brushing machine, pulling the railing, which caused the stones above to tumble downwards. In midair, they exploded, obliterating the surrounding stones. The subsequent fusion of water and magma once again refreshed the stones. Completed. Yang Tian observed that all 3 machines were now successfully operational. Just as he prepared to leave, intending to wait for them to gather resources before recklessly charging through the trading hall, He recalled that the villagers should first dismantle that quad-core iron generator. Now, let us construct the stacked iron generator. Dozens of villagers immediately sprang into action, rushing to dismantle the previously constructed quad-core iron generator. Once the dismantling was complete, Yang Tian directed them to form 10 groups, each responsible for constructing a layer of 4 cores. Observing the orderly construction by the villagers, Yang Tian expressed his satisfaction. In his past life, in pursuit of ostentation and efficiency, he had indeed built one himself, spending nearly an entire day merely transporting villagers. However, the situation now was different. He no longer needed to build or transport villagers himself, but merely to oversee the operation. The villagers worked with remarkable efficiency, and within mere minutes, a stacked 40-core iron generator emerged before Yang Tian's eyes. By this time, the sky and the world had darkened. Yang Tian promptly retrieved his bed and took a brief rest. Upon rising once more, he found the iron generator successfully operational. 40 purple-black iron golems descended from above, while their original iron ingots flowed down into the collection box below. Resources acquired. It was time to upgrade. Assistant, I wish to upgrade the castle. Required. 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 50 units of iron. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Yang Tian converted all resources in the world into units applicable in reality. Upgrading. Estimated time, 2:59:59. 3 hours. How many resources are required to reach level 3? Deducting all for the upgrade. Successfully deducted. 300 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of iron. Total time, 00:85:54. Yang Tian opened the world channel to observe the development of the slightly more formidable troops. Alas, upgrading to a level 2 castle necessitates 50 units of iron. I have had my troops mining below for several hours, yet they have only yielded a meager 3 units of iron. How long must I wait to achieve this upgrade? Do you think my situation is any better? My position lies in the desert, devoid of both wood and stone. At least you all can fell trees and extract stones to barter for iron. I have nothing. Barter for iron? How absurd. With iron being so precious, who would willingly part with it? Wasn't there a prominent player who listed a substantial amount of iron last time? Unfortunately, I only managed to seize 2 units before it vanished. I was asleep at the time and completely missed it. Chapter 11. The Surge to the Trading Post. Great One, please lead us into battle once more. Great One, shower me with another wave of iron. Observing their conversation, Yang Tian found it rather amusing. After all, neither the world channel nor the private chat reveals his identity. He typed into the world channel, "Those in need of resources, come forth. A plethora of resources awaits your exchange. As long as you possess any items beyond common resources, all can be traded. Blueprints, energy crystals, castle stones, and other resources are all negotiable." Which fool is advertising again? If there is indeed such an abundance, why not keep it for personal upgrades instead of trading it away? Most of the comments below were mocking Yang Tian. However, suddenly a new message popped up. Upon witnessing their discussion, Yang Tian recalled that his private chat was still flooded with requests for iron. Wow, it truly is a prominent player. My records are also present. Goodness. How does this player possess so many resources? To what level have they developed? What are blueprints, energy crystals, and castle stones? I have never heard of such things. I am quite curious about the strength of this player's troops. They must be remarkably powerful to progress so swiftly. Is this what the world of the elite looks like? How wonderful. With a great player around, we shall no longer be at the mercy of those unscrupulous merchants. Unscrupulous merchants? Those initial troop leaders, who merely form alliances to inflate transaction prices. Once I develop further, I shall surely take them down. The Tian alliance is merely a band of merchants. They refuse to sell, yet blame us for driving prices so low. I elevate you. As Yang Tian observed the world channel devolving into a verbal battleground, he listened for a while to their exchanges. From the gathered information, it became clear that a collective of powerful initial troop leaders had banded together, colluding with other lords selling iron and other scarce items in the trading post to artificially inflate prices. From their conversations, it was evident that the Tian alliance may have amassed thousands of members. Furthermore, those eligible for membership were likely to possess formidable troops. This alliance warrants attention. Perhaps others have already taken note of me. With that thought, Yang Tian opened the private chat channel and discovered that the top few messages were all inquiries regarding his interest in joining the Tian alliance. He opened one of the messages. "Brother, would you be interested in joining the Tian alliance? The benefits are abundant, and our members possess formidable troops." Upon seeing this, Yang Tian decided to investigate what the Tian alliance was up to. This is quite intriguing. What kind of benefits are we talking about? And how powerful are their troops? Meanwhile, in a castle nestled within the mountains, a young man stared pensively at the unexpected message he had received. If he could deceive Yang Tian into joining, he could ascertain the location of his castle, with the protective shield set to dissipate in 6 days. He and his allies could launch an assault, seizing all of Yang Tian's resources for themselves. He promptly composed a response. "Brother, are you interested? Our alliance currently boasts nearly 2,000 members. Should you choose to join us, we will undoubtedly provide you with a wealth of resources to aid your advancement. I lack nothing. Despite awakening a dragon as his troop, he considered his forces to be among the elite, if not the topmost. His development speed was certainly among the fastest. Then you must join us, as all members of the Tian alliance possess formidable troops. Since you claim to lack resources, simply send us what you have to facilitate your early development, and in the later stages, we will surely express our gratitude. Tian found this amusing. It seemed they did not regard him as an ordinary individual, but rather as a naive child. When you made that statement, did you find it amusing? What do you mean by that? Now, hand over all the resources of your alliance to me. Once I have developed my strength, I shall be sure to thank your alliance. It appears there's nothing further to discuss. Without us, do you truly believe you can acquire what you desire? We possess all the blueprints and energy crystals you seek. Seeing such intellectually insulting remarks, Tian resolved to ignore him. He had no desire for further banter. His aim was merely to understand the Tian alliance. After concluding the private chat, Tian opened the trading hall, promptly listing his own trades. 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of iron for blueprints. 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of iron for energy crystals. 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 10 units of iron for castle stones. He then issued a special trading notice. For special items, please message privately. All listed prices are negotiable. Here was a lord with resources aplenty. Once his location was discovered, all would belong to him. Suddenly, Long Xiangfei opened a private chat, only to find it was not a message from Tian, but rather from a member of the Tian alliance. Boss, someone has listed a large quantity of resources in the trading hall. We managed to suppress the price to 4 units, but he raised it again. What? Long Xiang roared, feeling the frustration of having expended considerable resources to lower the price of rare materials, only to find that they now needed to stockpile in anticipation of the weaker troops gradually developing their strength. After all, in the early stages, the blueprints and energy crystals were not as substantial as the materials for upgrading the castle. They awaited the moment when the demand for rare resources would surge, at which point they would elevate the prices and offload the resources, thus reaping abundant rewards. To his astonishment, someone had raised the price further. Long Xiangfei promptly exited the private chat channel and opened the trading hall, where he beheld the top 4 transactions, all initiated by Tian. Without delay, Long Xiangfei clicked on the trading information and re-entered the private chat channel. Chapter 12. The transaction as Tian inflated the prices. All the resources that had been undervalued by the Tian alliance were now firmly in his grasp. Witnessing Tian's offerings in the trading hall, the crowd exhibited no hesitation, eager to exchange all they needed with him. Boss, I have blueprints. Boss, I have energy crystals. The trading hall had barely posted the information when Tian's private messages began to flood in. It seemed that luck was on everyone's side. Tian observed the incessantly increasing private messages. Boss, are you buying 2 energy crystals and 2 blueprints? What the heck, is this a joke? Who could be so bold? Seeing the fervor of the offers, Tian initially thought someone was merely teasing him. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he had emerged amidst a horde of beasts, perhaps with the iron golem sweeping through, such a bounty could indeed be amassed. Yet the reality was that upon his descent, the land was rather barren. And despite pushing the iron golem outward, he had encountered only a little over 100 beasts, the majority being of the lowest tier, aside from the gale wolves. Is this for real? Absolutely. I don't need so many energy crystals and blueprints for now, so I'm selling the surplus. What on earth? How much stock does this person have? In a castle nestled within the forest, a black-haired maiden sat, observing as her troops approached her. They reached her feet and opened their mouths to deposit energy crystals and blueprints. Ah, I found 2 more. The girl frowned yet smiled, placing her hand on the head of a slime, affectionately stroking it. Why are you so adept at gathering, yet lack prowess in battle? Just yesterday, Xiao Yinxue had awakened her troops only to discover that her slimes were not particularly formidable in combat. However, they could swiftly seize resources from any location and were remarkably resilient. In the face of danger, they would either envelop themselves around other creatures or remain immobile, rendering them impervious to harm from other beast attacks. This resulted in a burgeoning population of slimes. Simultaneously, she had accumulated a considerable amount of rare resources due to the slimes, initially intending to exchange some of these rare finds for ordinary resources to facilitate upgrades. However, the price suppression by the Tian alliance had prevented her from selling, leaving her with a stockpile of rare resources. Upon hearing Xiao Yinxue's words, the slime seemed to comprehend, promptly wriggling free from her grasp and speaking before her. Understanding your prowess in the later stages is all well and good, but I must also be permitted to reach that point. A slight issue has arisen, and I am uncertain if you will accept it. Tian pondered, hoping not to be hindered, for he had finally secured a source of resources. What issue? My troops have recently discovered an energy crystal and a blueprint, and I wish to sell them to you together. No problem, I will acquire all that you have. Just as Tian dispatched this message, a trade notification from Xiao Yinxue arrived simultaneously. Trade successful. Acquired: 3 energy crystals, 3 blueprints. Resource deduction: 30 units of wood, 30 units of stone, 30 units of iron. Upon witnessing the items truly exchanged, young Tian was astonished. What kind of drop rate yields such a plethora of resources? Which troop is so formidable? Perhaps the treasure-seeking mouse? However, young Tian refrained from inquiring further about the troop's details, for such matters pertaining to his future were not easily shared. Nonetheless, considering the prowess of the other party's troop in resource gathering, it warranted attention. Very well. Should you wish to sell rare resources in the future, you may seek me out. I will purchase at a high price. Agreed. After concluding the private conversation with her, Yang Tian began to wonder why so few individuals sought him out. Could it be that after the Qi-Tian alliance's onslaught, all resources had accumulated in their hands? After some contemplation, he concluded that this was likely the case. Xiao Lianxue, who had just approached him, might be one of those unwilling to sell rare resources at a low price. Most individuals, in their pursuit of upgrading their castles, were likely exchanging for common resources instead. After all, energy crystals enhance one's attributes, and unless there is a special need, who would willingly use them, particularly when they need not engage directly in battle? Naturally, if these could be utilized by troops, they would not be so readily relinquished. As for blueprints, the matter is even simpler. I do not desire walls, nor arrow towers, nor beds. I only seek to elevate my castle's level. Meanwhile, Long Xiangyu surveyed the trading hall's information. If this persists, allowing him to maintain the trading information, we will suffer tremendous losses. What shall we do now, brother? With him manipulating the trading hall in such a manner, some within the alliance are becoming restless, eager to offload their resources to him and then flee. You must keep them steady while I devise another plan. Hearing Long Xiangyu's concern, he felt compelled to stabilize the anxious members of the alliance. Although uncertain of his ability to do so, the alliance had already been fragmented by this upheaval. They had initially gathered to pool resources and establish pricing. Now, with a formidable trader sweeping through at inflated prices, they naturally feared that these resources would rot in their possession. They were more concerned with enhancing their troops than their own development. I do not believe your resources are boundless. Can you truly consume such a vast quantity? Long Xiangyu reflected that the alliance's ability to stockpile such materials stemmed from the contributions of 2,000 individuals. They typically shared the cost of acquiring rare resources among dozens. A single individual, like Yang Tian, bearing such a substantial consumption of resources would undoubtedly slow his developmental pace. When the 7 days elapsed and the protective shield vanished, they would locate his castle, where all the blueprints and other resources would belong to them. Little did he know that there existed someone with boundless resources. Long Xiangyu opened a private chat with his subordinate. We have a plan. Let them stabilize for now. He cannot possibly endure such immense resource consumption alone. We merely need to wait until he concludes, then we can begin to negotiate the price again. Brother, but everyone's development speed. Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Inform them that if they do not wish to squander all resources in their possession, they should patiently await further instructions. Meanwhile, Yang Tian remained oblivious to the happenings within the Qi-Tian alliance. He examined the blueprints and energy crystals exchanged from Xiao Lianxue. The blueprints were satisfactory. With one being usable, Yang Tian noted the emblem of an arrow tower depicted on it. The remainder consisted of superfluous architectural plans. As for the energy crystals, they were all of the basic tier, identical to those Yang Tian had acquired previously. Chapter 13, The Aerial Wraiths. Following the recent sweep, Yang Tian exchanged for 5 energy crystals and 7 blueprints at the trading post. However, aside from the arrow tower blueprint received from Xiao Lianxue, which held slight utility, the other blueprints were primarily related to daily life. He utilized all the energy crystals, channeling them into enhancing his mental power. As he held the energy crystals in his hand, he summoned 5 avatars to assist in the process. Usage successful. Mental power, 50. A brilliant white light enveloped Yang Tian's form, and he immediately experienced a wave of comfort, as though his vision had expanded. Gazing into the distance, he could now discern movements clearly from 100 meters away, thanks to the enhancement of his mental faculties. Upon completing the enhancement, Yang Tian proceeded outside. With resources now abundantly sufficient, he was ready to construct walls and arrow towers. He approached the castle's exterior, standing before the protective shield, holding the blueprint. He recited a silent incantation. Instantly, a preview of the walls materialized before him. Yang Tian positioned the barriers entirely against the protective shield, constructing a full circle that consumed several hundred resource units. He pondered whether any beasts could breach this fortified wall. With the walls erected, he turned to the arrow tower. Switching to the arrow tower blueprint, he held it aloft and proceeded to construct 10 towers around the rear of the walls. The resource expenditure for the arrow towers amounted to 40 units of wood and stone each. Assistant, once the arrow towers and walls are complete, upgrade them directly, halting only when special resources are required. Yang Tian thought, given that resources were now limitless, there was no need to oversee the construction personally. He instructed the assistant to finalize the buildings and deduct resources for subsequent upgrades. By the way, upgrade the castle directly by 4 levels. Please deduct the resources. Acknowledged. Castle upgrading in progress. Resource deduction, 800 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 400 units of iron, castle stones. Total time required, 1 day, 084345. At this moment, the castle was still in the process of upgrading from level 1 to level 2. After noticing that the trading post remained unresponsive, Tian decided not to interfere any longer, as items were already listed there. Just as he intended to immerse himself in thought, a notification suddenly appeared. Iron Golem. Snow Golem deceased. What could be the cause? Tian promptly inquired with his assistant about the situation. It was known that the combination of Iron Golem and Snow Golem, particularly with the latter's ability to slow enemies from a distance, should not have resulted in casualties given their considerable numbers. In the east, Iron Golem and Snow Golem encountered a multitude of Crimson Peak birds. Iron Golem unable to reach, Snow Golem lacks sufficient range. Under the extensive ranged assault of the Crimson Peak birds, casualties were incurred among the Iron Golem and Snow Golem. The Crimson Peak birds, a type of demon beast. The leader is of the second tier, the majority are first tier, and a small portion are zero tier. Oh, didn't you mention that upgrading the territory guarantees 100% enhancement of troop types? Tian had observed the advancement speed of the Iron Golems, though not rapid. They had already established a perimeter spanning several dozen kilometers. Only 12 kilometers left to reach a 50-kilometer range. To effectively deal with the Crimson Peak birds, it was essential to seek out a creature capable of flight. Moreover, it needed to meet the criteria for constructing a power-generating machine. Ultimately, troop enhancement was crucial. Without it, he would have to rely solely on sheer numbers, which would require an unimaginable amount of time to achieve. Tian shifted his consciousness to the world. He had already determined which creature to enlist against the Crimson Peak birds. He led the villagers to the nether and began to dig upwards. This time, he intended to break through the bedrock to establish a soul farm above. He then addressed the villagers responsible for carrying materials. Give me the ender pearls. The supplies for breaking the bedrock machine, as well as obsidian and flint. The villagers hesitated not, promptly handing over all the materials. Once he received them, Tian suspended himself on the ladder. An ender pearl was hurled directly at the bedrock, successfully transporting Tian above it. After constructing the nether portal, he stepped through it. The portal in the main world was not far from the village. He then commenced the construction of the bedrock breaking machine. In no time, the machine, which Tian had assembled countless times in his previous life, was successfully built, easily replicating the operations of his former self. He utilized pistons to dislodge a block of bedrock. The broken bedrock revealed the villagers below. The villagers began to ascend via the staircase and gathered above. Once the villagers had mostly arrived, Tian began to explain the construction requirements for the soul farm. Subsequently, he directly built 5 soul farms. Originally, he intended to construct them in a row. However, due to the limitations of the spawn range, he currently had only 6 clones. Aside from the main body that required one clone had to remain in the main world to farm iron, while the remaining 5 corresponded to the 5 soul farms. After Tian's detailed explanation, the villagers quickly grasped the intricacies of generating power. Subsequently, he picked up the materials and walked into the distance. Tian then summoned his 5 avatars, leaving them in the depths of hell. Once the villagers completed the construction of the machine, the avatars would seamlessly enter it, initiating the spawning of malevolent spirits, while his consciousness would switch back to his main body. Tian presented the perspectives of the iron puppets. At that moment, the iron puppets and snow puppets were assaulting a den of monstrous beasts, the majority of which were first-tier creatures, totaling over 100. However, unlike the fortunate chiffon bird, they did not possess a natural advantage of flight. At this juncture, over 5,000 iron puppets advanced towards the lair of the beasts, followed closely by tens of thousands of snow puppets, who were poised to unleash a volley to prevent the beasts from fleeing. As the army of snow puppets halted, the iron puppets swiftly cleared a path for them. Subsequently, tens of thousands of snowballs, imbued with intense chill, were launched into the den. Instantly, wherever the snowball struck, frost enveloped the area, completely sealing off the entrance of the beast's lair. A significant amount of cold air relentlessly surged inward. Observing this, the iron puppets marched directly into the den, raising their arms to shatter the ice that had formed overhead. After creating a passage, the iron puppets began to step inside. Chapter 14, Nightlight Flame Gold. Tian, watching the iron puppet army advance into the lair, ceased his attention on the matter. With the iron puppets having entered, the fate of those beasts was already sealed. He recalled what his assistant had mentioned earlier regarding 2 methods to enhance troop types. One was the invasion of myriad races, and the other was upgrading 1's territory. Assistant, what does the invasion of myriad races entail? When the protective shield concludes, all races will orchestrate a large-scale assault on the Lord's castle. The timing is random, with intermittent pauses. Thus, it indicated that 6 days from now, when the protective shield dissipated, they would face a large-scale invasion from myriad races. So what do these beasts belong to? Are they part of the myriad races? These beasts belong to the myriad races, but are of weak and scarce varieties. In 6 days, powerful unknown entities may arrive with their entire kin. At that time, the drop rate of rare materials from the beasts will increase. Understood. Just as young Tian was inquiring, the iron puppets had already eradicated all the beasts within the lair. Meanwhile, a notification resonated in Yang Tian's vicinity. Congratulations, you have slain a night demon. 1. Reward: 5 units of meat, 5 units of water. Congratulations. You have slain a night demon. 1. Reward: 5 units of meat, 5 units of water. Reward: a map. Gazing at the notifications before him, he noted the singular map drop. Yang Tian couldn't help but reflect on the remarkably high drop rates among individuals. The iron puppet approached Yang Tian and handed him the map. Upon receiving it, Yang Tian began to examine the information contained within. The map merely depicted a few simple icons to denote locations. Assistant, what is this? A treasure map? There is a chance for special maps to drop from the monstrous beasts. Based on the map, locate the corresponding location. Within it lies unknown high-level resources. Unknown high-level resources? Energy crystals? Castle stones? All have a chance of being obtained. Alright, let's wait for the evil spirits to emerge. They can see more clearly from above. Yang Tian shifted his perspective to the clones in the underworld. At that moment, the evil spirit farm was fully constructed, and the 5 clones had already entered it. The evil spirits had also been successfully summoned. Without hesitation, Yang Tian summoned all the evil spirits. The moment they appeared, the awakening pool was instantly filled with their massive forms. The evil spirits flew outside the castle. Now, we just need the iron puppets and snow puppets to advance quickly, expanding the territory to a radius of 50 kilometers. Then we can choose to enhance the evil spirits. For now, let's soar and see which places resemble those on the map. Yang Tian addressed the numerous evil spirits before him. Upon receiving Yang Tian's command, the evil spirits wasted no time and flew off into the distance. Just how vast is this world? After exploring for dozens of kilometers, he had yet to find a single lord's castle. Yang Tian pondered the countless individuals from his previous life who had all arrived in this world. If that were the case, this realm had undoubtedly surpassed the size of planets in his former existence. Watching the evil spirits gradually fly away, Yang Tian accessed their perspective through his assistant. At that moment, he truly grasped his location. Yang Tian's castle was situated in a plain surrounded by forests and other terrains. Hours passed, and the assistant's notification finally arrived. Territory range has reached 50 kilometers. Reward: 1 enhancement for the troops. Finally, bored. Yang Tian could only command the villagers to construct chicken farms and other facilities. Simultaneously, he instructed them to build more iron production machines and expand the pumpkin farms. Currently, the iron puppets and snow puppets served as the primary force for advancement, so their numbers needed to be significantly bolstered. When efficiency falls short, quantity must compensate. If a single 40-core iron production machine is insufficient, I shall deploy hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Assistant, enhance the troops. Congratulations. World enhancement successful. World has advanced to 2nd tier. Reward: 3 biological enhancement options. Enhance iron puppets, evil spirits, or villagers. Please select an enhancement for the iron puppets. Option 1. Nightlight Ghost Iron upgraded to Nightlight Flame Gold. Nightlight Flame Gold. Upon replacement, iron puppets can absorb and store sunlight and moonlight. Under the influence of moonlight and sunlight, all attributes are increased 3-fold. Option 2. Nightlight Ghost Iron fused with Red Sun Iron. Upon fusion, iron puppets can simultaneously absorb and store sunlight and moonlight. Option 3. Nightlight Ghost Iron's attributes increased 5-fold. Note: the absorption speed of moonlight under moonlight enhancement. Iron puppets attributes further increase 5-fold. Looking at the 3 options presented, Yang Tian felt somewhat helpless. Each one appeared appealing, yet he could only select one. Nevertheless, he promptly ruled out option 3, considering the 5-fold increase in all attributes. He could only begin to absorb the moonlight during the night. Once the daylight broke, any stored moonlight would be entirely depleted, rendering it non-existent. Gazing at the 2 options before him, Yang Tian found himself in a state of indecision. Should he choose the first option, he would benefit from a continuous 24-hour enhancement of 3-fold attributes. Simultaneously consuming both stored moonlight and sunlight would enable a remarkable 6-fold attribute augmentation throughout the day. Previously, the iron puppet had acquired the ability to utilize stored moonlight to enhance its own attributes, but the maximum enhancement was merely 3-fold. A 6-fold enhancement would undoubtedly represent a qualitative leap in advancement. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to select option 1. The swifter the initial progression, the more rapidly his territorial influence would expand, and the higher the rank of his units would become. Selection successful. Nightlight Iron is replaced by Nightlight Flame Gold. Yang Tian shifted his gaze toward the iron puppet emerging from the awakening pool. He observed a sudden glimmer at the center of the originally purple-black iron puppet. This radiance was the Nightlight Flame Gold, and as the light intensified, the puppet's dark form was instantaneously bisected. The left side remained purple-black, while the right side transformed into a vibrant crimson. Satisfied with the transformation, Yang Tian commanded, unleash the full sixfold attributes. Let us see how swiftly it can move. Before him, the iron puppet immediately channeled all the sunlight it had stored into its attributes. Chapter 15. Adding insult to injury. The iron puppet surged into motion, its speed multiplying sixfold. In mere seconds, it darted from the castle to the outer perimeter of the protective barrier. Witnessing this spectacle, young Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. The iron puppets engaged in the assault halted abruptly, all having been transformed into nightlight flame gold, thus unleashing their full sixfold attributes. At that moment, the iron puppets were now trailing closely behind him. Demon Beast. The iron puppet then raised its arm, delivering a powerful punch to the creature. Please select Villager Enhancement. Option 1, Body 10. Option 2, Intelligence 10. Option 3, Spirit 10. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tian chose from the 3 options presented. The developmental trajectory for villagers was clear. Intelligence was paramount. Please select Evil Spirit Enhancement. Option 1, Evil Spirit awakens demonic power, altering the fireball attack. Option 2, Evil Spirit enhances firepower, providing additional attack strength. Option 3, Evil Spirit awakens wind power, accelerating attack speed and flight velocity. After contemplating the 3 paths offered by his assistant, Yang Tian experienced little doubt. After all, the notion of demonic power seemed far superior to that of fire or wind. The assistant thus selected demonic power. Selection successful. Evil Spirit enhancement successful. Creature, Evil Spirit. Ability, demonic power. Trait 1, transforms fireball attack into one forged from demonic power. Note, upon striking a target, it inflicts significant mental damage, accompanied by adverse effects. Trait 2, demonic power possesses corrosive properties. Yang Tian regarded these 2 traits with a sense of satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with the outcome. Once the enhancement of the malevolent spirits was completed, it was time to take action against the flock of chiefing birds. Concurrently, a multitude of malevolent spirits traversed the awakening pool, arriving outside the castle. Following their transformation through the power of the malevolent spirits, their appearance underwent notable changes, with a deep black hue emerging upon their originally white forms. Subsequently, Yang Tian summoned the snow puppets, assigning one atop each malevolent spirit. Each malevolent spirit bore 5 snow puppets, and upon witnessing this, the rear snow puppets grouped into 5s, advancing towards the next malevolent spirit. The ingenious notion of having malevolent spirits carry snow puppets was not lost on Yang Tian, who couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how swiftly the chiefing birds fled, with the snow puppets initiating control and the malevolent spirits influencing their minds with demonic power, the chiefing birds would inevitably succumb to a freezing assault and mental attack, falling to the ground, where the iron puppets awaited to finish the job. Seeing that the aerial forces were fully prepared, Yang Tian promptly commanded them to ascend, take off towards the east. With the order given, all malevolent spirits took flight, carrying the snow puppets as they soared into the distance. Observing the vast army that obscured half the sky, Yang Tian activated the true perspective on his assistant. They began to assemble before the territory of the chiefing birds. In the forest, as the iron puppets emerged in large numbers within the domain of the chiefing birds, the birds themselves began to emerge from the scattered woods, gathering in the sky. As the chiefing birds appeared, the malevolent spirits and snow puppets were still en route. Yang Tian immediately ordered the iron puppets to retreat slightly. Otherwise, engaging from a higher position would only lead to a disadvantageous confrontation. Noting the retreat of the iron puppets, the chiefing birds were not inclined to let them off easily. After gathering several thousand chiefing birds, they commenced their pursuit in the direction the iron puppets had fled. As the distance closed, the chiefing birds launched their attack, conjuring fireballs before their beaks. Once the fireballs were fully formed, thousands were unleashed towards the iron puppets. At the moment their assault was initiated, the iron puppets activated all stored solar and lunar energy, amplifying their attributes threefold. The iron puppet speed surged, allowing them to deftly evade the barrage of the birds. The leader of the chiefing birds was taken aback. The speed of the iron puppets had even surpassed their pursuit. Nevertheless, the chiefing birds, unwilling to concede, continued their relentless chase. Yang Tian observed this scene, initially believing that the leader, being a second-tier beast, would possess some level of intelligence. However, it appeared that second-tier beasts lacked such cunning. As the iron puppets drew the chiefing birds towards the malevolent spirits, the latter finally arrived on the battlefield. This was, in part, thanks to the chiefing birds' continued pursuit. Had they not followed, the malevolent spirits might not have made their appearance. The instant the malevolent spirits emerged in the sky, the snow puppets above them initiated their assault. Thousands of snowballs cascaded like a hailstorm towards the chiefing birds, prompting them to scatter in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, the malevolent spirits below remained undeterred. The demonic power before him began to coalesce. Soon, a dark vortex materialized before all the malevolent souls, coalescing into a spherical form that trailed behind the snow golem's snowball. Countless snowballs swiftly struck a multitude of crimson phoenixes, freezing their bodies, and the ensuing demonic energy surged forth, impacting them. The Crimson Phoenixes were suddenly engulfed in a haze of disorientation, their entire forms precariously teetering. Thus, a significant number of Crimson Phoenixes succumbed to this wave of assault, their spirits and bodies struck by dual blows, and they began to sway as they plummeted towards the ground. Upon witnessing the falling Crimson Phoenixes, the Iron Golem immediately altered its trajectory. Turning to observe the spot where they descended, the Golem gazed upwards, and upon identifying the location of a fallen Crimson Phoenix, it charged forth to eliminate it. The leader of the Crimson Phoenixes, witnessing this scene, was filled with indignation. The tribe it had painstakingly nurtured had suffered a loss of 1/3 in this onslaught. Flames erupted around it, enshrouding its vicinity. At that moment, 5 snowballs hurtled towards the leader of the Crimson Phoenixes. As the snowballs approached, the flames surrounding the leader swiftly melted them away. The Crimson Phoenix leader flickered and soared towards the horde of malevolent souls, engulfed in flames. Is its speed increasing? Tian observed the suddenly accelerating Crimson Phoenix, and his perspective shifted, placing him at the heart of the malevolent souls. He then unleashed a fireball towards one of the evil spirits. Before the demonic energy of the evil spirit could fully coalesce, it was struck by the fireball of the Crimson Phoenix, igniting it in flames. The snow golem above, upon seeing this, immediately launched a snowball at the evil spirit. With a splat, the previously scorched evil spirit was enveloped entirely by the ice power of the snow golem. Chapter 16, The Watchtower. Tian smirked at the leader of the Crimson Phoenixes through his assistant. Enjoying playing with fire, are we? He promptly issued an order. Hence, the snow golem exerted its full strength to release its frigid aura, enveloping the surrounding air in an icy embrace. If you can melt one snowball, I shall create a snowfield and see how you fare. Following Tian's command, the snow golem ceased its assault on the Crimson Phoenixes, instead concentrating all its icy power before itself. Upon noticing the cessation of the snow golem's attacks, the Crimson Phoenix resolved to continue its onslaught against the other malevolent souls. The evil spirit above, undeterred, immediately gathered demonic energy and directed it towards the Crimson Phoenix. The Crimson Phoenix effortlessly evaded the demonic energy and pressed on towards the evil spirit. The snow golem above began to halt the release of its icy power, instead forming snowballs to obstruct the Crimson Phoenix's advance. As the snowballs hurtled towards it, the Crimson Phoenix deftly dodged backward, easily evading them. Yet, the Crimson Phoenix, intent on continuing its assault, once more surged towards the malevolent spirit before it. However, its speed was significantly diminished, and the flames enveloping its form began to gradually retract. As if pressed by some unseen force, the Crimson Phoenix cast a glance around, discovering that tens of thousands of snow puppets were unleashing their icy powers. The temperature in the air plummeted instantaneously, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling atmosphere. Its own body began to tremble under the onslaught of the frigid air. With the extinguishment of the Crimson Phoenix's flames, a layer of frost swiftly cloaked its form. Observing this from a distance, the malevolent spirits showed no sign of hesitation. The demonic energy before them coalesced in an instant, hurtling towards the Crimson Phoenix. Realizing the impending strike, the Phoenix understood that if it were struck, it would meet its demise on the spot. Thus, it resolved to flee beyond the reach of this oppressive cold. However, due to the biting chill, its speed was significantly hampered. At that moment, the demonic force of the 1,000 spirits easily struck the Crimson Phoenix. It was overwhelmed by a sudden dizziness, becoming unsteady on its feet, just as the snow puppets launched another barrage of snowballs towards it. Struck by the thousands of snowballs, the Crimson Phoenix was instantly encased in ice, plummeting towards the ground. Its body was also being corroded by the demonic energy. Upon hitting the ground, little remained of the Crimson Phoenix, its form already eroded. Congratulations, you have slain the Crimson Phoenix. Rewards, 5 units of meat, 5 units of water. Congratulations, you have slain the Crimson Phoenix. 2. Rewards, 10 units of meat, 10 units of water. Rewards, 3 energy crystals, 1 intermediate building blueprint. Upon reviewing the previous notifications, Tian discovered that most of the rewards were rather inconsequential. However, when he defeated the leader, an intermediate blueprint had indeed dropped. Yet, Tian did not dwell on it. After all, building blueprints typically pertained to defensive structures, while he had been advancing with iron puppets. When reduced to battling at the walls, it indicated that the creatures in this world were unable to withstand the onslaught of their adversaries. Surely, these defensive structures could not surpass the strength of the troops. Tian retrieved the blueprint, an intermediate watchtower. The description noted that a fully upgraded watchtower could provide minor healing to surrounding troops. Not bad, but what is the range of the watchtower? Tian inquired of his assistant while holding the blueprint. 100 meters. Very well. As for the construction materials, I want to mention wood. But what is this life spring? Life spring. It has restorative effects on living beings. When incorporated into the watchtower, it allows the watchtower to emit the essence of the life spring. If the life spring is not included, the watchtower will possess no restorative capabilities. Upon hearing this, Tian realized that the watchtower was merely a shell. It required the life spring to provide area healing. Where can the life spring be obtained? Unknown. Wait a moment. So it's the watchtower that primarily emits the healing, while the life spring merely provides the restoration. Indeed. Then, what if I were to replace the life spring with healing potions? Alternatively, I could introduce a lethal potion into the watchtower, thereby enabling the toxin to eliminate any creatures that venture too close. This notion is indeed plausible and executable. With this thought in mind, Tian immediately directed his consciousness into his primary avatar within the main world. With the demise of the chiefing bird, the iron puppets have assembled their aerial and terrestrial forces to advance further afield. Presently, the iron puppets benefit from a 6-fold speed enhancement, and by tomorrow, they should have expanded their territory significantly. Could we not construct the watchtower first, and once the potion is secured, supplement it accordingly? This is feasible. I instructed them to take the blueprint and commence construction outside, establishing a watchtower every 100 meters within a range of 100 meters. With abundant resources, we can afford to comprehensively cover the area with watchtowers. The villagers nodded in agreement and were promptly summoned outside. Upon seeing the villagers emerge, Tian knew it was time to initiate the preparation of the potions. He continued to direct the remaining villagers, instructing them to locate the whereabouts of the witch's hut, urging them to find as many as possible. The assistant utilized the 3 energy crystals to create 3 more avatars. The operation was successful, and Tian found himself accompanied by 3 additional figures resembling Steve. Each avatar, accompanied by a group of villagers, departed, while Tian's original self hastened toward the last uninhabited direction. To procure the potions, it was clear that he could not concoct them bottle by bottle himself. It was imperative to seek out professional witches for their expertise in potion brewing. Subsequently, the potions could be transported back to the watchtower. However, from the information just acquired, it was evident that the essence of life would inevitably deplete. It could not be utilized indefinitely. Thus, the demand for potions would be immense. And if the number of witches were insufficient, they would fail to keep pace with the consumption rate of the watchtower. Therefore, locating no fewer than 5 witches' huts was essential to ensure a steady supply of healing potions, let alone other concoctions that needed to be brewed. As the day of battle drew to a close, darkness enveloped the land. It seemed another night would be spent searching for witches' huts. Reflecting on his previous life, when one could query a map seed and input it into a website to reveal all biomes and special locations, he was dismayed to find that now he could only rely on human effort to seek them out. Should fortune not favor him, he might end the night with nothing to show for his endeavors. Chapter 17, The Escape. The following day, after a night of searching, Tian and several avatars discovered numerous witches' huts. He decided to leave 5 of his avatars in the underworld, while the remaining 4 would send 3 to seek out witches here, keeping 1 nearby to monitor the iron machine. Summoning the iron puppets to seize control of the land, Tian approached the witch's hut and called forth the witch inside. He immediately began directing the villagers to dismantle the hut, instructing them to reconstruct it anew. Observing the villagers spring into action, Tian opened the trading interface to see if anyone was selling energy crystals. The scarcity of energy crystals was pressing, and the drop rate from slaying beasts was disappointingly low. One can only exchange for something from others. Upon opening the trading post, a flurry of transaction notifications immediately appeared. How peculiar. Why are there so many people today? Yesterday, after calling for quite some time, only a few responded. Esteemed one, I offer an energy crystal. Esteemed one, I present a blueprint. Tian began to meticulously inquire about the nature of their blueprints, ensuring they were not bringing forth any worthless designs in exchange for resources. Although Tian possessed ample resources, he had no intention of trading them for useless blueprints. Designs like that of the Arrow Tower, while not immediately useful to him, still held potential value. One could never know when they might come in handy. After questioning them, he discovered that all those selling blueprints were offering nothing but inferior designs, even including the blueprint for a gate. He purchased all the energy crystals from the trading post that had privately messaged him. Transaction successful. Transaction successful. Energy crystals, 7. However, it seemed all that was available were energy crystals and blueprints. What about the castle stones? Without those, how could he upgrade to a level 5 castle? With that thought, Tian promptly withdrew his consciousness from the world. The castle was now due for an upgrade to level 3. Only a few hours remained until it could ascend to level 4. Once again opening his eyes from his bed, he witnessed further transformations to the ceiling above him. The wooden planks were now neatly laid out, and the original walls had been entirely replaced by stone walls. The room had also expanded in size. Stepping outside, Tian discovered that the castle had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was indeed far more pleasing to the eye than the previous version that lacked a proper roof. Meanwhile, Long Xiangyu, who was still commanding the dragon to expand outward from within the castle, received a private message from one of his subordinates. Big brother, trouble is brewing. I just received word from below. Several members have privately sold energy crystals and blueprints to him. Moreover what? Speak up. Moreover, the person selling the energy crystals and blueprints has been mocking the rest of our Tian alliance in the world. He claims we are a bunch of fools. stating that if we do not dispose of our resources, they will simply rot in our hands. Damn it, he must have hired actors from the opposing side. As long as we hoard the energy crystals, while he continues to buy them, once those individuals develop and require these resources, his pricing will surely incite public outrage. Currently, Yang Tian's price was set at 3 types of resources for 10 units. If the Tian Alliance remained unwilling to sell, Yang Tian's appetite would remain unquenched. If he could just delay until those initial units, which were not particularly strong, developed, demand would inevitably rise. At that moment, if Yang Tian maintained his current pricing, it would ensure that all energy crystals and blueprints continued to flow toward him. For others to compete with Yang Tian, they would have to raise their prices to match his, or even surpass them. However, based on Long Xiangyu's observations of Yang Tian's chat records, it was evident that his resources were likely a staggering figure. Should they attempt to raise the price, Yang Tian would undoubtedly respond in kind. At that point, they would find themselves unable to compete with him, redirecting their animosity toward Yang Tian. At that moment, the Celestial Alliance could afford to incur some losses by dispersing resources to the public rather than selling them to someone who had already been offended. Perhaps they could even turn a slight profit. What should we do, brother? Several overseers from the Alliance have already come to inquire about this matter, someone lamented. Damn it. A bunch of thoughtless fools. With these thoughts in mind, Long Xiangyu slammed his fist against the wall beside him. If they had adhered to the original plan, they could have incited public outrage against the opposing side. However, these imbeciles had the audacity to sell resources to the enemy behind the Alliance's back. The alliance they had painstakingly built was being destroyed by this group of simpletons. Since you lack virtue, do not blame me for acting ruthlessly. Long Xiangyu mused with a smile. Tell them to give me a day, and I will certainly resolve this issue. Then I will trade the rare resources to you, and you can engage in a normal transaction with him. But brother, no more chatter. If we do not want those fools to lead us to ruin, we must swiftly sever ties with them. After tomorrow, I will announce the dissolution of the Celestial Alliance. Oh, and bring along those few who came in earlier. After concluding the conversation, Long Xiangyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then opened the trading post and transferred all the rare resources he had hoarded to his subordinate. Just as Yang Tian was admiring the castle, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of private message notifications. Upon opening the private chat channel, he discovered that the sender was someone he had not previously interacted with. Boss, do you accept energy crystals? The quantity might be around a dozen. I am unsure if you can accommodate that. Yang Tian immediately recognized the sender. Only someone from the Celestial Alliance, who had stockpiled resources in advance, could possibly possess such a number of energy crystals. Of course, why wouldn't I? Alright, boss. I will trade them to you right away. Although he was certain the sender belonged to the Celestial Alliance, he was uncertain which faction they represented, whether they were a member fearful of losing resources or their leader. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. Yang Tian was solely focused on accelerating his development. Any expenditure that could hasten his progress was well worth it. Once he acquired those dozen energy crystals, the surplus avatars would enable all machines to double their efficiency once again. Before long, the other party successfully transferred the items. Transaction successful. Energy crystals, 15. Without hesitation, Yang Tian used all the energy crystals. Usage successful. Mental power, 220. Current mental power, 310. Observing the surge in his mental power, Yang Tian immediately shifted his consciousness to the villagers constructing the witch's hut. He instructed them to remodel all the witch's huts discovered the previous night. He then continued to direct the villagers, by the way, continue to build 5 more evil soul farms further back. This illustrates the enhancement brought by the number of avatars. Is one machine's efficiency insufficient? Then stack hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of machines to amplify efficiency. Chapter 18, The Ender Dragon. At this moment, the villagers completed the remodeling of all the witches' huts. At this moment, Yang Tian positioned all his avatars strategically to begin summoning witches. Observing the witches emerging, he pondered a question. Last night, he had traversed an extensive distance in search of numerous witch huts, though the exact number of blocks he covered remained unknown. However, the straightforward transportation in the nether did not necessitate Yang Tian's direct oversight for construction. He merely needed to calculate the corresponding distances, allowing the villagers to carry the materials and lay the pathways. With this thought, he switched to the avatar near the iron farm and summoned all the idle villagers. Given the considerable scale of this undertaking, the more villagers involved, the better. He then conveyed the calculation method to them. The villagers comprehended Yang Tian's instructions and promptly gathered numerous blocks to head towards the upper layer of the nether. Upon entering this upper realm, the villagers centered their efforts around the portal, constructing pathways in all 8 directions. Witnessing dozens of villagers working in unison, Yang Tian felt immense satisfaction. The nether transportation was under construction, and the witches were also refining their processes. Once the witches began brewing potions, the villagers would transport the concoctions to the watchtowers. With only 5 days remaining until the invasion of myriad races, a visit to the end was imperative. After all, the Ender Dragon must be dealt with before the impending invasion. Suddenly, Yang Tian realized a pressing issue. How could he access the portal without defeating the Ender Dragon? Oh, but a solution struck him. He recalled the mechanism of summoning creatures. Was it not simply a matter of silently invoking the summoning within his mind, leading to the appearance of the creatures before him? Thus, he decided to leave an avatar in the end and experiment with summoning a ghast. In the Nether's ghast farm, Yang Tian's avatar, in a state of idleness, suddenly sensed a shift in consciousness. He gazed upon the ghast below and mentally invoked the summoning. As the summoning took effect, the ghast successfully manifested in the realm of reality. Yang Tian once again summoned the ghast into the world, but this time, he opted to place it in the overworld rather than the Nether. Moments later, the ghast's enormous form appeared in the overworld. Witnessing this, Yang Tian felt assured of the viability of his operations. By the way, he inquired of his assistant regarding the next territory enhancement range, 150 kilometers, and the current extent, territory, 137 kilometers. Excellent. The progress was remarkably swift. With a 6-fold speed boost, the advancement of the Iron Golem was expedited. In just one night, over 80 square kilometers had been expanded. Yang Tian mused that now, with the ghast at his disposal, there should be no resistance. The only true obstacle remaining was the impending invasion in 5 days. With 5 days left, he needed to construct highly efficient machines, ensuring the creation of mass-producible biological machines. For instance, the Enderman and Shulkers from the end. The Enderman, an exceptional creature, must be brought into existence. Yang Tian considered the teleportation mechanism of the Enderman. If enhanced by unit bonuses, he could scarcely imagine the extent of its potential. In addition to the Wither skeleton farm, the Wither itself is considered one of the most formidable entities. After Yang Tian assessed the progress of the Iron Golems, he summoned the villagers to commence the search for the end portal. Clutching an Eye of Ender, Yang Tian stood in an open area and cast it forth. The eye soared in a particular direction, prompting Yang Tian and the villagers to follow suit. Descending underground, the 1,000 villagers dispersed, each standing upon a block. Armed with a shovel and a pickaxe, they began to excavate the soil beneath them. In an instant, the ground level dropped by 1 layer. The villagers persisted, continuing to dig downward. Upon encountering stone, they switched to their pickaxes. Gradually, the villagers descended deeper, revealing the location of the dungeon before Yang Tian's eyes. Upon entering the dungeon, the villagers scattered in search of the portal. They found it, and Yang Tian received word from them and hurried towards their location. Upon entering, silverfish emerged from the monster spawner. Yang Tian instructed the villagers to remain at a distance, pondering the potential of these silverfish. If enhanced, what could they consume? He dismissed such thoughts and approached the end portal, placing the Eyes of Ender into their respective slots. Once positioned, the portal transformed once more, and without hesitation, Yang Tian leaped inside, followed by a few villagers. The remainder stayed behind to clear the surrounding blocks. Upon entering the end, the spawn location was indeed as Yang Tian had anticipated, enveloped in end stone. He promptly directed the accompanying villagers to begin mining upward. After breaking through the last block above, Yang Tian stepped outside, revealing an endless void and the Ender Dragon soaring overhead. He softly commanded, "Descend." As if responding to his command, the Ender Dragon gracefully descended towards him after a series of elegant spirals. Yang Tian placed his hand upon the dragon's head, and it displayed no signs of resistance. Ready to construct a pathway directly to the end city, he instructed several hundred villagers to remain behind to build an Enderman Tower while the others continued to pave the road ahead. The villagers tasked with road construction gathered blocks and ventured into the distance to lay down the path. Meanwhile, Yang Tian stayed behind to supervise the villagers constructing the Enderman Tower. "All right, enough. Bring out the buckets and start placing them down," he commanded, overseeing the work from a distance. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Should he consider detonating this area? However, it was merely a fleeting notion. In his previous life, blowing up the main island had been a special requirement in the game. In this world, where all creatures heeded Yang Tian's commands, such an act seemed unnecessary. For instance, the Shulker farm would be simpler. He could simply have 2 Shulkers attack each other. When the time comes, the Ender Pearls will be plentiful. As for their purpose, Chapter 19, the Emperor's Bloodline unfolds. With the Enderman farm now completed, Yang Tian examined the regular spawning of Endermen before he set forth towards the path laid out for the villagers. Upon successfully constructing the blocks onto the island, Yang Tian summoned all the scattered Endermen, instructing them to venture forth in search of the end city. Moments later, the Endermen returned with news of their discovery, leading Yang Tian and his companions to the end city. At first glance, Yang Tian noticed the Ender Pearls hanging on the wall. He then began directing them to attack one another. When an attack from one Ender Pearl struck another, a new Ender Pearl materialized at the original's location, while the previous one teleported elsewhere. Observing the successful spawning of an Ender Pearl, his consciousness shifted to the external world. World announcement: tomorrow at 10 o'clock. A small-scale beast tide is imminent. While the protective shield remains, please gather your forces within the shield for their safety to weather the beast tide. World announcement: tomorrow at 10 o'clock, a small-scale beast tide is imminent. While the protective shield remains, Please gather your forces within the shield for their safety to weather the beast tide. What is this beast tide? Yang Tian swiftly opened the world channel to view the announcement. Surely, we cannot keep our forces confined within the protective shield indefinitely. Observing the world channel, he noted the collective pessimism. Yang Tian was not surprised, as it was unreasonable to expect everyone's forces to be as abundant as his. He lacked neither resources nor manpower, and with limitless troops, he could easily confront the impending beast tide. Assistant, will the drop rate of beasts during the beast tide be higher than usual? Indeed. How long will the beast tide last? From 7 o'clock on the third day until 7 o'clock on the fourth day. 7 in the morning? There is still time. Advancing several dozen kilometers overnight should suffice. By then, he could unleash the empowered Endermen, and perhaps within a single night, they could clear the next designated area. Yang Tian was not indulging in unrealistic fantasies. He considered the Endermen's teleportation abilities. The enhanced Endermen would undoubtedly possess formidable capabilities, coupled with their ability to teleport at will. Clearing all the surrounding beasts within a night was certainly feasible. First, he decided to check on the construction progress of the watchtowers. Through the villagers' perspective, Yang Tian observed that a watchtower had been erected every 100 meters. He checked their levels and noted that they were still 2 levels short of maximum. However, they could potentially be upgraded successfully before 7 o'clock the next morning. Knowing of the impending beast tide, Yang Tian prepared to make even more thorough preparations. Previously, the iron golems had engaged in minor skirmishes outside, but this time they might truly face a significant battle. Tonight, after upgrading the castle to level 4, the range of the awakening pool would expand once more, allowing for a greater number of summoned creatures. After the first 3 upgrades, the number of summoned beings had risen dramatically from 50 to 200. As night fell, the iron golems finally cleared the surrounding beasts. The territory has expanded to an impressive 151 square kilometers. The reward, a single enhancement for the units. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Tian immediately proceeded to strengthen the world. Congratulations. The world has successfully undergone reinforcement. The world has ascended to a 3rd-tier realm. The reward, options for enhancing 3 types of creatures, Ender Dragon, Enderman, and Shulker. As soon as the announcement concluded, the assistant's voice resounded once more. Please select your enhancement for the Ender Dragon. 1. The Ender Dragon awakens its demonic power, embarking on a path of cultivation. 2. The Ender Dragon awakens the laws of the void. 3. The Ender Dragon awakens the Imperial bloodline. Note, the strength of the Ender Dragon is influenced by the number of Endermen. The greater the number of Endermen, the stronger the Ender Dragon becomes. Upon seeing these 3 choices, Yang Tian knew immediately what to select. Option 3, the awakening of the Imperial bloodline. Without considering the other 2 option strengths, the fact that the Ender Dragon's power is dictated by the number of Endermen was enough for Yang Tian to make his decision. While Yang Tian might take a rest, the Enderman farm would remain tirelessly productive, continuously generating Endermen. Selection confirmed. The Ender Dragon has awakened the Imperial bloodline. Creature, Ender Dragon. Bloodline, Imperial bloodline. Trait 1. The more Endermen there are, the stronger the Ender Dragon becomes. Trait 2. Dragon Emperor's domain. Dragon Emperor's domain. Any hostile creature within this domain with a bloodline inferior to that of the holder will be subjected to bloodline suppression. Trait 3. King Zephyr's wrath. King Zephyr's wrath. When the Ender Dragon is present, Endermen enter a state of frenzy, doubling their teleportation range, damage, and speed. Trait 4. 10,000 shadows return to the void. 10,000 shadows return to the void. The Ender Dragon can absorb Endermen to forcibly elevate its own power limit. Witnessing the magnificent array of 4 traits bestowed upon the Ender Dragon, Yang Tian knew he had made the right choice. Astonished, he marveled at the 4 traits, each more terrifying than the last. Among the units he had previously enhanced, the maximum had only yielded 2 traits. Yet this Ender Dragon brought forth 4. With King Zephyr's wrath being an exceptionally formidable skill, please select your enhancement for the Enderman. 1. Awaken spatial power. 2. Awaken dark power. 3. Awaken special mental power. Upon viewing these options, Yang Tian decisively chose spatial power. After all, considering the impact of King Zephyr's wrath on the Ender Dragon, the Endermen themselves were adept at teleportation. So it was imperative to awaken their spatial power. Enhancement successful. Creature, Enderman. Trait 1. Teleportation ability transformed into spatial movement, allowing them to carry others along. Truly, this was an extraordinary mechanism. After enhancement, it became even more remarkable. Spatial movement meant that each Enderman could teleport alongside a group of iron golems directly to the enemy's rear, effectively surrounding them from both sides. Please select your enhancement for the Shulker. 1. Precision Guidance, Awaken Wind Power. Precision Guidance. The Shulker's range is increased, firing speed accelerated, and it locks onto targets until their demise before switching to the next target. Chapter 20. The Genesis Realm. The power of the wind is fixed, it seems. The attributes have been determined. All that remains is to select the mode of attack. I shall choose Precision Guidance. The number of shadow shells will more than compensate for the clones generated by fire coverage. Fire coverage. The range of shadow shells is increased, their firing rate accelerated. And they create a clone every 10 seconds during flight. Single explosion strike. Upon awakening the power of the wind, the range and rate of fire of shadow shells are enhanced, causing substantial area damage upon hitting a target. Enhancement successful. Creature, shadow shell. Characteristic 1, precision guidance. Characteristic 2, wind power. Wind power increases the duration of control over the target hit by shadow shells to 20 seconds, unleashing wind blades in all directions upon impact. Observing the characteristics of the shadow shells, Yang Tian felt pleased. Excellent. The responsibility of air defense will now be entrusted to you. With the enhancement of 3 types of troops complete, Yang Tian's next task was to continue constructing machines, awaiting the beast tied to furnish him with materials. As he departed, he dispatched a multitude of Endermen, activating the spatial transport to swiftly scour the surrounding area of all life forms. Meanwhile, as the Iron Golem army advanced forward, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly occurred. Endermen materialized before the Iron Golems, transformed from their prior state, now displaying arms of white instead of black. More Endermen continued to appear, gathering around the Iron Golems. As the Endermen placed their hands upon the 5 golems, a distortion of space ensued, and they vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously in a cave 10 kilometers away. 100 beastly creatures present became alert upon witnessing the sudden emergence of these 6 peculiar beings, promptly entering a state of battle readiness. The beasts rushed toward the Iron Golems, their jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth. The golems, propelled by 6-fold speed, sprinted outward. Wait for my brothers to arrive. See how I shall vanquish you, one golem proclaimed. Yet, before they could escape far, several spatial fluctuations erupted around them. The golems halted, knowing their comrades had arrived. As anticipated, over 20 Endermen, accompanied by 100 Iron Golems, appeared in the cave, overwhelming the beasts with sheer numbers. One golem dashed toward a beast, raising its arm to strike down. The others followed suit, while the Endermen did not remain idle. They teleported behind one of the beasts, manifesting their spatial power to utterly annihilate it. Yang Tian, meanwhile, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, his thoughts wholly consumed by the world around him. He aimed to upgrade every possible unit before the beast tide struck. Night fell. At this moment, Yang Tian's long-awaited level 4 castle has finally been successfully upgraded. Castle upgrade complete, current level 4. Please name the castle. Name? Is that necessary? Yang Tian pondered, finding it somewhat challenging to conceive a name for this world. The troops symbolized the world, and combined with the elemental aspect of blocks, his current state indeed resembled that of a creator deity. After considerable contemplation, Yang Tian addressed his assistant. The name shall be Genesis Square. Naming successful, Genesis Square. As soon as Yang Tian's words fell, the panel before him abruptly switched to the world channel. Congratulations to the first lord whose castle has surpassed level 4. Castle, Genesis Square. Congratulations to the first lord whose castle has surpassed level 4. Castle, Genesis Square. The world channel was instantly inundated with announcements. An update on a name even garnered a server-wide broadcast. Yang Tian was somewhat speechless, initially intending to remain behind the scenes to amass a substantial amount of resources. Unexpectedly, this update had propelled his information into the spotlight. Moreover, the panel revealed a brand new icon, inscribed with Lord Leaderboard. Lord Leaderboard. Ranking castle name territory area. 1. Genesis Square 189 square kilometers. 2 none. 3 none. What the heck? What the heck? I just upgraded my castle to level 2. And now I'm desperately having my troops chop wood and mine stone to survive the beast tide tomorrow. I didn't expect that a big shot would directly upgrade to level 4. Big shot, please grant protection. Territory area, 189 square kilometers. How powerful must these troops be so formidable? Not only are these troops strong, but they are also remarkably swift. Exactly. My troops can only gather resources within a few kilometers. I envy that. Noticing that everyone was captivated by the world announcement, Yang Tian naturally seized this splendid advertising opportunity. Genesis Square. High prices paid for castle stones and rare materials. Is this what it means to be a big shot? The name even displays. Unlike us who send messages without any names. Even amidst the flattery from others, still advertising? Is this the disparity in mindset between me and the big shots? Yang Tian chose not to dwell on their remarks and instead switched the panel to the private chat channel. Why has no one messaged me yet? Could it be that the rare materials have all been consumed by them? However, that doesn't seem right, aside from me. Who else would waste energy crystals to enhance their attributes? That would be utterly wasteful, wouldn't it? Other materials might be more understandable, as some blueprints and other items people might not wish to sell. Yet, Yang Tian couldn't fathom why anyone would idle away collecting energy crystals. Although I use energy crystals to bolster myself, enhancing my attributes simultaneously increases the efficiency of my clones, thereby indirectly augmenting the troops. If others are also consuming energy crystals, they must either wish to bolster themselves or, like Yang Tian, believe that enhancing their attributes would benefit their troops. Strengthening oneself proves futile. Which lord would willingly venture outside their fortress to meet their demise? Esteemed one, do you wish to acquire the castle stones? Genesis realm. Indeed, do you possess them? I will procure as many as you have. Young Tian is currently awaiting the upgrade of the castle stone to a level 5 fortress, determined to purchase it regardless of the resources required. Upon revisiting the previous chat logs, he realizes it was the lord who had sold him the energy crystals, a being of extraordinary fortune surpassing his own. So the one I purchased from earlier is indeed the esteemed figure from Genesis realm. I possess 3 castle stones, but I lack the resources to upgrade my level 3 fortress and wish to sell one to facilitate the upgrade. Genesis realm. Understood, one will suffice. What resources do you require? I am short by 56 units of wood, 35 units of stone, and 74 units of iron. Genesis realm. That is acceptable. Should you find anything valuable in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall offer a price that exceeds everyone else's. Yang Tian considers the extraordinary luck of the individual opposite him and thinks it prudent to maintain a trading relationship. She requires a plethora of common resources, while he is in need of rare materials. Chapter 21. The beast tide approaches. He. Very well, esteemed one. I shall inform you at once should my troops discover anything of value. By the way, esteemed one, do you have any use for energy crystals? I seem to have no need for them. My troops have found numerous energy crystals. Initially, I believed they would be useful later, but their effects proved negligible. Genesis realm. How many do you have? I desire them all. Yang Tian was about to conclude the private chat, send the resources to her, and commence the upgrade with the castle stone when he discovered she still had stockpiled goods. I have 17 energy crystals. Genesis realm. Let us transact directly. Genesis realm. How many beasts did you slay to obtain so many energy crystals? Genesis realm. I have slain thousands upon thousands of beasts, yet I have only yielded a few. Are energy crystals obtained solely by slaying beasts? There must be alternative methods to acquire them. Genesis realm. Besides slaying beasts, are there other means of acquisition? Picking up? How come I have not stumbled upon any? Meanwhile, having concluded her transaction with Yang Tian, Xiao Yinxue was preparing to utilize her resources to upgrade her level 3 fortress when she noticed a slime bouncing toward her from a distance. The creature subsequently expelled a blueprint and an energy crystal from its mouth before continuing its frolic outside. Observing this, Xiao Yinxue closed her panel and swiftly approached the departing slime, capturing it. You were warned. There will be a beast tide tomorrow, and you dare to venture outside? Remain within the protective shield. With that, Xiao Yinxue lifted the slime and proceeded back to the fortress. The slime, of course, resisted vehemently, glancing over to see another slime hastily fleeing toward the outside. You shall remain here as well. Xiao Yinxue dashed over and seized the escaping slime, captured and rendered powerless. The slime showed no inclination to resist, allowing Xiao Yinxue to carry it towards the castle. Upon entering the castle, Xiao Yinxue set them down and playfully struck their heads twice with her fists. Still trying to flee? Are you not afraid that the beast tide will trample you to death tomorrow? The slime immediately became agitated, babbling in confusion. Not afraid? Xiao Yinxue chuckled. Not afraid means you should slay the beasts, rather than allowing them to lose interest in trampling you. She vividly recalled the time she checked on the slime's condition and discovered it had been stepped on by an elephant beast. She had anticipated that the slime would perish beneath the beast's foot, but to her surprise, the elephant beast continued to stomp for hours without killing it. Ultimately, it was the elephant's fatigue that led it to depart. Xiao Yinxue had intended to see if the slime had sustained any injuries, only to find it bouncing away to scavenge for something. As of now, since the slime had not encountered death, its numbers had swelled to around 500. Meanwhile, Yang Tian, upon receiving the items from the transaction, promptly commenced the upgrade of the castle. His assistant began the enhancement process. Castle upgrade level 5 requires 800 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 800 units of iron, and 1 castle stone. Upgrading. Time remaining, 1 day, 11 hours, 59 minutes. He then utilized the energy stone. Energy stone used successfully. Mental power, 170. Current mental power, 480. The thought of his avatars multiplying by 17 filled Yang Tian with exhilaration, as the number of avatars directly influenced the efficiency of his machines. Outside, the watchtower had also reached its maximum upgrade level. Yang Tian instructed the witch to prepare ample supplies of various potions to stock the watchtower, readying himself for any potential scenarios. With all preparations complete, he immersed himself back into the world, resuming the construction of his machines. The following day, world announcement. 1 minute remains until the beast tide strikes. All lords are advised to prepare. World announcement. 1 minute remains until the beast tide strikes. All lords are advised to prepare. This area will rank the number of beasts slain. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Assistant, from where will the beast tide emerge? Spatial portals will randomly appear in various locations, allowing the beast tide to cross over. Alright, let me locate the spatial portals. I shall blockade the entrance and slay them, thus hastening the acquisition of loot. As the world channel began its countdown, the announcement echoed throughout. 5, 3, 1. With the countdown concluded, the entire world began to tremble. Anomalies manifested in the sky, rivers, and on the ground, culminating in the formation of a swirling vortex. From the ground-level spatial portal, a pair of beastly horns emerged, followed by the emergence of an 8-meter-tall bull demon. Above Yang Tian's castle, a spatial portal suddenly appeared in the sky. Gazing in that direction, one could see a multitude of birds soaring forth from the space portal. They exhibited remarkable speed. Some were diminutive yet swift, while others were grand and imposing. Even after thousands had emerged from the portal, the onslaught of monstrous beasts showed no sign of abating. Witnessing the portal encroach upon his territory, Yang Tian could scarcely tolerate the affront. He promptly issued commands for the sentry witches to exchange their life potions for strength potions. As Yang Tian's orders reverberated, all sentry towers within his domain, initially poised to restore health, found themselves taken aback by the sudden appearance of the portal directly above them. The shadow beasts prepared for aerial defense, while the evil souls, accompanied by snow golems, ascended into the sky. 2 commands swiftly followed, and the dispersed shadow beasts sprang into action. They elevated their exoskeletons and began to launch projectiles skyward. At this moment, the velocity of the shadow beast's projectiles had dramatically increased, no longer resembling the sluggish pace they exhibited in the original game. Yang Tian observed as an overwhelming barrage of projectiles, numbering in the millions, ascended into the air, targeting the space portal. The avian demons, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, were immediately besieged by this deluge of attacks and scattered in a desperate attempt to evade. Their speed, surpassing that of the projectiles, proved futile, for Yang Tian had opted for precision targeting. No matter how far they fled, he would remain on their trail. The villagers began to construct a pathway of blocks leading up to the portal for the iron golems. Yang Tian contemplated establishing a solid route before positioning the iron golems at the portal's threshold, allowing the evil souls, snow golems, and shadow beasts to unleash their firepower into the breach. Chapter 22, The Space Portal. Congratulations, you have slain a blood-eye bird. 1. Reward, 5 units of meat, 5 units of water. Congratulations, you have slain a dark-winged bird. 1. Reward, 5 units of meat, 5 units of water. Reward, 1 energy crystal. Reward, 1 basic blueprint. As the notifications of slain creatures continued to scroll, rare materials began to surface. The portal had scarcely opened before yielding such bounty. The drop rate was impressive. If I were to monopolize all the space portals, I could reap resources at will. With this thought, Yang Tian swiftly commanded the Endermen responsible for transportation to cease their current tasks and instead seek out additional space portals. Meanwhile, under the protective fire of the shadow beasts, the villagers successfully constructed a path leading to the front of the space portal. Observing this, the iron golems ascended promptly. Once they reached the upper level, they positioned themselves on either side of the portal, using their formidable bodies to obstruct access. Assistant, is it possible to directly cross the space portal and invade them? Yang Tian pondered. If they can traverse the portal to reach us, could I not do the same to infiltrate their realm? The space portal is unidirectional. As the protective barrier dissipated, the constraints of the spatial passage were utterly lifted. A greater multitude of monstrous beasts could now traverse the dimensional rift. Concurrently, one could also invade the myriad races through this very portal. Regrettably, direct assault was not an option. The iron golems obstructed the spatial passage to prevent the emerging beasts from scattering wildly. Otherwise, it would necessitate the diversion of firepower to subdue the fleeing entities. It was far more prudent to confine the released beasts within the spatial passage, allowing the stealthy shadow creatures to concentrate their onslaught. On the other side of the spatial passage, a multitude of beasts had already surged forth. From the tumultuous distance, an Enderman emerged. Upon ascertaining the location of the spatial rift, the Enderman swiftly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Yang Tian in an instant. How swiftly had one been located? Yang Tian immediately commanded the Enderman to teleport with the iron and snow golems towards the spatial passage. Wait, could the Ender Dragon not incite the Enderman into a frenzied state? That would surely hasten their pace. In a moment of realization, Yang Tian shifted his consciousness to a clone within the End Dimension. At this juncture, the Ender Dragon soared through the skies, having fused with the Imperial bloodline. Its form had undergone a transformation, expanding 100-fold compared to its former self. The Ender Dragon had successfully descended, standing atop the protective barrier. Its draconic body cloaked in deep, shadowy scales, silently manifesting upon the battlefield. With its wings unfurled, it obscured the entire castle. And the most chilling aspect was its eyes. Imbued with an infinite majesty, they exuded not the ferocity of a beast, but the regal authority of a sovereign. With a thunderous roar, an imperceptible pressure surged forth, expanding like a tangible force. The beasts that had just emerged from the spatial passage were instantly paralyzed by this fierce bellow. A wave of dread washed over the monsters, a terror rooted in their very lineage. Yet, the Endermen in the vicinity responded in stark contrast, as the essence of the Imperial bloodline swept over them. Every Enderman was rendered rigid, as if struck by an electric current. Their once hollow eyes, emanating a faint purple glow, abruptly extinguished, causing their bodies to tremble. Shortly thereafter, those dimmed eyes reignited, but no longer glowed purple. Instead, they burned a fierce crimson. The King's Zephyr was successfully activated, propelling the Endermen into a state of frenzy. In this heightened state, their speed surged dramatically. The usual rate of teleportation escalated further in the presence of the Ender Dragon. Now, the Enderman could escort 20 beings through the spatial passage. In a blink, an Enderman vanished from sight, reappearing with 20 iron golems behind a throng of beasts. Just as the iron golems prepared to advance and eliminate the monsters, the Enderman once again disappeared, reappearing directly before the beasts. With arms raised, it struck down upon the heads of the monsters, instantly subjecting them to a spatial onslaught, leaving only a pool of blood in their wake. In mere seconds, every beast on the battlefield had been eradicated by the Enderman. Iron Puppet. No, my friend, since you are so formidable, why not traverse alone and conquer? Why bring us along to witness your slaughter? Of course, Iron Puppet could not voice these thoughts. Thus, he merely wandered around, searching for any remaining beasts. His assistant glanced at the leaderboard to see how many beasts had been slain. Leaderboard Castle Name Kill Count. 1. Genesis Square 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2. Untitled 857. 3. Untitled 245. 4. Untitled 223. 20,000 slain. The pace is commendable. Yang Tian directed his attention to the others below. It appeared that some lord's troops were rather powerful, managing to kill several hundred beasts amidst such a vast tide. Yang Tian was quite curious about the identity of the second-ranked troop. Had he not been present, this second place would undoubtedly have eclipsed all others. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guang Linchuan, who was commanding angels to attack the beasts emerging from the spatial passage, witnessed a substantial number of beasts being vanquished under his angelic legion. He then checked the leaderboard to ascertain his ranking. Impossible. My angels have only slain fewer than 1,000. What manner of troop is this Genesis Square that, in such a brief span of time, has already dispatched 23,000? Guang Linchuan stared in astonishment at the leaderboard, where the kill count continued to rise. Goodness, it's now 25,000. Just how formidable is this troop? Have they breached the spatial passage and begun their massacre in the enemy's lair? Initially, Guang Linchuan believed that the opposing forces' ascension to a level 4 castle was merely a result of abundant resources. He had not anticipated that they possessed not only resources but also formidable troops. His confidence in his angels, which he had thought invincible, began to waver. He had not foreseen the existence of troops even mightier than his own. After a moment of silence, Guang Linchuan resolved to cease monitoring Genesis Square and focus on commanding his angels to slay beasts, content to secure second place. Competing for first was beyond his capabilities. He hastily closed the leaderboard. As he pondered, the kill count for Genesis Square continued to ascend, now reaching 28,000. Guang Linchuan worried that if he did not close the leaderboard soon, the opposing force would surpass 30,000. Damn it, they must be employing cheats. Slaying hundreds of beasts per second is impossible for ordinary troops. With no other recourse, Guang Linchuan could only console himself with this thought. Chapter 23. The drop rate is astoundingly high. While Yang Tian was engrossed in his slaughter, on the other side within the Qi-Tian alliance, Long Xiangyu observed that dozens of private messages had accumulated in his inbox, all inquiring about the solutions to their dilemmas. Amused by the influx of messages, he opened them all. I apologize, due to personal reasons, I am unable to continue as the leader of the Qi-Tian alliance. Hence, I am dissolving the alliance today. Long Xiangyu copied this message and sent it to every member of the Qi-Tian alliance. After dispatching the message, he chose not to further engage with them. Instead, he commenced directing his dragon kin to vanquish the monstrous beasts. The dragons, previously engaged in fierce combat against the beasts in the skies, suddenly halted. What could be the cause? Long Xiangyu gazed quizzically at his dragon, which had come to a complete standstill. There was no sign of responsiveness at all. Strangely, even the tiger demon that had just been savaged by the ice dragon did not choose to flee. Instead, it trembled, lying prostrate on the ground. Observing the state of the tiger demon, Long Xiangyu was reminded of the novels he had read prior to his transmigration. Could it be that, akin to the tales, there existed powerful creatures nearby, exuding a bloodline force that influenced them? However, how could this be possible? My troops are dragons, the apex of all beasts. How could they be subdued by mere bloodline pressure? At that moment, the ice dragon began to quiver as well. Could it be that a formidable creature had emerged from the spatial rift, or was there a lord nearby whose troops could exert such oppressive force? Long Xiangyu instantaneously contemplated two scenarios. Regardless of which it was, both were detrimental to his situation. If it were the former, he would be unable to slay the monstrous beasts during the beast tide until they retreated. As for the latter, it was what Long Xiangyu feared most. A lord capable of completely countering his forces was in proximity. It was conceivable that once the protective barrier dissipated, they would strike directly. After uttering this thought, Long Xiangyu glanced at the ice dragon, which remained motionless. It mattered little, if even it could not withstand the pressure of the bloodline. The other monstrous beasts would surely be unable to endure it as well. Staying outside would suffice. Brother, My situation is exactly the same. I was fine until I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. The voices expressing such sentiments undoubtedly belonged to the lords within 1,000 square kilometers of the Tian castle. The moment the Ender Dragon emerged, its immense bloodline power radiated outward, affecting all beast-type troops within its vicinity. Of course, these were merely the remarks of a few lords. But soon they were overshadowed by a deluge of messages. Holy crap, the leader of the Tian alliance has fled. It was promised that a solution would be presented today, yet they disbanded the alliance and ran. The Tian alliance is doomed. Doomed indeed. A bunch of foolish birds. All I can say is they are doomed. Upon learning of Long Xianyu's retreat, the others were equally perplexed. Previously, only a portion had ventured to sell resources privately. Now, those remaining were uncertain how to respond. Should they sell their resources at a loss to Yang Tian? Or wait for prices to rise later? Members of the Tian alliance chatted privately. What should we do? That scoundrel leader actually abandoned us and fled. Should we sell our resources or not? Perhaps we should sell. The progress of our troops against the monstrous beasts is rather slow. And I'm just short of a little more resources to upgrade. No, those resources were acquired at great expense. How can we discard them now? That would be tantamount to throwing money away. You still cling to your worthless resources? Once the protective barrier vanishes, the monstrous beasts will treat you like children. A considerable dispute erupted among the members of the Tian alliance within various group chats. Some opted to sell their resources outright for swift advancement, while others chose to hoard them, seeking immense profits. Naturally, Yang Tian remained oblivious to this scene, calmly observing the rapid emergence of loot. Such a high drop rate. After slaying over 70,000 beasts, he had already acquired 57 energy crystals and 78 blueprints. Yet, he pondered the absence of castle stones. Despite the immense number of beasts defeated, not a single castle stone had dropped. Assistant, is there an issue with the drop rate? Why have not even a single castle stone appeared? Detection complete. The drop rate is normal. Normal? What is the actual drop rate? 0.00002. Yang Tian scrutinized the probability provided by his assistant, then glanced at his loot. This drop rate seemed rather dismally low. Did you not mention that the drop rates would increase? Why is it still so meager? The previous drop rate was 0.00002. Remarkably, it had indeed risen by a point. What about the drop rates for the other items? The blueprint drop rate is 0.0001. The energy crystal drop rate is also 0.0001. This drop rate was somewhat acceptable. An extraordinary drop rate in his previous Life S games. Such items would have been eternally elusive. At least he had managed to secure some. Shifting his perspective to another locale, thousands of beasts emerged from a spatial portal onto a vast plain. Just as they prepared to scatter in search of prey, the space trembled in multiple locations. A group of Endermen, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson, stepped forth, followed closely by iron and snow automatons, alongside malevolent spirits. Upon reaching their destination, the spirits ascended into the air with the snow automatons in tow. From among the beasts emerged a lion, its massive frame towering over 100 meters. The sheer aura it emanated instantly enveloped the battlefield, surrounding the horde of beasts that had been oppressed by the Enderman's might. With the lioness presence providing protection, the previously cowering beasts rose once more. However, they dared not venture beyond the lion's protective sphere, fearful of being once again overpowered by the sudden surge of bloodline suppression. Thus, under the shield of the lion, the beasts hastily retreated to the outer limits of the area. Only a mere 3 kilometers must be traversed to completely liberate oneself from the oppressive lineage of the Ender Dragon. Chapter 24, The Fourth Order Lion King. At this moment, the distance from the Ender Dragon was at its greatest, thus the pressure was not at its most intense. It resembled a spatial passage barely large enough for the dragon's head. As a bird emerged from within, it was immediately paralyzed by the overwhelming force of the bloodline. Meanwhile, shielded by the Fourth Order beast, the Lion King, the other creatures successfully retreated. Upon their escape, the Lion King bore a rather grim expression. He had just faced the imperial bloodline of the Ender Dragon alone and had nearly succumbed to its suffocating might. Nevertheless, for the sake of his progeny's escape, it was a sacrifice worth making. Suddenly, a peculiar group of beings rushed towards them. Even more terrifyingly, they appeared unaffected by the oppressive force. The Lion King surmised that these creatures might be the minions radiating such dreadful pressure. Otherwise, he could not fathom how they could move so freely amidst such overwhelming force. However, the Lion King chose not to flee further. Instead, he instructed his descendants to prepare themselves. Now that we have escaped the pressure, do I still fear you? Mere insignificant pawns, let me demonstrate my might, he declared with disdain. Beasts that had ascended to the Fourth Order were now capable of articulate speech. Instantly, the air around the Lion King began to swirl. The other lions gazed at him in awe. This was their sovereign. They could sense the intense pressure emanating from him, albeit not as overwhelming as what they had previously experienced. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that their king was protecting them. The Lion King's aura surged toward the advancing iron automatons. As his presence swept past them, the iron constructs felt nothing, akin to a gentle breeze caressing their forms. One would wonder what could instill fear in a mass of iron, snow, and an enigmatic creature composed of unknown materials. The Lion King, witnessing this phenomenon, was taken aback. His overwhelming aura had failed to inflict even a hint of damage upon his adversaries, nor had it elicited any discernible emotion. What manner of race was this, to be so formidable? After a brief silence, the Lion King promptly commanded his pride, charge forth and tear them to shreds. With the Lion King's directive, the pride swiftly rallied and launched an assault against the iron automatons. The malevolent spirits in the air and the snow constructs began to gather their strength. Following this, a barrage of 100,000 projectiles was unleashed, aimed directly at the pride. Observing the unfolding chaos, the Lion King opened his mouth wide, accumulating a vast amount of energy before unleashing it into the sky. In an instant, the multitude of assaults was obliterated by the Lion King's sweeping counterattack. Upon witnessing the cessation of the onslaught, he redirected his energy toward the airborne malevolent spirits and continued to gather more power. Assistant, what level of beast is that lion? It appears significantly stronger than the average creature of its kind. Fourth order. Fourth order, you say? To overwhelm it solely through sheer numbers of iron automatons. I shudder to think how many would be required. Young Tian resolved to dispatch the Ender Dragon to vanquish the Lion King directly. After all, it was a fourth-tier beast, and the spoils would undoubtedly be worthwhile. As for whether the Ender Dragon could prevail, that was of no concern. Through the perspective of the Iron Puppet, Yang Tian had observed that the Lion King struggled to withstand the pressure emanating from the Ender Dragon. Confronting the Ender Dragon head-on would surely lead to the Lion King's swift demise. With this thought in mind, Yang Tian's will focused. The witch exchanged for a swiftness potion. The Iron Puppet withdrew to support other terrestrial battlefields, while the Soul Frost Puppet took to the shadows for aerial defense. The Ender Dragon was commanded to eliminate the fourth-tier beast, the Lion King. As the command concluded, the Ender Dragon, previously languidly resting with closed eyes atop the protective barrier, immediately opened its eyes upon receiving Yang Tian's order. With a majestic flourish, its enormous wings unfurled, beginning to beat in a gradual rhythm. Its colossal form ascended, lifting its feet from the protective barrier, and it soared toward the direction of the Lion King. During its flight, it passed numerous lordly castles, where many lords witnessed the Ender Dragon's departure and captured photographs to share on the World Channel. What level of beast is this, brothers? The oppressive aura is astonishing. Image. My troops behave as if they've encountered their father, utterly paralyzed. Could it be that my troops fear this creature? From the photograph, this beast appears to be at least 100 meters long. Where could this beast be headed? Is it the Great One from this beast tide? If we can slay this Great One, will the beast tide come to an end? At this moment, the Ender Dragon had undergone transformation through the royal bloodline, resulting in a form that bore little resemblance to its previous characteristics. Consequently, the onlookers failed to recognize it as the Ender Dragon from the game prior to their crossing. Lo and behold, the Great One is nearby. I had thought the surrounding beasts had mysteriously vanished and was contemplating sending my troops out to gather resources. As for the disappearance of the beasts, they had been instantaneously slain by the Ender Dragon, leaving no trace, as the remnants were directly eradicated by spatial manipulation. During the Ender Dragon's flight, the Lion King was already engaged in battle, having unleashed energy that had downed several soul and frost puppets. However, many had retreated to a safe distance. The iron puppets below also withdrew, awaiting the Ender Dragon's arrival rather than sacrificing themselves needlessly. Just as the Lion King intended to command the pride to pursue the fleeing iron puppets, it sensed the terrifying aura returning once more. This was bad. It was coming. The Lion King inhaled sharply, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the Ender Dragon, which only intensified as the distance closed. Before the Lion King could finish its thought, the Ender Dragon's oppressive aura descended, overwhelming them. Instantly, the pride was forced to the ground by this force. With great effort, the Lion King raised its head to gaze into the distance. Initially, it managed to lift its head forcefully, striving to discern the location of the Ender Dragon. As the Ender Dragon drew ever closer, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the Lion King's entire being. Its legs, unable to withstand the mounting strain, began to buckle. Its head was forcefully pressed down by the oppressive aura. The anguished cries of its offspring echoed around it, lacking the strength of a fourth-tier beast. They were powerless against the Ender Dragon's might. The Lion King felt a sense of despair, questioning its decision to traverse the spatial passage. Logically, such a formidable creature should not exist in this realm. The Lion King had invaded countless worlds, yet it had never encountered an entity capable of incapacitating it without even appearing before it. Chapter 25. The Spatial Stone in the Distance. A dark silhouette soared from the horizon. As it approached, its form grew increasingly colossal. The Lion King's head, weighed down by the pressure of its bloodline, could barely be lifted. It relied solely on the oppressive force to discern the creature's position. The intensity of the pressure signified that the dragon was nearing. As the Ender Dragon descended and observed a group of prostrate lions below, it paid them no mind. Spotting the Lion King also lying on the ground, it flew directly above. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon slowly landed. One foot pressed down upon the Lion King, while the other gripped the ground. The Ender Dragon surveyed its surroundings before addressing the Lion King below. Little Lion, my master mentioned a 4th-tier Lion King in this vicinity. Where has it gone? The thought of such potent bloodline power having a master piqued the Lion King's curiosity regarding the strength of this master, capable of subduing such a creature. Realizing escape was futile, the Lion King ceased its pretense and declared, I am the 4th-tier Lion King you seek. Upon uttering these words, a wave of relief washed over it. The Ender Dragon lifted its left foot, raising the Lion King for closer inspection. At that moment, the Lion King finally beheld the full visage of its visitor. A dragon. It was indeed a member of the dragon race. Oh, little lion, have you seen other dragons? The Ender Dragon inquired. Indeed, in our realm, dragons are the pinnacle of beast kind. How intriguing. Do share about your homeland. Tian, too, directed his attention toward the Lion King, eager to engage with a beast capable of human speech. The dragon race, born as the apex of beasts, possesses unparalleled gifts and strength. However, as the dragons grew increasingly powerful, the survival territories of other beasts were relentlessly encroached upon. Thus, I was left with no choice but to guide my kin through the spatial passage in search of a new haven. Tian contemplated the Lion King's words intently. Left with no choice. I had assumed the lord of this game facilitated their arrival here. By the way, assistant, could the dragons it speaks of be the stronger and more numerous beasts you mentioned? The dragon race is merely one of the slightly stronger factions, the assistant replied. The truly formidable races dwell in the depths of space. One of? Slightly stronger? In the vastness of deep space, how could I engage in battle? Shouldn't we traverse the spatial gateways to challenge the myriad races? Each spatial gateway corresponds to 2 realms, and there are only tens of thousands of such gateways throughout the universe. One might choose to refrain from assaulting these gateways initially, opting instead for a defensive stance. While dispatching troops into the starry expanse, it is advisable to capture all realms corresponding to the spatial gateways first. Upon hearing the assistant's counsel, Tian decided to heed the advice. After all, the current creatures were all of the 1st tier, save for the Ender Dragon, which possessed extraordinary abilities. Relying on the sheer number of Endermen, their strength could be amassed. The foremost consideration for this horde was not how to vanquish the races above in the cosmos, but rather how to ascend into the skies. Does the territory within the spatial gateway count as part of one's domain? Regardless of whether it be in the vast cosmos or the realms corresponding to the spatial gateways, all are deemed conquered territory. Once the impending beast tide was quelled, he would have the Ender Dragon personally lead a sweep through the surrounding areas, followed by significant upgrades to commence the invasion of myriad races. From the Lion King's revelations, he learned that 4th-tier beasts were merely playthings of the Dragon Clan. The assistant further informed him that the Dragon Clan was only a slightly stronger race, not even ranking among the formidable races in the cosmos. Tian felt the arduous path ahead, yet he was fortunate to possess an advantage. In 3 days, he would be ready to invade the myriad races. Tian continued to instruct the Ender Dragon to inquire of the Lion King about the strength of the Dragon Clan in their world. After a prolonged pause, the Lion King responded, very powerful. The Dragon Clan is born with the strength of a 4th-tier beast. Upon reaching maturity, even those with the least talent possess 7th-tier strength, while those of greater prowess may reach 8th or 9th tiers, or even the legendary 10th tier. Are there other formidable races apart from the Dragon Clan? None. Our world is left with only the Dragon Clan and some ordinary beast races. All other races that stood alongside the Dragon Clan have been exterminated. After discerning the situation, the Ender Dragon exerted a slight pressure with its left hand, causing the Lion King's entire body to be compressed. Subsequently, a black flame ignited, enveloping the Lion King entirely. Congratulations, you have slain the Lion King, Tier 4. Rewards, 100 units of meat, 100 units of water. Rewards, Castle Stone X1, Energy Crystal X5, Space Stone X1. At last, he acquired the Castle Stone. High-tier beasts indeed yielded superior rewards. What is the Space Stone? Asked the assistant. Space Stone randomly selects a planet in the universe and establishes a spatial gateway with it. Upon hearing the assistant's explanation, Tian quickly grasped the implication. This meant that spatial gateways could be constructed independently, allowing for invasions of other realms through these gateways. However, the notion of randomness stirred some concern within him. What if he randomly selected a world teeming with 20th-tier beasts? You would meet your demise. The odds are low that a user would encounter entities exceeding their current highest tier of troops by more than 5 levels. Upon hearing this, Tian felt reassured about the Space Stone. Currently, his highest tier was that of the villagers at 2nd tier. Isn't the highest level capped at 5? So wouldn't reaching the peak mean attaining the 7th level? Tian pondered aloud, curious about the Ender Dragon's ability to confront a 7th level beast. Do you believe you can defeat a 7th level beast? He inquired of the Ender Dragon. It shouldn't pose a problem. In dire circumstances, I can absorb all Endermen into my being, significantly enhancing my power. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian recalled another of the Ender Dragon's unique traits, the ability to absorb Endermen to elevate its limits. Currently, the Ender Dragon could suppress a 4th-level beast merely with its aura, and it should possess the means to contend with a 7th-level beast. However, the question of when to utilize the spatial stone lingered. Using it now would yield rapid development of a world, yet the limit would remain at the 7th level. Conversely, if saved for later, it could potentially connect to a 10th level world once the highest level reached 5. Similarly, a 10th level would correspond to a 15th level world, where the drop rates would undoubtedly be maximized. Ultimately, it seemed prudent to prioritize early development. A robust start would fortify Yang Tian's strength when invading other worlds in the future. Chapter 26, Stone Man Assistant. What is the current extent of our territory? Yang Tian contemplated. Despite the Ender Dragon's confidence in defeating a 7th level beast, its true strength remained an enigma. If it were to falter, the enemy could easily breach their defenses. Current territory area, 296 square kilometers. Next acquisition, 300 square kilometers. Due to the spatial passage, Yang Tian had dispatched all his iron puppets to combat the beasts emerging from it, resulting in a stagnation of territorial expansion. The Enderman iron puppets were instructed to withdraw a portion and continue their advance outward. Upon receiving Yang Tian's command, those previously engaged in exterminating beasts were swiftly redeployed to the borders. With the intention of utilizing the spatial stone, Yang Tian aimed to not only enhance the Ender Dragon but also elevate it to a higher tier. While the effect might be negligible, as the Ender Dragon's strength primarily derived from the number of Endermen, he hoped to gain new traits or strengthen its lineage, which would be beneficial. Please select the location for the spatial passage. Yang Tian handed the spatial stone to the Ender Dragon, instructing it to fly a distance away to avoid being trapped should it fail against the enemy. The Ender Dragon soared to a location several hundred kilometers from Yang Tian's castle. This spot will do, Yang Tian communicated to his assistant. Placement successful. Selecting world. Constructing spatial passage. Selection successful. Maximum strength, 7th level beast. It seemed promising. The disparity was likely significant. Just as Yang Tian planned to send an Enderman to gather information, the iron puppets swiftly expanded their territory. At that moment, the territorial area exceeded 300 square kilometers. He arrived directly at an expanse of 312 square kilometers. The territorial range had been achieved, with the next target set at 600 square kilometers. A reward was granted for a single enhancement of the units. The world was strengthened, and the enhancement was deemed successful. The unit, World 3, was enhanced, specifically the Ender Dragon, with only 2 enhancements remaining. Yang Tian contemplated that the Phantoms likely did not require immediate upgrades, and the Shell Curse, meant for aerial defense, also did not need to be enhanced swiftly. The Villagers, yielding minimal effect in the early stages, did not necessitate elevation either. Thus, only the Iron Golem, Snow Golem, and Enderman remained as the 3 primary forces for offense. Enhancements for these units were essential. It was evident that relying solely on the Ender Dragon for combat was insufficient. Other units were necessary for exterminating lesser foes. First, he chose to enhance the Ender Dragon, leaving the other 2 until the Enderman entered the world, at which point he would evaluate which 2 units would yield better results upon enhancement. Please select an enhancement for the Ender Dragon. Options appeared before him. 1. Acquire the Void Law. 2. Gain a new trait, Night Raid in the Sky. 3. Obtain a Dragon Bone. Observing the options presented, Yang Tian inquired, "Why are there no hints for these 3 choices?" The assistant responded, "Void Law, the Law of the Void. Night Raid in the Sky. Upon activation, darkness envelopes the area, delivering a powerful mental shock to hostile creatures. Dragon Bone, the Bone of a Dragon." Yang Tian found himself somewhat speechless upon receiving the assistant's explanations. Dragon bones have surfaced. He mused, "I shall opt for the Void Law." As Yang Tian confirmed his choice, the Ender Dragon underwent a transformation. A unique substance enveloped the originally pitch-black scales, completely encasing them. Yang Tian shifted his focus away from the Ender Dragon's transformation and redirected it towards the Enderman. At that moment, the Enderman stood before the spatial portal. Yang Tian promptly commanded them to proceed inside. Once the Enderman crossed the threshold of the spatial portal, a wave of disorientation washed over them, and they emerged before Yang Tian in a vast expanse of grassland. "Teleport and explore," he ordered. Following this command, the Endermen utilized their spatial abilities and soon found themselves at the edge of a different desert. After several consecutive uses of their spatial powers, the Endermen seemingly encountered no life forms. Persisting, they ventured further, employing their abilities to traverse the distance. Strange, having traveled this far, why have I not encountered anything? Yang Tian pondered. Is the assistant mistaken? Are we truly in a world inhabited by 7th-tier monsters? How is it possible that not a single creature is visible? Although the Endermen had not been in this world for long, they had executed over a dozen spatial transports without encountering any beings, which felt decidedly abnormal. "The world is normal. 7th-tier beasts are being detected," the assistant confirmed. 7th-tier beasts, normal. Beast system, normal. After verifying that all systems appeared to be functioning properly, Tian felt a twinge of confusion. He continued to guide the Endermen to utilize their spatial teleportation in a singular direction once more. As the Endermen harnessed their spatial power again, they materialized in a new location. Standing upon the stone, gazing at the distant world, it remains as flat as ever. Just as I was preparing to utilize spatial teleportation to depart, a sudden tremor shook beneath my feet. Before me, the Enderman, previously standing still, abruptly rose, taking on a humanoid form. What manner of creature is this? A stone golem? Through the perspective of the Enderman, I witnessed the unfolding scene. After the stone figure stood, it moved its body slightly, fixing its gaze upon the Enderman. Whether out of curiosity or another impulse, the stone entity began to approach the location of the Enderman. Upon reaching it, the stone figure lowered its head to regard the Enderman. The Enderman did not flinch, for after all, it was the first living being encountered in this realm, and it seemed prudent to observe. The stone figure remained silent, raising its formidable stone arms before bringing them down towards the Enderman. Once again, the Enderman vanished from its sight, this time reappearing 10 meters away. Observing the Enderman's disappearance, the stone figure refrained from attacking again, instead turning to retreat. Why does it leave? Could it possess some semblance of intelligence? Realizing it could not strike the Enderman, the Enderman approached to provoke it, curious about its intellect. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than the Enderman reappeared within a mere 2 meters of the stone figure. The stone entity swiftly lifted its arms to strike at the Enderman, yet the Enderman evaded the blow once more. The stone figure, witnessing the Enderman's vanishing act, turned to where the Enderman had appeared. Once again, it did not pursue. It seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence, though perhaps not much. However, one cannot expect high intellect from a being of stone. Chapter 27, The Stone Gold of Heaven and Earth. Following its lead, I commanded the other Enderman to continue entering the spatial portal. This Enderman would follow the stone creature, while the exploration of the world would naturally fall to the other Enderman. The Enderman trailed the sprinting stone entity until they arrived at a gathering place. Is this the lair of the stone creature? Through the Enderman's perspective, I surveyed the surroundings and discovered a multitude of monstrous beings composed of rock congregating together. The stone figure jogged up to another stone being, leaning in to whisper something inaudible before gesturing towards the Enderman's direction. Could this stone creature be their leader? No sooner had I uttered the thought than the leader approached the Enderman, babbling in its own tongue. Naturally, I could not comprehend their language, so I inquired if my assistant could provide a translation. What are they saying? Is this the deity sent by the heavens to rescue our stone tribe? Indeed. Just moments ago, the young stone remarked that this esteemed individual possesses the divine ability of teleportation. The magma golems have already incurred the wrath of the heavens. The heavens have dispatched a deity to punish the magma golems. Deity? Magma golems? The assistant, under the influence of its command, inquired about the situation of the Enderman. Suddenly, the Endermen opened their mouths and began to articulate a language that Tian could not comprehend. It was evident that the assistant was exerting control over them. Oh, truly a divine being. Great deity, 100,000 years ago, the world was once a realm of tranquility. However, 90,000 years prior, some stone people unexpectedly plunged into a volcano, resulting in the demise of many. Yet, certain stone people emerged unscathed from the depths. Their forms underwent a transformation, turning into molten beings. Subsequently, they seized more stone people and cast them into the volcano. Numerous kin perished, but some were transformed into molten stone people. After their metamorphosis, they lost their original essence. They began to turn against their former kin. We implore the great deity to save our stone people clan. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a flicker of curiosity. This intrigue was not sparked by the experiences recounted by the stone people, but rather by his fascination with how they had gained sentience and the ability to speak. The assistant then replied, I can assist you, but you must divulge how you came into existence and how you acquired the ability to communicate. With this, the Endermen resumed their incomprehensible chatter. We emerged beside a stone of gold, and from the moment of our formation, we began to absorb the energy emanating from the stone daily, gradually cultivating our intellect. These were the initial stones that lingered near the gold. However, the gold has since been seized by the molten stone people. What kind of gold possesses such properties? Do you know, assistant? Heaven and earth gold, formed through the purification and condensation of the world's essence. Placing this gold beside stones can summon the essence of the heavens and earth to nourish oneself, while the essence that leaks out is absorbed by the stones, ultimately birthing intelligence. It sounded like something valuable that had been taken. Tian sought to ascertain the current location of the gold. The gold is stored in the east, within the volcano of the molten stone people. Tian assessed the ranks of the stone people before him. They were all merely first-tier beings, with not a single second tier among them. Thus, he dismissed them, recognizing that these first-tier beings could offer him little more than a morsel of flesh and water. Wait, could the stone people even yield flesh and water? Having discerned that this world was dominated by molten stone people, he decided to enhance the snow puppets and iron puppets. The iron puppet would engage in close combat with the molten stone people, while the snow puppet remained behind to extinguish their flames. Please select an enhancement for the snow puppet. 1. Enhance the power of ice and snow, significantly increasing coldness, firing rate, and range. 2. Acquire a new ability. Capable of close combat and ranged attacks, greatly enhancing coldness, firing rate, and range. 3. Gain the characteristic of a snowy landscape, substantially boosting coldness, firing rate, and range. Note: the more snow puppets gathered in the vicinity, the greater the amplification of coldness, and the stronger the ice and snow powers of the snow puppets. All options were appealing. The first would enhance the individual prowess of the snow puppet. The second would promote comprehensive development, while the third was ideal for group confrontations. Without the slightest hesitation, Tian naturally chose the option to engage in group battles. After all, his snow puppets operated in numbers, often hundreds or even thousands at a time. Who would dare play a solitary combat game with them? A direct barrage of firepower would surely prove uncomfortable. Selection successful. Snow puppet acquires new trait, ice and snow domain. Strengthen iron puppet, please choose. 1. Gain the power of the 5 elements. Note: the power of the 5 elements can be utilized. 2. Nightlight flame gold upgrades to light and dark gold. 3. All attributes increase 5-fold. Choose 1. Selection successful. Iron puppet successfully acquires the power of the 5 elements. Upon hearing the assistance prompt, Tian immediately switched to the perspective of an iron puppet. He observed that the exterior of the iron puppet had not undergone any visible changes. Let us experiment with the power of the 5 elements, Tian commanded. In an instant, the iron puppet's arm became enveloped in a ring of earth, its entire form shrouded in a rich brown hue. Then, with a powerful punch, it struck the ground, creating a substantial crater. The iron puppet did not cease. Its arms, still encased in earth, were raised high. The ground before it erupted with an array of earth spikes. The color of the iron puppet shifted once more, this time transforming into a deep blue. With both hands raised, it summoned a multitude of water droplets from the air. The iron puppet then gestured, sending hundreds of water droplets hurtling towards the surrounding trees, instantly toppling them all. In a flash, the iron puppet's form changed again, adopting a verdant green akin to that of trees. Subsequently, from the earlier earth spikes, a cascade of vines burst forth, scattering fragments of stone across the ground. The transformation to gold was notably simpler. The iron puppet's arms grew sharper. Approaching the vines and earth, it swiftly brought its hand down, cleaving the vines and soil effortlessly in two. Finally, the element of fire emerged. The temperature around the iron puppet began to rise dramatically, fiery red veins manifesting upon its body, enveloped in flames, as if it were a demon from the depths of hell. The iron puppet glanced at its arm and unleashed a powerful punch. The gust of its strike mingled with flames, crashing into a massive boulder, igniting a wave of fire that surged against the stone. Surrounding temperatures soared, and the boulder shattered explosively. After observing the iron puppet wield the power of the 5 elements, Tian felt immense satisfaction. Chapter 28, Primary Energy Block. Tian was just about to issue commands for an offensive through the spatial passage when he was abruptly interrupted by a flood of private messages. Do you collect energy crystals, esteemed one? Do you acquire blueprints, esteemed one? Do you collect large quantities of energy crystals, esteemed one? Dozens of private messages appeared on Tian's panel. What on earth? Why are so many people here? Tian had not checked the world channel for some time and was unaware that the Tian alliance had disbanded. Thus, while engaging in trade with them, he opened the world channel to uncover the reason. As soon as he accessed the world channel, he was met with a barrage of Tian alliance members berating their leader. Upon seeing these members, Tian finally comprehended the situation. The individual who visited last time must have been the leader of the Tian alliance. Indeed, he had chosen to flee at the earliest opportunity. Through their transactions, Tian acquired 87 crystal stones and 12 blueprints. Simultaneously, he learned from them that some members of the Tian alliance were still hoarding energy crystal stones and had no intention of selling them at present. After utilizing all the energy crystals, his mental strength had reached 1350, and the number of his avatars had increased to 135. Just as Tian was about to close the private chat after completing all trades, another private message arrived. It was from Xiao Lianxue, with whom he intended to maintain a long-term trading relationship. Big shot, do you need this? Image. Upon seeing Xiao Lianxue's message, Tian opened the image to discern the item. He beheld Xiao Lianxue holding a purple crystal stone in her right hand, its surface emanating a mystical purple glow. Beginner energy block. Can provide energy for use. Recommended for purchase, beneficial for the villager's future development. Meanwhile, in the castle, Xiao Lianxue examined the energy block, puzzled. Upon grasping it, she understood its function. It could supply energy to other items. However, as her only unit was a slime, she had no need for its energy. Thus, she resorted to a private chat with Tian to inquire if he desired it. During Xiao Lianxue's messaging, a slime behind her suddenly opened its narrow eyes. Noticing Xiao Lianxue turning her back, it nudged the nearby slime forcefully. The latter instantly awakened, gazing at it in confusion. The first slime gestured for it to look towards Xiao Lianxue. Consequently, it leaped forward. The other slime, witnessing this, followed suit. Before long, the two slimes darted beyond the protective barrier, continuing their quest for resources outside. As they emerged, they were swiftly targeted by a tiger demon. The tiger demon opened its jaws wide and lunged at one of the slimes. Both slimes made no attempt to evade, bracing themselves for the tiger's strike. As the tiger approached, its massive teeth clamped down onto the slime. Realizing the impending danger, the slime reacted, its body shimmering with a radiant light. A white glow enveloped it, a sight that young Tian would undoubtedly recognize, for it mirrored the glow emitted by energy crystal stones. The sound of the tiger's teeth clashing against the slime resonated loudly, causing the tiger to feel a slight looseness in its teeth. Confounded, the tiger demon stared at the two slimes, bewildered by how such soft creatures could be so resilient. The other unaffected slime, seemingly irate, also illuminated with a white glow and charged directly at the tiger. Faced with this, the tiger demon, unable to contend with both, reluctantly retreated into the distance. Tiger demon, you may not defeat me, but can you escape? Upon witnessing the tiger demon's flight, the slime chose not to pursue further, but instead navigated swiftly through the surroundings. The slime had previously asserted its burgeoning strength in later stages, which was indeed attributable to the extensive developmental period required in the early phases. It possessed the ability to analyze the structure of energy crystals, subsequently bestowing an equivalent hardness upon itself. However, the analysis process proved rather protracted, necessitating dozens of energy crystals and several days for a single analysis. Consequently, the slime's initial power was rather feeble, albeit its survival skills were formidable, thus allowing ample time for growth. Remarkably, the slime managed to complete its analysis of the energy crystals just prior to the impending beast tide. Creation realm, possible. Creation realm. This is my first encounter with such an object. Could you elaborate on its origin? Creation realm. Xiao Lianxue, of course, spoke no falsehood. Indeed, the slime had no recollection of where it had discovered this item, leading her to categorize it as something found. Creation realm. Quite fortunate. After concluding the transaction with her, Yang Tian grasped the energy block in his hands. What benefits could the development of the villagers confer? Choose according to your direction. The villagers will opt to advance their technology in the future. Ah, that is the implication. However, the villagers' intelligence currently stood at a mere 20, and elevating it to a level capable of independent research would undoubtedly take an extensive duration. Presently, Yang Tian's various creatures had not yet attained significant levels. Initially, he intended to enhance each villager with every reinforcement choice, but circumstances compelled him to direct these enhancements toward other creatures instead. Alright, let the iron puppets and snow puppets traverse the spatial passage. The entire assembly of iron puppets crossed through the spatial portal and emerged into the open. The Endermen had long awaited their arrival. As the Endermen approached, they promptly whisked away 5 snow puppets, vanishing from sight. The other creatures followed suit. The iron puppets gazed toward the direction of the volcano, where thick plumes of smoke billowed forth. Just as they were about to advance, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. Hide! Yang Tian commanded urgently. As the words left his lips, the Enderman hastily gathered all the snow puppets and vanished in an instant, leaving behind a multitude of iron puppets. Observing the situation, the iron puppets collectively harnessed the power of the 5 elements to alter their states. The blue iron puppet leapt into the adjacent river, while the brown iron puppet burrowed into the ground. The green iron puppet dashed to a nearby tree, merging its entire form into the bark. Given that fire and metal were not particularly conducive to concealment, none of the iron puppets opted to utilize the powers of metal and fire. In a heartbeat, the once thundering army transformed into an empty void. Chapter 29, The 5-Element Iron Puppets. As the iron puppets completed their concealment, the distant footsteps grew increasingly pronounced. Each step reverberated, causing stones on the ground to leap into the air. As the sounds approached, Yang Tian peered through the perspective of the iron puppet nestled among the trees, discovering a group of stone beings. However, these were markedly different from the stone beings previously encountered. Their surfaces were not composed entirely of stone as before. Their surfaces were adorned with crimson veins, resembling molten lava coursing within. Their forms were significantly larger than the previous stone giants. This must be the group of lava stone giants spoken of by the others. 5 of them had arrived in this vicinity. One lava stone giant approached a grand tree and slowly settled beside it, leaning its entire body against the trunk. The iron puppet then remarked, "My master has instructed that the consumption of stone gold is rapid. We must hasten to capture the first batch of stone giants that have absorbed the essence of stone gold." Another lava stone giant interjected. The stone giants seem to have vanished. In such a vast world, how long will it take us to find them? If we fail to fulfill our master's command, your essence will be extracted into the stone gold body. Do not blame me then. Well, where shall we search for the stone giants? Questioned the lead lava stone giant. The others had already ventured out in search. Should we remain here? In truth, I have already discerned the location of the stone giants. But there were too many people earlier, and I feared exposure. We shall head straight to their lair and seize them all at once. Truly, brother, you have discovered their whereabouts. exclaimed the lava stone giant, astonished that the one who typically commanded them could uncover the location of the stone giants. Upon saying this, the lava stone giant attempted to rise, only to find itself firmly ensnared by the tree. Flames ignited around it, causing the tree to begin to crumble under the blaze. The iron puppet's form was then revealed, no longer cloaked in green skin, but transformed into a vibrant red hue. Curiously, the lava stone giant gazed at the iron puppet. "What manner of creature are you? Are you one of us, a lava stone giant?" The lead lava stone giant inquired, unable to suppress its curiosity. Realizing the truth, the lava stone giants quickly recognized the iron puppet as an enemy. They raised their arms defensively. With a single punch, the lava stone giant did not suffer any tangible harm. Tian, however, was not surprised. The ability to speak was already indicative of a beast of the 4th tier or higher. Moreover, the iron puppet had merely utilized fire elemental power, without even activating the enhancement of the radiant flame gold. "Interesting, your fire abilities are commendable, but alas, you are not of the lava stone giant lineage." With that, the surrounding four quickly encircled the iron puppet. Tian had no intention of summoning all the iron puppets. He intended to test whether this iron puppet, employing the power of the 5 elements alongside the radiant flame gold, could contend with a 4th tier lava stone giant. 5 against 1 is quite the disadvantageous scenario, chuckled the lava stone giant behind him. The iron puppet paid them no heed, instead channeling the radiant flame gold within itself. In an instant, a dual layer of aura enveloped its fiery red skin, granting a 6-fold enhancement to all attributes. The flames surrounding the iron puppet surged dramatically. One of the lava stone giants, unable to contain its eagerness, charged towards the iron puppet. With a surge of power, the right fist was drawn back and then unleashed with tremendous force, sending ripples of heat through the surrounding air. The iron automaton did not evade. It too gathered strength for a mighty strike, colliding directly with the lava golem. At the instant their fists met, a fierce gust of heat erupted, toppling the trees in the vicinity. Observing this, the lava golem began to gather a substantial amount of flames in its hands, directing them towards the iron automaton. Their intent was to capture the automaton, not engage in a duel. As the assault approached, the iron automaton swiftly switched to earth elemental power and burrowed into the ground. Retreating. Upon emerging from the earth, it transitioned to water element, raising its left hand gently. Instantly, a multitude of water droplets coalesced into a circle. As the flames pierced through the center of the droplets, they accelerated rapidly towards the fire. The droplets traversed the flames, crashing into the ground and creating depressions the size of the droplets themselves. Under the onslaught of the water, the flames swiftly began to extinguish. The 5 lava golems in the distance gasped in astonishment. Realizing the urgency of the situation, they decided to unleash their full power and move towards the iron automaton. The leader of the lava golems propelled itself forcefully towards the automaton. Just as it was about to reach the automaton, a chill swept through the air. Reacting instinctively, it evaded effortlessly and glanced at the source of the attack, only to find a multitude of creatures had appeared nearby, all staring in their direction. The 5 golems were momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming numbers. Sensing danger, they turned to flee, scattering in different directions. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a whirlpool emerged from the water, and simultaneously, hundreds of iron automatons sprang forth, their bodies enveloped in water. An iron automaton struck a lava golem, delivering a tremendous force that propelled the golem downwards. The flames enveloping the golem were significantly diminished by the automaton's blow. As the golem plunged into the water, its flames were completely extinguished. Meanwhile, the 4 remaining lava golems, intent on escape, were startled by the iron automatons emerging from the trees and earth. They quickly chose to cease their resistance. Faced with the overwhelming number of automatons, the 4 reconsidered their ability to fight back. Having just engaged with a single automaton, they understood its strength. If only 15 automatons were present, they might have dared to battle. Chapter 30, 2007 Stage. "Spare me, I will reveal everything," the leader of the lava golems exclaimed. It looked around, unsure who among the vast army was in charge. An Enderman materialized before it and addressed it. "Speak of the conditions within the volcano, identify the strongest among you, and provide the count of each stage of lava golems." I will speak, I will speak," the leader responded eagerly. The number of ordinary lava stone golems below the 4th tier exceeds 100,000, while those of the 4th tier number around 70,000. 5th tier golems are approximately 120,000, 6th tier around 60,000, and the 7th tier remains uncertain, though it is unlikely to be fewer than 2,000. 2007th tier? Tian suddenly recalled a crucial detail he had previously overlooked. The assistant merely stated that the highest tier was 7, without mentioning the quantity of 7th tier golems. Given that there is only a single ender dragon, what if it were to be besieged by the 7th tier golems and succumb? Tian remained perplexed by the fact that the number of golems above the 5th tier exceeds that of the 4th tier. Logically, one would expect that higher tiers would correspond to a decrease in quantity. Why are there more of the 5th tier and above than of the 4th? Is it due to the use of stone gold? My lord, are you aware? Indeed. It is the use of stone gold that forcibly elevates the 4th tier to the 5th. After inquiring about this fundamental information, Yang Tian proceeded to eliminate all 5 lava stone golems. Congratulations, you have slain a lava stone golem, 4th tier. Rewards: 2 energy crystals, 30 units of stone. Congratulations, you have slain a lava stone golem, 4th tier. Rewards: 2 energy crystals, 30 units of stone. What a dismal drop rate. 5 4th tier stone creatures yield rewards inferior to those of a single lion. Initially, Yang Tian intended to advance after obtaining the information, allowing the Ender Dragon to distract the 7th tier lava stone golem. However, he had forgotten a key piece of information. The strongest does not necessarily imply that there is only one. Never mind. It is merely a matter of waiting a few hours. After all, conquering this world will expand the territorial range. With a few more rounds of unit enhancement, one Ender Dragon could easily devastate them all. Observing the flocks of birds occasionally plummeting from the sky, Yang Tian began to check the quantity of energy crystals he had amassed. Assistant, please tally the items dropped, excluding the ordinary ones. As of now, 1251 energy crystals, 578 basic blueprints, 45 intermediate blueprints for basic energy blocks. Still no castle stones? Never mind. Assistant, deduct the materials for the next level of upgrade. Castle level 6 upgrade requires 1800 units of wood, 1800 units of stone, 1800 units of iron, 1 castle stone. Upgrading. Time required: 2 days. Remaining time for level 5 castle upgrade: 231245. Remaining time for level 6 castle upgrade: 2 days. Let's take a look at the enemy kill leaderboard. Ranking: castle name, kill count: 1. Genesis realm, 735367. 2. Untitled, 3869. 3. Untitled, 1245. 4. Untitled, 1098. Having slain over 700,000 beasts. The rewards are disappointingly scant, a rather touching drop rate. Nonetheless, the second rank is commendable. After a day of the beast tide, the count has nearly reached 4,000. Gazing at this wave of the kill leaderboard, Yang Tian realized yet another opportunity to advertise. He promptly opened the world channel. Genesis realm, first on the beast tide kill leaderboard, offering high prices for energy crystals, energy blocks, castle stones, and any resources other than ordinary ones. Upon opening the leaderboard, I was astonished to discover that a single individual in the realm of creation had amassed a kill count surpassing the combined total of all other contenders. A staggering 70,000 enemies vanquished by one person. Could this be divine prowess? A plea for guidance on the methods of slaying was made. The entity known as Creation then offered assistance, indicating a willingness to disclose the locations of spatial passages, alongside a promise to aid in the cleansing of beasts at no charge. A chuckle escaped my lips as I pondered the possibility of the protective barrier dissipating, leading to the dismantling of the castle. Upon hearing Yang Tian's remark, the others hesitated to reveal the whereabouts of any spatial passages. Clearly, if they required Yang Tian's intervention, it signified an inability to withstand the onslaught of beasts, with no recourse but to remain within the castle. The knowledge of spatial passages would surely be limited to those in proximity. Should the castle be discovered, survival would be uncertain. After engaging in private conversations and conducting several transactions with a few individuals, Yang Tian made his way into the castle. The castle had now advanced to level 4, and indeed, with each elevation, its opulence became increasingly apparent. Upon entering his chamber, Yang Tian noted that dusk had already settled. Today had yielded an impressive bounty, particularly with energy crystals reaching an alarming magnitude. His assistant had utilized all the energy crystals. Spiritual power increased by 12,610. Current spiritual power, 13,960. This was promising, as the number of clones had exceeded 1,000, and he was on the verge of completing the construction of all the electromechanical devices that evening. Additionally, he could commence mass production of some older machines. With an increased number of clones, the efficiency of those designated for routine tasks would significantly enhance. As Yang Tian's consciousness began to drift into slumber, all of his clones across the world were engaged in construction alongside a substantial number of villagers. The villagers had evolved immensely since their arrival, with their population surpassing 100 million. This was a testament to the overwhelming reproductive capacity of the villagers. The passage of time played a significant role. Despite only 3 days having elapsed in the external world, within this realm, hundreds of days had transpired. Yang Tian had managed to control the villagers' numbers, allowing them to breach the 100 million mark. Had he not taken measures, he was confident that the population could have reached unfathomable figures in just a few hundred days, as he continued to build machinery and more. Once the villagers' intelligence reached levels of 70 to 80, their numbers would likely begin to ascend further. Meanwhile, the iron golems stood guard at various spatial passages, vanquishing foes. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the beasts emerging from the spatial passages were deterred by fear or some other factor, as their numbers had dwindled compared to the initial surge. This was understandable, through the words of the Lion King. Yang Tian discerned that their emergence was not enforced by the game, but rather stemmed from other motivations prompting them to traverse the spatial passages. If, like the Lion King, they had initially sought refuge in a new world, but were met with obstruction and slaughter, only a fool would continue to press forward into danger. Indeed, the beasts that had yet to achieve the fourth tier of evolution seemed to lack the intellect to retreat from peril. Chapter 31. The Sorrow of Pure Snow. The following day, Yang Tian's true self awakened. After a night of diligent efforts from thousands of avatars, the entire world's electrical system had been meticulously established. The construction of the monster-slaying towers, along with the pigmen towers, was complete, and the subsequent development appeared far simpler, merely requiring the continued stacking of machines. By now, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Yang Tian accessed the leaderboard for the beast tide to ascertain how many creatures he had vanquished overnight. Rank, castle name, kill count, 1, Genesis Realm 3, 135, 367. 2. Untitled 8, 869. 3. Untitled 6, 245. 4. Untitled 5, 098. Indeed, he had slain 3 million beasts. Once the beast tide concluded at 10 o'clock, he would claim his rewards. He pondered what the first place prize might entail. How far had the assistant's reach extended? After a night of advancement, with 2 worlds being pushed forward, they must have conquered over 1,000 square kilometers by now. Current territory range, 345 square kilometers. Next territory range, 4,000 square kilometers. Available enhancements, 3 times, 600, 1, 200, 2,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Tian utilized all 3 enhancements. At this critical juncture of early development, it was unnecessary to hoard such resources. Upgrade successful. World 7. Enhancement Biological Selection 9. Regarding his selection of creatures, Yang Tian had already devised a plan. He would enhance the Iron Golem and Snow Golem twice, and the Ender Dragon, followed by a single enhancement of the Villager, Enderman, and Wraith. After careful consideration, the Iron Golem emerged as the most formidable creature aside from the Ender Dragon, boasting the highest level of 5. Creature, Iron Golem, 5. Trait 1, Nightlight Flame Gold Effect. Trait 2, Power of the 5 Elements. Trait 3, Elemental Fusion. Creature, Snow Golem, 4. Trait 1, In a Snowy Environment. The more snow golems present, the stronger the ice power. Trait 2, Snow Crystal, located at the center of the snow golem, continuously replenishes the consumed ice power. Trait 3, Ice Explosion Technique. Creature, Ender Dragon, 4. Trait 1, the greater the number of Endermen, the stronger the Ender Dragon. Trait 2, Dragon Emperor Domain. Trait 3, King Zeph's Blessing. Trait 4, the return of 10,000 shadows. Trait 5, Laws of the Void. Trait 6, Laws of Darkness. Trait 7, Laws of Space. Upon witnessing the enhanced creatures, Yang Tian turned his attention to the Ender Dragon. The dragon's impressive 7 traits, especially the 3 laws, instilled a sense of overwhelming power. Yang Tian was confident that the Ender Dragon possessed the capability to annihilate even a level 7 opponent, despite its current display as a level 4 creature. However, the strength of the Ender Dragon cannot be judged solely by this rating. With so many laws at its disposal, coupled with the augmentation from its royal bloodline, vanquishing a group of 7th-tier magma golems is but a trivial task. At the time, the recently enhanced Ender Dragon was able to subdue a 4th-tier Lion King effortlessly, as if it were a mere child. Now that it has reached the 4th tier, it can undoubtedly send 7th-tier beings reeling in disarray. As for the Villager and the Enderman Wraith, they were both enhanced once. The Villager remains unchanged, retaining an intellect of 10, while the Enderman has augmented its mastery of spatial abilities. The Wraith, on the other hand, has fortified its demonic power. After completing these enhancements, nearly an hour has elapsed. The time now reads 9:59. Suddenly, a world announcement resonates. Congratulations to the second lord, whose castle level has surpassed level 4. Castle, Su Shui Lu Lian. Congratulations to the second lord, whose castle level has surpassed level 4. Castle, Su Shui Lu Lian. Upon witnessing the unexpected announcement of someone breaking through to a level 4 castle, Yang Tian initially thought the beast tide had concluded and was beginning its reckoning. Realizing someone had ascended to a level 4 castle, he promptly opened the beast tide leaderboard to discern who this Su Shui Lu Lian might be. Yet, after scouring the list, he found no record of Su Shui Lu Lian's kill count. It struck him as peculiar that such rapid advancement implied formidable troops. Yet there was no trace of them on the leaderboard. This indeed left Yang Tian somewhat perplexed. Thus, he opened the world channel, curious if the individual would exhibit the same bravado as himself. If so, he would surely see her. Wow! Has a big shot finally emerged after the Genesis realm has surpassed level 4? However, it's strange. Why has this big shot not appeared on the beast tide kill leaderboard? Is it possible to conceal one's ranking? Big shot, please take me along. As the world channel erupted with messages, he still found no response from the other party. It appeared she was not one to seek the limelight. Just as Yang Tian was about to close the world channel, another world announcement echoed. Notice, the beast tide has concluded, and the spatial portal will be closing. Attention! In 2 days, the protective barrier will dissipate, and the spatial portal will reopen. All lords are urged to develop swiftly. Commencing the distribution of beast tide rewards. Ranking, castle name, kill count. 1. Genesis realm. 3. 235, 356. 2. Untitled. 8. 869. 3. Untitled. 6. 245, 4. Untitled. 5. 098. Rewards have been distributed. With the final message of the world announcement, a grand gift pack materialized before Yang Tian. It displayed the rewards for ranking first in the beast tide. He swiftly opened the pack, revealing several items before him. 800 units of wood, 800 units of stone, 800 units of iron, intermediate energy block X1, energy crystals X50, spatial stone X1. As Yang Tian regarded these rewards, they could hardly be described as lavish. Apart from the spatial stone, which held some utility, the others were nearly negligible in value. The villagers currently lacked the understanding even of the most rudimentary energy blocks, let alone the intermediate ones. Nevertheless, this is a mere trifle for Yang Tian. Bestowing these resources upon any other lord would undoubtedly constitute a monumental boon. The mere ordinary resources amounting to 800 are beyond the imagination of other lords. After accepting the rewards, Yang Tian shifted his focus to the iron puppet. At this moment, the iron puppet had already ventured several thousand square kilometers beyond the castle. Naturally, it encountered some castles belonging to other lords. However, Yang Tian chose to avoid these castles, clearing the surrounding area before the iron puppet continued its advance into the distance. He had no time to concern himself with them, as a beast tide had driven them into their protective shields. It remains uncertain how many lords would survive 2 days hence. However, the top 3 on the leaderboard likely have a substantial chance of survival. Yang Tian observed their kill counts, which were quite impressive. Now that they had received rewards, their upgrades would progress more swiftly. It would not be long before the third lord with a level 4 castle would arrive. Chapter 32, Fragments of the Fire System Law. Stone Realm. Yang Tian redirected his gaze to this location. The iron puppets had undergone an upgrade, making them better equipped to confront the lava stone giants. Previously, the disparity between the 3rd tier and 4th tier was somewhat pronounced. However, with the 5th tier iron puppets now facing the 6th tier lava stone giants, they were more than capable of engaging them. In the current perspective, the iron puppets had traversed several hundred kilometers within the world. Across the plains, the vividly colored iron puppets marched swiftly, occasionally radiating a yellow glow. Yang Tian immediately recognized this as the effect of the night glow flame gold. In the distance, a multitude of lava stone giants remained stationary, seemingly awaiting something. Due to the rapid advance of the iron puppets, the lava stone giants became aware of their movement. Without hesitation, they began to mobilize towards the path of the iron puppets. Currently, there were approximately 100,000 lava stone giants, the majority of which were 4th tier. The higher tier lava stone giants, upon hearing that they were merely facing a group of creatures no higher than 3rd tier, naturally had no interest in joining the fray. In contrast, the iron puppets numbered 7 million 5th tier iron puppets, along with 1 million 4th tier snow puppets, and 1 million 2nd tier endermen. Could a mere 100,000 contend against 9 million? This promised to be intriguing. Yang Tian felt that there was no need for the iron puppets to take action. The snow puppets could easily gather and unleash an ice age, obliterating all the lava stone giants in an instant. With this thought in mind, Yang Tian promptly withdrew the iron puppets from the front lines, leaving only 1 million snow puppets behind. Use Ice Age, Yang Tian commanded the snow puppets. As his words fell, the snow puppets began to release their chilling aura into the surroundings. The cold emanating from each snow puppet intertwined with that of the others, coalescing into a vast network in the sky, formed entirely of ice. 1 million snow puppets collectively gazed upward. A vast expanse of icy mist began to emanate before him, swiftly encasing the surrounding grasslands in a frozen tableau. The temperature across the plains plummeted precipitously, while the magma veins of the lava golems visibly withered. The leading 6th tier lava golem, upon witnessing the dire situation, bellowed to all the lava golems behind it, commanding a retreat. Its initial intention was merely to observe, leveraging its 6th tier prowess to command them in playful antics. Boom! A colossal snowball, measuring a kilometer in diameter, began to coalesce in the sky, hurtling towards the assembly of lava golems. In an instant, the snow puppet activated its newly acquired ability, Ice Explosion. What had previously settled peacefully upon the ground now exhibited a remarkable phenomenon as a radiant white light enveloped the snowball. Bang! The entire snowball erupted instantaneously, reducing hundreds of thousands of lava golems to mere dust, their cries silenced before they could escape. Congratulations on slaying Lava Golem 4. Congratulations on slaying Lava Golem V. Congratulations on slaying Lava Golem 6. Total rewards obtained: 5,660 energy crystals, 36 lava cores, 1 fragment of basic fire law. Tian observed the incessant stream of reward notifications and promptly closed the window. Once the alerts subsided, he instructed his assistant to summarize the spoils. Pondering over the lava cores and the fragment of basic fire law, he inquired, what purpose do the lava cores serve, and what about the law fragment? Lava core, a condensed essence of volcanic energy, capable of bestowing lava attributes to fire-based units. If one already possesses fire abilities, it will enhance those abilities. Fragment of basic fire law. Collecting 1,000 fragments enables a creature with fire abilities to ascend to law power. Upon hearing this, Tian was momentarily perplexed. It seemed that apart from the Ender Dragon, which directly acquired the law, other creatures gained abilities during enhancement. For instance, the Enderman exhibited spatial power. The Iron Puppet showcased the power of the 5 elements, and the Snow Puppet embodied the power of ice and snow. The Ender Dragon, however, directly inherited the Void Law, amalgamating all manner of formidable traits. Different limits apply. The Ender Dragon, possessing the Imperial bloodline, has an exceptionally high limit, capable of bearing law power. Other creatures, if they forcibly choose law power, will face catastrophic consequences. Thus, if I were to collect 1,000 fire law fragments, could I elevate the fire abilities of all Iron Puppets to the level of fire law? He queried. Indeed, came the reply. A sudden realization struck Tian. With so many creatures, each would require an awakening of their abilities, followed by the necessity to find corresponding law fragments to elevate their powers to the realm of law. The sheer number of law fragments needed was staggering. Just for the Iron Puppets, 5 were required, though it remained uncertain if light and dark would necessitate inclusion. He contemplated the Iron Puppet's radiant flame gold, pondering whether light and dark laws might one day be integrated within himself. Nevertheless, this was a silver lining, signifying that enhancement was not the sole avenue for growth. Each additional option opened new pathways. Meanwhile, in the depths of the volcano, a 6th-tier lava golem hurriedly approached the surface of the magma pool. In a hushed tone, he addressed the empty expanse before him. My lord, trouble is upon us. A monstrous creature threatens to invade this realm. Yet, his words were met with a profound silence from the magma pool. Moments later, a swirling vortex emerged, and from its depths, a colossal lava golem, towering over 50 meters, arose. What did you say? The voice of the lava chieftain resonated deeply. My lord, a peculiar group of beings has appeared outside, and they have already slain many of our kin. Peculiar beings? What makes them so special? They are not composed of stone. Some appear to be formed from minerals, while others seem to be mere clumps of snow. Notably, those formed from snow have taken the lives of many of our brethren. They can conjure ice before them, and numerous members of our tribe have fallen to their icy assaults. The lava chieftain furrowed his brow in confusion. Why was I not informed of this matter? It was reported to the other leaders, but they dismissed it, believing those creatures to be merely 3rd tier, and thus sent only a swarm of 4th and 5th tier warriors to confront them. A pack of fools. How could mere 3rd tier beings harm our 4th and 5th tier warriors? And their sudden emergence, could it be? The lava chieftain pondered the critical point. They had appeared out of nowhere. It must be a spatial portal. They are invading our world through it. Chapter 33, The Great War. The lava chieftain instantly recognized this possibility, for he had once experienced an invasion via a spatial portal himself, having been a chieftain at that time. A unique monster had suddenly materialized in their world, launching relentless assaults on the surroundings. He quickly organized a legion of lava golems to counterattack. Before long, all those who had arrived through the spatial portal were vanquished. He also located the portal's position and began his own offensive against the opposing world. The strength of that realm was not formidable. The highest tier among them was merely 2nd tier. Thus, the lava golems easily seized control of that world. However, tranquility was short-lived, as yet another spatial portal manifested in the skies. Having experienced this once before, he believed an opportunity had arisen anew. Little did he know, the portal connected to an immensely powerful world. They had no means of resistance. When one utilized spatial stones to invade another world, failure to succeed in the invasion could lead to their own world being invaded instead. The authority of the spatial stones would transfer to the opposing realm, granting them the freedom to decide whether to open a portal. The lava chieftain mused, considering that the invaders were merely a group of 3rd-tier beings. Surely, they could not replicate the catastrophic outcome of the previous world, where only a few creatures had decimated all the lava golems. Had he not severed the spatial portal swiftly, he would have felt the enemy closing in. Then, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the chieftain's eyes, and the magma veins surrounding him erupted into a brilliant glow. Summon all clan members of the 4th rank and above. This time, we shall launch a counteroffensive and seize the resources of that world. The magma pool churned violently as dozens of 6th-rank lava golems erupted from the molten depths, kneeling on one knee to receive orders. Deeper within, the 7th-rank lava elders slowly ascended, their bodies adorned with crimson golden patterns, signifying the vast chasm between them and the 6th-rank golems. Clan leader, those ice creatures can freeze magma. They must be dealt with first, a 6th-rank lava golem cautioned. Not to worry, the lava clan leader bellowed with laughter, a blazing crimson crystal forming instantaneously in his palm. As time passed, The iron puppet army neared the volcano's mouth. Meanwhile, a substantial gathering of lava golems amassed nearby, numbering over 300,000. Tian scanned the crowd and discerned several thousand towering figures among them, significantly taller than the average lava golem. These must be the 7th-rank golems, he surmised. Just as he intended to issue the attack command, he was interrupted by a thunderous voice. Boy, thank you for revealing your location. Once we annihilate you, we shall invade your world and plunder its resources. Tian merely chuckled, peering through the iron puppet's perspective at the densely packed lava army. The golems surged like a tide near the volcano, the 6th-rank elites ensnared by magma chains, while the 7th-rank elders hovered in the air. Suddenly, the crimson crystal in the lava clan leader's hand erupted in a blinding radiance. A torrent of magma, 1,000 meters wide, gushed forth from the volcano, transforming into a rain of fire that blanketed the iron puppet legion. As the crimson light enveloped the battlefield, 300,000 lava golems let out a collective roar, their surface magma patterns boiling fervently. The molten flow from the volcano coalesced into thousands of colossal flame swords in midair, which the 6th-rank golems leaped to grasp. The snow puppets in this icy realm. The million snow puppets raised their arms simultaneously, their core snow crystals emitting a dazzling blue light. Centered around the legion, the ground within a 10-kilometer radius instantaneously froze into a mirror-like surface, countless ice spikes erupting from the earth, piercing through the foremost lava golems. The 7th-rank lava elders were horrified to discover that the flame swords, imbued with stone gold, began frosting 3 kilometers away from the snow puppets. With this onslaught of icy bombardment, the lava golems ahead were entirely annihilated. Yet, the icy assault did not cease. The cold began to encroach upon the flowing magma. In an instant, the two forces collided. The lava golems from the rear showed no signs of halting, continuing their advance towards the iron puppets. Meanwhile, the lava clan leader focused intently on the stone gold in his grasp. Damn it, the stone gold is being suppressed. Just as he prepared to withdraw the stone gold, a furious roar reverberated throughout the battlefield. He looked up to find an enormous creature had appeared behind the snow puppets, its size surpassing his comprehension. Is this the leader of their kind? It certainly looks formidable. Although the lava stone golem is composed of rock and is impervious to the imperial bloodline exuded by the Ender Dragon, the mere sight of the dragon's imposing stature and the aura it radiates instilled a sense of trepidation in the lava chieftain. He addressed the surrounding lava stone golems, and upon hearing his words, the 7th-tier elders promptly retreated to his side. It was then that they noticed the Ender Dragon, which had appeared unbeknownst to them. The chieftain pondered, what manner of creature is this? It exudes an undeniable strength. Many of the lava elders turned to gaze upon the dragon, which stood behind the snow golem, its wings rhythmically beating. While they deliberated, the Ender Dragon would not grant them the luxury of contemplation. It began to accumulate its dragon breath. In a fleeting moment, the energy coalesced, launching itself towards the gathering of 7th-tier lava stone golems. This dragon breath was not akin to that found in games. Rather, it was infused with the void and dark laws acquired by the Ender Dragon, embodying the essence of two formidable laws. The lava chieftain, sensing the imminent threat as the dragon breath surged forth, shouted at the surrounding lava stone golems. Although he could not perceive the dragon's bloodline pressure, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the dragon breath. He understood that should they be struck by this attack, they would surely perish before even the 4th-tier lava stone golem. Instantly, numerous lava elders reacted, scrambling to evade the oncoming assault. Yet, several hundred remained rooted in place, unable to escape the range of the dragon breath's fury. As the dragon breath struck the ground, the void and dark laws surged outward. Those lava elders touched by the dark law found their magma veins transitioning from crimson to obsidian, their bodies becoming ethereal before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, offering no resistance. The surviving lava stone golems stood in shock as they witnessed this horrific scene. Their kin, unable to escape, had perished without uttering a single cry. What sort of monstrous being is this? The lava chieftain's voice trembled. That single breath had obliterated hundreds of their 7th-tier elders. What hope had they? If more dragon breaths were unleashed, all lava stone golems present would meet their demise. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the Ender Dragon opened its maw wide. With a thunderous roar, a barrage of dragon breaths descended like relentless rain. The lava chieftain, nearly losing his wits in fear, leapt into the magma pool. The other elders, disregarding their dignity, scattered in all directions. Run! Flee! The entire volcanic caldera descended into chaos. Those 6th-tier lava stone golems fared even worse, disintegrating into ash upon the slightest contact with the dragon breath. Meanwhile, Tian watched from the castle, greatly amused. Such bravado just moments ago, and they thought a 10th tier had arrived. He hastily commanded the Ender Dragon, do not merely focus on unleashing your breath. Ensure that one with the red stone does not escape. Upon hearing this, the Ender Dragon swiftly locked onto the lava chieftain, who was burrowing into the lava. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared above the lava pool. Attempting to flee. The dragon's claws plunged into the molten depths. extracting the lava chieftain with ease. "Spare me, my lord, I beseech you." The chieftain, terrified, dropped the stone gold he held. "I shall offer you the stone gold. Please grant me my life." Yang Tian commanded the Ender Dragon to address him. "Speak. How did you come to know of the spatial passage?" Prior to the confrontation, this lava stone man had proclaimed his intent to invade the world where Yang Tian resided, indicating that he had undoubtedly encountered the spatial passage before. The lava chieftain could do naught but recount the entire affair in detail. "Oh, what is the strength of the forces in the world you seek to invade?" he inquired. "Very formidable. Several unknown creatures emerged and instantly annihilated our 7th-tier elders. I was not present in that realm at the time, hence I survived. Thus, I resorted to using the spatial stone to sever the connection between our worlds, preventing them from discovering this place." At this juncture, Yang Tian realized that the opposing forces might be quite formidable. The mere presence of those creatures could obliterate them entirely. They must at least be on par with the Ender Dragon. Currently, there was only one Ender Dragon, and it might be prudent to seek out a powerful creature to supplement its might. Yang Tian had already devised a choice in his mind, a creature that was both powerful and capable of mass-producing electrical machines. "Bring forth the spatial stone and the stone gold," he commanded. Trembling, the lava chieftain presented the spatial stone and stone gold to the Ender Dragon. Upon receiving them, the Ender Dragon grinned broadly. With a swift, forceful grip, it crushed the lava chieftain into mere fragments. "Congratulations, you have slain the lava chieftain, tier 7. Rewards: 50 energy crystals, 10 lava cores, 1 fragment of the basic fire law." The remaining lava stone men, witnessing the instantaneous demise of their leader, fell into utter despair, begging for mercy on their knees. Yang Tian scoffed, "Eliminate them all, leave not a single one." The iron puppet army surged forward to reap the harvest. The snow puppets provided relentless support from the rear, transforming the volcanic landscape into a realm of ice and fire. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. In this campaign, a total of lava stone men slain: 10,000 tier 4, 60,000 tier 5, 20,000 tier 6, and 2,356 tier 7. Total rewards received: 140,000 energy crystals, 862 lava cores, 158 fragments of the basic fire law. Yang Tian gazed at his bountiful spoils with glee. "I've struck it rich." He hurried to secure the fragments of the fire law, knowing that gathering 1,000 would allow the iron puppet's fire capabilities to evolve into a law. First, he examined the stone gold. Special item discovered: celestial stone gold. Effect: can imbue ordinary stones with sentience, bestowing them with lava capabilities. What a splendid treasure! Yang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once the villagers were able to conduct research, he hoped they could create stone gold suitable for the iron puppets. The iron puppets pressed on, with the snow puppets following closely, determined to conquer this shattered stone realm. Upon issuing the command, the iron puppet army dispersed with a resounding crash. Like a swarm of locusts sweeping across the land, the snow golem trailed behind languidly, leaving a path of frozen blocks in its wake. Observing the snow golem's sluggish pace, Yang Tian hastily instructed the Enderman to carry the snow golem forward. Recalling that the beast tide had rewarded him with a piece of spatial stone, he retrieved it and handed it to the Ender Dragon, urging it to return to the previous location to open a gateway to this world. Just as the Ender Dragon was about to take flight, Yang Tian suddenly pondered and inquired of his assistant, "Can the spatial portal only be opened in this world? What if I were to activate it in the stone realm?" The response came, "That is permissible." "Excellent," Yang Tian replied. "Let us search for a suitable location in the stone realm, and from there, all spatial portals shall be opened." He contemplated the potential for unforeseen events. Reminiscent of the lava tribe leader's words, it was likely that the opposite side had not anticipated their world would be invaded and subsequently faced a counter-invasion. Naturally, Yang Tian sought to mitigate such risks. Once a spatial portal was activated, it could not be closed unilaterally unless one side successfully invaded. With a successful invasion of the stone realm, the authority now rested in Yang Tian's hands. Should he encounter formidable opposition, he could sever the connections between the stone realm and this world, thereby preventing the enemy from pursuing him back to his homeland. Perhaps he would venture into that world once the Wither enhancement was complete. Indeed, Yang Tian thought of the Wither, an embodiment of absolute power and a potential army of war machines. The spatial stone from that world had now passed into his possession, enabling him to close spatial portals at his discretion. The opposing side had swiftly defeated the lava stone golem, but had failed to obtain the spatial stone, thus transferring the portal authority to Yang Tian. As he entered the world, he found a villager standing motionless, gazing blankly at the sky, while snowflakes danced in the air. "What are you doing standing here in a daze?" Yang Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed by the villager's odd behavior. Upon hearing Yang Tian's voice, the villager quickly approached him. "Leader, I have a question that perplexes me." "Oh, you have questions? Pray, share what has left you standing in the snow in contemplation." The villager turned, extending his right hand to catch the falling snowflakes. Gazing at the delicate crystals in his palm, he curiously asked, "Why does it snow from the sky?" Chapter 35, the ocean realm. Yang Tian was momentarily taken aback by the villager's inquiry. With an intelligence level of merely 30, he was surprised to hear such a question. Yang Tian knelt down and scooped up a handful of snow. Snow is merely water transformed. When the temperature drops, it falls as snow. The villager nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. But why does water turn into snow? Yang Tian scratched his head. This is a matter for you to explore when your intelligence improves. He then patted the villager on the shoulder and made his way toward the gathering of villagers. The more he reflected on the situation, the more intrigued he became. It was a promising sign that the villagers were beginning to think critically and pose questions. It seemed the effects of an intelligence boost to 10 were more profound than he had anticipated. Upon reaching the group of villagers, Yang Tian called out loudly, "Now, proceed to the Withering Skeleton Farm and utilize all the skulls to summon the Wither. Following a night of development, all the electric machines have been constructed. You may take whatever materials you desire." After issuing instructions to the villagers, Yang Tian shifted his perspective to that of the Ender Dragon. The dragon, clutching the space stone, soared over a desolate expanse. Through its eyes, Yang Tian surveyed the surroundings. This location is sufficiently distant from the spatial passage, affording him ample time to react should any adversaries approach. "This shall suffice," he remarked to his assistant. "Utilize the space stone." Space stone activation successful. Selecting world. Selection complete. World name, Ocean Realm. Maximum beast level, 8th tier. The space stone, suspended in midair, suddenly trembled violently. A blinding blue light erupted from its fissures, and in the next moment, it exploded into a myriad of luminescent particles. These motes spun rapidly, coalescing into a swirling vortex with a diameter of 100 meters. 8th tier? Yang Tian frowned, perplexed as he recalled that the iron puppet was only 5th tier. Shouldn't the maximum level reach 10th tier? He did not dwell on this for long, as the spatial passage had now opened. He entered immediately to investigate, summoning the Enderman. He was about to instruct it to venture inside for reconnaissance when he suddenly remembered that this world was called the Ocean Realm. What if the entire planet consisted solely of water? He halted the Enderman and instead sent in the snow puppet to assess the situation. Before long, the Enderman returned, cradling several snow puppets before the entrance of the spatial passage. The snow puppets began to glide gracefully toward the interior. Yang Tian shifted his gaze to the snow puppet. Once the puppet fully entered the spatial passage, Yang Tian, through its perspective, beheld an endless ocean beneath. As the snow puppet descended rapidly, he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is a water world." Upon landing on the surface of the sea, the snow puppet's feet caused the water to instantly freeze, forming a circular ice platform with a diameter of several meters. Yang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as the snow puppet continued to freeze, establishing a foothold. Raising its hands, an icy aura surged forth, and the ice expanded at a visible rate. Just then, the sea began to roil violently, and a massive shadow surged from beneath the waves. With a thunderous splash, a colossal sea serpent, exceeding 100 meters in length, erupted from the water, its gaping maw aimed directly at the snow puppet. Reacting swiftly, the snow puppet launched an ice spear toward the serpent's eye. The projectile struck true, and the serpent recoiled in agony, thrashing violently and creating towering waves. Yang Tian quickly commanded, "All snow puppets, enter the fray and establish a solid foothold." No sooner had he given the order than hundreds of snow puppets were transported above the sea by the Enderman, plummeting into the water like dumplings. The sound of freezing ice echoed continuously, and in the blink of an eye, an ice expanse the size of a football field was formed. Enraged by this, the sea serpent lashed out with its powerful tail, striking the icy surface with a resounding crash. The recently frozen ice surface was shattered, resembling a spiderweb of cracks, causing several snow puppets to nearly tumble into the sea. Dare to retaliate? With the iron puppets entering the fray, a command was given to unleash a relentless assault. Hundreds of iron puppets descended from the sky, swiftly transitioning into aquatic mode upon landing, their arms transforming into sharp water blades as they surged towards the sea serpent. Sensing imminent danger, the sea serpent attempted to dive into the depths. "Humph, trying to escape?" Yang Tian sneered, commanding the snow puppets to collectively freeze the ocean's surface. Over 100 snow puppets exerted their power simultaneously, unleashing an icy aura that rapidly encased a 1,000-meter radius of the sea in solid ice. The sea serpent collided headfirst into the ice, injuring itself in the process. The iron puppets surged forward, their water blades relentlessly striking the serpent's body, swiftly reducing the 5th-tier sea serpent to mere sashimi. Congratulations on slaying a 4th-tier sea monster. Rewards: 20 energy crystals, 1 deep sea scale. Yang Tian gazed at the 5th-tier sea serpent, now nothing more than fish fillets, and mused, the drop rate is truly dismal. He turned to the snow puppets and commanded, "Continue freezing. Encase this entire sea area." The snow puppets immediately dispersed, pressing their hands against the ice surface. The chilling aura spread wildly, the ice cracking and expanding, swiftly creating an expanse of several kilometers. Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction, anticipating the enhancement of the guardians and ancient protectors by the next day. ready to cast them into the sea to see who would prove more adept. Never mind, I shall sleep for now. There is little left to do. After battling through 2 worlds today, I am indeed weary. The snow puppets would gradually freeze the ocean on that side, with the Enderman keeping watch, preventing any disturbances. Should any issues arise, the Enderman could simply retreat with the snow puppets. By tomorrow, once the Guardians were enhanced, they would be thrown into the sea. A professional showdown to see how those sea monsters would fare. Young Tian turned over and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, the iron puppets in the stone realm and the outer realm were making rapid advances. By the morrow, he anticipated gaining a troop enhancement across 3 territorial areas. At that moment in the ocean realm, the snow puppets were diligently freezing the surface when suddenly, a loud bang resonated from beneath the ice, followed by another thud. Tiny cracks began to appear on the ice. The Enderman immediately became alert, retreating with several snow puppets in tow. Suddenly, the ice exploded, and a massive shadow surged forth from the depths. Before the shadow could fully emerge, the Ender Dragon, sensing the threat posed to the Enderman, abruptly opened its eyes in the stone realm and soared into the ocean realm. Upon arrival, the Ender Dragon quickly spotted the shadow lurking beneath the sea. In an instant, its royal bloodline manifested. If it had no effect on a pile of broken stones, how could it fail against you sea monsters? Just as the sea monsters breached the surface, oblivious to the unfolding situation, the Ender Dragon's majestic pressure descended upon them. The 7th-tier sea monster immediately succumbed, collapsing onto the ice like a limp noodle, while its minions fared even worse, floating belly up in the water. Chapter 36. The Dual Laws of Divine and Demonic Bloodlines. The following day, Yang Tian awoke from his slumber and promptly inquired about the number of enhancement options available. Current territorial range, 20,000 square kilometers. The next territorial expanse measures 100,000 square kilometers. It is available for enhancement 3 times, 4,000, 8,000, and 16,000. The entities known as the Withering, the Guardian, and the Ancient Guardian have all undergone 3 enhancements. Congratulations. The world has been successfully augmented. The realm has ascended to the 10th tier. The reward bestowed is 9 selections for biological enhancement. The selections have been made, favoring the Withering, the Guardian, and the Ancient Guardian. After careful deliberation, these 3 entities have evolved into Tier 3 beings, each acquiring their respective abilities. Entity, the Withering, Tier 3. Trait 1, Ancient Demon Bloodline. Note, each of the 2 heads corresponds to a deity and a demon. Trait 2, Law of Life. Trait 3, Law of Destruction. Entity, the Guardian, Tier 3. Trait 1, Deep Sea Resonance. Note, the laser attacks emitted by the Guardian can trigger a resonance in the seawater, generating waves. Each strike on a target initiates a chain explosion within a radius of 50 meters. When submerged in water, its shell automatically absorbs water elements to form a flowing armor. Trait 2, Tidal Domain. Within this domain, all allied aquatic beings gain the effect of rapid flow. Rapid flow, movement speed increased by 50, and attacks inflict additional water-based piercing damage. During the duration of the domain, the Guardian summons a high-pressure water blade every 10 seconds to sweep across the battlefield. Entity, Ancient Guardian, Tier 3. Trait 1, Abyssal Gaze. Note, the laser emitted from its singular eye inflicts a corrosive effect. Corrosion gradually erodes the target. Enemies struck will briefly reveal their location. Trait 2, Majesty of the Sea Emperor. Note, all enemy aquatic units within a radius of 1 kilometer are subjected to a profound fear of the deep sea. Deep sea fear reduces mental fortitude. Observing the descriptions of these 3 entities, one cannot help but note their grandeur. Indeed, the Withering boasts 2 formidable laws, life and destruction, alongside an ancient demon bloodline. Witnessing the enhancements of these entities, Yang Tian felt compelled to test their strength, thus shifting his consciousness directly into the aquatic realm. The Withering, the Guardian, and the Ancient Guardian were carried by the Enderman and promptly transported into the oceanic domain. Upon arriving, Yang Tian was struck by the transformation of the environment. The once boundless surface of water had now entirely frozen over, metamorphosing into a vast expanse of ice. The snow puppets, in an effort to render the ice more inviting, had crafted houses from ice, creating a quaint village-like appearance from afar. Remarkably, it seemed the aquatic realm had been transfigured into an ice city. Yang Tian couldn't help but express his amusement. The Enderman placed the Withering and its companions upon the icy surface. Instantly, the 3 heads of the Withering began to scan their surroundings. The divine head radiated a soft white light, while the demonic head was enveloped in swirling dark mist. The central head appeared rather ordinary, reminiscent of its appearance in the game. However, with the enhancement of the bloodline and the 2 formidable laws, the Withering's overall appearance had undergone a significant transformation, with the exception of the central head remaining unchanged. Yang Tian pondered whether it would be possible to acquire something that could alter the color of the central head, at the very least to make it appear more striking and imposing. Although the surroundings were enveloped in ice, the beings appeared unaffected. Let us first test the Withering, Yang commanded, directing his gaze towards the icy surface. invoking the principles of destruction. The malevolent head of the withering abruptly lifted, unleashing a jet of pitch-black energy. Instantly, the ice shattered, creating a gaping hole several hundred meters in diameter, and the encroaching seawater was swiftly vaporized by the residual essence of annihilation. Excellent. Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. Guardian, demonstrate your prowess. With a guttural sound, the Guardian unleashed a laser from its singular eye towards the ocean's surface. Upon contact, the water within a 100-meter radius convulsed violently, forming dozens of high-pressure water blades that swept across the area. The ancient Guardian, undeterred, fired a deep violet beam into the sea. The struck waters transformed into an inky black, and several unfortunate fish floated to the surface, belly up. Impressive indeed. Yang nodded in satisfaction. Now, let us commence our task. Guardians, you shall descend into the depths and clear the nearby sea creatures. A multitude of withering and guardians were still en route, carried by the Enderman. Yang allowed them a brief respite, promising to expand their reach once the main force arrived. The two guardians promptly dove into the gaping chasm created by the withering. Shortly thereafter, muffled thuds echoed from the seabed, causing the ice above to tremble. Withering, follow me. Let us seek out some formidable adversaries, Yang declared. Small creatures will suffice for the guardians. The withering, naturally, required worthy opponents. Yang positioned himself atop the withering as it ascended, soaring towards the distant waters. As they traversed the ocean, a formidable beast came into view, its size indicative of at least 7th-tier strength. Yang immediately commanded the withering to engage. The octopus noticed them, a tentacle whipping towards the withering with ferocity. Humph. The struck tentacle withered rapidly, vitality siphoned away, leaving it as desiccated as a dead branch. In pain, the remaining tentacles flailed wildly, stirring up towering waves. Quite resilient. Are we? Yang scoffed. Malevolent head, principles of destruction. The withering's ominous head swirled with dark mist, unleashing a beam of pure darkness. Boom. One of the octopus's tentacles exploded into fragments, dark green blood spraying in all directions. Continue. The central head of the withering joined the assault, unleashing a trio of withering skulls. Bang. Attempting to flee, Yang would not let it escape. Principles of life, drain it. The withering's divine head glowed once more, this time not targeting the tentacles. The octopus's massive form suddenly froze, its vitality visibly depleting, skin shriveling and cracking. Congratulations on slaying a 7th-tier sea beast. Rewards: 100 energy crystals, 5 deep sea essences, 1 fragment of primary water law. A commendable drop rate. Chapter 37, Assembly complete. The withering's 3 heads unleashed beams of divine and demonic energy, cutting down 7th-tier sea creatures as effortlessly as harvesting wheat. This was astonishingly simple. The decay had only reached the 3rd tier, while the Ender Dragon was at the 4th tier. Combating a 7th-tier creature felt akin to childish play. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of his assistant. Why do these monstrosities fail to wield even a single principle? Is it that they are too weak? Or are we simply too powerful? The ascension of a beast to the 7th tier merely indicates it has amassed sufficient energy. A 7th-tier entity lacking mastery over the principles possesses combat strength inferior to a legitimate 7th tier by a factor of 10. It dawned on young Tian that they were nothing but counterfeit. Just as he realized this, the distant sea erupted, and a 7th-tier serpentine dragon ascended, enveloped in a delicate azure torrent. Finally, a worthy opponent. Decay engage. The malevolent head of Decay launched the first strike, a cataclysmic black light impacting the dragon's abdomen. The serpent's watery exterior shifted, refracting the black light, and sending it soaring into the distance, creating towering waves. Was this a defense utilizing the water principle? Yang Tian felt invigorated. The divine head siphoned its vitality, while the central head unleashed a barrage of energy. Tricolored beams intertwined in their assault, and the dragon roared, releasing a tempest of water arrows. The clash generated shockwaves that gouged the sea surface, creating a chasm a kilometer deep, vaporizing several nearby icebergs. Now, this was the essence of the 7th tier. Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction. The 7th-tier lava rock golems from the stone realm had seemed more akin to mere 6th tiers. He had doubted how they had ascended to the 7th tier in the first place. Suddenly, the dragon dove beneath the waves, and as Decay prepared to pursue, a blinding blue light illuminated the depths. This was perilous. Yang Tian hastily instructed the Enderman to teleport alongside Decay. In the next instant, a colossal water spout surged skyward, spanning a kilometer in diameter. Through the Enderman's perspective, Yang Tian beheld the dragon manipulating the vortex at its core. Recognizing that its strike had failed to connect with Decay, the dragon resolved not to linger, swiftly retreating into the depths. Observing the dragon's intent to flee, Decay's malevolent head surged with dark energy. The principle of destruction enveloped it instantaneously before it crashed into the ocean. As the water met the black light, it evaporated, creating a vast void. The central head of Decay unleashed 3 skeletal projectiles, piercing the dragon's back, leaving gaping wounds. Seizing the opportunity, the divine head emitted a green beam, halting the dragon's movement by half. The dragon retaliated with a torrent of water energy, but decay stood its ground. The destructive black light clashing against it, generating a kilometer-wide vacuum, desiccating the surrounding seawater. In the midst of their confrontation, the divine head of decay suddenly shone with intensified green light. The principle of life coiled around the dragon like a venomous serpent, swiftly draining a significant portion of its vitality. Deprived of life force, the dragon crashed against the ocean floor, shattering the reef into dust. This ends now. The central head of decay opened wide, launching 3 skeletal projectiles at the dragon's skull. The dragon attempted to resist, but the divine beam of light had already struck its face, resulting in a massive black-green mushroom cloud erupting from the ocean floor. Congratulations on slaying the 7th-tier serpentine dragon. Rewards acquired: 200 energy crystals, 1 dragon reverse scale, 3 fragments of the beginner water principle. After vanquishing the dragon, Tian lost interest in continuing the hunt for beasts with decay. Assistant, what purpose does this dragon reverse scale serve? The dragon's reverse scale, imbued with the essence of water, it bestows the dragon characteristics upon aquatic troops. If one already possesses water abilities, it significantly enhances water-based attacks. This is perfect for the guardians. Tian casually cast the reverse scale into the sea. Before long, the guardians emerged from beneath the waves, their scales shimmering with a blue luminescence, visibly strengthened. The effect was impressive. Tian nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward the large hole in the ice. At that moment, the Enderman was tossing guardians and ancient guardians into the sea from the opening. As soon as the guardians hit the water, they scattered in all directions. The ancient guardians, however, floated leisurely in the water, their single eye scanning the surroundings, poised for an attack. With the number of guardians and ancient guardians surpassing 100,000, Tian swiftly commanded them to assemble into formation and advance into the depths of the ocean. He shifted his perspective to one of the ancient guardians, following the main force as they descended. The water gradually darkened, and a few low-tier sea demons began to appear. Upon sighting the army of guardians, these lesser sea creatures turned tail and fled. Tian paid them no heed and continued directing his forces deeper into the abyss. Before long, a vast shadow loomed ahead. A dense throng of sea demons surged forth, numbering approximately 500,000. Their forms varied. Some bore sharp fangs. Others wielded tentacles like those of colossal squids, and some were serpentine creatures clad in scales. Their arrival was fortuitous. Tian chuckled coldly, and the guardians obeyed his command. Activating the tidal domain, 90,000 guardians emitted a deep, resonant call, their bodies radiating a blue glow. The water within a kilometer radius thickened instantaneously, causing the movements of all sea demons to slow. Ancient guardians, prepare abyssal gaze. Thousands of ancient guardians hovered behind the guardians, their singular eyes locked onto the swarm of sea demons. Violet-black beams shot forth like arrows, and those struck by the rays bore immediate signs of corrosion, their movements becoming even more sluggish. The sea demons, evidently enraged, saw the foremost fish monsters open their jaws wide, unleashing a torrent of water arrows. The projectiles collided with the guardians' aquatic armor, generating only ripples. Tian commanded, fire the laser barrage. 90,000 beams of azure light erupted simultaneously, and under the enhancement of the tidal domain, each laser triggered a chain reaction of explosions upon impact. Countless splashes erupted within the sea demon horde, and the leading fish monsters were obliterated into fragments. The ancient guardians were not idle either, relentlessly sweeping the sea demon ranks with their abyssal gaze. Any sea demon caught in the violet-black beams rapidly decayed, sinking to the ocean floor with anguished cries. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the sea demons struggled to mount an effective offensive under the dual suppression of the guardian's traits. They attempted to disperse, yet found themselves ensnared by the tidal domain. Unable to move, continue advancing, do not grant them a moment's respite, Tian ordered. The army of guardians was like a relentless killing machine. The lasers continued to fire, gradually eroding the sea demon ranks. Occasionally, a few higher-tier sea demons breached the line, only to be instantly annihilated by concentrated fire from the ancient guardians. The battle raged on for a full hour, leaving the surface of the sea littered with the corpses of countless sea demons. The originally azure sea was tainted a dark crimson. From the initial 500,000 low-tier sea demons, only a few scattered remnants managed to flee into the depths of the ocean. Congratulations on defeating the sea demon horde. Rewards received: 110,000 energy crystals, 300 deep sea essences, 12 fragments of the elementary water law. Chapter 38, Earth Essence. With nothing pressing to attend to, he casually opened the world channel, eager to see what other lords were discussing. Upon entering, he was greeted by a flurry of messages, most of which revolved around the newly promoted lords of several 4th-level castles. Ice Dragon Valley. I have finally reached a 4th-level castle. Is this the true value of being 15th on the beast-slaying leaderboard? Holy Angel. Quite intriguing. I did not see Su Shui Lu Lian on the leaderboard, and she seems to have surpassed my own 2nd place. Holy Angel. I am rather curious about her troop type. Genesis Realm. No need for curiosity regarding her troop type. You are undoubtedly an angel. Holy angel. Yang Tian observed the world channel, noting that several more lords had advanced to 4th level castles. However, he wondered if Ice Dragon Valley was that particular youth. Yang Tian distinctly recalled the last encounter, when he commanded the Ender Dragon to slay the Lion King. Along the way, he had seen an ice dragon, paralyzed in place by the pressure of the Ender Dragon's bloodline. Genesis Realm, Ice Dragon Valley. I believe I saw an ice dragon remaining stationary last time. Is that your troop type? On the other side, Long Xiangyu was taken aback by Yang Tian's words, unsure of how to respond. The previous incident involving the Qi-Tian alliance had already offended Yang Tian. Furthermore, judging by the tone from the opposing side, the colossal dragon that had intimidated his ice dragon was indeed a troop type belonging to Yang Tian. Ice Dragon Valley. You are mistaken, esteemed one. The previous incident was merely an accident. Is there some gossip? Support for the esteemed one of Genesis Realm. Justice demands the punishment of the Qi-Tian alliance's dog leader. Support. Holy Angel. I am all ears for the gossip. Wind and clouds across the world. Is there gossip? Please elaborate. Su Shui Lu Lian, astonished, witnessing the screen inundated with inquiries about gossip. He realized that had it not been for his troops' efforts in elevating his beast-slaying leaderboard rank to 15th, securing the rewards, he might never have attained a 4th-level castle in his lifetime. Just as Yang Tian intended to close the world channel, he suddenly received a private message from Su Shui Lu Lian. Su Shui Lu Lian, esteemed one, would you be interested in this? Su Shui Lu Lian, image. Upon receiving the message from Su Shui Lu Lian, Yang Tian promptly reviewed past chat records, only to discover that Su Shui Lu Lian was the individual with whom he had been trading all along. She was the one who collected resources wherever her troops ventured. Yang Tian opened the image and was astounded to find the ground littered with brown energy crystals. Assistant, what is this? Earth Essence. Can be used to enhance the strength of Earth-type troops. It should be of the same category as the Magma Core and Deep Sea Essence. Genesis Realm. I will take it. Su Shui Lu Lian. Esteemed one. I have roughly over 100. You may offer a price as you see fit. In the realm of creation, one might ponder the abundance of rare resources. How about a total of 1,000 units of common resources? The response was amiable. As the esteemed individual expressed their kindness, it was peculiar to consider that such essence could be obtained in this world. I had assumed that only by invading other realms could one acquire the attribute crystals of those worlds. However, upon reflecting on the extraordinary fortune of the individual opposite, Yang Tian chose not to dwell any further. Should Yang Tian refuse, these resources would be rendered worthless, destined for disposal. Xiao Yanxue then turned her gaze and noticed a slime, distinct from the previous ones, radiating a warm brown glow. As she observed the creature before her, it suddenly expanded, its form swelling and a soft brown energy beginning to coalesce in its center. Gradually, this energy solidified into a crystal, which the slime subsequently expelled. Curiously, Xiao Yanxue approached the slime, lifting it to inspect its body. What could be the matter? Ever since I awoke yesterday, you have been producing these crystals, she inquired. The slime responded with a gentle touch, and unbeknownst to her, an essence of the earth seamlessly flowed into the creature. Xiao Yanxue, with keen perception, noticed a change and crouched to observe the transformation between the slime and the crystal closely. The color of the slime appeared to deepen, and its size slightly increased. After absorbing, it seemed considerably weakened, slumping to the ground. In haste, Xiao Yanxue retrieved several energy crystals and placed them beside the slime. Initially, she intended to hoard these energy crystals before selling them to Yang Tian. Yet, the slime had inexplicably begun to produce crystals, and after each expulsion, it grew weaker. Are you absorbing the energy from these crystals? Xiao Yanxue pondered aloud, recalling the slime's sudden production of crystals the previous day. The slime had seemed fine until it had escaped from her grasp. She had not given it much thought since, believing it resilient enough to withstand any threat from other beasts. One remained unchanged from their last encounter, while the other had transformed into its current state, continuously gathering energy and expelling crystals. Over 2 days, it had produced more than 100 crystals. Watching the other slime, which was still bouncing around with glee, Xiao Yanxue felt a surge of irritation and grasped its soft body. And you laugh, she exclaimed, striking its head with her fist. You should not be parading about. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she narrowed her eyes. I saw you consuming those crystals as well. Could it be that you too will transform and continuously produce crystals? Upon hearing this, the slime vigorously shook its head, its form blurring with motion. Truly not. Xiao Yanxue queried suspiciously, prodding it. The slime nodded fervently. How did you come to be this way? She asked. The slime, bouncing excitedly, began to explain at length. Xiao Yanxue finally comprehended that this was the inherent ability of the slimes. By analyzing the attributes of materials, they could ultimately forge corresponding properties. Initially, they consumed all the crystals within their bodies and commenced the process of analysis. Now, they had completed the analysis and were ready to begin manufacturing. In Chapter 39, Analyzing the Slime, She crouched down and prodded the slime that was still expelling crystals, exclaiming in exasperation. So you managed to complete the analysis after consuming a substantial portion of Earth essence? The slime nodded feebly, its body trembling slightly, evidently still digesting that energy. Another slime bounced nearby. Xiao Lianshu sighed. Well then, you rest for now. Standing up, she surveyed the heap of Earth essence on the ground and glanced at the transaction records with Yang Tian. It seemed that she would need to procure more of this essence in the future. Turning her gaze to the other slime, she inquired, what about you? When will you be able to analyze other attributes? The slime immediately shook its head, indicating that it was still making an effort. Xiao Lianshu shrugged. Forget it, for now. We have enough Earth essence to exchange for resources. She stretched languidly, preparing to rest in the castle for a while. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned back to the slime, asking about the ability to acquire that attribute. Once we extract a sufficient quantity of Earth essence, we shall possess the ability to control Earth elements. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lianshu felt an unsettling familiarity with the concepts of analysis, creation, and absorption. Can each of you slimes only absorb one type of attribute? She posed the pivotal question. It was essential to understand that absorbing a single attribute differed fundamentally from mastering multiple attributes and their practical application. The slime slowly nodded, indicating that as long as there was enough of each attribute, all could be absorbed. It claimed to be weak in the early stages, but invincible later on. Initially, lacking resources to absorb, it was indeed quite weak. However, if it continued to absorb attributes in the later stages, its abilities would diversify, proving formidable. Meanwhile, Guang Linchuan, having observed the chat logs between Yang Tian and Long Xiangyu, felt a similar curiosity. What sort of units existed in the creation realm? Only the Ice Dragon Valley seemed privy to such knowledge. Thus, he opened the private chat panel. Divine Angel, brother, do you know what kind of units exist in the creation realm? Ice Dragon Valley, I do. Divine Angel, quickly tell me, what are they? How could they kill millions of demon beasts during the beast tide? Ice Dragon Valley, I advise you to steer clear of the creation realm. Their units are beyond your capacity to contend with. Divine Angel, have you faced them in battle? Ice Dragon Valley, no? Divine Angel, then how do you know their units are so powerful? Ice Dragon Valley, because my units, having not even encountered them, have already lost all combat capability. Divine Angel, Ice Dragon Valley, the last time my Ice Dragon was outside slaying demon beasts, it suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure and froze in place, too afraid to move. Ice Dragon Valley, even the demon beasts emerging from the beast tide dared not stir. In the Frozen Dragon Valley, I initially shared the same belief with them, that the creatures emerging from the beast tide were merely beasts. However, it was only today, when the creator realm inquired of me, that I realized those were merely the colossal dragons passing through this place. I recalled how many were pondering this very question at the time, leading to the extensive reach of the creator realm's military pressure. Thus, it would be wise for you to refrain from provoking him, I advised. Very well, I shall continue to develop my strength, the sacred angel replied. The fact that you are second in slaying enemies indicates the prowess of your angels, rendering it unnecessary to engage with the creator realm. As Guanglin Chuan closed the private chat interface, he looked up to see several winged angels approaching him. In their hands, they held energy crystals obtained from the slain beast, respectfully presenting them before him. My lord, here are today's spoils. Guanglin Chuan accepted the energy crystals, weighing them in his hands. That fellow from the creator realm has been collecting these. They must be of significant importance. Though I remain unaware of his intentions, it is undoubtedly to bolster his military forces. I, too, cannot afford to lag behind in these fundamental attributes. He crushed one of the crystals, feeling a faint glow merge within him. Constitution 10. Though the increase was modest, it was certainly better than nothing. He waved his hand, signaling the angels to continue hunting the beasts. The more they slay, the more crystals they can accumulate. The angels nodded and took flight towards the distance. Guanglin Chuan stood in place, gazing at the sky. Just how formidable is the creator realm? He clenched his fists, sensing the subtle changes within him. One day, my angelic legion shall catch up to yours. If Yang Tian were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. Yang Tian's sole aim was to enhance his mental prowess for the purpose of creating avatars. However, his mental strength had also reached an alarming level. Unbeknownst to him, his words had stirred quite a commotion in the world channel, as he had long since closed the chat interface. Suddenly, he received an urgent message from the Enderman of the Sea Realm. My lord, a massive congregation of sea demons has appeared in the Sea Realm, far surpassing the number of guardians and ancient guardians. Yang Tian furrowed his brows, promptly shifting his perspective to the Enderman in the Sea Realm. Through the Enderman's eyes, he observed that the waters beneath the ice had turned pitch black, with countless shadows swiftly converging. How many are there? He inquired. Over 10 million have already gathered, and the numbers continue to rise. Yang Tian inhaled sharply. This was 20 times the 50,000 sea demons he had previously encountered. Even more troubling, he noted the presence of numerous unusually large shadows among the sea demons, clearly indicating the existence of 7th-tier or even stronger entities. First, instruct the guardians to retreat to the ice surface. and prepare the snow puppets to freeze the sea's surface. For the time being, let the Endermen attend to other matters. Swiftly transport a significant number of guardians and ancient guardians from various worlds. Given that the electric system of the world had been perfected, every underwater temple discovered by Yang Tian had been transformed into a guardian farm. In the present world, over 30 transformed guardian farms have emerged. Yang Tian issued commands, prompting the guardians to swiftly retreat from the sea, surging towards the ice layer above. Just as the last batch of guardians ascended onto the ice, the sea erupted, revealing a colossal sea monster, the Sea Demon Emperor, exceeding 1,000 meters in length. Its entire body was pitch black, adorned with heavy scales, and 8 robust tentacles lashed against the ocean's surface, creating towering waves. With a mere glance, Yang Tian discerned that this was undoubtedly a being of the 8th tier, exhibiting formidable power. Shortly after, the iron puppets of the Stone Realm relayed alarming news. Chapter 40. The Sea Demon Emperor. Chief. A vast assembly of lava stone beings has been discovered deep within the Stone Realm, numbering over 100 times more than before, with preliminary estimates exceeding 10 million. Yang Tian immediately shifted his focus to the iron puppets in the Stone Realm, witnessing a dense mass of lava stone beings pouring forth across the plains. Their sheer numbers obscured the horizon, confirming that the previous group had merely been cannon fodder. Yang Tian noted that among this new wave of lava stone beings were several emanating radiant light, unmistakably true 7th-tier entities wielding the power of laws. In stark contrast to the previous weaker foes, it seemed these lava stone beings had coordinated their assault with the sea demons. However, this posed little concern for Yang Tian. No matter how many gathered on the opposing side, he commanded thousands of 100-core iron machines in his world. Could they possibly outpace him? With a staggering output of 100,000 iron puppets per minute, they were not allies to be trifled with. Yang Tian promptly ordered all iron puppets to advance towards the Stone Realm to intercept the lava stone beings. A portion of the snow puppets was assigned to continue freezing the ice layer, while the remainder prepared to suppress the lava stone beings. Just as he was about to conclude his orders, he recalled that the opposing side wielded true law power. The ice and snow conjured by the snow puppets might prove ineffective against them. The snowballs could very well melt before even encountering the fire laws, rendering them useless. Thus, Yang Tian resolved to retain all snow puppets on the ice layer to maintain its stability. At that moment, thousands of Endermen began to materialize upon the ice. They gently placed down the guardians and ancient guardians they had carried, only to vanish once more, continuing their efforts to transport additional guardians for support. As soon as the guardians and ancient guardians touched the ground, they began to rally. Meanwhile, within the Stone Realm, the iron puppet army abruptly halted, their bodies glowing with radiance. The nightlight flame gold effect activated instantaneously, bestowing a 6-fold enhancement to all iron puppets. As the order to switch to earth walking was issued, the iron puppets plunged their arms into the ground, rapidly descending. In the blink of an eye, the entire army vanished underground, heading towards the advancing lava stone horde, leaving only slight tremors on the surface. Simultaneously, over 100 wither creatures emerged from the spatial portal of the Stone Realm. Their 3 heads spun incessantly, surrounded by beams of demonic light. The bloodline power of the Ender Dragon held no effect on the lava stone beings. Thus the withers proceeded to bombard their foes directly. In the realm of the sea, the bloodline power of the Ender Dragon exerted a formidable pressure upon the surrounding beasts. Yang Tian shifted his perspective to the Ender Dragon, which stood majestically atop the ice castle constructed by the snow puppet. With a fierce roar, the Ender Dragon unleashed its royal bloodline, fixating its gaze upon the colossal figure beneath the waves. The overwhelming bloodline pressure swept across the surface of the ocean, causing the myriad of sea demons to rise and float. You dare to kill my offspring. The voice of the octopus rumbled like distant thunder, causing the ice to tremble. Its eyes were locked onto the Ender Dragon, while its 8 tentacles slowly ascended, each entwined with deep blue water laws. Remarkably, it seemed unaffected by the Ender Dragon's royal bloodline. Quite impressive, Yang Tian mused, suspecting the Ender Dragon's lower tier might be the reason it could not fully unleash its royal lineage. Perhaps once the Ender Dragon reached the 8th tier, it could easily subdue its opponent. As tensions escalated, the arrival of the Withering was still awaited. Yang Tian promptly began to ascertain the Withering's location. In the next moment, thousands of Endermen accompanied by an equal number of Withering appeared on the battlefield. The instant they emerged, the 3 heads of the Withering emanated blinding light, the green glow of the divine head spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire battleground. A faint green halo appeared around all snow puppets, Endermen, guardians, and ancient guardians. An enhancement of the law of life? A slight smile graced Yang Tian's lips. The law of life does not merely extract vitality from others, but predominantly serves to heal. Under the influence of thousands of Withering, as long as one was not instantaneously slain, they could be restored to their prime state within seconds. At this moment, the ice on the ocean's surface began to tremble violently, as the tentacles of the 7th-tier sea demon king relentlessly struck the ice, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web. Guardians and ancient guardians plunged into the sea. With a command from Tian, millions of guardians leapt into the water, sending waves soaring more than 10 meters high. Of course, this was not the entirety of their numbers. Many more guardians were en route, carried by the Enderman. It was anticipated that by the conclusion of the battle, the number of guardians would surpass 50 million. The ancient guardians, meanwhile, drifted leisurely into the water. Their single eye fixed upon the direction of the Sea Demon King. The 7th-tier Sea Demon King appeared enraged, its 8 tentacles thrashing violently in the water, forming a colossal whirlpool. Several guardians caught unawares were sucked into the vortex, instantly torn to shreds. Withering, engaged that 7th-tier creature. Does it truly believe itself to be an 8th-tier Sea Demon King? Tian remarked coldly. The malevolent head of the Withering jerked upward, unleashing a beam of destructive black light towards the Sea Demon King. One of its tentacles exploded instantly, dark green blood gushing forth. Roar! The Sea Demon King let out a pained howl, and the remaining 7 tentacles simultaneously struck towards the Withering. Unflinching, the Withering's central head fired 3 skull projectiles, obliterating the advancing tentacles into a gruesome mess. However, instead of halting, the Withering pressed on relentlessly. The 3 heads simultaneously turned towards the 7th-tier sea monster, with the demonic head launching an assault first, unleashing a beam of pitch-black destructive energy. The sea monster swiftly twisted its body, creating a colossal vortex in the depths of the ocean, which deflected the destructive beam, causing it to explode in a desolate area far away. Quite intriguing. Tian commanded the decaying divine head to emit a green light, weaving the laws of life into countless threads that ensnared the sea monster. Suddenly, the scales on the monster's surface radiated a blue glow, momentarily isolating the laws of life. Meanwhile, the Ender Dragon hovered high above, locked in a standoff with the 8th-tier Sea Emperor. The Sea Emperor's 8 tentacles swayed gently, each movement generating towering waves, yet it refrained from launching an attack. The Ender Dragon's wings quivered slightly, a barrier of dark laws forming around it, remaining vigilant. These 2 titans displayed remarkable composure. The Sea Emperor, observing the bloodline power emanating from the Ender Dragon, understood that while it was unaffected, the Ender Dragon was undoubtedly the strongest entity present, warranting caution. Chapter 41, Fusion of Laws. The central head of decay suddenly opened its maw wide, unleashing 3 decaying skulls. The sea monster evaded the first 2, but the third detonated upon its back, black mist swiftly corroding large patches of scales. Tian immediately commanded decay to continue. Although the central decaying skull was not as formidable as the heads on either side, under the transformation brought about by the 2 laws and the bloodline, its power was still incomparable to those of the 7th tier. The demonic head continued to fire destructive beams, forcing the sea monster to retreat. The divine head seized this opportunity to infiltrate the monster's wounds with the laws of life, voraciously siphoning its vitality. The sea monster emitted a wretched howl, and suddenly, it spewed forth dozens of ice spikes. Decay was caught off guard, leaving the left divine head marked with a scar. It can retaliate? Tian commanded Decay to create distance, and the 3 heads charged their power simultaneously. The beams of divine and demonic energy intertwined in a spiral, with the decaying skull at the center, launching a concentrated assault on the sea monster. The sea monster attempted to plunge into the deep sea to evade, but was ensnared by the laws of life, slowing its movements. The destructive beam pierced through its abdomen, creating a gaping hole with a diameter of several meters. Congratulations on defeating the 7th-tier sea monster. Rewards: 150 energy crystals, 8 deep sea essences, 2 fragments of primary water loss. Before Tian could revel in his victory, a message from the Ender Dragon suddenly arrived. All of the Sea Emperor's tentacles stood upright, each tip coalescing into a basketball-sized water orb, entirely formed from the laws of water. It was time to get serious. Almost simultaneously, those water orbs shot towards the Ender Dragon like cannonballs, each imbued with terrifying power derived from the laws of water. The Ender Dragon neither dodged nor evaded, extending its wings to their fullest. A vortex resembling a black hole formed before it, devouring the incoming water orbs. Following this, the dragon opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of dragon breath infused with dark laws. The Sea Emperor's tentacles swiftly intertwined to form a shield, completely enveloped by the laws of water. The 2 formidable laws collided, with the Sea Emperor enduring the impact head-on. The shockwave generated by the collision evaporated the sea water within a radius of 1 kilometer. How could one withstand such force? Tian observed the Sea Demon Emperor, who had merely stumbled back a few steps. However, this was inconsequential at this moment. The Ender Dragon was merely unleashing a semblance of its power. The void and spatial laws had yet to merge, and various formidable abilities remained untapped. Meanwhile, the army of guardians continued their assault on the Sea Demon horde, a myriad of lasers piercing through the ice layer towards the throng of sea demons. First, they aimed to eliminate these minions. Tian revised his strategy. instructing the Ender Dragon to engage the Sea Demon Emperor while the Guardians concentrated their fire on the ordinary sea demons. The Withering Force was tasked with dispatching the 7th-tier sea demons. Once the lesser foes were dealt with, they would collectively focus their efforts on the formidable adversary. The Sea Demon Emperor discerned Tian's intentions and would not permit the Guardians to slay his subordinates without resistance. If he were to remain entangled with the Ender Dragon, his minions would be decimated. With a thunderous roar, he issued a command, prompting all sea demons to abandon their attacks and retreat into the depths of the ocean. Seeking to pursue, Tian suddenly noticed the water beginning to boil unnaturally, centered around the Sea Demon Emperor. A 10-kilometer radius of the sea transformed into a deep azure hue. Tian quickly issued orders. At that moment, the Sea Demon Emperor unleashed his ultimate ability, as the deep blue energy of the entire ocean surged fervently toward his form. Seeing this, Tian immediately called out to the Ender Dragon, "No more holding back. Unleash your full power." Complying with the command, the Ender Dragon ceased its restraint. The forces of the Dark Law, Spatial Law, and Void Law erupted simultaneously, emanating a triad of colors from within. The once azure sky became engulfed in these three hues. The crimson essence of imperial blood pulsed within the tricolored radiance. Standing out strikingly, the Ender Dragon's form abruptly vanished from its position, only to reappear amidst the lofty clouds. Its dragon head emerged from the mist, enveloped in the luminous aura of the three laws, exuding an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. Upon witnessing this, the Sea Demon Emperor swiftly redirected his attack. The previously aimed assault at the Withering Force and Guardians pivoted toward the Ender Dragon in the heavens. He perceived that should his grand attack target the Withering Force, the Ender Dragon's counterstrike could very well spell his demise. Resolute, he raised all 8 of his tentacles. At the apex of each tentacle, a massive deep blue water sphere coalesced, which rapidly merged into a colossal energy sphere exceeding 100 meters in diameter. Die! The Sea Demon Emperor bellowed as he hurled the immense energy sphere toward the Ender Dragon. As the sphere traversed the air, it caused subtle distortions in the very fabric of space. Unperturbed, the Ender Dragon opened its maw, gathering the forces of the three laws into a tricolored orb of energy. Infused within was its own imperial blood essence. The orb spun gracefully as it advanced to meet the oncoming deep blue energy sphere. When the two forces collided midair, they produced no sound. The deep blue energy sphere seemed to fade away as if erased, vanishing without a trace. Tian witnessed this scene and surmised that the Void Law had neutralized the opposing Water Law. The formidable tricolored sphere unleashed by the Ender Dragon had only diminished slightly in its potency, yet it continued its relentless advance towards the Sea Queen. The Sea Queen, filled with dread as the luminous sphere approached, attempted to evade but found herself immobilized by an unseen force. She struggled in vain, helplessly watching as the sphere drew nearer. Just as the sphere was about to strike the Sea Queen, several massive bursts of energy suddenly surged from the distance, forcefully intercepting the Ender Dragon's assault. The Ender Dragon pivoted to observe the source of the attack and beheld 3 equally immense Sea Queens rapidly closing in. Their tentacles lashed against the surface of the sea, conjuring towering waves. Each tentacle was entwined with the deep blue essence of the Water Law, exuding a presence and might that rivaled that of the original Sea Queen. "Brother, you have finally arrived," the previously near-defeated Sea Queen exclaimed, her voice brimming with exhilaration at her reprieve. They could palpably sense the terrifying pressure radiating from the Ender Dragon. The intertwining forces of 3 distinct laws, coupled with the overwhelming imperial bloodline that instilled trepidation even in the hearts of the sea creatures, this was undeniably a formidable adversary. Upon learning of the emergence of the spatial passage, he had immediately rallied the Sea Queens for an assault. Naturally, this required notifying his fellow Sea Queens, namely his brothers. Chapter 42, The Return to the Abyss of Shadows. "Together, let us not grant it an opportunity," one of the Sea Queens declared coldly. The other 3 Sea Queens simultaneously unleashed their powers, the deep blue Water Law erupting from within them. Instantly, colossal water columns surged towards the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon flapped its wings, intertwining the 3 laws to form a protective barrier before it. The Dark Law devoured the incoming Water Law. The Space Law distorted the trajectory of the assault, and the Void Law continuously eroded the opponent's offensive. The overwhelming forces from the 4 Sea Queens surged forth. Although the Ender Dragon wielded 3 laws alone, it found it challenging to break through against 4 formidable 8th-tier adversaries. The forces clashed midair, creating a stalemate where neither side could completely dominate the other. The sea roiled beneath the tumult of their collision, ice shattered continuously, and the Guardians were compelled to retreat for safety. Witnessing this, the Withering immediately soared into the sky, all 3 heads gathering energy as they unleashed a divine beam towards one of the Sea Queens. The targeted Sea Queen sensed the impending danger and was forced to divert part of her power to counter the Withering's assault. The pressure on the Ender Dragon was significantly alleviated, and the 3 laws erupted with renewed vigor, forcibly pushing back the offensive of the 4 Sea Queens. Without hesitation, the four sea queens allowed their power to surge uncontrollably once more. Yang Tian observed this unfolding drama and promptly commanded the Ender Dragon. Utilize the return to the abyss of shadows. The Enderman, who had been transporting the Guardians, immediately responded to the command, appearing above the ice layer. The Ender Dragon ceased concealing its true strength, its entire form suddenly radiating a blinding black light, swiftly forming a colossal black hole. A powerful suction swept across the battlefield, drawing the Endermen below upward as they began to ascend towards the void in the sky. As each Enderman was absorbed, the black hole expanded incrementally, and the aura emanating from the Ender Dragon surged correspondingly. Elder brother, it is absorbing those shadows. One of the Sea Demon Emperors exclaimed, sensing something amiss. The leading Demon Emperor scoffed dismissively, whatever tricks it employs, we shall confront it together. The four Sea Demon Emperors, upon witnessing this, immediately intensified their output of the law's power, attempting to disrupt the process. However, it was too late. The gravitational pull of the black hole grew ever stronger, and the Ender Dragon's power escalated at a visibly rapid pace. Quick, stop it! One Sea Demon Emperor roared, as 8 tentacles simultaneously unleashed deep blue beams of water laws. The Ender Dragon cast a cold glance at them, and the black hole suddenly expanded several times, devouring all the incoming water law beams. Simultaneously, the last batch of Endermen vanished into the black hole. Having absorbed millions of Endermen, the Ender Dragon's size swelled to a staggering 10,000 meters. The 3 laws intertwined around it, and the pressure of its royal bloodline caused the very waters of the ocean realm to begin boiling. The 4 Sea Demon Emperors launched their assault simultaneously, as the water laws transformed into towering waves surging towards the Ender Dragon. Ants! The Ender Dragon exclaimed, unfurling its wings as the 3 laws erupted explosively. Darkness consumed the sky, the realm of twisted space, and the void obliterated all things. The crimson patterns of the royal bloodline emerged beneath its scales, and the expressions of terror from the 4 Sea Demon Emperors were reflected in its dragon eyes. Death! With a gaping maw, the 3-colored beams of light pierced through heaven and earth. As the tricolored divine light approached, the 4 Sea Demon Emperors perceived not a mere law, but a pathway to their demise. They struggled desperately, yearning to escape, yet under the influence of the Ender Dragon's royal bloodline, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to make even the slightest move. The current royal bloodline was far removed from the fledgling power of the Ender Dragon upon its emergence. After absorbing millions of Endermen, the Ender Dragon's strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. The first Sea Demon Emperor was reduced to ashes upon mere contact with the tricolored beam. The second was shredded by the spatial law, and the third's water law shield was effortlessly torn asunder. The fourth, attempting to flee, was pursued by the dark law, and in an instant, its entire body was enveloped by darkness, beginning to decay. Before the 4 corpses could plummet into the ocean, the tricolored divine light had already cleaved the sea surface for miles into an abyss. Once the seawater approached the abyss, it vanished without a trace. Congratulations on slaying the 8th tier Sea Demon Emperor 4. Rewards gained: 1,500 energy crystals, 160 deep sea essence, 150 fragments of primary water law. Yang Tian observed as the 4 Sea Demon Emperors were swiftly annihilated by the Ender Dragon and promptly commanded, Guardians, ancient guardians, descend into the sea and cleanse the remaining sea demons. Having spoken, he shifted his perspective to the Ender Dragon, which had reverted to a black hole, expelling all the previously absorbed Endermen. Its size rapidly diminished, and its aura weakened significantly. Yang Tian addressed the Ender Dragon, which nodded and soared towards the spatial passage, soon disappearing into the ocean realm. The other Endermen busied themselves, ferrying guardians and ancient guardians between various worlds, continuously channeling troops into the sea realm. Yang Tian observed the increasing number of guardians upon the ice layer, nodding in satisfaction. As soon as these guardians touched down, they leapt into the sea, commencing their relentless pursuit of the fleeing sea demons. The ancient guardians floated upon the surface, their singular eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon detecting any trace of the sea demons, they promptly unleashed their abyssal gaze to eliminate the threat. There should be no 8th tier sea demons in the vicinity, for the world was vast, and they had only just begun to explore this realm. If it were akin to the stone realm, where a wave of foes was followed by a larger onslaught, Yang Tian would be quite pleased, for none could match his efficiency in dispatching enemies. As he mumbled to himself, preparing to shift his focus to the stone realm to ascertain whether the battle had concluded amidst the devastation of thousands, he suddenly noticed a glimmering object deep within the ocean's depths. He instructed one ancient guardian to swim over for a closer inspection. As the distance closed, the radiance became increasingly apparent, revealing a massive shell. Could it be the treasure of the Sea Demon Emperor? Or perhaps the heart of the ocean? Yang Tian's curiosity piqued, and he commanded the guardians to retrieve the shell. With combined effort, several guardians dragged the shell onto the ice layer. This shell measured over 10 meters in width, its surface adorned with exquisite patterns, faint blue light seeping through the crevices. Let us open it, Yang Tian remarked. The guardians used lasers to slice through the shell, which gradually opened to unveil its contents, a fist-sized blue crystal radiating a gentle glow. "Assistant, what is this?" Yang Tian inquired, relying on his assistant for enlightenment regarding this ornate object. Special item discovered. Heart of the Sea Emperor. Effect. Grants water-type units the blessing of the Sea Emperor in the depths of the ocean. Sea Emperor's Blessing. Allows self-healing of wounds while submerged in water. Chapter 43. Heart of the Sea Emperor. Assistant. How do we utilize the Heart of the Sea Emperor? Place it in the water, and its effects will automatically disperse, the assistant explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian immediately instructed the guardians, take the Heart of the Sea Emperor into the sea and test it. The guardians carefully cradled the blue crystal with their tentacles and leapt into the large hole at the center of the ice layer. Once the crystal entered the water, it emanated a soft blue light, which expanded like ripples. In an instant, it enveloped a radius of 1 kilometer in the sea. Through the perspective of the guardians, Yang Tian observed the blue light merging with the seawater, transforming into countless tiny specks of light that adhered to the nearby guardians. Those guardians touched by the light began to emit a faint glow, their water element armor becoming more solidified. The effect was promising. While observing the Heart of the Sea Emperor's impact, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to check on the stone realm, nearly forgetting about the stone golems. He hastily shifted his perspective to the front lines of the stone realm, where the iron puppet army had just emerged from the earth. Millions of iron puppets simultaneously burst forth, crashing down onto the ground. The tremors seemed to shake the very foundations of the stone realm. They had finally arrived. But the iron golems had already forged a considerable distance within the realm. Consequently, the spatial passage lay somewhat apart from the front lines of the battlefield. While the sea realm skirmishes had concluded, the iron golems in the stone realm had only just reached the fray. Through the vision of the iron golem, Yang Tian beheld the distant horizon, where the dark red figures of the lava stone men loomed like shadows. Unlike the previous rabble, the foremost thousands of stone men bore luminous magma patterns upon their forms, clearly indicating their mastery of the fire element, a stark contrast to those before. One particularly furious lava stone man glared at the multitude of iron golems and questioned, "Have you slaughtered our kin from the branch lines?" Yet Yang Tian chose not to dwell on this inquiry. Instead, he mockingly addressed the lava stone man before him. "Indeed, those of you who possess mere 7th-tier strength without the ability to wield the laws were indeed our victims. By the way, do you have any more formidable kin? Summon them all at once. It is quite tedious to engage in piecemeal combat. Let us confront you all together." Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, the lava stone man let out a furious roar, unleashing the fire element's power and charging directly at the Enderman. Yang Tian deftly maneuvered the Enderman away, chuckling. "Is this all you can muster? Hurry, bring forth your branch lines, auxiliary lines, main lines, and whatever else you have. Do not be so arrogant, little black," he remarked, observing the Enderman's state. Tall and dark, save for its arms which had turned white due to its spatial abilities. It seemed the lava stone man's moniker for it was not unfounded. The magma patterns on the lava stone man grew increasingly radiant, the ambient temperature skyrocketing. "Today, you shall witness the true essence of the fire laws." Before his words had fully dissipated, dozens of fellow lava stone men, each wielding the laws, surged forth from behind, their flames coalescing into colossal fists aimed at the Enderman. Mistaking the Enderman for the leader of the team, the lava stone man sought to strike first, hoping to dispatch the Enderman in one fell swoop. However, Yang Tian was not inclined to allow the Enderman to endure such an onslaught, for these were no feeble foes, but formidable 7th-tier stone men. Thus, he promptly employed his spatial abilities to teleport the Enderman away, and in the next heartbeat, it materialized atop a distant hill. "Why boast so brazenly? Test your mettle against this one," Yang Tian taunted, controlling the Enderman. From behind him, a wraith soared forth from the mountain. The lava stone man looked up, startled by the sudden appearance of the wraith, whose 3 heads radiated an aura of terror. "What manner of creature is this?" The lava stone man's voice trembled, as he sensed the overwhelming power of the laws emanating from the wraith. The divine head of the wraith glowed with a white light, while the demonic head was shrouded in swirling black mist, the central head coldly scrutinizing them. "Do you fancy engaging with laws? Come, let us see what you can do," Yang Tian commanded the Enderman, standing nonchalantly atop the hill. Though the lava stone man gritted his teeth, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the adversary, the assembled forces were now complete, and retreat was not an option. The conflagration of fire laws erupted throughout his being as he charged recklessly toward the withering. Seeking death, the malevolent head of the withering lifted, and a beam of destructive black light shot forth in an instant. The lava golem, realizing the formidable nature of the withering, remarked, "What use is your strength if you are but one?" He bellowed to the other lava golems behind him, "All 7th-tier ones, come forth. Let us strike together." Soon, over 1,000 lava golems, masters of the fire laws, converged upon the withering. The leading lava golem sneered, "I refuse to believe that so many cannot defeat a single one of you." Yang Tian, commanding the Enderman from atop a mountain, let out a laugh upon hearing this. "Who said anything about a fair fight? My principle is to never engage in battles where I am outnumbered. No sooner had he spoken than the sky darkened ominously in the distance. The lava golems looked up, their expressions turning to shock as countless withering entities emerged from the clouds, numbering at least in the thousands. Each of the withering's 3 heads radiated a terrifying aura, surrounded by beams of divine and demonic light. How is this possible? The lava golem stammered. Tian observed the astonished lava golem and quipped, "Weren't you quite boastful a moment ago? Why the silence now?" The leading lava golem gritted his teeth and said, "Do not fear. We are many. Let us charge together." As one, the 1,000 lava golems unleashed the fire laws, transforming the entire sky into a crimson hue. They roared as they surged toward the army of withering, seeking death. The laws of life drained them, while the malevolent heads shattered them, the central head striking indiscriminately. The 1,000 withering beings simultaneously launched their assault. The green light of the divine heads spread like a tide, voraciously siphoning the vitality of the lava golems. Oddly enough, these lava golems should have been devoid of life. How could the withering still extract their life force? Realizing this, Tian began to investigate what the withering was siphoning. Was this not the energy of the world crystal stones? Was that indeed their life force? However, this seemed plausible. A cluster of stones capable of speech must possess the energy of these crystals to develop wisdom. Tian's gaze returned to the battlefield. Wherever the black light of the malevolent heads passed, the lava golems were obliterated into dust, leaving no remnants behind. The withering skulls rained down like a storm. The lava golems could not withstand such an onslaught. The front ranks were instantaneously drained of their vitality, reduced to heaps of grayish stones. Once the energy of the world crystal stones was extracted, they reverted to ordinary white stones. Those in the rear, attempting to flee, found the beams of destruction already upon them. Chapter 44, A Genius Idea. The 3 heads of the withering spun simultaneously, unleashing beams of divine and demonic light in a frenzied barrage. Thousands of withering entities hovered in the air, their onslaught akin to a Gatling gun. The 7th-tier lava golems were utterly incapable of enduring such an assault and turned to flee. Flee? Could they escape? The black light of the withering's malevolent head surged forth, the law of destruction enveloping the front. Several slower lava golems were instantly reduced to mere rubble, leaving not even stones behind. What was left to fight? Desperately, he channeled the fire laws, striving to hasten his escape. The withering divine head had long since locked onto him. A beam of green light shot forth, instantly transforming him into a lifeless stone. The other lava golems, witnessing this, became increasingly alarmed and scattered in all directions. Kill them all, leave none behind. Tian commanded coldly. The withering army promptly dispersed, pursuing the 7th-tier lava golems with lethal intent. Divine beams of light flew chaotically, leaving desolation in their wake. Meanwhile, the iron puppet army also sprang into action. The foremost iron puppets shimmered with a dull yellow light, distinctly different from their counterparts. This was the effect of the earth essence sold by Shaolianshua. Earth power, activate. The leading iron puppet plunged its arms into the ground and thrust upward with great force. A sharp earthen spike erupted from the earth, piercing through a lava golem with ease. The iron puppet withdrew its arms, and the earthen spike shattered instantaneously. The pierced lava golem collapsed to the ground, its magma patterns rapidly dimming. The other iron puppets were equally relentless, unleashing their earth abilities. The ground was continuously punctuated by sharp stone spikes, leaving the lava golems with no avenue for escape. Invincible against foes of the same tier, they overwhelmed even those of a higher rank. Tian observed the one-sided battlefield with a sense of relief. With strength surpassing yours and numbers greater than yours, how can you hope to fight? The lava golems had arrived with great fervor, yet now even the iron puppets proved too formidable for them. And to make matters worse, there were still over 1,000 7th-tier, withering warriors in pursuit. The iron puppets continued their advance, claiming the entirety of this region. As soon as the command was given, the iron puppet army immediately spread out. With the earth power fully unleashed, the ground was rife with rising stone spikes, leaving the lava golems with nowhere to hide. A few swift lava golems narrowly evaded the stone spikes, only to be shattered by a punch from the pursuing iron puppets. The leading iron puppet shook its arms and charged forward. On the withering side, the battle had also concluded. Over 1,000 7th-tier lava golems lay vanquished, none having escaped. Congratulations on defeating the Lava Golem Legion. Rewards: 200,000 energy crystals, 2,000 lava cores, 400 shards of primary fire laws. Tian surveyed his spoils and nodded in satisfaction. He turned his gaze towards the depths of the stone realm. Continue to advance, claim this world in its entirety. Upon encountering a large assembly of lava golems, he planned to wait for them to consolidate before launching a purge. The iron puppets and the withering army sprang into action, sweeping across the land like a swarm of locusts. Once the stone realm was fully claimed, he intended to assess the situation in the sea realm. He opened the map. The iron puppets' advance was swift, and as long as they did not encounter a large concentration of lava golems, it would not be long before the stone realm was entirely under their control. At that point, he would be able to strengthen his forces further. As Yang Tian perused the messages in the world channel, he was suddenly alerted by a private chat notification. Upon opening it, he found another message from Xiao Lianxue. Su Shui Lu Lian, boss, is this something you'd like? Su Shui Lu Lian, image. The image depicted a golden crystal, its surface radiating a soft glow. Assistant, what is this? Yang Tian inquired. The golden spirit crystal, a versatile enhancement for gold-type troops. It resembles the previous essence quite closely. The Genesis realm, collected. Su Shuelyo Lian, wonderful. This time, there are over 50. Su Shuelyo Lian, esteemed one. Can we exchange them for energy crystals this time? The Genesis realm, Since when did you also need energy crystals? Su Shuelyo Lian, special circumstances. I have sufficient ordinary resources now. And energy crystals are more beneficial to me than the common resources. The Genesis realm, alright. Yang Tian pondered that with the number of clones reaching several 100,000. He had enough already. Selling a few energy crystals would be acceptable. After the transaction was completed, Yang Tian's curiosity was piqued. The Genesis realm, where did you acquire so many elemental crystals? Last time it was Earth Essence, and now it's the Golden Spirit Crystal. Su Shuelyo Lian, previously. I found them. Now, they seem to be regurgitated. The Genesis realm. However, Xiao Lianxue did not elaborate further and refrained from revealing the capabilities of her troops. Now, she too began to produce golden spirit crystals. Wait a moment. Xiao Lianxue suddenly recalled that the slimes had mentioned their ability to absorb multiple attributes, hadn't they? If they absorb the earth essence she produced, wouldn't they acquire earth-based capabilities upon completion of the analysis? Xiao Lianxue stated once more, no? Since one attribute is already acquired, the slime without any attribute should absorb it. This way, one slime can enhance another, significantly increasing efficiency, allowing two slimes to analyze simultaneously in the future. Once all the slimes possess one attribute, I will let those of different attributes devour each other's crystals. Thus, I can rapidly create a multitude of multi-attribute slimes, bolstering our combat power when the protective shield dissipates tomorrow night. Without hesitation, Xiao Lianxue gathered all the slimes within the castle's vicinity. She awaited the moment the two slimes produced elemental crystals to feed them to those lacking attributes. After trading resources with Xiao Lianxue, Yang Tian found himself staring blankly at the chat interface. Where did she acquire so much earth essence? Yang Tian simply could not comprehend it. His iron puppets and Endermen had traversed far in this world. Yet the quantity of elemental crystals obtained paled in comparison to what Xiao Lianxue sold him. Naturally, Yang Tian was unaware that, besides himself, there were others capable of farming resources. The iron puppets had traveled such a distance, it shouldn't be possible. Had he overlooked something? He opened the map, scrutinizing the route taken by the iron puppets. The ground, the air, and even the seabed had all been searched by the guardians. The underground? Indeed. How could I have forgotten the underground? Chapter 45, Planet Devourer. With this thought, Yang Tian had already made his choice regarding the creature, the woodborer. However, for now, he would refrain, as he had no enhanced woodborers and could not ascertain how they would fare underground. Noticing that night had fallen, Yang Tian turned and walked towards the castle, planning to rest through the night and obtain 3 enhancements the following day. The enhanced territory has now expanded, setting the standard to occupy several worlds. From a distance, the castle appeared larger, its walls towering high enough to deter even the Ender Dragon. Yang Tian pondered why there was no world announcement upon upgrading to a level 5 castle. There had been a notification when he upgraded to level 4. Assistant, what is the purpose of upgrading the castle? Despite reaching level 5, no tangible benefits had manifested, aside from the expansion of the awakening pool. Current enhancement route, special enhancement. Standard upgrade, enhances the range of the awakening pool and the strength of troops. Your enhancement method, expands territorial range to strengthen troops. Understanding now, while others upgraded their castles to strengthen their troops, he merely needed to expand his territory. Yang Tian nodded, acknowledging this approach as perfectly suited to him. After hearing the assistant's explanation, he refrained from further inquiries and proceeded to his room. Lying on his bed, he began to rest. Only one day remained before the protective shield would vanish. The following day, Yang Tian awoke, rubbing his eyes. Assistant, how many enhancement opportunities are available for troops now? Current territorial range, 43 million square kilometers. Next territorial range, 1 world. Available enhancement opportunities, 3 times, 100,000 square kilometers, 1 million square kilometers, 10 million square kilometers. How swift. It appeared that the stone realm and the sea realm had not encountered a significant gathering of monsters. Otherwise, progress would not be so smooth. Shall we enhance immediately? Yes, enhance. Enhancement successful. World advanced to 13th tier. Reward, 9 biological enhancement options. Having contemplated his enhancement choices ahead of time, Yang Tian did not hesitate. He enhanced the termite, villager, and ender dragon 3 times each. The decision to select the villager stemmed from the intriguing question posed to him previously, which left a favorable impression on Yang Tian. Questions signify the dawn of civilization. Enhancement completed. Creature, Termite, Tier 3. Trait 1. Traversal. Note: capable of freely moving through any material, disregarding hardness. Trait 2. Parasitism. Note: after consuming material, can reproduce a new termite. Trait 3. Collective will. Note: shares vision. Creature, Villager, Tier 6. Intelligence, 60. Creature, Ender Dragon, Tier 7. Bloodline, Imperial Bloodline. Laws: Dark Law, Void Law, Space Law, Light Law, Thunder Law. Trait 1. The greater the number of Endermen, the stronger the Ender Dragon. Trait 2. Dragon Emperor Domain. Trait 3. King Zifu. Trait 4. 10,000 Shadows return to the Abyss. Trait 5. Bloodline Reversion. Note: upon activation of the Imperial Bloodline, all attributes are enhanced by 50. The termite's abilities seemed impressive. It could traverse any material without hindrance. In future assaults on any world, termites could be deployed to directly consume through the world itself. However, Tian merely contemplated the situation, for in the future world he would conquer, allowing the pests to thrive rendered the occupation meaningless. Yet, upon witnessing the Ender Dragon acquire 2 additional laws and a singular trait, Tian felt a profound sense of security. After all, the protective barrier was set to conclude this very night, heralding the onset of the invasion of myriad races. At the very least, ensuring his own safety would suffice. Upon finalizing his choices, Tian swiftly located a pest within the world and summoned it forth. The pest had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its body now significantly larger than before. The Enderman cradled the pest and promptly teleported to a safe distance beyond the protective barrier. Observing the pest on the ground, Tian focused his thoughts, and the pest immediately burrowed into the earth, vanishing from sight. His mental acuity instantly pinpointed the pest's location. Even as it traversed underground at a depth of 100 meters, he could still distinctly sense its movements. The enhancement of his mental prowess not only granted him a clone, but also enabled him to monitor the surrounding environment with remarkable clarity. This ability proved exceedingly useful. As the pest scurried underground, navigating through the surrounding stones and veins of ore, it encountered no obstructions, as if traversing through mere air. Tian decided to test its capabilities by instructing it to consume a chunk of iron ore. The pest opened its jaws and bit into the iron, swiftly gnawing away a portion of the hard mineral. Subsequently, the pest's body swelled slightly, and from its rear, it expelled an egg. Upon landing, the egg rapidly hatched, giving rise to a new pest. This newborn pest, though smaller than its predecessor, exhibited an equally impressive voracity. The rate of reproduction was indeed commendable. Tian nodded in satisfaction, prompting both pests to continue devouring the iron ore. Within mere minutes, the underground was teeming with over a dozen pests, scattering about, voraciously consuming the surrounding minerals and laying eggs in abundance. They not only fed, but also searched for other valuable resources hidden beneath the surface. After observing for a while, Tian discerned that while the reproduction rate of the pests was swift, their efficiency in consuming minerals left much to be desired. If only they could accelerate their consumption. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed one of the pests had come to a halt, its body emitting a faint glow. In the next moment, this particular pest's feeding rate experienced a modest enhancement, nearly doubling its previous speed. Could it evolve? Tian concentrated, realizing that during the consumption process, this pest seemed to have absorbed a form of energy from the ore, thereby augmenting its capabilities. Intriguing. He immediately instructed the other pests to hasten their consumption, curious to see if they would exhibit similar transformations. Indeed, as they devoured more ore, several pests began to radiate light, significantly enhancing their feeding efficiency. At this rate, it would not be long before the mineral veins in this area were entirely depleted. Let us experiment with other materials. Tian directed several pests to shift their focus to the nearby soil layers. Upon burrowing into the earth, their consumption rate surpassed that of the minerals, creating vast cavities in the blink of an eye. The softness of the soil made it considerably easier to consume. Tian then encouraged them to attempt devouring the roots of nearby trees. As the wood-boring insect approached the tree's roots, it bit down, and the sturdy root instantaneously snapped. Even plants can be devoured. The creature continued its experimentation, attempting to consume water and flames. However, the insect's efficiency in consuming liquids was markedly inferior. It could only absorb them gradually, unlike the rapid gnawing of solid matter. It seems that the insect is indeed more suited for dealing with tangible substances. This is sufficient. Henceforth, you shall be known as planet devourers. Chapter 46. Why does snow fall to the ground? Tian observed the wood-boring insect as it continued to consume materials. And suddenly, an idea struck him. If it could consume wood, then perhaps it could also exploit the resources of this world. He promptly extracted a batch of oak logs from his world and carelessly tossed them onto the ground. Upon detecting the scent of wood, the insect immediately wriggled over and began to gnaw. The wood vanished at a visible rate, and the insect's body swelled slightly. Subsequently, its rear end contracted, and an egg was expelled. The eggshell cracked, and a new wood-boring insect emerged. Indeed, it was possible. Yang Tian's eyes brightened. With this, the reproductive rate of the insects could be significantly enhanced, without reliance on external resources. He directly summoned a substantial quantity of oak and stone from his world, piling them haphazardly on the ground. The insects surged forth in droves, voraciously consuming the materials. Within mere minutes, thousands of wood-boring insects swarmed the area, writhing densely. That's enough. Enough. If you continue, the surroundings of the castle will be devoured. Yang Tian hastily called a halt. Although the insects could reproduce rapidly, he had no intention of allowing them to consume this world entirely. After all, this was the realm surrounding his castle. If they truly caused a problem, it would be catastrophic. You should diligently search for materials underground and refrain from indiscriminately consuming everything in sight. The wood-boring insects seemed to comprehend, burrowing into the earth and beginning to spread in all directions. Through his mental acuity, Yang Tian sensed their movements and discovered that these little creatures navigated the underground with remarkable ease. They nibbled on mineral veins encountered and drilled through soil, displaying exceptional efficiency. Henceforth, the exploration of the underground would rely on you. Now that the issue with the wood-boring insects was resolved, the next task was to return to the world and instruct the villagers to continue constructing stone generators and lumber mills. Presently, the demand for the wood-boring insects warranted far more than a mere dozen stone generators and lumber mills. Shifting his perspective back to the world, Yang Tian witnessed the biting cold wind sweeping through the village, as snowflakes cascaded from the sky to the earth. He glanced over and immediately spotted the villager who had previously posed questions to him. He was still alone in the snow, resembling a snowman. Yang Tian stepped onto the snow, approaching the villager from behind, and softly spoke. What is it? Still pondering the question from before. Leader, I have found an answer to the question posed several days ago. Water ascends as snow, and snow melts into water. This is the law of nature. Hearing this, Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction. A commendable discovery. Yet, why do you remain here? The villager turned around and extended his right hand, catching the descending snowflakes, which settled upon his palm. He then continued, I am contemplating why snow falls to the ground, rather than ascending into the air. With that, the villager turned his hand over. The snowflakes, no longer supported by his palm, began to drift downward towards the ground. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian was instantly filled with excitement. This inquiry clearly indicated that the villagers had begun to observe phenomena on a physical level, marking the dawn of technological enlightenment. Yang Tian crouched down and scooped up a handful of snow. This question was astutely posed. He rolled the snow into a ball, for an invisible force seemed to be pulling it downward. The villagers stared at him, bewildered. Is it akin to an iron puppet moving stones? Indeed. Yang Tian raised the snowball in his hand and then gently tossed it. Although this force remained unseen, nothing could escape its grasp. The villagers nodded thoughtfully, and one suddenly pointed at the clouds drifting overhead. Why do those clouds not fall? Yang Tian's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated such a question from the villagers. He opened his mouth to respond. This is something you shall explore once your intellect has developed further. In truth, Yang Tian was reluctant to divulge the theory directly. He believed that if the villagers ever reached the limits of their inquiries, they would need to rely on their own understanding. Yang Tian desired for the villagers to gradually explore and thus formulate their own set of theories. This approach would yield unprecedented benefits for future development. However, one villager bent down to scoop up 2 handfuls of snow. He fashioned a snowball with his left hand, raising it aloft. This is snow. He then lifted his right hand. This is also snow. Simultaneously, he released both hands. The snowball crashed onto the ground with a resounding thud, while the other snowflakes continued to drift slowly downwards. They were, after all, the same substance. The villager stared at the scattered pile of snow, pondering why one floated while the other hastened to the ground. Yang Tian turned his gaze toward the villager. Indeed, the villager with an intellect of 60 had not disappointed him. The simplicity of his logic was striking yet incisive. Just as Yang Tian was about to speak, a sudden crack interrupted him. Turning around, he saw several iron puppets hauling freshly felled oak logs toward the workbench. The heavy footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly. The villager's attention was similarly drawn to the scene. One villager, observing the snow being kicked up by the iron puppets' feet, suddenly posed a question. If the ground were not there to impede them, would they continue to fall? Yang Tian regarded this inquisitive villager, suddenly struck by the notion that perhaps his mind housed the entire universe. Chief, the villager waved his hand before Yang Tian's eyes. Do you not know the answer? Yang Tian replied, I know the answer to this question, but I cannot reveal it to you. To uncover the answers to your inquiries, you must observe and research independently. I can only offer you a direction. From this day forth, your name shall be Yang Ku. Today, we establish the Institute of Technological Research. You, Yang Ku, shall be the inaugural director of this institute. With that, he swiftly turned and departed, allowing the villagers to ponder their thoughts in solitude. The villager remained rooted in place, gazing skyward as snowflakes fell upon his sturdy form. I must elevate the villager's intellect to 100, Yang Tian murmured to himself. And perhaps then they will even construct interstellar battleships for me. The villager's question today solidified his resolve to enhance their intelligence. The phenomena the villagers could observe had indeed expanded. It would not be long before, under the guidance of Yangku, their exploration of technology would begin to flourish. The villagers directly forged interstellar battleships, opting for a technological path. When confronted with the necessity for ground combat, they would airdrop the iron golems. In essence, having an additional developmental route posed no detriment to Yang Tian's future. After concluding his dialogues with the villagers, Yang Tian ventured into the heart of the village, initiating the construction of stone generators and tree factories to supply the larvae. Under Yang Tian's guidance, thousands of stone generators emerged throughout the world, accompanied by a multitude of operational tree factories. An abundance of resources was extracted and wholly provided to the larvae. With such support, the reproductive rate of the larvae surged remarkably. Chapter 47. The shield disappears. Yang Tian stretched lazily and casually opened the world channel. The protective shield was set to vanish that evening, prompting him to observe the developments of others. The channel was inundated with messages. Ice Dragon Valley. I'm just a bit short on resources to upgrade my level 4 castle to level 5. Can any brothers lend a hand? I shall protect you in return. Holy angels, too slow. My level 5 castle is already in the midst of upgrading. Stop showing off, esteemed ones. I've just completed upgrading my level 3 castle. It's over. I feel I won. Survive the night. Attention, all lords. The protective shield will disappear in 12 hours. The battlefield of myriad races is about to commence. Attention, all lords. The protective shield will disappear in 12 hours. The invasion of myriad races is imminent. As Yang Tian observed the sudden world announcements, he noted the time. It was already noon. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds before messages erupted once more. Genesis Realm. Anticipation builds. Stormy world. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're doomed. Ice Dragon Valley. It's still not too late to form alliances. Genesis Realm. Esteemed one. We seek your protection. Yang Tian shut the channel and turned to gaze out the window. The setting sun bathed the snowy landscape in hues of orange red. Meanwhile, the Sea Realm and Stone Realm had stabilized. Most creatures had been summoned by Yang Tian to the real world, making final preparations. The momentous beginning was upon them. Everything had entered a phase of stable development, requiring no direct oversight from Yang Tian. Subsequently, Yang Tian ascended to the top tier of the castle, peering into the distance. He awaited the moment the protective shield would fade, ready to breach into another world. The sounds of footsteps echoed from the direction of the awakening pool, as iron golems lined up, surrounding the entire castle. In the skies above, the wretched souls were no longer the primary forces of battle. The heavens were now entirely under the dominion of decay. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Suddenly, a message flashed across the world channel. Attention, all lords. 5 minutes until the protective shield disappears. The channel erupted in chaos. Ice Dragon Valley. We're doomed. We're doomed. Holy angels. What is the panic? Watch me wreak havoc. Those with names claim they're finished, yet we nameless ones are the ones truly facing demise. Snowy Stream. Genesis Realm. Esteemed one. How prepared are you? Creation of the world. It is sufficient to breach the opposing realm. Holy angel. Holy angel. Is it still possible to invade the opposing world and eliminate foes? Truly remarkable. The Great One speaks differently. Creation of the world. Su Shuoyo Lian. Do you require my protection? If you do not survive, there shall be no one left for me to trade with. Yang Tian pondered the abundance of rare resources in the opposing realm, diverse and plentiful. One individual could easily rival the total trading volume of others, naturally drawing Yang Tian's attention towards her. After all, should she survive, she would be able to provide a substantial supply of elemental crystals to enhance the capabilities of the iron puppets. Currently, the number of iron puppets was in the millions, yet only a few hundred had absorbed elemental crystals. If the opposing side could persist, then the attributes of the iron puppets could gradually be fortified. Su Shuoyo Lian. No need, Great One. Although I am unable to storm into the opposing world like you, my troops, after a round of enhancements, can hold them off. Creation of the world. Great One. I seek your protection. Creation of the world. Great One. Please take me with you. After declining Yang Tian's goodwill, Xiao Lianxue closed the world channel. She turned to face the thousands of slimes behind her, their colors of vibrant assortment. While she may not be able to invade the opposing realm like the Great One, ensuring the safety of her castle should pose no problem. Among the thousands of slimes, some were playfully engaging with one another. Xiao Lianxue approached one slime, its hue unlike the others, a dazzling blend of 5 radiant colors adorning its surface. This was the first slime she had enhanced, possessing the ability to harness 5 different attributes. Given more time, she could have cultivated additional 5 attribute slimes, or even more. However, time was running short. She could only nurture one for her protection. Little round, I will depend on you, she said, cradling the slime and gazing towards the outside world. Seeing her refusal, Yang Tian did not press further. The countdown reached 4 minutes. Suddenly, the iron puppets outside the castle raised their arms in unison. The effects of nightlight flame gold activated, and black and white luminescence merged into a singular brilliance. The innermost iron puppet plunged its hand into the earth, poised to unleash its earthen abilities. Is it truly necessary to be this tense? Yang Tian murmured, casually retrieving a slice of cake from the world, savoring it slowly. 2 minutes passed. Yang Tian ascended to the castle, observing numerous dark specks emerging in the distant sky. He instructed the Endermen to teleport nearby for reconnaissance. They were merely dormant spatial portals. Upon witnessing these portals, Yang Tian abandoned his prior intentions of blocking the entrance. After all, it was uncertain what rank of demon beasts might emerge from the spatial passages. To recklessly attempt to obstruct them could lead to a calamity should several high-tier creatures converge upon the castle. Yang Tian resolved to wait, assessing the strength of the spatial portals before making any decisions. If they are not particularly formidable, it would be prudent to adopt the same strategy as before, seizing control of all the surrounding spatial passages and dispatching troops to the other world. However, if they are excessively powerful, it may be wiser for the Ender Dragon to remain at home. The countdown reached 10 seconds, and suddenly, the world channel was inundated with system announcements. Attention, all lords, the protective shield has vanished. The spatial passage is now open. The invasion of myriad races has officially commenced. The iron puppets encircled the nearest spatial passage, while those stationed at the castle's periphery pivoted in unison, charging towards the expanding spatial rift 2 kilometers away. The ground trembled under the weight of countless iron puppets, creating a cacophony of sound. The Ender Dragon descended from the clouds, its wings stirring the rain that had accumulated atop the castle. Yang Tian gazed at the spatial passage, resembling fabric sliced by a blade, its edges dripping with black, viscous fluid. What is this substance? Is it an offering from the other world? How unsightly. The first wave of monsters had already extended their claws. A troop of simian creatures emerged from the spatial passage, adorned with bone spurs protruding from their backs, which continuously dripped the same black ooze onto the ground. The army of iron puppets came to an abrupt halt 300 meters from the passage, the front row collectively plunging their arms into the earth to prepare soil spikes. Assistants, identify the creatures. Creature, bone spike, giant ape. Rank, 5th tier. Traits, bone spurs can be launched. Spurs possess corrosive properties. Chapter 48, The Dragon Clan. Only 5th tier? Yang Tian scoffed, commanding them, iron puppets, engage in free combat. Just ensure they do not breach our defenses. No sooner had he spoken than the ground erupted with over 100 soil spikes, instantly skewering the first dozen giant apes, their black blood splattering the surroundings. The remaining apes began to pound their chests, their bone spurs rising ominously. Oh, are they preparing to launch projectiles? As soon as Yang Tian finished speaking, a barrage of bone spurs hurtled towards the ranks of iron puppets. Shadow snails, prepare for aerial defense. Instantly, under Yang Tian's command, millions of shadow snails opened their shells, launching themselves into the air. Although the shadow snails were merely 1st tier, they were capable of intercepting these projectiles mid-flight. With several rounds of fire from the shadow snails, the number of aerial interceptors soared into the hundreds of millions. If they could not withstand this onslaught, Yang Tian would have no choice but to repurpose all the shadow snails into shadow boxes. The barrage of projectiles collided with the bone spurs, resulting in a symphony of explosions resonating through the air. The corrosive black spurs were thwarted mid-flight. Suddenly, Yang Tian recalled the insatiable creatures below. He promptly established a mental link with the burrowing insects underground, instructing them to hollow out the space beneath the spatial passage. By creating a void below, he could prevent them from scattering everywhere. Once the beasts fell in, concentrated fire would suffice. The burrowing insects received their orders and wriggled eagerly towards the base of the spatial passage. Upon arrival, they wasted no time, opening their jaws wide and beginning to devour. In just a few bites, they had gnawed a sizable hole beneath. As the gnawing continued, the burrowing creatures multiplied rapidly, filling the cavern with hundreds of wood borers. These voracious insects feverishly gnawed at the earth, swiftly excavating a massive pit hundreds of meters deep beneath the spatial passage. The newly emerged bone-spiked giant ape had yet to grasp the situation when the ground beneath its feet gave way, sending it plummeting down. At the bottom of the pit stood a legion of iron puppets, all gazing upward at the falling giant ape. Switching to fire mode, the arms of the iron puppets suddenly glowed a fiery red, thrusting upwards with great force. With a resounding explosion, thousands of fire columns erupted from the depths of the pit. Before the giant ape could even touch the ground, it was incinerated into charred remains. Black smoke wafted upwards, mingling with the aroma of roasted flesh, as Yang Tian nodded approvingly from his vantage point atop the castle. This was precisely how fire mode should be utilized. Turning his gaze towards the spatial passage, he noticed several more giant apes peering out. Continue, he commanded, burn as many as come. The iron puppets unleashed an unceasing barrage of fire, and the descending giant apes had no time to scream before they too were reduced to ashes. This scene bore a striking resemblance to a monster spawning tower, with the spatial passage above resembling a gateway to hell, incessantly delivering monsters for annihilation. Below, the iron puppets acted as executioners, incinerating each one that dared to descend. Unexpectedly, the iron puppets, typically the victims of magma and campfires, were now the agents of destruction, using fire mode to eliminate others. Woodborers, do not cease your work. Devour everything beneath the surrounding spatial passages. Transform all spatial passages into monster-spawning towers. Upon receiving the command, the woodborers swiftly dispersed, crawling towards the nearby spatial passages. From his castle, Tian observed with satisfaction as the ground beneath the distant spatial passages continued to collapse. The iron puppet army had scattered, methodically leaping into various pits, poised to commence their relentless slaughter of monsters. The days of automated monster farming were indeed extraordinary. Tian mused, "You have come to me willingly, thus. I shall not hold back." Once again, dozens of bone-spiked giant apes fell into the first excavated pit. In unison, the iron puppets raised their arms, activating their fire mode, and the pit transformed into a blazing inferno. The giant apes had no opportunity to struggle, instantly turning to char. The efficiency was somewhat lacking, falling short of the monstrous output of 1,000,000 spawning towers. As the system notifications of kills continued to flood in, Tian urged, "Keep going, do not stop." The situation in the other pits mirrored this one. The woodborers worked with increasing speed, and the iron puppets matched their pace in exterminating monsters. In some pits, hundreds of creatures fell simultaneously, yet the iron puppets' fire columns incinerated them completely. Consulting the map, Tian noted an increase in the number of spatial passages around him. However, he felt no concern. Rather, he hoped for even more passages to emerge. Originally contemplating an invasion into their world, he now found this arrangement quite agreeable. "You shall obediently serve as monster-spawning towers while I conquer other worlds first," he declared to the air. Tian understood that despite his considerable forces, it was impossible to launch simultaneous assaults on so many worlds. Thus, he devised this strategy, to utilize the other spatial passages as spawning towers while deploying the majority of his forces to attack other realms. Tian gazed contentedly at the incessant notifications of kills and the rewards being accumulated in the system. Suddenly, he felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Frowning, he lifted his gaze, noticing that the sky in the distance had darkened unexpectedly. An oppressive force was advancing from afar, causing a sense of suffocation. What could it be? Tian immediately rose to his feet, pushing open the window on the castle's top floor. The clouds in the distance seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, twisting into a colossal vortex. The pressure intensified, rendering the very air heavy. "The Ender Dragon!" Tian exclaimed. The Ender Dragon swooped down from the clouds, landing beside the castle, its piercing gaze fixated on the horizon. At the moment the oppressive force manifested, the Ender Dragon had also sensed the disturbance from afar, already soaring above the clouds to investigate. "Can you discern what is happening over there?" Tian inquired. The Ender Dragon remained silent for a few moments before responding slowly. "A dragon of high bloodline." Tian raised an eyebrow. "Stronger than you?" Narrowing his eyes, he contemplated the implication. If even the Ender Dragon felt pressured, the opposing dragon must undoubtedly be a being of at least tier 9. After all, the Ender Dragon, even at tier 4, had single-handedly battled 4 tier 8 sea demon emperors. Now that it had reached tier 7, a creature capable of exerting pressure on it must have attained tier 10. "Do you have confidence in defeating it using the 10,000 shadows returned to the void?" Tian questioned. Yes. It appeared that certain spatial passages indeed connected to terrifying realms. However, it remained uncertain whether the dragon emerging this time was the strongest of their world or merely a scout sent by a clan. If it were the latter, both the Sea Realm and Stone Realm must swiftly secure their territories, fulfilling the requirements for one world and two. Fortunately, such a formidable world had not opened a spatial passage directly above his head. Chapter 49, Acceleration of the Castle. Tian fixated on the distant oppressive force, his brow furrowing deeper. Surely it couldn't be coming for me. The opposing dragon tribe had evidently noticed the presence of the Ender Dragon. Its massive form hesitated momentarily in the air before shifting direction and heading straight towards them. Upon witnessing this, the Ender Dragon unfurled its wings with a sudden force. The power of the 5 great laws enveloped it instantaneously, its imperial bloodline fully unleashed. The characteristic of bloodline reversion activated simultaneously, causing an immediate surge of 50 in all attributes. A wave of terrifying pressure erupted, surpassing that of its adversary, sweeping through the surroundings like a tangible force. Boom. The low-tier demon beasts on the ground had no chance to react, being crushed instantly by this overwhelming pressure, reduced to mere pools of blood and mud. The dragon from afar came to an abrupt halt, momentarily paralyzed in midair by the Ender Dragon's bloodline power. Its golden slit-like eyes fixed intently on the Ender Dragon, a flicker of wariness crossing its gaze. A low, rumbling roar emanated from its throat, seemingly testing the Ender Dragon. The power of the 5 great laws swirled around the Ender Dragon, showing no sign of retreat. The two parties stood poised in a standoff, neither willing to strike first. Tian observed this tense tableau from the castle, feeling an inkling of relief within. It seems that the opposing side is not foolish. They understand that engaging in combat would yield no benefits. He cast a glance at the system notification. That recent surge of pressure had obliterated over 100,000 low-tier beasts, resulting in a considerable reward. Since they dared not attack, a stalemate would ensue. For Yang Tian, the longer this impasse lasted, the better. Once the Stone Realm and the Sea Realm completed their conquest, the 9th-tier Ender Dragon would sweep across the battlefield with ease. Yang Tian addressed the Ender Dragon. Keep your gaze fixed on it. Should it dare approach, take action immediately. The Ender Dragon nodded slightly. Its eyes still locked onto the distant dragon. The opposing creature seemed to have sensed the Ender Dragon's intent. Its massive wings began to flap slowly as it retreated. However, it did not leave outright, instead halting at a greater distance while still maintaining its watchful gaze. Oh, it appears they intend to stand guard, or perhaps await reinforcements from a stronger dragon clan. Yang Tian shrugged, unbothered by its presence. After all, the Ender Dragon's aura was sufficiently expansive. Should the enemy dare to draw near, they would be detected at once. At this moment, the more pressing matter was addressing the other spatial portals. The termite had already excavated dozens of deep pits underground, while the Iron Puppet Army had dispersed to the depths of these pits, lying in wait for monsters to fall into their trap. Continue the onslaught, do not pause. The distant dragon clan remained suspended in the air, yet there was no further movement from them. The Ender Dragon stood resolutely above the castle. The power of the 5 fundamental laws flickering subtly, poised to erupt at any moment. Both sides maintained their stalemate, neither showing any inclination to disrupt the balance. Yang Tian settled within the castle, casually opening the world channel. Ice Dragon Valley, help! A horde of 6th-tier beasts has appeared here. Holy Angel, 6th tier? Given your 4th-tier dragon clan strength, those 6th-tier beasts should pose no threat to you. Ice Dragon Valley, they do not inflict harm. Yet the 2 powerful presences have my ice dragons thoroughly subdued. Holy Angel, if dragons can be intimidated, surely the beasts across from you are equally susceptible to pressure. Ice Dragon Valley, they are indeed under pressure, but a group of stone golems has emerged from one of the spatial portals, and they are immune to bloodline pressure. Ice Dragon Valley, Creator's Domain, Esteemed One, please mitigate the pressure. They are poised to assault my castle. Creator's Domain, I am facing 10th-tier dragons here. I cannot contain it. Holy Angel, 10th tier. Su Shui Lu Lian, Esteemed One, can you still endure? Creator's Domain, I manage. For they do not dare advance, engaged in a contest of pressure against my troops. Su Shui Lu Lian, truly impressive, Esteemed One, to withstand 10th-tier dragons. Wind and Cloud, remarkable, to hold off 10th-tier beasts. I can only contend with 5th-tier ones. Yang Tian pondered their conversation. Recalling what his assistant had mentioned, their developmental approach differed. They upgraded their troops based on castle level, with the highest troop tier currently being 4th tier. Even if they could defeat foes of a higher tier, they would only manage to vanquish those of 7th tier strength at most. Yet, this spatial portal was capable of unleashing beings above 9th tier. If he were not there to shield them, could they truly withstand the onslaught? This is undeniably a dire situation. Yang Tian suddenly pondered a question. Assistant, how can this be explained? Why are they still engaging in a game that guarantees death? The rankings are updated bi-hourly. The higher the rank, the greater the acceleration in upgrading castles. Castle acceleration? This holds little significance for Yang Tian, as the upgrading of his castle is inconsequential. However, for the other lords, the scenario differs vastly. Unlike Yang Tian, who enhances his troops through territorial expansion, they rely entirely on castle upgrades to strengthen their units. The more they accelerate, the faster their upgrades, thus swiftly augmenting their military capabilities. Assistant, was it not previously stated that thwarting the invasion of myriad races would yield troop enhancements? Yet, why have I not seen any evidence of this? There is a probability of obtaining troop enhancement items by defeating high-level beasts. Probability? Is it merely a matter of luck? Factors such as cumulative kills, kill quality, and territorial range are considered. Understood. Yang Tian closed the assistant interface and casually opened the leaderboard for a preview. Current leaderboard, not yet settled. Remaining participants, 123, 432. 1. Genesis Realm, kill count, 1, 87 million. 2. Divine Angel, kill count, 120,000. 3. Su Shui Lu Lian, kill count, 90,000. Yang Tian remarked while observing the leaderboard. With only over 100,000 participants remaining, has the invasion barely begun and already reduced to a mere 100,000? It seems most Lord's troops are not particularly formidable. He mused, yet Su Shui Lu Lian has astonishingly secured 3rd place? Evidently, her troops are indeed impressive. As he contemplated this, he suddenly heard the low roar of the Ender Dragon. The distant dragon clan seemed to be growing impatient, anxiously spiraling in the air. Ignore it. If it dares to approach, we'll strike directly. The Ender Dragon nodded, the brilliance of the 5 great laws shining even brighter. Coward. Yang Tian turned and walked towards the castle's exterior, where the iron puppets were diligently roasting giant apes in the pit. Once more, he checked the progress of the Stone Realm and Sea Realm, discovering that the occupation rate had surpassed 90. In just a few hours, he would completely seize both realms. By then, after upgrading the Ender Dragon, he could address the distant dragon and launch an offensive towards the spatial passage. Chapter 50, Bone Spike Slime. Yang Tian closed the leaderboard. The occupation progress of the Stone Realm had reached 95. In no more than half an hour, the Ender Dragon would achieve full upgrade to level 9. Silently observing their discussions in the channel, he awaited the complete occupation of the Stone Realm and Sea Realm. Ice Dragon Valley. I can't hold on any longer. The pressure from the boss is overwhelming, and the stone golems have breached the castle's vicinity. Ice Dragon Valley. My Ice Dragon and the opposing beasts remain stationary. The Ice Dragon is on the verge of being crushed by the stone golems. Divine Angel. Then you must fend for yourself. I feel no pressure here whatsoever. Xiao Lianshui stood on the second floor of the castle, gazing out the window at the battlefield. Thousands of slimes clustered around the castle, their colors a vibrant spectacle. Most conspicuous was the small orb standing at the forefront. Its soft, pliable body enveloped in a gentle flow of 5 colors. Suddenly, a spatial rift in the distance widened, and dozens of 5th-tier bone spike giants surged forth. As they landed, they were met by the sight of an unusual slime. The small orb bounced forward a couple of steps, its form expanding to a height of 3 meters. With a resounding whoosh, a jet of fire erupted from within, instantly transforming the foremost giant into a blazing fireball. The giants behind had yet to react when the orb shifted to a cerulean hue. A torrent of water materialized from thin air, sweeping away the flaming giants. Enraged, the giants pounded their chests, their bone spikes standing erect in fury. Unperturbed, the orb transitioned to a sandy yellow. A wall of earth surged upward, effectively blocking all incoming spikes. Although the corrosive liquid from the spikes eroded several gaping holes in the earthen barrier, Xiao Lianshui and the castle remained unscathed. The orb's form began to shift colors once more, flickering with purple lightning within. A dozen bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking each giant's head with precision. The giants convulsed and fell, smoke wafting from their charred bodies. Witnessing their collapse, the orb returned to its vibrant, multicolored state. Rather than retreating, it gleefully hopped towards the corpses of the giants. Its form became liquid-like, gradually enveloping the fallen giants. Xiao Lianshui hurried over and crouched beside the orb. Her brow furrowed with concern as she asked, "Little orb, will you be all right consuming this?" The orb wriggled momentarily, a round head emerging from the giant's carcass. Its voice was soft, tinged with excitement, and after speaking, it resumed enveloping the giants, beginning to analyze their composition. Xiao Lianshui's eyes lit up as she inquired, "Can you transform into their likeness?" The orb swayed slightly, its expression contemplative, and a hint of pride laced its tone. Watching the orb devour the giant's remains, Xiao Lianshui felt a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. She gently stroked the orb's fluffy exterior, whispering, "Just be careful, don't upset your stomach." The orb responded eagerly, continuing its focused analysis. Its colors deepened, revealing sharp spikes emerging from its surface. The surrounding slimes curiously gathered around, bouncing in excitement, seemingly eager to witness the orb's newfound abilities. Standing tall, Xiao Lianshui gazed at the orb and the other slimes, a smile gracing her lips. It appeared that more surprises awaited them. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the orb. Has it truly succeeded? She reached out to poke the orb's soft body, only to find it had become rigid. The orb burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Of course. Now I can launch bone spikes." It leaped with excitement, its form suddenly contracting. Several bone spikes shot forth from its body, embedding themselves into a nearby tree. Before Xiao Lianshui could praise it, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. 3 bone spike giants emerged from the thicket, their furious roars erupting as they spotted the bodies of their fallen comrades. "Be careful, little orb," Xiao Lianshui instinctively shouted. Xiao Yuan, who had been troubled by the near completion of her analysis at 99, was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected opportunity that presented itself. She immediately rushed forward, her body expanding instantaneously, transforming into a vast net that enveloped the foremost gigantic ape. The creature thrashed wildly, its bone spikes elongating in a desperate attempt to pierce Xiao Yuan's form. However, those spikes failed to penetrate her body. Observing this, the other 2 gigantic apes turned to flee. In that moment, Xiao Yuan's form split, morphing into 2 soft, pliable tendrils that swiftly ensnared the ankles of the fleeing apes. They crashed heavily to the ground, and before they could rise, they were enveloped by Xiao Yuan's divided form. Xiao Lianshui watched in astonishment as, within mere minutes, the 3 gigantic apes vanished without a trace, leaving only Xiao Yuan, who contentedly burped, having completed her analysis. She gleefully exclaimed, "I can now perfectly transform into their likeness." Xiao Lianshui sighed in relief and affectionately patted her, exclaiming, "Incredible." The other slimes, witnessing Xiao Yuan's newfound prowess, joyfully bounced around her. Just as everyone basked in the jubilant atmosphere, the spatial portal in the distance widened once more. This time, however, it was not the bone-spiked apes that emerged. but a swarm of winged creatures. Boss, I want to eat them. I want to fly too, exclaimed the monochromatic slime excitedly to Xiao Yuan. Rest assured, watch me bring them down for you to feast upon at your leisure, replied Xiao Yuan, reveling in her role as the leader. She leaped into the air, her form suddenly transforming into that of a bone-spiked giant ape, the spikes on her back standing erect. With a swift motion, the spikes shot forth, targeting the flying serpents. Instantly, several of them plummeted to the ground, their wings pierced. Upon seeing the fallen serpents, one slime immediately wriggled its rotund body forward, covering the downed creature with its soft form. Though the serpent's wings flapped feebly, it was gradually devoured by the slime. With a resolution of only 5, the slime, in a fit of desperation, bounced in place, calling out, Boss, I want more. The others who had missed out echoed similar cries of eagerness. Don't rush, Xiao Yuan assured them. I promise you will all get to fly. After speaking, she launched several more bone spikes, this time bringing down 5 additional serpents. Chapter 51. The assault on another world. Yang Tian lounged in a rocking chair, swaying gently. Outside, the iron puppets continued to incinerate the monsters that had fallen into the pit. Should they encounter airborne beasts, the snow puppets would unleash a barrage of 1,000,000 snowballs to bring them down. The world channel buzzed with commotion, but he had little interest in it, for his kill count had long surpassed that of the second place by a wide margin. Stone Realm, Sea Realm occupation complete. Remaining reinforcement attempts, 2. Next territorial scope, occupy 10 worlds. When the assistant suddenly provided this notification, Yang Tian sprang to his feet in excitement. At last, the occupation had been successfully achieved. Yang Tian cast his gaze outward, observing the Ender Dragon engaged in a fierce contest of power with its adversary. He hoped fervently that it would possess sufficient strength to survive the imminent confrontation. Hastily, he summoned the enhancement interface. 2 enhancements, is it? Ender Dragon, Wither. Villager, max them all out. Ender Dragon enhancement completed. Current tier, 9. Newly acquired laws, Law of Time, Law of Life. Yang Tian was taken aback as he beheld the laws bestowed upon the Ender Dragon. The Law of Time was indeed a formidable addition. With such power, the Ender Dragon was truly invincible. Wither enhancement completed. Current tier, 5. Bloodline, Divine Demon Immortal Bloodline. Intermediate head, transformed into an immortal head. Was the Wither pursuing a bloodline path? What would come next, another bloodline or something else? Villager enhancement completed. Creature, Villager, 8. Current intelligence, 80. The villager remained as it always was, merely augmented with intelligence, devoid of any new traits. However, with an intelligence of 90, development should progress at a swifter pace. No matter, let them engage in their pursuits. I must hasten to produce some technology to indulge in. Upon the castle, the Ender Dragon, previously locked in a standoff with its opponent, suddenly trembled, rising abruptly, its eyes snapping wide open. Its entire form unfurled, wings flaring. The power of the 7 great laws surged around it. The law of time flowed beneath its scales, each dragon's scale glimmering with a silvery sheen. Attempting to flee, the opposing dragon felt the oppressive might of the Ender Dragon intensify, panic seizing it. What sorcery is this? How has it suddenly grown so powerful? I must escape, or I shall perish. Terrified, the other dragon's scales bristled as it turned to plunge into the spatial rift. Yet, after merely flapping its wings twice, it discovered its body was being drawn backwards. How could this be? The law of time. How infuriating, it lacked this law before. Wait, weren't there only 5 laws a moment ago? How has it now acquired 7? The Ender Dragon smirked, a gleeful expression adorning its visage. Just a moment ago, it had been so boastful, attempting to compete with me in might. With a swift motion, the Ender Dragon pressed its claw upon the dragon's head, forcing it into the ground, creating a significant crater. Child, did you acquire this 10th tier power by mere chance? Why are you so feeble? The Ender Dragon's tone dripped with derision. The other dragon, struggling to lift its head, flickered with a glint of rage in its eyes. How dare you? If you possess the ability, try suppressing your bloodline. Upon hearing this, the Ender Dragon's interest was piqued. Now, that sounds intriguing. The opposing dragon's eyes gleamed with determination. Seizing the opportunity, its entire being crackled with lightning. It opened its maw, unleashing a robust bolt of the Law of Thunder directly towards the Ender Dragon. However, before the thunder could make contact, it erupted within its own mouth, sending shockwaves through its body, leaving its scales charred in places. Yang Tian, standing atop the castle, beheld this spectacle. Ah, so it is a thunder dragon. The Ender Dragon chuckled derisively, the law of time swirling gently. Is that all you've got? With a dismissive tilt of its head, the Ender Dragon scoffed. Is this the extent of your prowess at the 10th tier? The Thunder Dragon was struck by its own thunderous law, inciting a surge of rage within it. How infuriating. If you possess such prowess, dare to challenge me without the manipulation of time. The Ender Dragon planted its foot firmly on the Thunder Dragon's head. Very well, this time without the time law. What other tricks do you possess? The Thunder Dragon, seething with fury, unleashed a blinding orb of white light from its mouth. You shall pay for your arrogance. Behold my law of light. Yet, as the white light surged forth, the Ender Dragon remained unfazed, merely flicking its claws. In an instant, the spatial law shimmered, redirecting the white light back towards the Thunder Dragon, striking it squarely on its own back and causing it to stagger. Is that all you have? The Ender Dragon scoffed, clearly devoid of further tricks. Then, you may comfortably assume the role of the Master's experience package. With that, it coalesced 3 formidable laws into a tricolored sphere of light, thrusting it directly at the Thunder Dragon's forehead. The Thunder Dragon, its pupils constricting in terror, struggled with all its might. No, you cannot kill me. The Master will not spare you. Congratulations on slaying the 10th tier Thunder Dragon. Rewards received: 500,000 energy crystals, 20 intermediate Thunder Law fragments, 20 intermediate Light Law fragments, 20 intermediate Darkness Law fragments. Yang Tian overheard the Thunder Dragon's last words. A master? Above the 10th tier? He turned to gaze at the distant spatial passage, where a dark cavern continued to spew forth monstrous beasts. Regardless of your so-called master, if you dare to come, we shall deal with you collectively. The Ender Dragon crushed the Thunder Dragon's skull with a single swipe. The brilliance of the 7 laws gradually receded. Master, what shall we do now? Yang Tian waved his hand. Pay no heed to its words. First, we shall conquer the other worlds, and then I will elevate you to strike directly into the opposing realm. Yang Tian promptly harnessed his mental energy to communicate with the iron puppets within the pit. Upon receiving Yang Tian's command, the iron puppets abruptly ceased their fire abilities and plunged their arms into the ground. The power of earth erupted forth, causing the ground to rise instantaneously. Utilizing this momentum, the iron puppet launched itself into the air, charging into the spatial passage. Observing this, the other iron puppets wasted no time, following suit in a synchronized manner, one after another surging into the passage. After battling countless monsters, it was time to strike at the heart of the enemy's lair. On the other side of the passage lay a murky world. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, and the ground was saturated with a viscous black substance. Bone-spiked giant apes. No wonder they appeared so grotesque. Any creature born in such a world would inevitably grow to be so monstrous. Move with fire, but avoid direct contact with these black liquids. The iron puppets were engulfed in flames. Upon landing, the flames scorched the black liquid below, releasing a peculiar odor. Seeing the promising results, Yang Tian commanded them to disperse immediately and commence their assault on this world. The iron puppets, undeterred, began exploring their surroundings under the auspices of the nightlight flame gold. Chapter 52, The Red-Haired Monster. The iron puppets radiated brilliant light, making them particularly conspicuous in the dim world. They swiftly attracted the attention of the surrounding bone-spiked giant apes, who converged upon them in a dark mass. Switching to fire manipulation, the iron puppets' arms were enveloped in flames, and they met the oncoming giants with a powerful punch. The iron giant pierced through the chest of the colossal ape. Flames cascaded from the wound, consuming the beast within moments and reducing it to charred remains. The other gigantic apes, still bewildered, were met with the iron automaton charging into their ranks, its fiery fists swinging wildly. Each punch landed with devastating effect, eliciting wails of anguish from the giant apes. The blackened ground sizzled under the heat, releasing acrid smoke into the air. The iron automaton pressed onward, leaving a trail of scorched corpses in its wake. In the distance, the surviving apes finally grasped the dire situation and attempted to flee. But escape was futile. The automaton propelled itself forward with explosive force, swiftly overtaking the fleeing beasts. A fiery fist came crashing down, and the ape was reduced to ash before it could even emit a cry of despair. The automaton continued its relentless advance, spreading out to engulf the area in flames. A tapestry of fire illuminated the somber landscape, ensnaring the giant apes in a fiery net, leaving them no chance to resist. Yang Tian observed this scene through the automaton's perspective, nodding with satisfaction. He turned his gaze towards the spatial portal, where more iron automatons began to emerge. The black liquid on the ground was scorched by their flames, evaporating in thick, dark smoke. The earth gradually revealed its natural brown hue beneath the flames. Burn it clean. Leave no potential threat behind, he commanded. The automatons responded, their flames intensifying under the enhancement of the nightlight flame gold. They blazed a path, even the ground glowing red beneath their advance. The corpses of the apes piled high, yet the automatons showed no sign of halting. This world is truly at this level, Yang Tian murmured, preparing to shift his attention to other battlefields. Suddenly, the ground trembled ominously. The automatons halted simultaneously, their senses heightened towards the source of the disturbance. Another formidable foe? The earth split wide as a creature far larger than the common giant ape emerged. Its shell was pitch black, and the bone spines on its back glimmered with a golden sheen, its size dwarfing that of the ordinary giant ape by 5-fold. At last, a worthy adversary. Without hesitation, the iron automatons launched into the air, fiery fists aimed directly at the beast. With a resounding impact, their fists collided against the creature's armored shell. Flames erupted, igniting the surrounding black liquid into a swirling haze of smoke. Yet, the shell only dented slightly, proving resilient against the assault. The giant ape let out a thunderous roar, its bone spines shooting forth with ferocity. The automatons swiftly dodged, but several were struck, their bodies corroded by the sharp projectiles. Quite tough, indeed. Tian narrowed his eyes. Then let us change our approach. The automatons immediately switched to earth manipulation, driving their arms into the ground. With a resounding crash, sharp stone spikes erupted, violently impaling the creature's abdomen. At last, the shell was breached, and the giant ape howled in torment. Seizing the opportunity, the automatons unleashed another powerful strike, driving their fists into the wound. Flames erupted from within, turning the creature's shell a fiery red before it ultimately shattered. The iron automatons shook off the debris and continued their advance deeper into the world. Tian observed the fallen giant ape, a slight frown creasing his brow. This is the discourse of the highest caliber, poised to swiftly dominate the realm. He urged the iron puppets to hasten their pace, intent on conquering this world with alacrity. At present, their capacity to traverse the cosmos remained unfulfilled. Thus, they could only rely on the villagers' rapid development to expedite the creation of interstellar warships. Once these vessels were constructed, the iron puppets could be deployed for ground combat via the ships, allowing them to truly step into the celestial expanse. Tian approached the castle window, gazing upward at the starry sky. The iron puppets dispersed, flames flickering in the somber world as they advanced. Wherever they passed, the colossal apes fell before them, their blackened essence evaporating, gradually restoring the ground to its original hue. Suddenly, the far-off sky distorted slightly, and a massive spatial rift began to unfurl. Tian paused, realizing that his passage was obstructed. Within the rift, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened, fixated intently on the iron puppets below. Ants, dare to intrude upon my clan's territory? A deep voice echoed from the fissure, carrying an aura of terror. Tian's heart leapt with joy. This entity possessed some measure of power. Just as he began to speak, a flurry of bone spikes erupted forth, prompting Tian to immediately command a retreat. Observing that the iron puppets were somewhat sluggish in their escape, he summoned the Enderman to assist in evacuating all the iron puppets. Just as the adversary presumed that the iron puppets had fled, the spatial passage stirred, releasing a multitude of laws that surged forth. The creature with the crimson eyes in the sky grew vigilant, sensing the approach of a formidable law-bearer from beyond the rift. As the iron puppets exited the spatial passage, the entity known as the Withering stood at the threshold. It then stepped into the rift, arriving on the opposite side, where it pierced through the black mist to behold its counterpart, a colossal skeletal ape. Its eyes aglow with crimson, adorned with red bone spikes. It resembled a creature of fiery hue. Tian, observing from a distance, initially mistook the red spikes for hair. The central head, wreathed in ethereal energy, lifted slightly, coldly scrutinizing the scene. The black giant ape fully emerged from the rift, towering at a height of nearly 100 meters. Its scarlet eyes fixated on the Withering, nostrils releasing plumes of dark smoke. Is this all there is? The ethereal-headed figure scoffed, laced with disdain. What kind of beast has wandered out from its master's domain? The black giant ape, momentarily taken aback, quickly erupted in fury. You seek death. It raised its massive paw, imbued with the essence of darkness, and brought it crashing down. The Withering stood unflinching, as all three of its heads illuminated with brilliance. The ethereal head's white light surged forth first, forming a barrier in midair. The giant's paw struck the barrier, producing a cacophony of friction, yet it failed to penetrate. Is this all you have? The Withering continued its taunt. The demonic head, now charged with dark energy, ignited its form, radiating an overwhelming heat. I shall melt you all into oblivion. The Withering divine head suddenly radiated a brilliant green light. The laws of life transformed into countless fine threads that began to entwine around the colossal ape. The flames enveloping the giant ape momentarily faltered, as if a portion of its energy had been siphoned away. Your heat is insufficient, the head in the midst of decay remarked languidly. Even the fire from an iron puppet roasting meat exceeds your temperature. Chapter 53, The Reckoning. Observing the head's continuous mockery, Tian felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't it said that the bloodline possessed celestial qualities? How could it spew such fierce taunts? The black giant ape's fur bristled with fury. It pounded its chest with its fists, producing a resounding echo. With a sudden leap, it unleashed a barrage of flaming bone spikes toward the Withering entity. Simultaneously, the decaying figure lifted its gaze, unleashing a sweeping black light. The sky was instantly illuminated by a beam of darkness, causing the bone spikes to vanish upon impact. As the head of decay detached, the black light swiftly shifted its focus. A flurry of shots ensued, promptly striking down the airborne bone spikes. Realizing that its firepower was lacking, the Withering entity activated all three heads. 3 beams of varied colors swept across the rain of bone spikes. With the projectiles neutralized, the giant ape emerged from the shadows, its form charred yet resolute. It opened its maw, unleashing a crimson beam directly at the decaying head. In response, the celestial head suddenly surged with white light, forming a mirror before it. Bang! The giant ape was struck by its own attack, staggering back a few paces. It cast a glance at the scorched mark on its chest, a flicker of fear igniting in its crimson eyes. Now you comprehend my might, the head in decay grinned. The intertwining beams of divine, demonic, and celestial energies ensnared the black giant ape tightly. The creature thrashed wildly, yet could only watch as its form gradually disintegrated within the radiant web. No, it let out a final, desperate roar. Upon vanquishing the 8th-tier bone-spiked giant ape, a notification from the assistant emerged. Congratulations on slaying the 8th-tier bone-spiked giant ape. Rewards: 500 energy crystals, 150 shards of primary dark laws. Yang Tian glanced at the rewards and casually dismissed the notification. Compared to the 4 fish in the sea, this was quite generous. First round leaderboard settlement completed. Genesis Realm kill count: 8 million. Su Shui Lu Yin kill count: 190,000. Holy Angel kill count: 180,000. Having surged to second place, it seemed her troops had indeed grown stronger than before. Yang Tian recalled that Xiao Yin Shui had not made the leaderboard despite her prowess in slaying foes during the Beast Tide. Now, she had directly ascended to second place. Evidently, it was a late-game troop. He casually opened the world channel to see what the others were discussing. Ancient Tomb Heart, the settlement is done. The kill count of this expert is absurd. Holy Angel, 8 million? I'd be chasing until dawn and still wouldn't he catch up. Wind and cloud under heaven. Is this expert S troop divine? How do they rack up kills? Su Shui Lu Yin, Genesis Realm. This expert is impressive. Genesis Realm, not bad, mainly because the opponents were generous. Holy Angel, by the way, where's that guy from the Ice Dragon Valley? Wasn't he always quite vocal? In the realm of Fengyun. Indeed, the Ice Dragon Valley is nowhere to be seen, nor is his name on the leaderboard. Rewards have been distributed. You have received Castle Acceleration for 2 days. Yang Tian glanced at the system notification and dismissively closed it. The acceleration served little purpose. My troops do not rely on castle upgrades. Aside from slightly enlarging the awakening pool, it was of no consequence. The assistant directly applied the acceleration to the upgrade of the level 6 castle. Acceleration successfully utilized. Your castle has successfully ascended to level 6. Meanwhile, Xiao Linshua's castle was encircled by a vibrant array of slimes. She was finally on the verge of upgrading to level 5. Ranking second allowed her to receive a day's worth of acceleration, albeit not as much as Yang Tian's 2 days. The gap between her and Yang Tian's castle, initially a mere half day, had now been bridged by this castle acceleration. She too became the second lord to advance to a level 5 castle. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan leapt up, enveloped in a brilliant light. Boss, I think I've become faster, exclaimed a slime soaring through the air. Xiao Lianshua hurried over, inquiring, what is going on? Xiao Yuan bounced excitedly. The parsing speed has increased significantly, and the required essence has diminished as well. Nearby, several slimes chimed in. Me too. My progress was at 91, but after devouring the opponent, I completed the parsing immediately. I can now sprout wings. Xiao Lianshua poked Xiao Yuan. The increased parsing speed is impressive. She understood well what this enhancement implied. The abilities of the slimes had reached an extraordinary level. By consuming other beings, they could perfectly mimic their abilities, with no limit on the number of slimes. In the future, there would be billions of slimes, each exhibiting a myriad of capabilities. The thought brought Xiao Lianshua joy. However, the release of these abilities still hinged on the time required for parsing, which demanded a high quantity of essence. Yet, this enhancement had directly mitigated the slime's sole drawback. Xiao Yuan proclaimed proudly, Master, let me lead them to hunt flying snakes. All right, enjoy yourselves, Xiao Lianshua replied. Watching Xiao Yuan and the group of flying snake slimes dart away, the little creature and its companions flitted through the air. Upon spotting 10 flying snakes emerging from a spatial portal, they shouted in exhilaration, Brothers, let's make everyone soar today. Dozens of flying snake slimes immediately surged forward, empowered by the attributes they had previously absorbed. In battle, they were far more ferocious than ordinary flying snakes. As one flying snake poked its head out, it was confronted by 3 slimes, caught off guard by their sudden assault. Got it, catch it, called out a flying snake slime from the air, tossing the fallen snake's carcass downwards. A blue slime bounded over to the corpse of the flying snake. Rapidly, it enveloped the remains and began the parsing process. Xiao Yuan shook off the spikes on its back, exclaiming, Well done. Hurry and parse. Once completed, come back to assist. In the spatial channel, a dozen flying serpents emerged, this time displaying a newfound wisdom as they scattered in flight. However, the slimes, already anticipating their arrival, swiftly divided into several teams to pursue them. As the slimes absorbed the essence of the flying serpents, their bodies began to swell dramatically. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from their backs. They flapped tentatively, wobbling into the air. Here I come, they exclaimed with exhilaration, as their surfaces rapidly became enveloped in a layer of rock, transforming into stone flying serpent slimes. Without hesitation, the slimes charged directly at the nearest flying serpent, which, caught off guard, was knocked unconscious by the impact. More and more slimes completed their transformations, joining the aerial assault against the serpents, creating chaos in the skies. The increasing number of flying serpents only fueled the emergence of more slimes. One serpent, sensing the peril, turned to flee back into the spatial channel. Little Yuan immediately noticed the escaping serpent and shot a bone spike that pinned it directly at the channel's entrance. Chapter 54. Wind and Water Power. Young Tian observed the iron puppets advancing in the otherworldly realm when he suddenly caught sight of several hundred villagers bustling outside the castle. He furrowed his brow, wondering when he had instructed them to construct anything. Leading the charge was Yang Ku, who was directing the other villagers in moving stones to build houses. Yang Tian approached him, asking, "Yang Ku, what are you doing? Why are you out here instead of in the world?" Yang Ku turned around, his square face radiating excitement. "Chief, I've discovered that the rules of the world differ from those outside." "Oh, in what way?" Yang Tian inquired. "In the world, I can construct blocks from a distance. But here, I cannot." Yang Ku pointed to the newly erected stone wall. "The stones outside must be moved one by one, and specific materials are required to adhere them. They cannot simply be placed directly." Yang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the physical engine of the world is indeed different. "Physical engine?" Yang Ku scratched his head. "Chief, what does that mean?" "It refers to the rules of the world," Yang Tian casually explained. "The world permits you to defy logic, but the real world does not." Yang Ku appeared contemplative. "Thus, I believe experiments should be conducted outside in the future to yield accurate conclusions." "That is indeed the case," Yang Tian replied, patting him on the shoulder. "I should have reminded you of this earlier, but your ability to discover it on your own is commendable." Yang Ku, however, paid little heed to Yang Tian's praise and posed a question that had been troubling him and his friends from the Technology Institute for quite some time. "Chief, my friends and I have pondered a question. Human strength is limited, much like the iron puppets. While their power is substantial, it has its limits. Is there something that can provide even greater strength?" Upon hearing their inquiry, Yang Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. The more questions Yang Ku asked, the more pleased he became. Indeed, human strength is finite, and many alternatives can replace it. He eagerly inquired, "What is it, Chief?" Yang Tian realized he ought to offer some guidance. After all, they were to explore water and wind power generation on their own. Convincing himself of this, Yang Tian led Yang Ku and the other villagers from the Technology Institute away. The crowd gathered by a serene stream, dipping their hands into the cool water. A villager, with a puzzled expression, submerged his hand, inquiring whether he felt anything. "Leader, the water is quite chilly," he remarked. Yang Tian sighed, shaking his head. "I did not ask if it is cold. I inquired whether you sensed any force." On the other side, all the villagers immersed their hands, beginning to attune themselves to the sensation. Yang Ku focused on his hand as the water flowed between his fingers. Suddenly, he became animated and exclaimed, "The water is pushing against my hand." "Indeed, as the water flows downward, is it not consistently propelling your hands?" The villagers nodded in agreement. One villager abruptly positioned his hand across the current, causing a splash. He wiped the droplets from his face and chuckled. "That force is considerable." Yang Ku pondered. Does the leader imply that water can generate a greater force than human strength? Yet, a frown creased his brow. But what if the water's surface is calm, without any gradient? What then if the water does not flow? At this, Yang Tian laughed. "Astute observation, Yang Ku. You have not disappointed me. It is not solely about water." Continuing, Yang Tian led them onwards to a small lake. He retrieved a piece of paper from the world and deftly folded it into a paper boat, placing it upon the water's surface. Indeed, in tranquil waters, the force is minimal, yet there is more to uncover. With that, he gently blew towards the paper boat, which was instantly set adrift by the wind. The villagers were astounded. In still waters, though it did not push it, my breath animated it. Yang Tian rose and turned to face them, observing the glimmer of curiosity in the villagers' eyes. "The wind," Yang Ku murmured. "If only we could harness the wind." Yang Tian smiled. "This world is replete with natural forces, far mightier than human strength. We must learn how to utilize these forces." Having conveyed his message, Yang Tian deemed it sufficient. The direction was established, and the rest was up to them. He then ceased to speak, making his way back to the castle, leaving the villagers to engage in animated discussion. "May you swiftly devise steam power," he hoped, as the villagers congregated by the stream, debating fervently. "How can we harness hydraulic power? Just how formidable is this force? How much weight can it move? Indeed, we should first experiment to gauge the thrust provided by the water." Consequently, the villagers sought various weights of stones and ropes. They bound the stones with the ropes and cast them into the water. However, the large stones, upon entering the water, were not displaced by the current, prompting the group to recognize the underlying issue. Suddenly, a branch rushed downstream, striking the stone precisely. The branch began to spin. The villagers, who had intended to pull the stone, were momentarily stunned, watching the scene unfold as thoughts raced through their minds. Yang Ku excitedly pointed at the rotating branch. "Yes, turn. Spin." Other villagers gathered around, fixated on the branches and stones submerged in the water. When a branch collided with a stone, the stone remained motionless while the branch twisted. Yang Ku's eyes sparkled with inspiration. What if we affix a rotating mechanism to the stone? Could we harness the force of the water? What kind of mechanism? Inquired another villager. A rotating one. Yanka picked up a flat stone and drew a crooked circle on the riverbank. If we bind 5 branches at various points, the current will strike the branches that touch the water's surface. Once one branch is swept away, another must descend to take its place. The villagers leaned in closer, some shaking their heads. Make it circular? Indeed. But how do we secure it? What size would perfectly meet the propulsion criteria? The villagers began to discuss and sketch preliminary designs. In the distance, young Tian observed this scene, silently lowering a branch that had been suspended above the river. He had initially thought several branches would be necessary. However, he was pleasantly surprised by how quickly they had conceived the idea. While he could not directly convey his thoughts, he could certainly create scenarios that would provoke their contemplation. Yang Tian was not one to neglect them. Their potential could be unparalleled, limitless. His mental energy was always focused on them. Chapter 55, A Technological Realm? As he watched them deliberate on their construction plans, Yang Tian shifted his attention to the realm of the bone-spiked giant apes. Having just dispatched the crimson-haired beast, the iron puppet re-entered the fray. The bone-spiked giants crumbled under the iron puppet's relentless advance. He then redirected his perspective to the world where his true form resided. Something felt amiss. His vast mental energy unfurled instantaneously, enveloping the entire castle before extending outward. 3 kilometers away in the snowy expanse of the northwest corner, a vague shadow darted across the terrain at remarkable speed. What could it be? Yang Tian concentrated his mental energy, causing the shadow to freeze in place. An impression of a humanoid figure materialized in the snow, as if something transparent had been pressed into the snowdrift. Yang Tian narrowed his eyes, intensifying his mental force. Sounds emanated from the snowbank, prompting him to summon an Enderman to the scene while he observed through his mental prowess. The Enderman, with violet eyes shimmering, enveloped its hands in spatial energy and reached into the snowbank. What he discovered was a creature resembling a humanoid beast, yet entirely transparent. Without Yang Tian's formidable mental strength, one would hardly discern its existence. Assistant, what manner of beast is this that is so transparent? Creature, Infiltrator. Rank, 6th level. Characteristic, body transparency, capable of blending into its environment undetected. The transparent infiltrator was thrown onto the ground, still struggling. Yang Tian crouched down and prodded it with his finger. It felt surprisingly soft. Suddenly, the infiltrator lunged, its claws aimed directly at Yang Tian's forehead. Boom. Yang Tian's mental energy swiftly pinned it to the ground. Behave yourself. He instructed the Enderman to confine the infiltrator within an iron cage. First, let the villagers complete their research on hydropower before we delve into further inquiries. Yang Tian fixed his gaze upon the infiltrators ensconced within the cage, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Since you possess the ability to become invisible, let us first assail your realm. The infiltrators responded with a puzzled expression. Without hesitation, he unleashed his mental energy, allowing it to radiate outward. Soon, he discerned more infiltrators in the northwestern direction, advancing towards the castle. Indeed, there were others. The mental energy continued to extend, tracing the path of these infiltrators. Before long, he pinpointed the source, a concealed spatial passage hidden behind the snow-capped mountains. He had found it. This spatial passage was far more elusive than the others. Were it not for the infiltrators' guidance, it would have been exceedingly difficult to uncover. The snow puppets were summoned together. With a single command, the area surrounding the castle became populated with snow puppets. Do you see the passage behind the mountain? Strike into it. Then encase the entire realm in ice, thus revealing the hidden infiltrators. The snow puppets promptly commenced their advance, marching resolutely towards the objective. The ground beneath their feet was soon blanketed with a thick layer of snow. Realizing their cover was blown, the infiltrators immediately turned to flee. Yet, the snow puppets had already blocked their escape route. Thinking of escaping, the foremost snow puppet rapidly conjured a snowball. A barrage of densely packed snowballs rained down upon them. Upon being struck by the snowballs, the infiltrators' transparent forms were marked by snowflakes. They pressed on, trampling over the fallen bodies of the infiltrators. Before long, they arrived at the spatial passage. This passage was considerably smaller than the others, standing only 3 meters tall. They formed a queue to enter. The snow puppets organized themselves, one after another wriggling through the passage. On the other side lay a dimly lit world, with a drizzly sky. Raindrops fell upon the snow puppets. Yet before they could touch them, they froze midair, spread out and scout. As the snow puppets ventured in, an icy chill began to permeate this new world. The snow puppets swiftly divided into smaller teams to explore their surroundings. Interesting. They demonstrated an understanding of fortification, indicating a considerable level of intellect, perhaps even surpassing that of other 6th-tier beings. Through the perspective of the snow puppets, Yang Tian observed that the inhabitants of the city were entirely translucent. Prepare for the siege. The snow puppets quickly assembled, conjuring a multitude of snowballs before them. Their emitted coldness causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Release. Countless snowballs sliced through the curtain of rain, crashing into the transparent fortress. The crystalline walls fractured under the assault, leaving traces of frost in their wake. The translucent beings inside panicked and fled. Continue the assault. Breach the walls. The snow puppets tirelessly hurled snowballs, swiftly creating a gap in the fortress wall. Charge in. The snow puppets surged into the city, commencing the eradication of the translucent beings. Though these beings lacked significant offensive power, their sole advantage lay in their invisibility. However, within the chilling aura exuded by the snow puppets, the entire area was swiftly frozen, rendering them utterly visible. Yang Tian inquired about the progress through his mental energy. Yang Tian picked up a piece, weighing it in his hand, and discovered its heft exceeded its appearance. Assistant, please conduct a scan. Item, psychic energy crystal. Purpose, capable of providing energy. What a remarkable find. It seems to be of the same essence as the energy blocks previously acquired. One wonders when the villagers will be able to utilize such energy blocks. The snow puppets immediately sprang into action, commencing the dismantling of the crystalline structures within the city. Just as Yang Tian believed he had firmly secured this world, a sudden sound pierced the air. Instantly, he directed the snow puppets to investigate, only to witness a bullet piercing through one of them, striking a tree behind. Is that a bullet? A technological advancement? Yang Tian's excitement surged. If this world was indeed on a technological trajectory, the villagers' development could accelerate dramatically once subdued. However, he refrained from rash actions and promptly summoned the wood-boring insects into this realm, instructing them to burrow underground and explore their surroundings. Initially to assess the technological level of this world, the insects swiftly dispersed, navigating the subterranean landscape with ease. Yang Tian, utilizing his mental prowess, sensed their movements, soon discovering a vast network of pipes and some peculiar metallic substances connecting beneath the surface. Indeed, there was technology present. It appeared that the technological level was quite advanced. If the opposing side had developed missiles, a direct strike could annihilate the snow puppets. It would be prudent to have the insects eavesdrop underground. Chapter 56. Trouble. Missile incoming. The wood-boring insects darted through the earth, effortlessly gnawing through rock. Yang Tian, through his mental connection, expanded his vision in tandem with the insects' movements. The underground passageways were numerous. Following the tunnels, the insects soon arrived beneath a large town. Through their perspective, Yang Tian observed the surface, where houses constructed of transparent crystals filled the ground, and numerous infiltrators roamed the streets. As the insects continued their exploration, they stumbled upon a particularly distinctive building. This edifice was significantly larger than the surrounding structures, its surface adorned with metallic panels and topped with several antennas. Could this be their command center? Yang Tian pondered. Its uniqueness surely indicated some special function. The insects quietly gnawed through the foundation, burrowing inside. Inside, the building was brightly lit, where several infiltrators in uniforms busied themselves at control panels. Various instruments were laid out before them, screens flickering with incomprehensible data. They were indeed on a technological path. While the earlier bullet had merely sparked Yang Tian's suspicion of a minor technological civilization, the sight of these instruments confirmed his belief. They had undoubtedly developed a certain level of technological prowess. He commanded the wood-boring insects to disperse further and investigate the building. Soon, they uncovered a warehouse brimming with psychic energy crystals and an array of oddly shaped weapons. What treasures? The infiltrators within the building immediately sprang into action, seizing weapons and rushing outside. Had they been discovered? That seemed improbable. The insects were merely observing from underground without breaching the surface. Could it be that the opposing side possessed the means to eavesdrop underground? Yang Tian swiftly shifted his perspective and discovered that several hundred flying machines hovered above the town, heading towards the snow puppets. To his astonishment, there was even an air force involved. He immediately commanded the snow puppets to halt their dismantling and to gather for battle. Simultaneously, he instructed the pests to accelerate their pace and ascertain the technological level of this world. The pests dispersed throughout the town, some infiltrating weapon research facilities, while others ventured into laboratories. Yang Tian soon realized that the primary focus of this world's technology lay in energy weapons. Observing the vast arsenal of weaponry, he understood that the adversary was formidable. Relying solely on the snow puppets would likely prove insufficient to withstand their assault. The iron puppets and the withered ones were summoned for assistance. Upon receiving Yang Tian's orders, they promptly organized their forces and advanced towards the spatial passage. The iron puppets surged forth from the spatial portal, a dark mass racing towards the snow puppets. Thousands of withered ones followed closely behind. The foremost among them, with 3 heads, scanned the surroundings. Hold the line. Reinforcements are on the way, they declared. The snow puppets swiftly exited the confines of the town, forming a defensive perimeter to prepare for aerial assault. Snowballs began to coalesce before them, emanating an icy chill that froze the air around. In the distance, the flying machines drew near, their wings shimmering with a blue light. Suddenly, they opened fire, blue beams shooting forth from their wings, instantly piercing through several snow puppets. Energy weapons, Yang Tian mused, displaying a measure of strength. The struck snow puppets melted immediately, collapsing to the ground as puddles of water. Withered ones, intercept them. Yang Tian commanded. Thousands of withered ones surged towards the attackers, unleashing tricolored beams from their mouths, weaving intricate patterns in the air. Several flying machines, unable to evade, were struck and shattered into fragments. The remaining aircraft quickly dispersed, circling around the withered ones while firing relentlessly. Blue beams continuously targeted the withered ones, yet were absorbed by the swirling black mist surrounding them. Is that all? Sneered the celestial-headed withered one, dismissing the feeble attacks as ineffective. By this time, the army of iron puppets had arrived on the battlefield, their night-glow golden light merging into a brilliant spectacle. Switch to water form, unleash the barrage, commanded the iron puppets, raising their arms as countless droplets of water coalesced in the skies. The water droplets then charged forth, launching a fierce assault on the airborne adversaries. The droplets moved with remarkable speed, piercing through several flying machines upon impact. Observing this, the lurking infiltrators scattered in panic. Attempting to flee, are we? Pests, start devouring the ground. Tian ordered. The pests, having awaited this moment underground, immediately sprang into action, voraciously consuming the earth around them. The ground began to collapse, causing the fleeing infiltrators to tumble into the pits. It was no wonder they sought to develop technology. Despite possessing 6th-tier status, they lacked the corresponding strength. Apart from invisibility, they had no other capabilities. Tian noted the similarity between their situation and that of the villagers. The villagers, though currently at the 8th tier, possessed only intellect, lacking any substantial abilities. A mere 1st-tier beast could easily dispatch them. The iron golems encircled, their fiery fists descending mercilessly. As the wither wreaked havoc above, the number of flying machines dwindled dramatically. The remaining few, sensing the peril, turned tail and fled to a distant direction. The golems and wither pursued relentlessly, obliterating their lairs. Meanwhile, the snow golems remained behind, continuing to encase the area in ice. Through the perspective of the beetle, Tian observed the chaos among the infiltrators within the town. Alarms blared incessantly as more flying machines ascended from the hangars. It was imperative to hasten their efforts. He commanded the Endermen to bring the Shulkers into battle. As the Shulkers emerged, they unleashed a barrage upon the sky. A dense flurry of projectiles enveloped the heavens. Anyone gazing upward would witness the spectacle of the sky, shrouded in Shulker fire. Under the onslaught, all newly launched flying machines were brought down. Now, escape was futile. The Iron Golem army surged into the town, their iron fists rendering crystalline structures into mere rubble, collapsing in vast segments. The wither soared directly to the town center. 3 heads charging simultaneously. A triad of beams, black, white, and green, erupted forth, instantly leveling the command structure. Task accomplished. Tian nodded in satisfaction. He ordered the iron golems to disperse and thoroughly purge the remnants of this world's forces, just as thousands of withers effortlessly shot down the flying machines. Tian was about to instruct the Endermen to gather the spoils when suddenly, he froze, his mental acuity detecting an overwhelming sense of danger. His psychic energy was no longer merely for creating duplicates. As he utilized more energy crystals, it began to sense surrounding threats. He swiftly turned his head, spotting a peculiar metal object, over 10 meters long, hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. A missile. Assessing the metallic projectile, Tian found himself uncertain of its caliber. In his past life, he could have countered such weaponry, but this adversary clearly possessed formidable armaments, compelling him to issue an order, retreat. Chapter 57, Annihilation Cannon. The Endermen reacted swiftly, enveloping all snow golems, iron golems, and withers in a shroud of spatial energy. Meanwhile, the beetle burrowed deep underground to evade the impending explosion. Tian dared not gamble on the missile's power. Were it to collapse the spatial passage or trigger a chain reaction, the losses would be catastrophic. The presence of missiles in this world was astonishing. He fixed his gaze on the spatial passage, brow furrowed. The missile soared through the air, crashing into the very spot where the snow golems had recently occupied. A violent explosion engulfed the entire area in an instant. The shockwave shattered all surrounding crystalline structures. The ground caving in, flames shooting skyward. Through the beetle's perspective, Tian witnessed the epicenter of the explosion create a massive chasm. The surrounding earth melted by intense heat, a faint blue energy coursing within the pit. Such power! He was grateful for his swift retreat, otherwise, the snow golems and withers would have surely perished. Indeed, a technological world poses significant challenges. Tian instructed the insect to remain hidden underground for the time being, refraining from surfacing. Meanwhile, he shifted his gaze to the villagers outside the castle. Yangke, how is your research progressing? Yangke lifted his head, excitement evident as he raised a rudimentary wooden water wheel model. Chief, we have created a preliminary device, though it remains somewhat primitive. Tian glanced at it and nodded in approval. Not bad, continue your studies. He had no time to concern himself with hydraulic matters. Addressing the technological world was paramount. Insect, continue your underground exploration to ascertain the missile launch site. Upon receiving the order, the insect immediately scattered, delving deeper into the town's subterranean depths. Tian focused intently on the spatial passage, contemplating strategies. A direct assault would not suffice. A more cunning plan was necessary. After witnessing the destructive power of the missiles, he hesitated to send anyone into certain peril. The technological world was unlike any other. Here, resources were abundant. Producing millions of missiles posed no challenge. Yet the quantity of materials available to the opposition remained unknown. Tian recalled how, in the past, a mere town had filled warehouses with energy crystals. Considering the additional resources, manufacturing tens of thousands of missiles should not present a significant hurdle. Elsewhere, in a vast transparent city, within the central tower, dozens of operatives were gathered around a circular table. The screen before them displayed footage of missile explosions, revealing massive craters and molten ground, alongside lingering traces of blue energy. The conference room fell into silence. The leader of the operatives, standing at the forefront, fixed his gaze on the screen and spoke slowly. It appears that formidable beings have arrived through the spatial passage. His voice was low and grave. The other operatives exchanged glances, none daring to respond. The leader continued. Our aircraft were instantly shot down, and the missiles failed to inflict any damage upon them. In fact, they were able to retreat before the explosions occurred. He turned, scanning the faces of those present, particularly focusing on the black creature soaring above, with 3 heads capable of emitting 3 distinct beams of light. Our weapons were utterly ineffective against it. One operative could not contain himself, asking, "What on earth is that creature?" The leader shook his head, uncertain. But one thing is clear, its power has surpassed our current technological capabilities. Another silence enveloped the room. Finally, another operative ventured. Perhaps we could attempt negotiations? The leader scoffed. Negotiate? Do you truly believe they would engage with us? They annihilated an entire town upon their arrival, leaving no room for diplomacy. Moreover, upon discovering this spatial passage, we dispatched personnel immediately. Did you intend to negotiate with them? At this, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon uncovering the opposing world, the immediate impulse was to seize control, not to parley. So what shall we do? We cannot fight them, nor can we escape. There was only one solution. All operatives turned their eyes towards him. Initiate the annihilation plan. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room froze. The annihilation plan. Some operatives murmured the phrase, their voices tinged with a hint of dread. The leader nodded. Since conventional weapons have proven ineffective, we shall resort to our final trump card. He cast his gaze towards the infiltrator at the control panel, who promptly prepared to initiate the program aimed at the spatial channel's location. The operator's fingers trembled slightly, yet he proceeded to input the commands. A line of red text illuminated the screen. Is the annihilation protocol activated? Supreme command authorized through the annihilation protocol. Locking and strike location. Target lock complete. Annihilation protocol activated. Countdown, 30 minutes. The leader's eyes remained icy as he scrutinized the words on the screen. If they desired confrontation, they would soon witness the true essence of destruction. On the other side, in the center of a vast arena, the ground suddenly fissured. The sound of massive gears turning echoed as a colossal cannon began to rise slowly. The cannon was entirely black, adorned with intricate metallic patterns. Its barrel measured over 10 meters in diameter, faint blue energy flickering within. Thousands of infiltrators, who had been waiting in the rear, sprang into action. They swiftly divided into several teams. Some were tasked with transporting the energy crystals, others with calibrating the cannon's parameters, while the rest stood guard to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Hurry, the charging speed is accelerating. A uniformed infiltrator commander urged loudly. The infiltrators moved with remarkable speed, inserting energy crystals into the cannon's energy chamber. As the crystals were fed in, the blue glow within the cannon intensified. The energy fluctuations grew stronger, causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. Report, charging progress at 60. We must complete the charging before the countdown expires, the commander stated, his gaze fixed on the cannon, his expression grave. If even the annihilation cannon could not resolve the spatial channel, they would truly be at a loss. Inside the cannon's energy chamber, the energy crystals were consumed at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the crystals vanished, transformed into pure energy flowing into the cannon's core. The blue light gradually shifted to a deep purple, the energy fluctuations becoming increasingly unstable, as if on the verge of eruption. Charging progress. 80, 90, 100, charging complete. The commander inhaled deeply, turning his gaze towards the distant spatial channel. Target locked. Prepare for launch. The cannon slowly adjusted its angle. Its barrel aimed precisely at the location of the spatial channel. The thousands of infiltrators held their breath, awaiting the final command. The commander raised his hand, his voice cold and resolute. Annihilation cannon, fire. Chapter 58, Otherworldly Institute. As the annihilation cannon was unleashed, an incredibly potent wave of energy instantly tore through the air, hurtling towards the spatial channel. Within the infiltrator command center, all eyes were fixed intently on the screen. On the display, the energy beam from the annihilation cannon cleaved through the sky, distorting the very air in its path. As the cannon progressed, it left a trail of blue energy scattered in the atmosphere. Will it succeed? A whisper emerged from one of the infiltrators, uncertain of the consequences. He was unaware whether the annihilation cannon would claim the enemy's life. If it did not, their own lives would be forfeit. The energy beam drew ever closer, poised to strike the spatial portal. Suddenly, the screen trembled violently, and a black fissure materialized before the spatial portal, devouring the cannon's energy entirely. What? Draw closer to discern the nature of this phenomenon. The perspective on the screen zoomed in, revealing the inky abyss that had inexplicably appeared. The leader sprang to his feet, unable to believe his own eyes. The other infiltrators similarly widened their gaze, fixated on the screen. The black fissure slowly began to seal, seemingly unaffected by the assault of the annihilation cannon. How is this possible? The leader's voice quivered with disbelief. The annihilation cannon was their ultimate trump card, yet it had yielded no effect whatsoever. Hurry, prepare to launch a second shot immediately, he bellowed at the operator. The operator's fingers danced across the keyboard, but soon his expression soured. No, the energy crystals are insufficient. We require at least 10 minutes for replenishment. The infiltrator leader slammed his fist onto the table, cracking its surface. Useless, a bunch of useless fools. He turned back to the screen, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. There was no time left. At the spatial portal, the black fissure reappeared. A colossal figure began to emerge. The Ender Dragon unfurled its wings, enveloped by the powers of the Seven Laws. It cast its gaze toward the direction of the annihilation cannon, a hint of disdain glimmering in its draconic eyes. Quite formidable. The voice of the Ender Dragon resonated through the mental realm, echoing across the world. The infiltrators froze at the sound, acutely aware of their adversary's might, far exceeding that of the three-headed beast they had previously faced. Run, flee! Someone shouted, and chaos erupted within the command center. As they attempted to escape, the Ender Dragon, too, traversed the mental plane, hovering above their city, standing atop the command tower with wings outstretched. The light representing the law of time intensified. Observing the disorderly throng of infiltrators below, the power of the time law enveloped the entire city. Everything around began to reverse. The infiltrators, who had previously dashed hundreds of meters away, suddenly found themselves retreating. Their feet, unbidden, carried them backward toward the command center. Even the shattered table restored itself to its original state. Time is reversing? The leader's face turned ashen, for this power transcended his comprehension. Its voice reverberated directly within the minds of all present, leaving the infiltrators reeling. A few tried to resist, desperately running forward, yet their bodies continued to retreat. Save your strength. You will never escape the grasp of time. The Ender Dragon raised its claw, gently grasping. That cannon shot earlier felt quite exhilarating, did it not? The Ender Dragon cast its gaze over each infiltrator present. The leader gritted his teeth and looked up. If you intend to kill us, then do it without further ado. Kill you? The Ender Dragon scoffed. Too lenient an end for you. It turned its attention toward the distant annihilation cannon, a spark of intrigue flashing in its eyes. Who crafted this contraption? Not saying? Then perish altogether. Wait. A trembling infiltrator raised his hand, stating it was designed by the Star Palace Institute. Star Palace? Where is it? The young infiltrator pointed towards a white structure on the eastern edge of the city. The Ender Dragon nodded in satisfaction. Had you mentioned it sooner, we could have avoided this. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared towards the Star Palace Institute. The infiltrators collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The leader fixed his gaze upon the retreating figure of the Ender Dragon. Just when everyone thought they were safe, an immense pressure instantaneously obliterated them all. The Ender Dragon had no intention of sparing them. Yang Tian sought only those infiltrators capable of research, not a mere assembly of leaders. The Ender Dragon hovered above the Star Palace Institute, casting a colossal shadow. The infiltrators within were already in disarray. Do not bother trying to escape. It is futile. The voice of the Ender Dragon resonated directly in their minds. Its mental force descended upon the infiltrators, rendering them immobile as if gripped by an invisible hand. Listen closely. From now on, you will be under our command. The Ender Dragon surveyed the scene below. Your sole task is to impart all that you know to our personnel. Barely had the words left its mouth when hundreds of Endermen appeared, cradling as many villagers. Unlike Yang Ku and his colleagues from the Technology Research Institute, they belonged to the Otherworld Technology Institute, abbreviated as the Other Institute, with Yang Yi as their director. The Other Institute was established by Yang Tian in response to the discovery that this world was a realm of technology, aimed at studying the technologies of future civilizations. In contrast, the Research Institute, led by Yang Ku, developed independently, progressing step by step. Yang Tian wished for the villagers to chart their own course rather than follow in others' footsteps, thus designating the Other Institute for research purposes. The Ender Dragon continued addressing the infiltrators. Answer their queries without hesitation. Should you attempt any tricks, it will end poorly for you. With a slight lift of its claw, a distant building was reduced to rubble. The infiltrators turned pale, nodding frantically. I swear, I will tell you everything. Meanwhile, the Iron Puppet Army had already traversed the spatial passage. They split into hundreds of squads, having learned the location through the termite. They then made a beeline for the weapons factory and research facility. Hundreds of iron puppets arrived at a research institute, swiftly subduing all the infiltrators within. The Ender Dragon, observing through its mental prowess, noted the rapid progress of the iron puppets and nodded in approval. Should you dare to provide erroneous information, the fate that befell that building will be yours. The infiltrators shook their heads vigorously, assuring the accuracy of their data. Only then did the Ender Dragon ascend into the sky, vanishing towards the spatial passage. The iron puppets continued their vigilance, while the educational exchange between villagers and infiltrators commenced in earnest. Chapter 59, Dragonbone. On the other side, following the conclusion of the battle, the assistant suddenly popped up a notification. Congratulations on eliminating the infiltrator leader. Reward, Castle Stone X1, unit strengthening choice 1 time. Yang Tian was taken aback. He had slain a 10th tier thunder dragon without receiving an enhancement drop, yet defeating a 6th tier creature yielded 1. His gaze lingered on the reward notification, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. The opportunity to select an enhancement was a rare treasure, aside from the elevation of territory or during the invasion of myriad races. Though his assistant had merely indicated a probabilistic chance of acquisition, when would the next opportunity arise? That remained uncertain. The last time he had augmented the Ender Dragon with the Time Law, it had soared to new heights. Who should he select this time? The Ender Dragon was already at 9th tier and certainly required another ascent to 10th tier. As a premier force, it was imperative to perpetually enhance the Ender Dragon's prowess. The villagers had reached an intelligence level of 90 but still needed further improvement. Their rapid development was now solely reliant on the villagers. Yang Tian scratched his head, his gaze sweeping through the roster of units. Iron Golem, 5th tier sufficed. Withering, 5th tier was adequate as well, easily handling foes beneath 9th tier. Against formidable adversaries, he could simply deploy the Ender Dragon to bear the brunt. Yang Tian contemplated numerous creatures, but found no optimal choice. The Sentinel? This mid-tier entity would undoubtedly find its battleground among the stars in the future. Assistant, I genuinely do not know what to choose. Please advise me on my best option. Upon hearing Yang Tian's inquiry, the assistant showed no hesitation. Instantly, 3 characters materialized before Yang Tian. Slime. He was taken aback. Slime? Are you jesting, assistant? He struggled to comprehend. Compared to the Ender Dragon, Withering, and other top-tier units, Slime appeared woefully inadequate. Unless, of course, Slime possessed capabilities that could decisively address his current predicament. Assistant, are you certain there is no error? Can Slime truly be more crucial than the Ender Dragon and the villagers? The assistant remained silent, directly presenting a notification. Step into the starry sky. Yang Tian stared at the text for an extended moment. The assistant informed him that enhancing the slime would bestow it with corresponding abilities, which Yang Tian could not afford to overlook. Would you like to use enhancement? Use. Enhancement successful. World has successfully ascended to 14th tier. Biological enhancement options. 3. Enhancement options for Ender Dragon, villagers, and slime. Ender Dragon enhancement options. 1. Perfect Dragon Bone. 2. Wind Law. 3. Holy Law. Upon seeing the options presented by the assistant, he noted 2 law abilities alongside a Dragon Bone. Although he was unsure of the Dragon Bone's purpose, the Ender Dragon was not in need of additional laws at present, especially since the Time Law firmly occupied the position of the foremost power. If even the Time Law could not contend with the opposition, then the other laws would likely prove ineffective as well. Thus, Yang Tian opted to enhance the Ender Dragon's Dragon Bone. After all, he was soon to enter the realm of the 10th tier Thunder Dragon. Who could say what level of strength the so-called master mentioned by the adversary possessed? Choice 1. Choice successful. Ender Dragon's Dragon Bone is being replaced. Yang Tian fixed his gaze on the unit roster. The biological level displayed behind the Ender Dragon surged directly to 10th tier. Suddenly, the Ender Dragon, soaring in the sky, stiffened, enveloped entirely by a blinding white light. It had yet to comprehend the situation when a sudden surge of excruciating pain coursed through its body. A silver-tinged bone was forcibly extracted from within. My Dragon Bone. The Ender Dragon instantly felt a considerable portion of its strength being siphoned away. Master, what is happening? Yang Tian was equally bewildered. Does enhancement also involve bone extraction? The retrieved dragon bone abruptly vanished into thin air. Soon after, a pitch-black dragon bone gradually materialized in the void. Its surface was entirely glossy black, adorned with flowing dark golden patterns. Merely gazing upon it sent shivers down one's spine. Is this the new bone? The Ender Dragon's eyes widened. Yet before it could scrutinize further, the obsidian dragon bone surged toward it. With a forceful impact, the dark bone collided with the Ender Dragon's body. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted instantaneously, distorting the entire sky. The Ender Dragon's scales bristled, and the 7 fundamental laws uncontrollably spewed forth. The chaotic currents of the law of time transformed several nearby trees into mere saplings. Spatial rifts began to materialize throughout this realm. It suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the heights, activating all 7 fundamental laws. Its dragon eyes transformed into a pure dark golden hue, surrounded by an overwhelming surge of laws, magnified tenfold. 10th tier. Is this what it means to reach the 10th tier? The Ender Dragon flicked its tail, feeling invigorated. Master, I wish to test my new abilities. Tian waved his hand. Go ahead, just don't shatter the world. The Ender Dragon smiled, its wings flaring as it dashed into the nearest spatial passage. On the other side of the passage, iron automatons were fiercely battling a multitude of winged serpent-like beasts. The sheer number of beasts, combined with Tian concurrently assaulting several realms, had significantly scattered the iron automatons. Although formidable in combat, their advancement had evidently slowed. The Ender Dragon descended from the sky, the aura of the 7 fundamental laws swirling around it. Everyone move aside. The iron automatons looked up and immediately withdrew, flames extinguishing as they retreated to the sides. So it was the elder brother who had arrived. The beast had yet to react when the Ender Dragon opened its maw wide. A silvery white sphere of light coalesced within, warping the surrounding space. As the orb floated forth, upon encountering the first flying serpent, it vanished as if erased by an eraser. Not shattered, nor turned to ash, it simply disappeared. The orb continued to drift forward, and one by one, the flying serpents ceased to exist in its wake, leaving no trace behind. The iron automatons stood in stunned silence as they beheld the scene. In mere seconds, the entire sky was rendered pristine. Likewise, the traces of battle below among the iron automatons began to vanish. The Ender Dragon licked its lips in satisfaction. The effect is impressive. It turned its gaze toward the ground, where tens of thousands of beasts were fleeing. One more strike. Another orb floated downward, causing all the beasts on the ground to vanish as well. The iron automatons exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that their fiery fists paled in comparison. If only the iron automatons could wield the law of time, they could sweep across the world. With the law of space in one hand and the law of time in the other. What dragon clan is this? Let my temporal laws take their leave. The Ender Dragon flapped its wings and declared, all done, it's a wrap. Chapter 60, Bio-Warships. Observing that the battle on the Ender Dragon's side had concluded, Tian shifted his focus back to the assistant. Villager selection, enhancement, intelligence 10. Without waiting for the assistant to finish, Tian interjected. As the villagers had little choice, stacking intelligence indiscriminately was the way to go. Selection successful. Villager intelligence, 10. After the assistant's prompt, they finally arrived at a pivotal choice. The assistant presented the optimal solution. What could the slime be enhanced into? Slime enhancement options. 1. Space weaponry. Note, the slime will evolve into a space transport weapon capable of airdropping organisms onto planets. In later stages, it can evolve into other space organisms. 2. Splitting. 3. Devouring power. Note, capable of consuming organisms and extracting their abilities. Gazing at the 3 options before him, along with the annotations that followed, it was evident that their capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. However, the first option was indeed what was currently needed, allowing the slime to carry other organisms and subsequently airdrop them for combat. Yet, what other space organisms could it evolve into later? If it could become a Leviathan, I would eliminate foes in an instant. There is a chance to evolve into a Leviathan. Goodness, Leviathan? Is it the same Leviathan I am envisioning? Tian's excitement surged. What would its abilities be? Would the slime fully inherit them after evolution? Yes. All right, then I shall choose the first option, Leviathan. Await my arrival. Selection successful. Slime has successfully evolved. Organism, slime, I. Length, 12 kilometers. Width, 3 kilometers. Ability, biological armor. Thickness, 1 meter, capable of withstanding small energy weapons. Airdrop, can envelop organisms in the transport chamber with a special liquid and subsequently deploy them into the world. Transport chamber, 10 standard transport chambers. Can accommodate 500 units of organisms. Propulsion system, sublight speed travel. As Tian examined the newly detailed data of the slime, he meticulously analyzed it. Not bad. A first-tier slime can carry 500 units of organisms. Although the number appears modest, the sheer volume compensates. If I have 100 million slimes, wouldn't that allow me to transport 5 billion units of organisms? Moreover, the progress toward conquering 10 worlds is nearing completion, at which point further enhancements can be made. With the slime's data now revitalized, Tian promptly shifted his perspective to the world to observe the slime's reaction. He beheld the previously bouncing slimes within their designated block suddenly cease their movements, beginning to tremble. As time passed, their bodies gradually expanded. The once verdant surface began to extend outward. Witnessing the slime's body grow, Tian immediately summoned it forth. After all, the current location is within the subterranean realm of the slime sector. The summoned slime has undergone a complete transformation, its immense form now dominating the sky above. It has indeed metamorphosed into a biological warship. Tian, filled with exhilaration, stepped aboard this living vessel. Upon entry, he found himself in the command chamber. Standing within the confines of the slime warship's command center, Tian observed his surroundings. The space appeared far more expansive than it had seemed from the outside, with the walls emanating a gentle green luminescence, reminiscent of some form of organic tissue. However, Tian's interest lay elsewhere. He was solely focused on whether this warship could propel him into the cosmos. Indeed, it had transformed into a biological battleship. Approaching the main control console, he reached out to touch its surface, which felt somewhat soft, yet remarkably sturdy. "Assistant, how does one operate this?" he inquired. "Simply issue commands," came the reply. "Is it truly that simple?" he mused, before testing the command, "Take off." In the next moment, the entire slime warship quivered slightly and began to ascend slowly. Through the transparent walls, Tian watched as the external scenery shrank rapidly. This was intriguing. Having grasped the operational method, Tian chose not to linger on idle experimentation but proceeded to the transport chamber. 10 standard transport pods were neatly arranged in a row, each labeled with a capacity of 50 units. Thus, the 10 pods could accommodate a total of 500 biological entities. He decided to initiate a test deployment. Tian commanded 500 Endermen to teleport into the transport pods. Subsequently, he issued the order to the slime warship, "Commence deployment." From the command chamber, Tian observed the deployment sequence on the screen. The Endermen were enveloped in a green liquid as they slid out from the transport chambers. One Enderman raised its hand, and the viscous substance extended into long tendrils. Before they could comprehend the situation, the bottom of the transport pod suddenly opened. To his astonishment, the Endermen plummeted downward. They did not utilize their spatial abilities, but instead fell directly toward the ground below. In the very instant they struck the earth, the slime acted like a spring, providing ample cushioning. Their bodies impacted the surface, yet they sustained no harm. The Endermen rose to their feet as the slime effortlessly slid off them, seeping into the ground and vanishing from sight. Tian observed this phenomenon with clarity from the warship. The slime proved to be quite effective. He instructed the slime warship to ascend further, preparing for the next wave of deployment, this time featuring iron golems. 500 iron golems stood in orderly fashion within the transport pod, their forms encased in the green slime that seeped from the walls. "Deploy," he commanded. The iron golems were released, descending steadily. Upon landing, the slime once again provided a gentle buffer. The iron golems stood firm, unharmed by the descent. Pleased with the results, Tian nodded and requested the slime warship to lower him first. He then ventured alone into the vastness of space for further deployment experiments. This decision was not born from distrust of the slime warship, but rather from a prudent concern for safety. The slime warship floated in the void of space as Tian stood on solid ground, preparing to observe the deployment from the perspective of the Enderman. In the transport pod, the green liquid suddenly became animated, surging like boiling water. The Enderman glanced down at the viscous substance enveloping it, noticing its increased thickness and a faint luminescence. Had it grown more active? The bottom of the transport pod continued to open, and the green liquid instantly tightened its grip on the Enderman, propelling them outward like a slingshot. The Endermen plummeted like meteors, while the green liquid writhed wildly in the rapid descent, forming a protective layer that was even more potent than during its earlier deployment on the planet. This speed exceeded the previous by more than threefold. This experiment also landed flawlessly. Tian concluded that when deployed in space, the green liquid provided the Endermen with an acceleration effect and enhanced defensive capabilities. Chapter 61, The Exploration Team. Tian observed the effectiveness of the slime battleship with great satisfaction. He promptly opened a portal to summon a portion of the slimes. Upon landing, the slimes began to expand and morph. In their normal state, slimes could maintain an ordinary form to conceal their presence, especially when biological entities were present in the transport pod. In the blink of an eye, over 1 million biological battleships were neatly arranged above the castle, casting a shadow over the land. Endermen, Withering, and iron golems all boarded the vessels. With a command, the Endermen teleported first into the transport pod, followed by the Withering and iron golems entering their designated compartments. Each battleship was filled to capacity, with 500 units of biological entities having already arrived in the transport pod, comprising 100 Withering, 100 iron golems, and 300 Endermen. These battleships were merely tasked with scouting for signs of civilization, making the teleportation ability of the Endermen significantly more crucial in planetary exploration than the combat prowess of the iron golems and Withering. Standing atop the castle, Tian surveyed the densely packed fleet of battleships. In the next moment, all the slime battleships simultaneously initiated their propulsion systems, emitting a pale green gas from their rear and slowly ascending into the sky. Tian gazed upward at the receding fleet, feeling a surge of excitement. As their altitude increased, the planet below gradually revealed its entirety: azure oceans, brown mountains, and verdant forests. The layout bore a striking resemblance to the planets of his former life. As he observed the departing slime battleships, Tian prepared to switch perspectives to monitor the progress of attacks in other worlds. Suddenly, a message from the Wraith echoed in his mind. "Master, I have found it." Tian paused, intrigued. "Found what?" "The location from the map you showed me earlier." It dawned on him that when the Wraith first emerged, it had received a treasure map. At that time, he had merely instructed the Wraith to search without paying much attention. To his surprise, it had indeed found something so quickly. He immediately shifted his perspective to the Wraith, who was floating high above a dense forest below. In the heart of the forest lies a circular clearing, where the outlines of stone pillars can be vaguely discerned. Yang Tian retrieved the map for comparison, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, it bore a resemblance. Peering through the perspective of the malevolent spirit, he decided to descend for a closer examination. The spirit glided down, passing through the towering trees until it hovered above the clearing. Upon closer inspection, the stone pillars were arranged in a peculiar pattern. The treasure must be nearby. Let us survey the surroundings, Yang Tian remarked after scrutinizing the map. The spirit circled the pillars before finally alighting in the center. Here it is. Let us excavate, he instructed. The spirit extended its claws beneath its body and began to unearth the soil above. After only a few digs, its claws struck something solid, hastening its efforts. It quickly unearthed a metallic box. Although modest in size and tarnished with rust, intricate patterns were still discernible on its surface. Open it. Let us see what lies within, Yang Tian urged. The spirit pried open the lid with force, revealing a black stone adorned with silver veins, alongside dozens of crimson shards. 3 items in total, the last of which was the castle stone. What is this? Yang Tian pondered while gazing intently at the stone. Dark heart. Usable for decay, the assistant revealed. The numerous shards nearby were undoubtedly fragments of fire-based laws. Yang Tian glanced at his own collection of fire law fragments, and with the addition of these, he had surpassed 1,000 pieces. Excellent. The iron golem shall now wield the power of the laws. As the malevolent spirit grasped the treasure chest and prepared to take flight, the ground suddenly trembled. The patterns on the stone pillars glowed with a blue light, and a deep voice resonated from beneath. You dare to steal my possessions, boy? The spirit hesitated momentarily. Run, Yang Tian commanded without delay. A massive rocky arm burst forth from the earth, reaching out to seize him. Fly quickly. The spirit desperately soared into the distance, narrowly escaping the grasp of the stone hand. Frustrated at its failure, the arm slammed down onto the ground, causing the entire forest to tremble. That was close. The rocky arm continued to flail wildly, yet it could no longer reach him. Yang Tian urged the spirit onward, and upon witnessing its successful escape, he sighed in relief. Turning to the nearest iron golem, he pointed toward the direction of the recent attack. Someone has stolen your fire law. You must deal with it. The iron golems froze in collective astonishment. What? They stole our fire law? Let us pursue them. Enraged, the iron golems surged forward with newfound speed, racing toward the source of the disturbance. Soon, they spotted a figure enveloped in dark mist, clutching a fragment of fire law power. You, boy, seek to sever our connection to the laws. The figure turned, grinning ominously. How has my possession become yours? Without further ado, the iron golems switched to their fire form, unleashing fiery fists that struck down with tremendous force. The black flame beast sustained no significant damage. The flames wielded by the iron golem still lingered upon its form. A faint smile graced the lips of the black flame beast, which then exerted a gentle force. Instantly, a powerful suction emerged, drawing in all the flames from the iron golem. A mere waste, lacking mastery of the laws, dares to stand against me? The black flame beast disdainfully shook its fist. Although the iron golem's assault was ferocious, it was merely a threat to those beasts unacquainted with the laws. This particular beast had evidently mastered the laws long ago. The flames unleashed by the iron golem were effortlessly absorbed, leaving the black flame beast unscathed. Yang Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating the vast chasm between beasts devoid of laws and those that possessed them. Meanwhile, the evil spirit had already flown a considerable distance with the treasure chest. Concerned about unforeseen complications along the way, Yang Tian promptly instructed the Enderman to teleport and retrieve it. With a flash of violet light, the Enderman grasped the chest and moments later materialized before Yang Tian. Upon opening the chest, Yang Tian discovered dozens of crimson shards, radiating an intense heat. Chapter 62, The Heart of Darkness. At last, the fragments of the fire law had been gathered. He immediately addressed his assistant, inquiring how to bestow them upon the iron golem. The assistant promptly emitted a notification. Collection of primary fire law fragments complete. Iron golem's elemental power, fire. Successfully converted to fire law. Yang Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. The conversion was successful? He swiftly shifted his focus to the iron golem advancing into the other world. He observed as the flames enveloping the golem surged dramatically. The previously ordinary fire elemental power began to solidify, morphing into vibrant crimson law patterns that coiled around its iron arms. Let us test its might, Yang Tian commanded, pointing at the beast. Instantly, the fiery patterns on the iron golem ignited, wrapping its entire arm in the scarlet fire law. The beast, sensing imminent danger, recoiled hastily. However, the iron golem had already lunged forward. Boom! The flaming iron fist struck the beast's chest with tremendous force. This time, its shell was utterly breached, and crimson flames erupted from within. The creature's body was instantly engulfed in fire, reducing it to a heap of charred ashes. Now that was commendable. Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction. The iron golem shook its arm, the flames gradually receding, yet the law patterns remained distinctly visible. Upgrading the fire elemental power to fire law would undoubtedly make combat far more effortless. At that moment, on the opposing side, the Iron Golem continued its standoff with the 7th-tier Black Flame Beast. Suddenly, with Yang Tian's successful fusion, all present Iron Golems experienced a surge of flames. The once ordinary fire elemental power instantaneously transformed into crimson law patterns, entwining their iron arms. The Black Flame Beast's eyes widened in shock as it beheld the multitude of iron figures before it. Just moments ago, they were a mere assemblage of scrap metal, lacking even the laws, and yet they had awakened the fire law right before its eyes. What kind of madness is this? The Black Flame Beast inwardly cursed. At the forefront stood the Iron Golem, which had just delivered a powerful punch. It lightly tapped its own arm, causing the crimson runes etched upon it to glow faintly. The fiery patterns were distinctly visible upon the metallic surface. It grinned, taunting, "You little beast, you were quite arrogant just now." The Black Flame Beast instinctively recoiled a few steps, sensing the fiery laws emanating from these iron constructs. Their mastery of flame was not only on par with its own, but perhaps even slightly superior. Unbeknownst to it, the sheer number of iron golems present might have distorted its perception of their power. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, hundreds of iron golems simultaneously raised their fists, ablaze with the fire of their laws. "Brothers, let us take him down," commanded the foremost golem. The Black Flame Beast turned to flee. Despite recognizing that the golems were merely 5th tier, each possessed a command over fire laws that rivaled its own, instilling a deep-seated fear within it. However, it was encircled by iron golems, all ignited with crimson flames. Just as it managed to sprint a couple of paces, one of the golems struck it from behind with a thunderous punch. In a flash, the fire laws invaded its body. The Black Flame Beast let out a pained roar as the flames seared its flesh. "How did the flames end up on you? Quickly absorb them with your mouth. Don't burn yourself," exclaimed the golem, shaking its fist while observing the suffering creature on the ground. The Black Flame Beast desperately tried to extinguish the flames consuming it, but more golems encircled it, their fiery runes igniting in unison. It struggled to rise, but the fire laws wreaked havoc upon its very structure. "It's over." The iron golems commenced their assault upon the Black Flame Beast, unleashing a barrage of fire attacks. Under the relentless onslaught of hundreds of fire laws, the beast had no time to emit a cry before it was reduced to a wisp of black smoke. "That felt good," one golem remarked, flexing its arm. "Indeed. We are significantly stronger than before," another nodded in agreement. "I wonder when we will acquire the powers of the other laws. With the strength of the 5 elemental laws, I could take on the dragonkin of another realm." The iron golems were lost in their daydreams, and without further ado, they turned to advance towards their next target. Having witnessed the iron golems successfully dispatch the obstacle in their path, Yang Tian redirected his focus to the treasure chest. He retrieved the Heart of Darkness from within. Assistant. Once the Heart of Darkness is used, will all decay effects be enhanced, or only those of the specifically designated decay? Yang Tian expressed his concern, pondering whether the Heart of Darkness would affect the iron golems similarly to the Earth Essence, enhancing only the singularly utilized golems. Like the Earth Essence, it only applies to individual decay, the assistant clarified. After hearing this, Yang Tian remained silent, recognizing the urgency of selecting a leader from the decays to utilize the Heart of Darkness. At that moment, the decays were engaged in a fierce battle with an 8th-tier beast in another realm. Upon hearing that Yang Tian possessed something that could augment their strength, they listened intently. Without uttering a word, he turned and dashed towards the spatial passage. Before departing, Tiao Ling could not resist uttering a harsh remark. The wolf demon across from him scoffed. "Cowardice is cowardice. Seeking excuses is futile." Tiao Ling chose to ignore him and plunged directly into the passage. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Yang Tian. "Master, what treasures await?" Tiao Ling's 3 heads leaned in eagerly, their tone filled with urgency. Yang Tian produced the Heart of Darkness, a pitch-black stone adorned with silver veins, emanating a chilling aura. "Swallow it," he commanded. Without hesitation, the left head of Tiao Ling opened its maw and consumed the Heart of Darkness. In the next moment, a surge of dark mist enveloped its form. All 3 heads let out a low growl as the patterns on their bodies began to twist and shift. "How do you feel?" Yang Tian inquired. Tiao Ling flexed its neck. "Refreshing." Yang Tian waved his hand, and moments later, he reappeared before the 8th-tier demon beast. "Prepare to meet your doom, brat." At that instant, Tiao Ling soared into the air, its body beginning to spin. Each of its 3 heads emitted a distinct beam of light, shooting forth into the surroundings. As Tiao Ling's velocity increased, the beams accelerated as well. The black light intensified, now intertwined with swirling tendrils of dark mist. Through Tiao Ling's perspective, Yang Tian observed that the strength of the black light had subdued the other 2 beams. The effect of the Heart of Darkness appeared promising. Chapter 63. Consuming the entire world? The wolf demon sensed the opposing aura had grown stronger since their last encounter. An ominous realization washing over it. It quickly turned and burrowed underground, its claws frantically digging as it unearthed a deep pit in a matter of moments. Planning to flee? The middle head of Tiao Ling smirked, its spinning speed accelerating further. The three beams pursued the wolf demon like plows, the black light corrupting the ground into a pool of darkness. Today, even if we dig to the earth's core, I shall ensure your defeat, declared the middle head. The wolf demon continued to dig deeper, but the corrosive black water relentlessly cascaded down upon it. Suddenly, its foreclaws found nothing but air. As the ground beneath it gave way, as it attempted to escape, the black water above had already completed its work of corrosion, tainting its arm as well. Is that all? Tiao Ling had reached the bottom, all three heads leaning into the pit. The wolf demon's arm was swiftly eroded away by the black water, leaving it writhing in agony at the pit's base. Just as the wolf demon lifted its head, the three beams struck its face. When the dark mist dissipated, only a pool of murky residue remained at the bottom of the pit. Pathetic, Tiao Ling remarked with a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction as it shook its head. Turning to soar towards another battlefield, it retrieved the 2 castle stones it had acquired. Assistant, elevate me 2 levels directly. Normal resources deducted successfully. Castle stones, 2. Current castle level, level 6. Time required to upgrade to level 7, 3 days. Time required to upgrade to level 8, 5 days. As the command was issued, a layer of white light enveloped the castle's perimeter. The previously constructed walls began to disassemble and reorganize automatically, the foundation expanding continuously. Yang Tian glanced at the upgrade countdown. Not bad. I will reach level 8 in 8 days. He casually opened the system interface, discovering that the second round of settlements had just begun. The second round of the leaderboard settlement has concluded, with a remaining participant count of 47,365. The kill count for Genesis Realm stands at an astonishing 22 million, while Snowy Flowing Grievance has achieved 550,000 kills, and Holy Angel has reached 320,000. The numbers have escalated quite rapidly. After just 2 hours, it is surprising that only over 40,000 remain. The world channel has erupted with activity. Ancient Tomb Tree Heart. This kill count is absurd. I've only managed to slay 110,000. Holy Angel, 22 million? That's even more formidable than last time. Wind and Clouds of the World, Genesis Realm. Are you taking in disciples? Yang Tian cast a fleeting glance and chose not to dwell further, casually closing the interface. Assistant, what are the rewards for this round? The rewards have been dispensed. You have received 2 days of castle acceleration and 1 advanced blueprint. An advanced blueprint? Yang Tian examined the blueprint, recalling that all previous ones had been intermediate or beginner levels. This was his first encounter with an advanced design. He scrutinized the advanced blueprint in his hand, Starry Sky Fortress. He turned it over several times, noting the peculiar tower-shaped structure illustrated on it, with annotations indicating it could be constructed in space. Just in time for the impending star battle, this item was indeed fortuitous. He tucked the blueprint into his backpack and accessed the castle upgrade interface. With a day of acceleration still remaining, he combined it with the additional 2 days. After some calculations, he decided to utilize them all. Acceleration successful. The castle upgrade to level 7 is complete. Time remaining for upgrade to level 8. For days, 22 hours and 56 minutes. The white light surrounding the castle shimmered briefly as the walls expanded outward yet again. Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze skyward. The slime battleship fleet had dwindled to mere black dots, nearly vanishing from sight. He looked at the upgrading castle and then at the Ender Dragon, which had already reached the 10th tier. With the Ender Dragon at 10th tier, it was time to explore that world. He recalled the words of the Lightning Dragon from before, suggesting that only beings of at least 11th tier could command respect. However, he remained uncertain of their exact strength. Rather than sending his forces charging in recklessly, he opted to first dispatch the Enderman with some silverfish to scout the area. Enderman, take the silverfish and investigate the situation. The Enderman nodded, grasping several silverfish, and with a flash of light, vanished into the spatial passage. On the other side of the passage lay a dim, gray sky, with the ground covered in charred black rocks. In the distance, a few mountains belched black smoke. Yang Tian instructed the Enderman to release the silverfish. As soon as they touched the ground, the silverfish burrowed into the crevices of the rocks, beginning their descent into the depths to assess any potential dangers. The Enderman concealed itself behind a rock, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from afar. Through the Enderman's perspective, Yang Tian beheld a swarm of dragon-like creatures with wings soaring toward them. Dragons? These beasts were entirely black, adorned with lightning patterns on their wings, reminiscent of the previous lightning dragon. Do not make any moves. Let us see what they intend to do. The Enderman shrank back, blending seamlessly into the shadows. A group of black dragons soared near the spatial passage, circling it several times. Is this the passage the master mentioned? Indeed, this is it. The Thunder Dragon passed through here last time. Shall we guard it? Let us report to the master quickly. The Thunder Dragon perished on the other side, which suggests their strength is formidable. Listening to their conversation, Yang Tian grasped the situation. It appears that the opposing side is indeed on high alert. He instructed the wood-boring beetles to continue their subterranean exploration. Upon encountering several 10th-tier dragons, Yang Tian felt a surge of caution. He then commanded the beetles, feast freely. Consume everything in this world. The beetles, responding to Yang Tian's order, erupted with excitement. Brothers, it's time to eat. They no longer concealed their abilities. Voraciously gnawing through the earth, rocks, soil, and ores met their insatiable appetites. The sound of their feasting echoed through the underground. The population of beetles began to multiply exponentially, transforming from a mere handful into thousands in the blink of an eye. Not enough? Keep eating. The leading beetle shouted, prompting the others to intensify their efforts. Their pace quickened, and soon a vast expanse of the underground was hollowed out. The surface above began to collapse, and a massive rock tumbled down. The beetles scattered swiftly. Though a few were struck, undeterred, they grew even more exhilarated. A treasure. They clamored, surging towards the fallen rock, devouring it in an instant. As they feasted, their numbers surged yet again, escalating from thousands to tens of thousands. The entire underground realm was now theirs. Yang Tian, sensing this through his mental prowess, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, continue to consume. The beetles feasted with renewed vigor. Where they traversed, the ground continued to collapse. Once solid earth now lay riddled with gaping holes. Report. A metal vein has been discovered. A beetle suddenly exclaimed. The others immediately gathered around. Indeed, a silvery vein shimmered ahead. Eat. Chapter 64, Dragon Valley. The beetles wasted no time, launching themselves at the metallic vein, which crumbled in their jaws like mere biscuits. Soon, the entire vein was consumed. Their numbers soared again, swelling from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Split up, commanded the leading beetle. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of beetles divided into numerous squads, dispersing in various directions. They swept through the land like a calamity, leaving no trace of vegetation in their wake. Observing the ever-expanding army of beetles, Yang Tian's lips curved into a faint smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fire dragon lazily circled in the sky, its wings stirring a warm breeze. Suddenly, it noticed something amiss with the ground below. The formerly level terrain appeared to be subtly trembling. What is happening? The fire dragon descended, and as its claws grazed the earth, it felt a tremor beneath its feet. In the distance, a thunderous rumble echoed as gigantic fissures began to form, rapidly spreading outward. The speed of the ground's collapse increased rapidly, soon bringing it before the fire dragon. With urgency, the fire dragon unfurled its wings and took flight. Just as it lifted off the ground, the very spot it had occupied fell into the depths below. Cursed fate. The fire dragon deftly dodged the falling debris, stabilizing its form in midair. Gazing downward, it beheld a vast chasm spanning several kilometers, continuously expanding outward. More alarmingly, a cacophony of sounds emanated from within the pits, resembling countless mouths gnawing at something. As the fire dragon contemplated launching a fireball to probe the depths, it caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark mass lurking at the bottom of the pit. Insects. Before it could discern further, the entire mining area suddenly sank as a whole. A thunderous sound of collapse echoed behind the fire dragon. Turning back, it witnessed a once level ground transformed into a gaping sinkhole of over 10 kilometers in diameter. An army of wood-boring beetles surged forth from the earth, devouring everything in their path. Continue your feast. Consume this continent. The fire dragon thought, observing the relentless erosion of the ground. Surely, this was beyond the capacity of mere insects. If they continued their ravenous assault, it would not be long before this world succumbed entirely to their appetite. Just as it resolved to incinerate those beetles with a fiery breath, it suddenly noticed the edges of the pit crumbling outward. This indicated that the number of insects underground had swelled to a terrifying extent, one that a single dragon could not hope to contain. With gritted determination, the fire dragon turned and soared towards the Dragon Valley. It dared not waste another moment. The insects were advancing too swiftly. Lingering here could very well lead to an insurmountable threat to the entire dragon race. Within the depths of the Dragon Valley, a magnificent dragon palace rose majestically at its pinnacle. Nestled within was a colossal dragon, entirely cloaked in ebony scales. As soon as the fire dragon landed, it exclaimed, "My lord, we are in peril." The black dragon slowly opened its eyes, its golden slit pupils fixating on the fire dragon. "What is the cause of your distress?" "A swarm of insects has emerged from the earth. Their numbers are staggering, and they are voraciously consuming this world," the fire dragon hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, the black dragon's brow furrowed. "Then why have you not acted to halt them?" "My lord, while the strength of the adversary is not formidable, their numbers are overwhelming. If I attempt to quell one area, countless more arise elsewhere." "Oh," the black dragon inquired. "What did you witness?" "I saw with my own eyes that after they devoured the underlying rock, they would spawn a new insect. The newly birthed insects would then join their ranks. Once those offspring consumed the rock, they too would begin to reproduce. Thus, their breeding rate is far too rapid for me to contain." The black dragon fell silent for a moment before rising to its full height. "Very well, summon the dragon kin. We shall investigate together." The fire dragon exhaled in relief, promptly responding, "Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord." With a cold huff, the black dragon ordered, "Hurry and notify the other dragons. Do not squander time." The fire dragon, not daring to delay, immediately took flight to relay the message. Before long, the skies above the Dragon Valley were filled with thousands of dragons, including fire dragons, wind dragons, thunder dragons, and several formidable black dragons. The black dragon surveyed the assembly, confirming their numbers were sufficient, and commanded, "Let us depart." The dragon clan promptly followed the black dragon and the fire dragon, soaring toward the direction ravaged by the pestilential insects. They had scarcely flown beyond the Dragon Valley when a distant collapse became evident, advancing ominously toward their domain. Observing the incessantly crumbling ground, the black dragon's expression grew increasingly grim. Had they encroached upon the vicinity of the Dragon Valley so swiftly? The fire dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been at the spatial passage. Suddenly, the black dragon recalled something and turned to gaze toward the spatial passage. The lightning dragon had been silent for too long. It seemed he had indeed perished on the other side. Upon sighting the pests, the black dragon surmised that they had likely emerged from the spatial passage. If the lightning dragon were still alive, he would never have allowed them to infiltrate. The fire dragon hastily inquired, "My lord, what shall we do now?" The black dragon snorted coldly, "What else can we do? We shall eradicate them." With a powerful flap of his wings, he commanded the surrounding dragons, "Disperse immediately and exterminate these insects." The dragon clan sprang into action, flying in various directions. No sooner had the fire dragon taken flight than he witnessed a significant portion of the ground suddenly collapse. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the gaping chasm. As the flames made contact with the ground, a cacophony of gnawing sounds erupted from within the pit. Soon after, a swarm of pests emerged from the depths, darkening the area. So many? He quickly ascended higher, unleashing several more bursts of fire. While many pests were incinerated, an even greater multitude surged forth from underground, rendering their efforts futile. The other dragons encountered the same predicament. Regardless of how fervently they burned or slaughtered, the population of pests only swelled. From his elevated vantage point, the black dragon surveyed the ever-collapsing terrain, his countenance darkening further. Something was amiss. He observed the ground's relentless degradation and his expression soured. "All dragons, retreat to the stable ground," he bellowed, channeling his power to stabilize the earth. The dragons swiftly scattered, each soaring to areas yet untouched. They began to unleash their powers, earthen hues emanating from their claws and penetrating the ground. The soil, now reinforced by their magic, became as unyielding as iron. As the ravenous pests attempted to feast, they were instantly obliterated by the force of the laws. "Effective," the fire dragon exclaimed. Yet, the black dragon remained unyielding. "Do not celebrate prematurely. This is merely a temporary respite." At that moment, the pests abruptly ceased their gnawing. Remaining motionless underground, the black dragon narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the insects. Indeed, there was something controlling them. He speculated on the stillness of the pests. Chapter 65, The Power of Dragon Bones. Tian, perceiving the scene from the perspective of the pests, observed the dragon clan fortifying the ground with earth-based magic. Cleverly reinforcing the underground, he mused. He swiftly shifted his perspective to the army of decay waiting outside the spatial passage. "Decay, there is work to be done." Upon hearing Tian's command, the decayed beings surged into the passage, swiftly appearing in the opposing world. "Master, whom shall we strike?" Tian pointed toward the direction of the dragon clan. Below, the dragon clan enveloped the underground with earth magic, rendering the pests powerless. With three heads smiling simultaneously, the entity known as Decay took charge. Without uttering a word, its companions swiftly penetrated the passageway. Before long, they found themselves confronting the wood-boring insects. Upon their arrival, the insects immediately parted to clear a path. Decay regarded the rocks ahead, enveloped in a hue of earthy yellow light, and disdainfully shook its head. The head to its left suddenly opened wide, unleashing a beam of black light that struck the earthen law with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the once indomitable rock disintegrated into a pool of black liquid, creating a gaping hole in the earth's defense. "Continue your feast," Decay commanded the insects, who surged forward, ravenously devouring the newly exposed area. Not idle, Decay's three heads took turns unleashing their breath, systematically dismantling the earth laws laid down by the dragonkin. On the ground, the black dragon felt the foundations of its laws being dismantled, its expression shifting to alarm. "This is dire." It swiftly focused its mental energy downward, discovering a throng of three-headed monstrosities rampaging beneath. Wherever they passed, the earth laws crumbled to dust. What manner of beasts are these? Just as the black dragon contemplated intervening, it sensed a more ominous presence approaching. The wood-boring insects, seizing the opportunity presented by Decay's breach, surged once more into the fray, their numbers greater than before. In an instant, countless tunnels had been gnawed into the earth, causing the entire Dragon Valley to tremble. "Master, the ground is collapsing," the fire dragon exclaimed in panic. The black dragon quickly addressed its kin, "All dragons, take to the skies." In an instant, the dragons ascended, and the next moment, the ground of the valley gave way with a thunderous roar. The once majestic dragon palace plummeted into the abyss, raising clouds of dust. "Cursed be it, My palace is destroyed. The black dragon bellowed. First, I shall eliminate those three-headed beasts. It charged towards the depths, its claws charged with energy, poised to seize decay. However, halfway through its descent, the black dragon was suddenly struck by an overwhelming pressure from afar. This aura, undoubtedly a dragon, it halted abruptly and turned to face the source of the oppressive force. A colossal black dragon was soaring toward it, wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the land, surrounded by a radiant spectrum of colors. The black dragon's pupils constricted as it realized the gravity of the situation. This is no ordinary dragon. Even its presence exudes pressure. You all engage those three-headed monstrosities. I shall confront this one. It instructed its fellow dragons before pivoting toward the Ender Dragon. From a distance, the Ender Dragon spotted the approaching black dragon. Initially assuming the small dragon's claim referred to a 12th tier dragon. To its surprise, it was merely an 11th tier. You, who killed the Thunder Dragon, it remarked. Indeed. Before his demise, he spoke of a master who would not let me go. I wonder if this so-called master can truly resolve my plight. With a powerful beat of its wings, the Ender Dragon unleashed the spatial laws. The black dragon, having traversed only a short distance, suddenly found itself face-to-face with the Ender Dragon. Instantly, the thunderous laws coalesced in the Ender Dragon's maw, a massive surge of violet energy hurtling toward the black dragon's crown. Unfazed, the black dragon vanished from its position without a moment's hesitation. Once more, a considerable distance from the Ender Dragon, the black dragon narrowly evaded the thunder law. The Ender Dragon charged again, the 7 laws swirling around its form. The law of space activated first, instantaneously sealing the surrounding area. Where are you running? The Ender Dragon smirked, the radiance of the law of time igniting on its right wing. The black dragon felt everything around it suddenly slowed down, as if its movements were ensnared in a mire. The law of time? Its pupils constricted, and it immediately summoned the full force of its dark law to resist. The two powers of law clashed in the air, but the black dragon could not escape the shackles of the law of time. It could only watch as the Ender Dragon's claw descended upon it. With a resounding thud, the black dragon was struck and sent flying, crashing into the side of a mountain. Upon witnessing this, the other dragons rushed to assist. Flames, gales, and thunder erupted from the mouths of the other dragons, all aimed at the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon, however, was indifferent to evasion, summoning the 7 laws to form a barrier before it. The instant all attacks struck the barrier, they were nullified. Simultaneously, different powers of law coalesced in front of it. The appearance of the law of space enveloped the entire battlefield, while the law of time, once applied to them, drastically slowed their speed to an excruciating crawl. The foremost dragons were instantaneously incinerated by lightning, and those behind them, wishing to evade, found themselves utterly immobilized. The law of space swiftly enveloped them, cleaving them in two. The black dragon emerged from the rubble, witnessing this scene, its scales bristling in terror. How can we fight? It finally understood why the Thunder Dragon had perished. The power of the laws wielded by the dragon before it was extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what an ordinary 10th tier could compare to. To be slain by this 11th tier was akin to child's play. After dispatching several dragons, the Ender Dragon turned its gaze toward the black dragon. Your turn. Gritting its teeth, the black dragon unleashed its dark law, transforming into a beam of black light charging toward the Ender Dragon. Desperation? Just halfway through its charge, the black dragon suddenly felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon unfurled its wings, and the obsidian bones beneath its skin shimmered with dark golden patterns. Perfect timing to test my new bones. With a powerful flap, it surged toward the black dragon. Just as the black dragon prepared to unleash its breath, its scales erupted in response. This aura it sensed within the Ender Dragon a pure dark power, even more refined than its own long-cultivated strength. How is this possible? Instinctively wanting to evade, the black dragon found the Ender Dragon's speed insurmountable. The two dragons collided violently, their dark auras clashing fiercely. The black energy emitted by the Ender Dragon relentlessly consumed the black dragon's essence. The latter was sent spiraling away, its protective scales shattered upon impact. The other dragons stood frozen in shock. How could their lord be suppressed by the dark law? Impossible. The fire dragon's eyes widened, unable to believe its own sight. The being it revered as a master had succumbed to a dragon of equal rank, and not just succumbed, but had been utterly defeated. The black dragon emerged from the rubble, blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. It fixed its gaze on the dark golden patterns within the Ender Dragon. What exactly are you? The Ender Dragon pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. A true dragon. Chapter 66, Conquest of the Dragon Realm. Meanwhile, the decay on the battlefield was not idle. After breaking the laws below, allowing the wood-boring insects to continue their feast, it began its assault on the other dragon clans. Thousands of decayed beings scattered, with 3 heads simultaneously releasing beams of different colors, converging in the sky. The fire dragon had just evaded a black beam when another white beam shot toward it. It hurriedly breathed out flames to defend itself, but the green ray from the 3rd head was already upon it. Be careful, the wind dragon shouted. As the fire dragon turned, the green beam struck its wing. As if the energy within was instantly siphoned away. With a cry of anguish, it plummeted from the sky. We must first deal with these three-headed monsters. Then assist our master. The thunder dragon roared, its body crackling with electricity. Dozens of thunder dragons unleashed the power of thunder simultaneously, dark clouds gathering in the sky. Lightning flashing. The decayed beings were struck by the lightning, their bodies momentarily pausing. Then, green energy enveloped the decayed bodies, restoring the damage just inflicted by the life loss. Is that all? Seeing the instantaneous recovery, the central head mocked. Just a tickle? Before the thunder dragons could react. The beams of law from the decayed ones shot toward them. The tricolored beams swept through the dragon congregation, instantly shredding a few dragons that were unable to dodge. The wind dragon attempted to disrupt the decayed beings' movements with wind laws, but the black mist surrounding the decayed ones devoured the wind blades entirely. Hurry, hurry. Otherwise, your master will be waiting in vain for your support. The central head of the decayed one sneered. On the ground, the wood-boring insects were also unrelenting, taking advantage of the dragons being restrained by the decayed ones, continuing to gnaw at the unfortified land. Large sections of rock collapsed, leaving the entire battlefield riddled with wounds. The ground is going to collapse. A water dragon shouted. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the ground beneath it cracked open. The wood-boring insects surged forth from the fissures, climbing up its claws. Get off me. The water dragon thrashed its claws wildly, but the sheer number of insects quickly covered half its body. Then, the water dragon unleashed the power of water, instantly shooting down the insects that had climbed up. However, just as it cleared a batch, more wood-boring insects emerged from the ground. This will never end at this rate, the earth dragon panted. The aerial battle was equally grim. Although the dragon clan had numerical superiority, the recovery ability of the decayed ones was astonishingly potent. Ordinary dragon breath left no mark upon the black mist. Even when the laws of power struck them, they would be instantaneously healed by their life laws. Focus the law attacks on one. Do not allow them time to use their life laws, commanded the thunder dragon. Over 100 dragons simultaneously aimed at the foremost decayed being, unleashing a torrent of various laws. The targeted decayed being was soon engulfed by a deluge of law energy. Have we taken it down? The fire dragon asked anxiously. Once the energy dissipated, the entity known as withering remained suspended in place. The surrounding black mist exhibited not the slightest change. Is this all? You squander your opportunities. Tian observed the onslaught of over 100 dragons directed towards withering, who had previously absorbed the heart of darkness, significantly enhancing its power. Without hesitation, withering charged into the throng of dragons, rampaging through their ranks. Wherever the black beams of light struck, dragons met their demise. The amplification of power was indeed impressive. The previous encounter with the 8th tier had concealed the disparity, yet now confronting the 9th tier revealed its formidable strength. Within the chaos, Withering's head erupted in maniacal laughter as it unleashed black beams with abandon. Flee, run swiftly. A handful of dragons attempted to escape, but the black beams swiftly obliterated them, turning them into pools of blackened liquid. Meanwhile, the battle between the Ender Dragon and the Black Dragon reached its conclusion. The Black Dragon, grievously wounded, lay prostrate on the ground. The Ender Dragon shook the blood from its claws, the 7 great laws swirling around it. It was time to conclude this. The Black Dragon, gritting its teeth, attempted to struggle, but the time law emanating from the Ender Dragon's right wing suddenly flared to life, causing the Black Dragon's movements to slow dramatically. Perish. The Ender Dragon struck down with a claw, and the Black Dragon's head exploded in an instant. The remaining dragons could hardly comprehend the sight before them. Their leader is dead? Flee, run. The dragon horde instantly descended into chaos, scattering in a desperate bid for survival. Withering, unwilling to let them escape, pursued relentlessly with its black beams, claiming several more dragons. The Ender Dragon approached, surveying the battlefield. Leave no trace behind. Withering and its kin immediately dispersed, hunting down the fleeing dragons. Once Tian noted that the dragon threat had been nearly eradicated, he commanded the termites to cease their consumption. After all, the world had been conquered. It was inconceivable to allow the termites to continue their feast. Upon receiving the order, the termites promptly halted their gnawing and surged toward the spatial passage. Kill Black Dragon, 11th tier. Rewards, 600,000 energy crystals, 100 intermediate dark law fragments, 100 intermediate light law fragments, 100 intermediate thunder law fragments. Tian glanced at the rewards and nonchalantly stored them in his backpack. Remarkably, it was a dragon embodying 3 laws. He noted the emergence of 3 types of law fragments in the rewards, which were contingent upon the opponent's laws. Initially, he believed the adversary wielded only the dark law, unaware that they possessed others yet chose not to utilize them. Assistant, how many fragments are required to assemble an intermediate law? 10,000. Continue the cleansing, leave no survivors. Rest assured, not a single one shall escape. The Ender Dragon surged forth with a powerful flap of its wings, pursuing several fleeing wind dragons. Soon, as Withering and the Ender Dragon soared away, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Dragon corpses lay strewn across the ground, their blood staining the charred earth. The termites were the first to burrow in, followed closely by Withering and the Ender Dragon. By the time they departed, the world had become a tapestry of devastation. The ground had caved in significantly, and the Dragon Valley had vanished entirely. Only a vast abyss remained, as if the entire world had been consumed by the chasm. Young Tian gazed upon the battlefield now at an end, instructing his assistant to tally the rewards for the kills. Most of the slain dragon kin were of the 8th rank or higher, resulting in a plethora of fundamental laws. Kill reward calculation: basic fire law 678, basic wood law 574, basic water law 612, basic metal law 589, basic earth law 603. Upon reviewing the rewards acquired, Yang Tian noted that the fragments of the water law were already sufficient. Previously, in the sea realm, he had vanquished numerous sea monsters, garnering a considerable number of fragments. With the additional 600 from this reward, he had more than enough. Assistant, equip the iron golem with the water law. Chapter 67. The overall situation is settled. The iron golems gazed at their arms, now adorned with newly manifested light blue patterns, as the water law coursed across the surface. So soon? Just obtained the fire law, and now the water law has arrived? One iron golem nudged its arm, feeling the fluid-like energy enveloping its metallic limb. With fire and water, only 3 more to go. Another iron golem chuckled. Once we gather them all, will we be able to challenge the dragonkin one-on-one? Dream on. Did you not see our elder brother battling the 11th rank dragonkin? Scoffed another iron golem, shaking its arm, causing droplets to scatter. But taking on 8th or 9th ranks should be manageable. Yang Tian, overhearing their banter, chuckled. Patience. All necessary laws will eventually be ours. He shifted his perspective to other battlefields. The iron golems had dispersed across various realms, continuing to advance their front lines. With the water law, their advantage in underwater combat was increasingly evident. Keep fighting, and let us gather the 5 element laws as soon as possible. Having witnessed the complete occupation of the dragon realm, Yang Tian stretched with satisfaction. The strongest realm had been conquered. The remainder was now in the hands of the iron golems. He surveyed the ongoing battles in other worlds. The iron golems, wielding the water law, rampaged through the water realm, while the Wither chased down several beastly creatures in other realms. The Ender Dragon, having dealt with the fleeing foes, lounged atop the highest point of the dragon realm, as there had been no encounters with formidable beings in other worlds. There was no need for the Ender Dragon to intervene. No disturbances were anticipated. Yang Tian turned and made his way towards the castle, with the iron golem's newfound strength. Even if they encountered insurmountable beasts, summoning Wither or the Ender Dragon would suffice to rectify any situation. He pushed open the door to his chamber and collapsed onto the bed, barely closing his eyes before drifting into a deep slumber. Outside, however, chaos reigned. Each lord's territory was besieged by monstrous beasts, with cries of despair echoing throughout. Guang Linchuan stood atop the castle, thousands of angels unfurling their wings behind him. He directed the reinforcements to the eastern breach, pointing at the torn defensive line, shouting commands. Several 6-winged angels soared forth, their light swords sweeping through, instantly cleaving the incoming wolf demons in twain. Energy crystals scattered amidst the fray. An angel bent down to extract an energy crystal from the corpse of the wolf demon, handing it to Guang Linchuan. He accepted it and promptly crushed it. Constitution 10, having expended several hundred energy crystals, he pondered how much further he had to go to reach the Genesis realm. Perhaps it would not be long before he caught up. Now, with billions of lords having perished, it seemed that the Genesis realm could only rely on slaying beasts to continue gathering energy crystals. Thus, I have drawn closer to him once more. He shook his arm, feeling a surge of strength. Continue the slaughter. Do not allow them to breach the defenses. Guang Linchuan fixed his gaze on the battlefield, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. The sheer number of demon beasts was overwhelming. As soon as one batch was eliminated, another would surge forth. This could not continue. He opened the leaderboard for a glance. Holy Angel, kill count, 420,000. His ranking had already slipped to 3rd. Originally, the Genesis realm had merely been before him. Yet, inexplicably, Su Shui Lu Lian had surged in the rankings, surpassing his angel. During the last beast tide, she had not demonstrated such prowess. Was it intentional? Nevertheless, Guang Linchuan dismissed her intentions. Her concealment bore no consequence to him. He needed to devise a strategy. Remaining entrenched in the castle was not a sustainable solution. Guang Linchuan turned to regard the castle. The upgrade progress was only halfway completed, requiring at least 2 more days. Hold on, just a little longer until the settlement. Once he secured another castle acceleration, he could upgrade to a level 5 castle, allowing the angels to ascend another tier. The angels gripped their light swords, hovering in the air, gazing at the approaching demon beasts. Another wave surged forth. This time, it was winged serpent demons, their speed significantly greater than the previous ones. Several angels were ensnared before they could react. Purification. An angel nearby raised her longsword, striking the serpent demon. With a shriek, the demon released its grip, and the angel seized the opportunity to sever its head. "Thank you," the angel gasped. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated from afar. The ground split open, and a colossal centipede emerged. "Is this a 7th tier?" Guang Linchuan's expression shifted. Ordinary angels could manage only up to 5th tier demon beasts. 6-winged angels surround that 7th tier. A dozen 6-winged angels charged towards the centipede. The foremost angel reached the creature, her sword striking its exoskeleton. Sparks flew, leaving no mark at all. So resilient? The angel was taken aback. The centipede swiftly turned its head, dozens of compound eyes fixating on her. Before the angel could retreat, the centipede lunged forward, its speed surpassing that of before by 10-fold. The angel barely had time to raise her sword before being swallowed whole. Old 3. The remaining angels watched in horror as their companion vanished, leaving only the long sword clattering to the ground. Beast. The leading angel's eyes turned crimson in an instant. 6 pairs of wings ignited with golden light. Formation. The remaining angels immediately scattered. 12 light swords aimed simultaneously at the centipede. Having consumed one angel, the centipede seemed pleased, writhing its body as it lunged for the next target. "Scatter, do not let it make contact." The angels swiftly distanced themselves. Guang Linchuan observed from the city wall with clarity. The 7th tier defense was formidable. The light swords could not penetrate. He promptly commanded the angels to deploy the holy light chains. Upon receiving the order, the angels swiftly altered their tactics, forming groups of 4. Their light swords transformed into golden chains, which coiled like living serpents around the centipede. Just as the centipede attempted to evade, 3 chains ensnared its head. Pulling together, the angels exerted their strength simultaneously. The centipede tilted its body slightly under the strain, yet its own power was immense, pulling the angels forward instead. Guang Linchuan fixed his gaze on the centipede, alternating between the calculation interface and the reality before him. Time was running short. Only a few seconds remained until the tally. He shouted to the remaining 6-winged angels, urging them to pull with all their might. But the centipede's strength only grew. "Hold on, they must buy time." No sooner had he spoken than the thickest chain suddenly snapped. The centipede violently broke free, opening its cavernous maw. 2 6-winged angels, unable to dodge in time, were instantly consumed. "Damn it!" Guang Linchuan watched helplessly as his companions vanished, his fists clenched white-knuckled. At that moment, the world announcement rang out. "The rankings for the 3rd round have been finalized. You have received 1 day of castle acceleration." Guang Linchuan's eyes brightened. He immediately activated the acceleration for his castle upgrade. Chapter 68, Short-Range Jump. His eyes gleamed as he opened the upgrade interface. Acceleration successful. Castle upgrade to level 5 completed. A radiant white light enveloped the city wall, and the damaged structures began to mend themselves automatically. The once precarious defensive array reignited with brilliance. The castle had now ascended to level 5. All the angels felt a surge of light descend upon them, enveloping their entire beings. The leading angel glanced down at her arm. Noticing her light sword had become even more resplendent. Her strength had increased. Gripping her sword tightly, she lifted her gaze towards the rampaging centipede. Up. The 6-winged angel surged forward, darting to the centipede's front. Just as the centipede attempted to evade, the light sword pierced its shell. Crunch. This time, there was no sound of metal clashing. The light sword effortlessly penetrated the centipede's defenses. The centipede emitted a pained shriek and violently turned its head to bite at the leading angel. "Be careful." The other angels, witnessing this, rushed to assist. Several chains ensnared the centipede's head, firmly restraining it. This time, the centipede could not break free from the chains. Seizing the moment, the leading angel withdrew her sword and aimed a fierce thrust at the centipede's head. The centipede thrashed wildly, but the chains held it fast. The sword plunged into its skull, green liquid gushing forth. One more time, the angel gripped her sword with both hands and forcefully slashed downward. The centipede's head was cleaved in two, its massive body crashing to the ground. It was defeated. The angels sighed in relief as they retracted the chains. Guang Linchuan stood atop the city wall, observing with satisfaction as the upgraded angels vanquished the 7th-tier centipede, nodding appreciatively. "Continue the defense. Do not allow other beasts to approach." The angels turned their gaze toward the distant horde of monsters. The following day, young Tian awoke from his slumber, rubbing his eyes and casting a glance out the window. The sunlight had already reached the sill, indicating that it was quite late. To his astonishment, it was already noon. He stretched languidly and casually opened the settlement interface. The battle he had engaged in before retiring for the night had concluded. The assistant had automatically calculated the rewards. Completion of the 3rd round leaderboard settlement. Completion of the 4th round leaderboard settlement. Completion of the 5th round leaderboard settlement. Completion of the 6th round leaderboard settlement. For consecutive notifications appeared. Goodness, has it truly skipped 4 rounds? Upon clicking for details, he discovered that all rewards from the 4 rounds were castle accelerations, totaling 8 days. Just as his castle was upgrading, he utilized them all. Usage successful. Castle upgrade. Remaining acceleration. 3 days, 22 hours, and 45 minutes. Acquired structure. Star Fortress. Star Fortress, a colossal stronghold within the cosmos, utilized for monitoring celestial disturbances. With a flash of white light, the outer walls of the castle surged upward in height, and the foundation expanded significantly. The original stone material transformed into a dark golden metal, appearing considerably more robust. A level 7 castle was sufficient. This star fortress felt no different from a watchtower, save for its position in the sky rather than on the ground. Yang Tian exited his bedroom, noticing the Ender Dragon basking in the sunlight atop the castle. He recalled the assistant. Having battled all night, it must have conquered several worlds. Just as he pondered this, the assistant's notification resounded. Conquest of the Emperor's realm complete. Conquest of the West River realm complete. Conquest of the Dragon realm complete. One after another. Notifications of completed conquests appeared, totaling over a dozen. Current worlds, 17. Remaining enhancement attempts, 3. Next territory range. Conquer 100 planetary systems. Upon seeing the assistant's indication of the next territory range, Yang Tian discerned that the assistant recognized this world was nearing its conclusion. It was time to advance toward the cosmos. He had 3 enhancement attempts available. Villagers, slimes, and guardians each received 3 enhancements. He first selected the enhancement option for villagers. Villager enhancement options. 1. Intelligence 10. 2. Spirit 10. 3. Constitution 10. Intelligence. Yang Tian regarded the familiar choices and unhesitatingly selected the first option. Selection successful. Villager intelligence, 30. Current intelligence, 120. With an intelligence of 120, he should be able to research more advanced entities. Next, he turned to the slimes, whose capabilities had also been significantly augmented. Creature, slime 4. Length, 48 kilometers. Width, 12 kilometers. Ability, biological armor. Thickness, 4 meters, capable of withstanding medium to large energy weapons. Airdrop. Can envelop biological entities from the transport warehouse in a special liquid before deploying them into the world. Transport cargo hold. 100 standard transport modules. Capable of accommodating 5,000 units of biological entities. Propulsion system. Hyper-sublight travel. Short-range jump. Yang Tian gazed at the changing data of the slime battleship, nodding in satisfaction. Short-range jump? Let us test its efficacy. He issued a direct command. Initiate short-range jump. The slime battleship, still wandering amidst the cosmos, trembled slightly upon receiving Yang Tian's order. Subsequently, the surrounding space began to warp. In the next moment, the entire vessel vanished from its original location, reappearing in a distant star system. So swift? Through the battleship's perspective, Yang Tian observed the distant stars transforming into mere pinpricks. Short-range jump cooldown, 10 minutes. Not bad, the cooldown is manageable. He switched to the transport module interface, noting that the original 10 transport modules had expanded to 100. Each module still held 50 units, raising the total capacity to 5,000 units. This would enable him to transport more iron puppets. Yang Tian instructed the Enderman to bring a batch of iron puppets and withers aboard. Soon, the transport module was filled to capacity. The biological armor had also been reinforced, now capable of withstanding medium energy weaponry, which should suffice. Observing the dimensions of the battleship, he noted it measured 48 kilometers in length and 12 kilometers in width, 3 times larger than before. Standing in the command chamber, he felt the space had become considerably more expansive. By the way, when will the slime evolve into a space creature? I yearn to experience the oppressive presence of the Zerg. Level upgraded to tier 10. Acquired the biological essence necessary for slime evolution. This means that to evolve into a Leviathan, one must first engage with the Zerg and obtain their essence. Naturally, Yang Tian harbored no fear of those Zerg. His self-generating machines were not necessarily inferior to their production efficiency. Yang Tian had observed that world. Although it had developed for an extended period, the villagers were continuously expanding outward. Yet, he had never encountered the boundaries of this realm. It seemed infinite. This provided Yang Tian with ample confidence. ISNT your Zerg base known for rapid production? I have self-generating machines aplenty. My production speed may rival yours, and I require no resources. The Zerg still need biological energy to cultivate new brood. Meanwhile, when Yang Tian activates his machines, he merely closes his eyes. The troops fill themselves. Chapter 69, listening attentively. Yang Tian shifted his focus to the sound-guided sentinels in the troop roster. It is your turn. He clicked on the enhancement option, and the assistant promptly displayed 3 prompts. After a series of selections, the final weapon entered its initial state. Sound-guided sentinel enhancement successful. Biological, sound-guided sentinel 3. Ability, listening attentively. Note, enhances auditory perception. Capable of detecting emotional fluctuations in biological entities and disrupting enemy mental states. Ability, soul scent technique. Note, can discern the composition of life forms. Characteristic 1. The luminous core on the chest transforms into the 9 Nether Profound Pill. 9 Nether Profound Pill, formed from condensed EN energy. Capable of absorbing the death aura of the battlefield, enhancing itself with resentment, and summoning souls to aid in battle. Feature 2. Amplification of sonic attacks. Feature 3. Realm of Darkness. Observing the enhancements that resulted in 2 new abilities and 3 distinct traits for the Echo Sentinel, Yang Tian contemplated the Sentinel's newfound powers. He promptly resolved to seek out a world to test their efficacy, subsequently summoning an Echo Sentinel from the realm. Let us proceed and practice, he declared, casually opening a recently conquered world. With the Echo Sentinel in tow, he teleported directly to the location. Upon arrival, he found himself amidst an expanse of desolation, with a few wandering demonic beasts visible in the distance. Those shall suffice. Yang Tian pointed towards the group of beasts, and the Echo Sentinel advanced with purpose. The 9 nether profound pearl embedded in its chest emitted a faint glow, and a chilling wind swept through the air. Sonic attack, Yang Tian commanded. The Echo Sentinel opened its mouth wide, unleashing a wave of sound that expanded instantaneously. The demonic beasts, caught unawares, were shattered by the force of the sonic wave, leaving a deep trench carved into the ground. Yang Tian surveyed the trench, noting its substantial breadth. Quite impressive, he nodded approvingly. Next, the Realm of Darkness. The profound pearl on the Echo Sentinel's chest radiated a surge of dark energy, enveloping an area of over 10 kilometers in pitch blackness. The light within the realm seemed to be devoured, rendering visibility non-existent. The trapped beasts, now engulfed in darkness, erupted into chaos. They flailed in a frenzied attempt to escape, utterly disoriented. The effect is commendable, Yang Tian observed from the periphery, witnessing the pandemonium amongst the beasts as they began to fall one by one. Let us test the 9 nether profound pearl by summoning souls. The pearl began to rotate slowly, drawing in the surrounding death energy and resentment. Soon, several ethereal souls emerged from the ground, those of the demonic beasts slain by the sonic wave. Concurrently, the Echo Sentinel was shrouded in a veil of dark mist. As soon as the souls appeared, they lunged towards the remaining living beasts, which rapidly withered under their assault, visibly losing their vitality. To absorb death energy and summon souls while simultaneously weakening the enemy. This enhancement is quite satisfactory, Yang Tian mused, pleased with the 3rd-tier power. He waved his hand, causing the Echo Sentinel to retract the Realm of Darkness, leading to the dissolution of the souls. The barren landscape was left strewn with corpses. By the way, what is the upper limit of your absorption of death energy and resentment? He inquired. None, came the response. The absorption of death energy and resentment possesses no upper limit? That is truly remarkable. If the Echo Sentinel remains unscathed, it could continuously absorb death energy here, providing an inexhaustible source of reinforcements. The more foes there are, the more the Echo Sentinel slays, and the more our ranks swell. After testing the capabilities of the Echo Sentinel, Yang Tian picked up the blueprint for the Starry Fortress. Flipping it over, he was taken aback. So many special metals? The blueprint listed various materials, star iron, void silver, meteor copper, of which he had never heard. Assistant, where can we procure these metals? Surely, you don't expect me to slay demonic beasts for them? If that were the case, how many worlds would I need to conquer to construct a Starry Fortress? Mining is possible in the Starry Expanse. The Starry Expanse? Indeed. Prior endeavors had primarily focused on slaying monstrous beasts, causing him to overlook the vast resource factory of the Starry Expanse. Yang Tian furrowed his brow and glanced upward at the heavens. Very well, then, let us embark on a mining expedition. He promptly summoned a multitude of villagers and iron golems from the world. The slime warships were prepared. This time, it was not for battle, but for mining operations. Upon receiving their orders, the slimes swiftly transformed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of biological warships were meticulously arranged above the castle. Villagers and iron golems boarded the vessels in succession, each ship brimming with mining tools. Each warship was manned by 100 villagers alongside several thousand iron golems. Given that mining was not a task suited for the villagers alone, their intellect had risen significantly, allowing them to engage in a variety of tasks. This would yield numerous advantages for future star battles. Yang Tian could not possibly command every battlefield single-handedly. The smaller skirmishes required the most intelligent villagers to take charge, while he himself would oversee the grand strategy. Currently, even on a single planet, there were already dozens of battlefields. Should interstellar warfare ensue in the future, the number of battlefields could swell into the thousands or tens of thousands. Yang Tian possessed a formidable mental acuity, enabling him to perceive these situations. Yet simultaneously directing such vast numbers would be mentally taxing. Commence, Yang Tian commanded, and the fleet of warships activated their propulsion systems in unison. A pale green gas erupted from their rear, gently lifting them skyward. Soon, the fleet breached the atmosphere and entered the starry void. Through the villager's perspective, Yang Tian beheld the cosmos outside. In the inky blackness of space, distant stars twinkled like scattered gems. The villagers stood within the command chamber, while the iron golems remained in the transport bay. Observing the fleet above, Yang Tian directed the villagers, disperse and explore the planets. Instantly, thousands of slime warships surged forth in various directions, vanishing into the vastness of space. Yang Tian set his sights on a brown planet ahead. Let us investigate that one. The villagers in the command room nodded and swiftly relayed the order to the slimes. Utilize short-range teleportation. Target the brown planet ahead. The slime warships shuddered slightly as the surrounding space began to warp. In the next moment, the vessels materialized near the planet. Through the villagers' perspective, Tian gazed at the brown planet now within reach. Descend and prepare for exploration. The slime warships gently descended, penetrating the atmosphere. The ground became increasingly distinct, revealing a barren expanse of rocky terrain devoid of any greenery. This place is truly desolate. Tian commanded the warship to land on a flat stretch of rock. The hatch opened, and the iron golems began to emerge, surveying the area for any signs of ore. The golems fanned out, commencing their diligent work of striking and probing the rocky surface. Tian observed the planet beneath the slime warships and instructed the iron golems. Release the grubs to investigate the subterranean depths. The iron golems nodded and retrieved a grub from the transport bay, casting it onto the ground. Upon landing, the grub immediately began to gnaw at the earth. The hardened rock crumbled beneath its mandibles like paper. In no time, it had excavated a substantial hole. Chapter 70. Discovery of Civilization. As the first grub voraciously consumed the surrounding rock, its numbers began to multiply exponentially. Soon, a multitude of thousands of wood-boring beetles congregated near the entrance. It was about time. Through the perspective of the beetles, Tian observed their cessation of reproduction as they commenced their exploration into the depths below. The beetles scattered, and the leading one abruptly halted. Something was amiss. It turned to its companions and communicated. The other beetles swiftly gathered around, collectively gnawing in that direction. In no time, the rock layers were penetrated, revealing glimmering ore within. The beetles rapidly dispersed, crawling around the mineral vein, simultaneously devouring the rock and surveying the span of the vein. It wasn't long before the entire outline of the mineral deposit was discerned by the beetles. Master, the vein is approximately several kilometers long and about 5 to 6 kilometers wide, the villagers reported in summary. Tian nodded affirmatively. All right, let us commence the excavation. He turned to his assistant and inquired, what metal is this? Void silver. It can be utilized in the construction of star fortresses and other celestial edifices. Its hardness is exceedingly high, capable of withstanding assaults from large energy weapons. Void silver? Precisely the material we require. Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Iron golems. Commenced the excavation. The iron golems immediately sprang into action, wielding their arms to begin mining the ore. The resilient void silver remained unyielding under the brute force of the iron golems. Indeed, it was a mineral capable of withstanding energy weaponry, impervious even to the might of the golems. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the villagers. Can the Research Institute devise a machine capable of cutting this ore? This was indeed a conundrum. The Research Institute had only been studying hydraulics the previous day, and expecting them to develop a solution in such a short time frame seemed unrealistic. Tian shifted perspectives, reaching out to Yi. Does the subterranean civilization possess machinery that can sever this, or? Yi had only recently taken charge of the subterranean civilization and was uncertain. He turned to the nearby subterranean representative. Is there a machine that can cut through or capable of withstanding large energy weapon assaults? The subterranean shook his head. No, our machinery cannot sever or of such strength. Tian felt a pang of frustration. With the iron golems unable to break through, the Research Institute lacking the necessary technology, and the subterranean civilization devoid of suitable machinery. This was proving to be quite a challenge. If decay were to corrode it directly, the collection would be ineffective. Was there anyone else to consult? Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Endermen can manipulate space, can't they? Let us see if they can attempt to slice through the void silver. He promptly summoned 5,000 Endermen from the realm, all aboard the ship. A flash of purple light enveloped the Endermen as they instantaneously appeared within the transport bay of the slime warship. The slime warship slowly ascended, navigating through the cosmos. With a short-range jump, it targeted a celestial body. The warship trembled slightly as the surrounding space warped. The next moment, it materialized above the planet. As the ship descended, the hatch opened, and the Endermen promptly teleported out. Tian gestured toward the ground. Utilize spatial manipulation to sever the void silver. The Endermen nodded in unison, sweeping their arms, and a flash of silver light ensued. The void silver was neatly sliced away in a single piece. The result was commendable. Tian observed the meticulously severed ore and instructed the iron golems to come and transport it. The iron golems pushed the small cart, continuing to slice without pause. The Endermen scattered, their silver light flickering incessantly as they cut through the ores in abundance. Soon, the transport chamber was filled to the brim. Tian surveyed the laden battleship, nodding with satisfaction. On to the next batch. The silverfish continued to explore, seeking out other veins of ore. Upon receiving Tian's command, they dispersed in search of additional mineral deposits. The slime battleship activated its propulsion system, slowly ascending and flying towards the castle. The remaining Endermen tirelessly continued their mining efforts. Tian mused that he should have summoned the Endermen for mining sooner. The power of space made mining remarkably efficient, instantaneous cuts followed by direct spatial transfer to the next site, leaving no time wasted, a perfect utilization of every moment. As young Tian observed the busy Enderman, he nodded in satisfaction. Just as he finished reviewing the ore discovered by the silverfish, he suddenly received news from other villagers. Master, mineral veins have been found on the planet, requiring Enderman support. I have also made some discoveries. Multiple messages appeared simultaneously, all requests for assistance from the villagers. Very well. The Enderman shall depart immediately. Yang Tian swiftly summoned tens of thousands of Endermen from the world and boarded the slime battleship to commence their journey. Disperse and assist on various planets, he instructed. The Enderman nodded, and with a flash of purple light, vanished from sight. Following their successful boarding, they continued their flight outward. Yang Tian observed the industrious Endermen and iron golems, lost in thought when he abruptly received a message from the slimes. However, it was not from the mining slime fleet, but from the earlier exploratory slime fleet. Master, we have discovered a planet that appears to harbor a civilization. Finally, news had arrived. Yang Tian's eyes brightened as he switched his view to the slime battleship. Through the ship's perspective, he beheld a blue planet drifting amidst the stars. Let us approach and investigate. The slime battleship glided closer to the azure globe, revealing a vast blue ocean, brown land masses, and expanses of green vegetation. Reminiscent of the planets from his previous life, Yang Tian gazed intently at the planet for a while. Let's get even closer and scan it. The battleship advanced, simultaneously emitting a detection wave. Life activity detected. Energy fluctuations detected. Indeed, it was a planet of civilization. Yang Tian stroked his chin. Let us not rush to land. Let us orbit the planet and assess the situation. The slime battleship adjusted its course, beginning to circle the planet. Through the clouds, rudimentary structures were visible on the surface. It appeared to be lacking in technological advancement. The slime battleship halted before the planet. Yang Tian scanned the forests and mountains below through the ship's perspective. Enderman, prepare for an airdrop. The Endermen within the transport chamber stood ready, while a viscous, pale green liquid began to seep from the chamber walls, gradually enveloping their forms. Deploy. The cargo door opened below, and the Endermen, encased in the green liquid, were launched directly from the cosmos. During the descent, a viscous liquid clung tenaciously to the Enderman's form. Curled within this liquid, the Enderman awaited the moment of impact. Chapter 71, Healing Elixir. As it pierced through the atmosphere, the green liquid enveloping its surface began to boil. Moments later, the Enderman landed steadily upon the unfamiliar terrain beneath. The green liquid dripped away from its body, seeping into the ground below. Dispersing to explore, the Enderman nodded, its purple light flickering as it vanished in an instant. Yang Tian shifted his perspective, following one of the Endermen as it teleported repeatedly, soon arriving at an expansive plain. In the distance, he could discern some low-lying structures resembling a village. Though the architecture appeared rather primitive, predominantly composed of earth, a discovery was made. The Enderman refrained from approaching hastily, opting instead to conceal itself behind a large tree for observation. Within the village, several humans clad in coarse garments toiled in the fields, wielding wooden farming tools with seemingly sluggish motions. An agrarian civilization? Their technological advancement appeared limited. Yang Tian felt a slight relaxation. This civilization posed no threat to the Enderman. He decided to venture closer to discern any peculiarities. The Enderman teleported once more, materializing at the village's edge. A child at play suddenly looked up and was startled to see the Enderman appear from thin air. Wow, a black monster. The child screamed in fright and dashed back towards the village. The villagers, hearing the commotion, turned their gazes toward the Enderman. Ignoring them, the Enderman continued to scrutinize the layout of the village. After all, they were merely mortals, and there was no need for the Enderman to conceal its presence. Soon, an elder draped in a long robe emerged from the largest dwelling, grasping a wooden staff. Outsider, please state your purpose, the elder intoned with a steady voice. Seemingly unperturbed by the Enderman's presence, the elder furrowed his brow and raised his staff, the tip emanating a faint white light. This light did not resemble that of a cultivation technique, but rather evoked the essence of magical civilization. Yang Tian was taken aback. This tribe, which appeared to be agrarian, had practitioners of magic. To test his prowess, the Enderman vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the elder. The elder reacted swiftly, turning and sweeping his staff with a flourish. The white light transformed into a barrier, interposing itself before the Enderman. Though the elder appeared aged, his reflexes were remarkably sharp. Spatial magic? The elder's expression turned grave. The Enderman flickered with purple light, directly manifesting before the elder. Though startled by the sudden appearance, the elder quickly regained his composure, gripping his staff tightly as he focused on the creature. How did you acquire this magic? Yang Tian, controlling the Enderman, inquired without delay. The elder paused, taken aback by the fact that this black creature could speak. Upon hearing the mention of learned magic, Yang Tian immediately contemplated the potential of his immense mental prowess. It would indeed be a pity not to learn some form of magic. His only notable asset was this formidable mental strength. The Enderman remained silent, simply gazing at him. The elder observed the situation with a hint of trepidation and cautiously inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "In all my years, I have never encountered a being such as yourself." "From a distant land," came the reply. The elder nodded, refraining from further questioning, sensing that the Enderman bore no ill intent, and thus felt a modicum of ease. "How many in your village possess magical abilities?" The Enderman queried once more. "Not many. Just myself and 2 young individuals," the elder responded. The Enderman nodded slightly and continued, "Could you enlighten me about the factions in this world?" Before the Enderman could finish, a villager rushed over in haste, exclaiming to the elder, "Village chief, something terrible has happened. Young Yang has been struck by a magical attack and is now hanging by a thread." The elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately addressed the Enderman. "I apologize. There is an urgent matter in the village. I must depart." With that, he turned and hastened deeper into the village. Without hesitation, the Enderman followed, a flash of purple light illuminating his path. The elder, aware of the Enderman's presence behind him, prioritized the rescue and chose not to speak further. Soon, they arrived at a wooden cottage surrounded by a throng of anxious villagers. Make way, the elder urged as he pushed through the crowd and entered the dwelling. The Enderman remained at the threshold, observing quietly. Inside, a young man lay upon a bed, his complexion ghostly pale. A dark wound marred his chest, oozing a sinister black blood, accompanied by a malevolent vapor. The elder approached swiftly, raising his wooden staff, which glimmered with a radiant light, and gently tapped the wound. The black blood ceased its flow momentarily, yet the wound continued to spread ominously. "This dark magic is too potent. My light magic cannot contain it," the elder murmured, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. The Enderman stood at the door, silently witnessing the unfolding events. Through the Enderman's perspective, Yang beheld the grievous condition of the young man. "Dark magic? Light magic?" He pondered, and after a moment's contemplation, he urged the Enderman to speak. "Do you require assistance?" The elder turned in surprise, gazing at the Enderman. "You possess the ability to heal?" "I can attempt it," came the reply. The elder hesitated but ultimately nodded. "Very well. I entrust this to you." The Enderman stepped inside, approaching the bedside. He extended a hand, revealing a glass vial filled with a crimson liquid. This was a newly enhanced healing potion, fortified by the laws of decaying life. The Enderman administered the potion to the young man's lips, and as it entered his mouth, a vibrant green glow enveloped his form. The black blood immediately ceased its seepage, and the dark vapor was gradually expelled. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him. What manner of potion is this? Its effects are astounding. Before long, the young man's complexion returned to normal, his breathing steadying. "He is stable for the moment." The elder sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." The Enderman nodded and then inquired, "May we return to our previous conversation?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, the elder replied, "Certainly. What would you like to know? What factions exist in this world?" The Enderman reiterated his question. The elder contemplated for a moment before responding. "On this continent, there exist 3 predominant forces. To the east lies the Holy Light Church, wielding the most formidable light magic. In the north, the Academy of Magic gathers sorcerers of various schools. Beyond these, there are several nations. Our realm belongs to the kingdom of Gomenir." Chapter 72, The Dark Council. After listening, the Enderman continued to inquire, "Which faction do you belong to?" The elder smiled wryly. "We are merely a small village, lacking the qualifications to join such factions." He sighed deeply. Perhaps a mage from the Dark Council passed by and attacked indiscriminately. "Do they often act this way?" The Enderman pressed. "Indeed, the members of the Dark Council are ruthless, frequently conducting experiments on ordinary people," the elder replied gravely. After a moment of silence, the Enderman acknowledged, "I see." Just then, the man on the bed suddenly coughed a couple of times and slowly opened his eyes. "Village chief, what has happened to me?" The elder quickly approached. "Do not move. You have just recovered." The man, weakly nodding, shifted his gaze to the Enderman with a hint of confusion. "Who is this?" "The peculiar being who saved you," the elder explained succinctly. The man looked at the Enderman gratefully. "Thank you. Do you recall where you fell?" The Enderman inquired of Tian. "To the east of the village." The elder hurriedly interjected. "Where are you going?" "Just taking a look around." With a flash of violet light, the Enderman vanished from sight. The elder stood in place, dazed for a moment before murmuring to himself, "What on earth is this creature?" After departing from the village, the Enderman teleported repeatedly, soon arriving at a highland. Through its perspective, Tian gazed down at the distant mountains and forests. The Holy Light Church, the Dark Council, and the Academy of Magic. Quite intriguing, he mused, then commanded, "Go capture that Dark Council mage and extract the secrets of dark magic." The Enderman nodded, violet light flickering as it teleported eastward. It continued to teleport, and in the blink of an eye, found itself in the desolate wilderness to the east of the village. In the distance, anguished screams echoed, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. A robed mage ambled leisurely, toying with a sphere of dark mist in his hands. At his feet lay several corpses, all villagers from the vicinity. Bored, the robed mage muttered, casually waving his hand as the dark mist transformed into blades, cleaving another fleeing villager in two. Just as he prepared to advance, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Whirling around, he beheld a creature cloaked in darkness, its arms ghostly pale, silently standing behind him. Spatial magic? The robed mage's pupils constricted. Are you a 7th-tier mage? He instinctively stepped back, his dark mist swiftly coalescing into a shield. Wait, why do you lack any magical fluctuations? He scrutinized the Enderman warily. Regardless of what you are, you will serve as my next experiment. The dark mist surged violently, morphing into dozens of pointed spikes aimed at the Enderman. With a flash of violet light, the Enderman effortlessly evaded the attack. In the next moment, it appeared directly before the robed mage, seizing him by the throat. Cough! Release me. The robed mage struggled desperately, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of wielding his magic. Although the Enderman's rank had not been elevated, he was still capable of dealing with these lesser sorcerers. He effortlessly lifted one by a single hand while retrieving a potion with the other, forcing it down the sorcerer's throat. What have you made me drink? The black-robed mage asked, his face ashen. It was intolerable to be force-fed a potion in such a manner. A poison. Speak falsely, and you shall meet your demise. The Enderman replied coldly. How does one learn dark magic? The black-robed mage hesitated but, remembering the poison coursing through his veins, felt compelled to respond. One must first awaken their affinity for dark elements, and then study magic. The Enderman pressed on. Where is your council? In the Shadow Valley to the west. The mage blurted out, desperately trying to stifle his words, but failing to contain himself. How many 7th-tier sorcerers are there? 70. What is the highest tier? How many are there? The highest is 9th tier, the Grand Sorcerer. Only the speaker and a handful of others have attained this level of power. After divulging this information, the black-robed mage slumped in defeat. He looked at the Enderman and pleaded, give me the antidote. I never promised you an antidote. The Enderman replied before knocking him unconscious and carelessly tossing him into a spatial realm. With a flash of purple light, the Enderman vanished from sight. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Valley, a figure clad in a silver mask suddenly lifted his head. Someone has captured our man. A red-robed sorcerer, busy concocting potions, scoffed. Who dares to lay hands on a member of the Dark Council? It must be someone formidable. The silver-masked figure replied gravely. They have managed to evade my tracking spell. They must be at least 7th tier. The red-robed sorcerer's expression shifted. Should we notify the speaker? Not yet, the silver-masked man said as he stood. I will confront him. With a swift motion of his fingers, a dark rift appeared before him, and he stepped through it. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance in the air as another silver-masked figure emerged from the void, blocking his path. Are you the one who captured my man? The silver-masked figure demanded coldly. In a flash of purple light, dozens of spatial blades surged toward him. The newcomer did not flinch. A black shield materialized before him, effortlessly absorbing the attacks. Spatial magic? He inquired, astonished. No, this is not magic. The Enderman teleported once more, this time materializing directly behind the silver-masked figure and delivering a powerful punch to his back. The silver-masked man countered with a swift palm strike. Their powers collided, sending the Enderman staggering back several meters. Interesting, the silver-masked figure mused, scrutinizing the Enderman. You are neither human nor beast. Could you be an ancient lineage? The Enderman remained silent, purple light beginning to radiate from him. The silver-masked man raised a hand. Wait, we can negotiate. Not interested, the Enderman replied, his voice the first to break the silence. The silver-masked man paused, then smiled. So you can speak. I find you intriguing. Why not join our council? Disinterested in further discourse, the Enderman launched an attack, unleashing countless purple blades from all directions toward the silver-masked figure. The latter's expression shifted. Your abilities are commendable, but your rank is too low. He hesitated no longer, as his staff began to glow faintly. A vast black magic circle unfurled beneath his feet, enveloping him in an instant. The purple blade of light struck the magic circle, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. Young Tian observed the Enderman being subdued, though he was not particularly surprised. After all, the Enderman was merely a 2nd-tier entity. It could contend with ordinary mages but would undoubtedly struggle against a high-tier mage proficient in spatial magic. He promptly established a connection with the slime battleship that remained amidst the starry expanse. Although the Enderman had been deployed, the iron golems and the wither still resided within the ship, poised to be deployed precisely at the moment the Enderman faced peril. Determining the coordinates, he commanded the iron golems to be dispatched with precision. Chapter 73, Learning Magic. The slime comprehended his intent, and the iron golems within the transport chamber were immediately enveloped by a surge of green liquid, subsequently launched toward the location of the Enderman. Encased in the verdant fluid, the iron golems plummeted rapidly from the sky. As they pierced through the clouds, the liquid firmly safeguarded the golems within. The silver-masked man was still engaged in combat with the Enderman when he suddenly sensed something descending from above. He looked up to see a green sphere hurtling toward him. What is that? Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but the iron golems had already landed. The green liquid erupted, and the golems instantly rose to their feet. The Enderman seized the opportunity to retreat, vanishing in a flash of purple light. A heap of scraps? The silver-masked man frowned. Do they think they can hinder me with such trivialities? With a flourish of his staff, the black magic circle re-emerged. The iron golem raised its arm, gathering the principles of water magic in its palm. A dozen water droplets simultaneously shot toward the silver-masked man, dispersing the magic circle he had just conjured. What kind of power is this? The silver-masked man was taken aback. He had never encountered such an unusual ability, strange, much like that enigmatic black figure from before. It did not conform to the realm of magic. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the silver-masked man hastily invoked a spatial spell to escape. A flash of black light flickered beneath his feet, and his form began to blur. Just then, the iron golem suddenly surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to him. The silver-masked man let out a muffled grunt, but still managed to teleport away. The golem glanced at the Enderman, who immediately understood. In a flash of purple light, the Enderman teleported beside the golem and embraced it. In the next moment, the Enderman activated teleportation once more, directly appearing before the silver-masked man. As the silver-masked man landed, still unsteady, he found the iron golem and the Enderman blocking his path. His expression shifted dramatically as he contemplated another teleportation. The water patterns on the golem's arm ignited instantly, shrouding the surrounding space in a thick mist, rendering it exceedingly viscous. The silver-masked man's spatial magic was disrupted, and his attempt to teleport failed. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, glaring at the iron golem and the Enderman, his staff radiating ominous black light as he prepared to fight desperately. Just as the silver-masked man intended to unleash his magic, he suddenly felt a tight grip around his wrist. The iron golem had appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. Its iron arm clamped down on his wrist. What? Before he could react, the fire patterns on the golem's arm ignited with intensity. Boom! Flames surged along the staff, incinerating the silver-masked man's weapon to ashes in the blink of an eye. My staff! As the silver-masked figure's pupils constricted, he instinctively attempted to break free. However, the iron puppet had already seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. You! The iron puppet spoke without hesitation. As the flames of the elemental laws surged around it, causing the temperature to spike dramatically, the skin of the silver-masked figure began to redden, beads of sweat forming only to be evaporated in an instant. Surrender all the dark magic you have learned. The iron puppet's voice was frigid, its grip tightening further. The silver-masked figure struggled for breath, his face flushed. Never. I will not betray the Dark Council, he gritted out, fingers laboriously forming seals, attempting to summon the dark magic within him. Seeing this, the iron puppet abruptly concentrated the flames, then unleashed a sudden burst. The silver-masked figure screamed in agony as his dark robe vanished, revealing skin scorched with blackened spots. This is your final opportunity. The iron puppet's gaze remained unyielding, devoid of any emotion. At last, the silver-masked figure could endure no more, trembling as he spoke. I will tell you. The iron puppet slightly loosened its grip, allowing him the barest chance to speak. Gasping for air, the silver-masked figure managed to say, dark magic requires affinity for dark elements to be learned. Get to the point. The fiery patterns on the puppet's arm glowed ominously once more. The silver-masked figure shuddered in fear, hastily continuing, I can teach you the spells and runes, but whether you can master them depends entirely on you. He swallowed hard and began reciting the introductory incantations of dark magic. The iron puppet listened intently, transmitting the information through a mental link to Yang Tian. In the castle, Yang Tian received the messages conveyed by the iron puppet, a slight smile gracing his lips. Closing his eyes, he allowed his immense mental energy to flow in accordance with the silver-masked figure's instructions. Moments later, a strand of pitch-black energy materialized in his palm, slowly swirling. Success! He opened his eyes, gazing into the distant sky. He commanded the iron puppet, continue with the Enderman and gather all the magic. The iron puppet nodded, and the fiery patterns on its arm ignited instantly. A scorching flame enveloped its fist, which it then hurled toward the silver-masked figure. Just as the silver-masked figure intended to use spatial magic to escape, the iron puppet moved with greater speed, the flames engulfing him entirely. He screamed once more. His form reduced to ashes. The iron puppet paid him no heed, turning to the Enderman and instructing, let us depart. With a flash of purple light, the Enderman vanished with the iron puppet. Meanwhile, Yang Tian arrived in the stone realm. It had already been cleared by the iron puppet and its companions, making it an ideal location for experimenting with magic. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, beginning to channel his mental energy as described by the dark-robed mage. Affinity for dark elements. Yang Tian's vast mental energy flowed steadily. The air around him gradually shifted, growing colder and more oppressive. Soon, a strand of pitch-black energy coalesced in his palm, swirling gently. Yang Tian opened his eyes, gazing at the dark mist in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Let us test its power. He raised his hand, and the black mist transformed into a sharp blade, slicing through the distant rock with precision. The stone was neatly cleaved, its surface as smooth as a mirror. It is satisfactory, though the power is rather mediocre. However, The magic of that silver mask appeared formidable. Why then does it seem so feeble in my hands? No doubt my mental prowess surpasses his. It is inconceivable that the magic I can unleash is weaker than his. Yang Tian furrowed his brow, feeling that this dark magic was less reliable than a punch from an iron puppet. Could it be due to my lower rank? Or perhaps the scarcity of dark elements in this world? After pondering for a moment, he attempted to cast spatial magic. It is reasonable to assert that dark elements are sparse in this world, but surely spatial elements cannot be lacking as well. The Enderman traversed this stone realm without incident. Operating his mental energy as instructed by the silver mask, a silvery glow emanated from his fingertips. Spatial blade. With a swift motion, Yang Tian sent forth a silver light blade, which instantly struck the ground in the distance, creating a vast crater. The potency is commendable. It appears that the elements inherent to this world are indeed influential. While dark elements may be limited, spatial ones are abundant. He nodded, continuing his practice. Before long, Yang Tian had mastered the fundamentals of dark magic and spatial magic. His immense mental energy, now exceeding 100 million, had finally found a second purpose. Chapter 74, The Theft of Books. Having conquered numerous worlds, Yang Tian had amassed over 10 million energy crystals. Without exception, he dedicated all these energy crystals to enhancing his mental power. At this moment, the Enderman stood beneath the city wall, gazing up at the large characters engraved upon the city gate. Yang Tian squinted through its perspective, trying to decipher the unfamiliar script. Still, he could not comprehend the writing of this world. Previously, his assistant had translated it directly for him, but now, viewing the characters alone yielded no understanding. Assistant, what does it say? The Kingdom of Goni. With a flash of purple light, the Enderman teleported inside the city wall. Upon landing, it swiftly concealed itself in a narrow alley to evade the patrolling guards. Yang Tian suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to inquire about the location of the Magic Academy. All he knew was that it lay to the north. Footsteps echoed from outside the alley, as several guards clad in leather armor searched from house to house. They had heard reports of individuals from the Dark Council infiltrating the city. Indeed, 2 of our brothers were slain near the East Gate just moments ago. The Enderman pressed itself against the wall, waiting for the guards to move further away before continuing its journey. Yang Tian instructed the Enderman to capture a solitary merchant. How does one reach the Magic Academy? The merchant trembled in fear, stuttering, Master, the academy is located at the White Tower in the city center. The Enderman released its grip, and the merchant hurriedly fled, scrambling away in terror. After several more teleportations, the Enderman halted near a tall white tower. The tower's pinnacle glimmered faintly, and 2 robed apprentices stood at the entrance. Just as Yang Tian was about to instruct the Enderman to infiltrate, a sudden explosion resonated from the tower's summit. A plume of black smoke billowed from the windows. What is happening? As the 2 apprentices looked up in alarm, the Enderman had already darted to the base of the tower. Clinging to the wall, it quickly ascended to the floor where the explosion had occurred. Through the shattered window, Yang Tian beheld a scene of utter chaos within. Several elderly men with white beards were embroiled in a heated debate around a charred experimental table. We must not add beast's blood, one exclaimed. Nonsense. It is clearly the insufficient purity of the crystal. An Enderman perched silently on the windowsill, observing the commotion. Unnoticed by the men, Yang Tian pondered. Strange, such a formidable force lacks even a formation to detect spatial fluctuations? Or could it be that this is not the headquarters? He was aware that this was a magical academy, yet he remained uncertain if it served as the main base. Setting their disputes aside, he resolved to seek out the library. The Enderman stealthily glided into the corridor, inspecting each room in turn. As footsteps echoed around the corner, it immediately teleported into the shadows of the ceiling. A young apprentice, clutching a book, hurried past, muttering, "Where exactly is the record of elemental affinity in the library?" "Never mind, I shall find it in the library," he concluded. Upon hearing his words, the Enderman trailed behind and teleported inside just as the apprentice pushed open an intricately carved wooden door. The room was filled with towering bookshelves, and several long tables occupied the center. Aside from the newly arrived young man, the library was deserted. Yang Tian surveyed the labels on the shelves. "Assistant, translate this," he instructed. Fundamentals of Magical Theory, 100 Techniques to Win the Affection of Elements, Compendium of Spells, from Level 1 Minion to Level 9 Archmage. Meanwhile, the young man, having located the book he sought, departed with it in hand. The Enderman appeared before the shelves, casually grasping a hefty tome and swiftly flipping through its pages. Through its perspective, Yang Tian's mental energy swept across each line of text, instantly committing every detail to memory. Onward, to the next volume, the Enderman continued its relentless search. Midway through its task, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. The Enderman froze. A flash of purple light enveloped it as it vanished into the shadows. The door swung open, revealing 2 figures in black robes who strode briskly into the room. Their attire mirrored that of the silver-masked individual encountered earlier, with the emblem of the Dark Council embroidered on their sleeves. "Hurry, the book must be here," the one on the left whispered, scanning the bookshelves. "Split up and search," the other commanded, making his way directly to the farthest shelf, his fingers gliding along the spines of the books as if sensing something. Young Tian observed this scene, lamenting the inadequacy of the security system. How could anyone enter so freely? These two clearly had a specific goal in mind, and were evidently not first-time visitors. The cloaked figures soon halted before a row of ancient tomes and extracted a book with an obsidian cover. Found it, the other exclaimed with excitement. Quick, let us not be discovered by the academy guards. The pair turned to leave. Once they had departed, the Enderman re-emerged to continue its examination of the shelves. Yang Tian, however, could not allow them to escape so effortlessly, for they had absconded with a book. The volume in their possession undoubtedly held special significance or contained forbidden magic. It was imperative to acquire it. Without hesitation, Yang Tian summoned another Enderman from a different location. Allow him to remain outside the city, waiting for the two to escape before following closely behind. Do not lose track of them. Yang Tian, perceiving through the lens of the Enderman, fixated on the tome before him. The cover was inscribed with peculiar runes, indicating its extraordinary nature. At present, the forces of the slime battleship had yet to arrive, leaving him with only a scant number of Endermen to utilize. Yang Tian committed all the contents to memory, thus permitting the Enderman to flee. Just as it prepared to teleport away, footsteps echoed from beyond the door. The Enderman flickered with a violet glow, vanishing from sight. An elderly man in a white robe emerged from around the corner, staff in hand. He furrowed his brow and inhaled the air, catching the scent of dark magic. The old man hastened into the library, his gaze sweeping the shelves. Observing that the library remained unchanged, he approached the source of the ominous aura. He reached the spot where the dark-robed figure had stood moments earlier and touched the ground. His expression suddenly soured. Had the tome of fusion magic been stolen? He abruptly turned and dashed out of the room, his crystal staff emanating a blinding white light. The entire white tower was instantly filled with the shrill sound of alarms. Yang Tian urged the following Enderman to quicken its pace. Upon hearing the alarm, the two dark-robed figures immediately took flight. They burst forth from the secret passage and plunged into the woods outside the city walls. The Enderman pursued closely, its violet glow flickering amidst the shadows of the trees. The dark-robed figures reached a clearing, where a black teleportation array was drawn upon the ground. Activate it swiftly, one of them urged. The other hastily produced a black leather tome and began to chant incantations. The Enderman materialized behind them in an instant, reaching out to seize the book. Just then, the voice of the white-robed elder resonated from above. Scum of the Dark Council. A beam of white light surged from a rift in the air, shattering half of the teleportation array. The dark-robed figure clutching the tome was thrown aside by the shockwave, the book slipping from his grasp. The Enderman, swift as lightning, caught the book in its violet glow and vanished in the next heartbeat. What? Upon landing, the white-robed elder caught only a glimpse of the fleeting violet light. Enraged, he swung his staff, and the white light obliterated the remaining dark-robed figure into dust. Damnable dark sorcerer. The Enderman, cradling the black tome, continued to teleport, soon arriving in a desolate wasteland. As the violet glow flickered, it came to a halt, glancing back. In the distance, the sky split open, and the white-robed elder emerged, his gaze coldly surveying the surroundings. Little one, you run quite swiftly. With a wave of his staff, the surrounding space became rigid. Just as the Enderman intended to teleport again, it discovered that the space had been sealed. Surrender the book. The Enderman remained unmoved, standing silently. The elder snorted derisively, raising his hand to unleash magic. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive shadow descended from above, crashing heavily between the two, raising a cloud of dust. The white-robed elder was pushed back several steps by the shockwave, his staff raised defensively as he watched warily. As the dust settled, 3 decaying heads slowly lifted, 6 eyes collectively locking onto the elder. Another one. The elder fixated on the decayed figures, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The aura emanating from this creature was overwhelmingly potent. Engaging it directly would undoubtedly lead to a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his staff forcefully into the ground, triggering a spatial teleportation. In a flash of white light, the elder's figure vanished instantaneously. The 3 decaying heads turned, confirming that the individual had fled and chose not to pursue. Yang Tian's voice echoed within the minds of the decaying heads. The central head nodded, accepting the black tome handed over by the Enderman. With a jolt, it surged into the skies. Piercing through the clouds, the decaying entity swiftly ascended into outer space. In the distance, the slime warship hovered silently. As the hatch opened, the decaying figure soared inside, delivering the book to the awaiting Iron Golem. Master, I have procured the book, reported the Iron Golem through their mental link. Yang Tian, seated within his castle, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He shifted his perspective, observing other Endermen who were exploring. Most had already unraveled the locations of the Magic Academy and the Dark Council strongholds. Once their forces were sufficiently amassed, they would launch a direct assault. Stretching lazily, Yang Tian's gaze wandered to the starry expanse. Due to the slime warship's lack of short-range teleportation capabilities, its arrival here relied predominantly on its propulsion system, utilizing short-range jumps only in the latter instances. Thus, the slime army continued to employ short-range teleportation, and it would not be long before they reached this location. Meanwhile, the collection of books from the Dark Council and the Magic Academy was nearly complete, while the records of the Holy See remained a blank slate. An Enderman flickered with purple light, appearing directly outside the cathedral of the Holy See. Just as it intended to teleport inside, it suddenly felt the surrounding space being locked by a force. An intruder. A commanding voice resonated from within the cathedral, followed by dozens of white-robed acolytes bursting forth. Clutching their staffs, the tips radiated blinding white light. Spatial lockdown ensued. The leading elder waved his staff, causing the surrounding space to solidify. The Enderman attempted to teleport, but discovered its spatial abilities were rendered ineffective. Capture it. The acolytes swiftly encircled the Enderman. Chains of white light spiraled forth from their staffs, ensnaring the Enderman. Rather than confront them directly, the Enderman opted for retreat. Although teleportation was unfeasible, it maintained remarkable speed, breaking free from the encirclement in the blink of an eye. The acolytes pursued relentlessly, their staffs unleashing beams of white light in an effort to intercept the Enderman. With agile evasion, the Enderman dashed into a thicket of trees, using the foliage as cover to momentarily elude its pursuers. Damn it, it got away. The acolytes seethed, halting their chase. Continue the search, it cannot have gone far. They dispersed, beginning their search among the trees. The Enderman concealed itself behind a large tree, quietly observing. It discerned that these acolytes seemed capable of sensing spatial fluctuations. Any use of teleportation would immediately reveal its location. It could no longer rely on its spatial abilities. Resolving to leave, the Enderman stealthily maneuvered, evading the acolyte's search as it delved deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, young Tian stood within the castle, observing all that transpired through the Enderman's perspective. The Holy See indeed possessed formidable capabilities. Just as the Enderman intended to vacate the area, a sudden roar interrupted the stillness. He is here. The others immediately surged towards the Enderman upon hearing the cry. The Enderman, sensing the impending threat, swiftly employed his spatial abilities to make his escape. Meanwhile, the members of the Radiant Church, witnessing the Enderman's use of spatial powers, activated their own abilities to pursue him. Standing on the plain, the Enderman quietly observed as over 100 individuals from the Radiant Church encircled him. Clad in white robes and wielding staffs that glimmered with bright light, they closed in. Why aren't you running? Sneered the leading Radiant Knight. The Enderman chuckled in response, because there is no need to flee now. Did you truly believe you could escape our grasp? The knight raised his staff, and radiant light coalesced into chains that surged toward the Enderman. Just as the chains were about to make contact, the knight's movements suddenly froze. The atmosphere darkened considerably, and the shadows on the ground expanded ominously. The members of the Radiant Church looked up in disbelief. A massive slime battleship slowly descended from the heavens, obscuring the entire sky. What is that? Someone stammered, nearly dropping their staff. They had never witnessed such a colossal entity soaring through the air. As the battleship's hatch opened, withered figures and iron golems emerged in formation. Just moments earlier, Yang Tian had observed the position of the slime army and realized that with just a few more short-range jumps, they could reach this location. Knowing the army would arrive within minutes, he commanded the slime battleship to directly enter this world. Naturally, the arrival of such a grand vessel drew the attention of other factions. After all, a ship of this magnitude descending from the sky warranted scrutiny. Ignoring it could mean the destruction of one's home. The three heads of the withered figures scanned the crowd below, while the water patterns on the iron golem's arms began to glow faintly, ready to strike at any moment. The elderly figure in white robes looked grim, his grip on the staff trembling slightly. He could sense the formidable aura emitted by these beings. His greatest fear was that colossal battleship. He had no idea how many more creatures could descend from it. If thousands more were to arrive, no one in this world could halt them. Who are you? The central head of the withered figures grinned menacingly. Fool, which of your eyes perceived us as human? Panic erupted among the Radiant Church members, some turning to flee. The iron golem raised its hand abruptly, manifesting chains of water that ensnared the escaping individuals in an instant. Chapter 76, Delivering a Speech. None shall escape. The withered figure soared into the air, three beams of light gathering in its mouth, poised to unleash destruction. The elderly figure gritted his teeth and raised his staff high. Holy light shield. A vast luminous barrier expanded, enveloping all within. The withered figure scoffed disdainfully as a black beam erupted forth, shattering the barrier instantaneously. Several followers standing behind were reduced to ashes. Is this all you can muster? At the same time, the iron golem unleashed a barrage of water arrows, targeting the throng. The members of the Radiant Church fought desperately to defend themselves, but their efforts proved futile. The air was filled with anguished cries, and soon the ground was strewn with corpses. The old man in white robes found himself cornered, the glow of his staff dimming. What do you intend to do? He faced the three heads of the entity known as Decay, all fixated upon him. Surrender your light magic. The elder's complexion turned ashen. Never. The iron golem, weary of idle chatter, struck him with a heavy fist. The old man barely managed to conjure a shield, yet was still sent sprawling to the ground. The golem approached and seized him. Will you speak? The elder coughed up blood, yet continued to shake his head. Growing impatient, Decay unleashed a beam of green light that melted one of the elder's arms. Ah! The elder screamed in agony, finally relenting. I will tell you. I will tell you. Trembling, he recited the incantation. Tian meticulously noted every word he uttered. Let us proceed to the next location. He hopped atop Decay's head. The three heads of Decay swayed, ignoring him, as they turned to leave with the iron golem in tow. Once they departed, chaos erupted within the Holy See. The disciples, horrified by the carnage, felt their legs weaken. Quick, inform the Pope. Someone shouted. The news swiftly reached the Pope's ears. He stood atop a high tower, gazing grimly into the distance. Contact the Dark Council, he commanded an elder by his side. A crystal orb illuminated, revealing the face of the Dark Council's chairman. Did you witness it as well? The Pope inquired directly. The chairman nodded. Indeed, their power may have surpassed ours. What shall we do? Let us reach out to the Magic Academy, the chairman sighed. After we resolve this matter, we can eliminate them at our leisure. The Pope fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. At that moment, the Magic Academy also received word. The headmaster scrutinized the image within the crystal orb, his brow furrowed. Are we to collaborate with them? The vice headmaster replied reluctantly. I have no objections to the Holy See. But why must the Dark Council be involved? There is no choice. The headmaster shook his head. The adversaries we face are too formidable. Forces from across the world were covertly mobilizing to confront this crisis. Unbeknownst to them, Tian was already scheming to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Let them prepare, he stretched languidly. Once they have gathered, we shall make our entrance. The central head of Decay cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no response. The iron golem remained motionless, awaiting Tian's next command. For the first time, the leaders of the three great powers convened to devise a strategy. What exactly are those creatures? The Pope inquired in a solemn tone. The chairman shook his head. Uncertain, but they are certainly not of our world. The headmaster sighed. Discussing this now is futile. We must first consider how to contend with them. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting concern in the other's eyes. This time, the foes they faced might be even more powerful than they had imagined. Let us gather swiftly. If we delay, unforeseen complications may arise. After sharing a determined look, they each departed. The Pope of the Holy See stood atop the platform. His gaze swept over the multitude of devoted followers below. He inhaled deeply, his voice resonating with gravitas. Esteemed ones, I have summoned you today because we are confronted with an unprecedented crisis. The assembly fell silent, their eyes fixed upon him. The leader continued, we face invaders from beyond, their might far surpassing our own. If we do not unite, the very fabric of our world shall unravel. A voice from the crowd, unable to contain itself, queried, Leader, our Holy See is formidable. Are we truly to fear them? The leader shook his head. Their prowess can effortlessly obliterate our elite forces. Alone, we stand no chance. The assembly erupted in murmurs, some aghast, others skeptical. The leader raised his hand for quiet and, in a solemn tone, declared, Thus, we have resolved to unite the strength of the entire world, including. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and slowly articulated, the Dark Council. Instantly, the square erupted in disbelief. What? Collaborate with those dark sorcerers? They are our mortal enemies. How can this be? It was common knowledge that the Holy See and the Dark Council had always been adversaries. Encounters between their members typically resulted in only one survivor. The prospect of collaborating with the Dark Council was unfathomable to the followers of the Holy See. The leader did not rush to clarify, allowing the din to subside before continuing. I understand this is difficult to accept, but now is not the time for infighting. The invaders will not discern between light and dark. They will annihilate all in their path. If we continue our internal strife, we will be defeated one by one. Many in the crowd still bore expressions of discontent, yet a greater number fell into contemplative silence. Observing this, the leader's tone grew resolute. For the sake of survival, we must relinquish our hatred and stand united against our foe. This is not a compromise. It is a necessity for our existence. He surveyed the assembly, his voice rising in intensity. Those willing to fight for the world, stay. Those unwilling may depart, but do not impede our path. Following a brief silence, a voice cried out, I shall follow the leader. Soon, a chorus of voices joined in. We shall follow the leader. The leader nodded slightly and turned to the elder beside him, stating, Inform the Dark Council and the Academy of Magic. The plan is set in motion. The elder asked in a hushed tone, Will they truly cooperate fully? The leader smirked coldly. Without cooperation, we shall all perish. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Dark Council, the speaker stood upon the dais, his gaze beneath the dark robes chilling. How ironic that the Holy See seeks peace. Below, a council member scoffed, So? They too have come to this day? The speaker raised his hand, his voice icy. Do not rejoice too soon. This collaboration is merely temporary. He paid little heed to their words, for no more than 5 knew the true nature of the relationship between the Dark Council and the Holy See. Once the invaders were dealt with, they would settle the score. The council members revealed smiles, while at the Academy of Magic, the headmaster stood atop the White Tower. Gazing into the distant sky, brow furrowed. Let us hope nothing goes awry this time. Chapter 77, For the World. The speed at which the 3 factions gathered exceeded all expectations. Before the White Tower of the Magic Academy, 20 grand sorcerers hovered in midair, their robes billowing as if caressed by an unseen wind. Behind them stood a throng of mid to low-tier mages, their staffs aglow, casting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire square. The holy knights of the Church of Light were arrayed in formation, with the high priest at the forefront. His staff pointed skyward. For the world, for the world. Thousands of knights echoed his fervor. Meanwhile, the Dark Council lurked in the shadows. The speaker, caressing the mask upon his face, whispered to the council member beside him, "When the fighting begins, let the church and the academy take the forefront." On a distant hillside, several kings of small nations observed with their retinues. King Lauren wiped the sweat from his brow. "Are we truly to involve ourselves in this matter? If we do not, shall we merely await our demise?" Retorted the king of Iron Shield, eyes wide. "Should they lose, we too shall perish. If they triumph while we remain idle, do you believe they will spare us?" All factions had converged upon the square of the Church of Light, the air thick with tension. The holy knights and the dark-robed mages of the Dark Council occupied opposing sides, exchanging hostile glances. Despite the high priest's earlier words, the enmity fostered over years could not simply dissolve with a few utterances. The headmaster of the Magic Academy stood at the center, his white beard quivering slightly as he sighed. "What has become of you all? Is this truly the time for such rivalry?" The high priest scoffed. "Were it not for the greater good, I would be the first to purge these dark sorcerers." The speaker's voice dripped with coldness. "You may dare to try." A hidden parasite lay beneath the ground, observing everything in silence. Through its perspective, Tian saw clearly, a cold smile gracing his lips. The slime fleet had completed its transition, countless warships suspended in the atmosphere. With a mere command from him, they would descend directly. "Master, shall we attack now?" inquired the iron puppet. Tian shook his head. "Not yet. Let them gather their forces." The squabble in the square continued. A few young mages from the academy had quietly stepped back, fearing the repercussions. A bespectacled apprentice muttered softly, before they even engaged the invaders, "They may turn on each other." It seemed unnecessary for the opposing side to intervene. Given a little more time, they would likely clash amongst themselves. Finally, the headmaster could contain himself no longer. His staff erupted with blinding white light. The powerful surge of magical energy hushed the crowd. The high priest and the speaker exchanged knowing smiles, well aware of the true alliance between the leaders of the Dark Council and the Church of Light. "Enough." The headmaster's voice was hoarse yet commanding. "Look to the sky." The crowd raised their eyes, only then realizing that the once clear sky had become riddled with countless tiny black dots. As these dots grew larger, some finally discerned that they were a multitude of massive warships descending. "They are coming." The armor of the holy knights clinked softly. The speaker immediately shouted to the gathered masses below, "All units, prepare the defensive formations." The mages of the Dark Council swiftly formed their seals, and shadows began to unfurl from beneath their feet. The paladins of the Light Church raised their shields, creating a radiant barrier of holy light. The sorcerers of the Magic Academy brandished their staffs, illuminating the air with a kaleidoscope of magical brilliance. The 3 factions, recently embroiled in heated disputes, found themselves compelled to stand back to back, for they understood that further quarrels would lead to their collective demise. The Enderman leapt from its statue, a flash of violet appearing in the center of the square. It surveyed its surroundings with a calm demeanor. "Surrender or perish." The high priest directed his staff towards the Enderman, exuding arrogance. Before he could finish his sentence, the sky suddenly darkened. The onlookers glanced up to behold a colossal flagship hovering at an altitude of several kilometers, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire plaza. Iron golems and withered figures emerged from the hatch, followed by an endless procession of their kind. The fiery patterns etched upon the arms of the iron golems glowed faintly. Their voice, frigid and unyielding, echoed, "This is your final opportunity." The speaker's hand trembled, sensing the malevolent aura radiating from these creatures. "We shall never." Just as the speaker's words trailed off, the head of the Magic Academy interjected with resolve. "We surrender." The elderly dean lowered his staff, and, to the astonishment of all, slowly approached the Enderman. There is no honor in futile sacrifice against an unbeatable foe. The high priest's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you jesting? Even if our Magic Academy survives this war, we would be purged by you and the Dark Council." The high priest and the speaker stood frozen, while the crowd below exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves. "Is there a collusion between the Light Church and the Dark Council? Impossible. Are we not sworn enemies? Is the high priest not the one who despises the Dark Council the most?" The dean of the Magic Academy scoffed softly and continued, "If not for this invasion, I trust that soon enough, your members of the Light Church and the Dark Council would be standing side by side once more." with the venue being the gates of the Magic Academy. For your speaker and high priest have always been allies. The plaza erupted in chaos. All eyes fixated on the high priest and the speaker, their intentions laid bare. The dean raised his voice, declaring, "Their singular aim is to eradicate all forces beyond the Light Church and the Dark Council." "Nonsense. You slander us," the speaker hastily retorted, his voice dark and foreboding. The assembled followers and council members exchanged glances, unsure of whom to trust. "Do not heed his fabrications," the high priest shouted to the assembly. "He must be under the control of those invaders, seeking to sow discord among us. In the face of such a formidable enemy, if we relinquish our resistance, what fate awaits us?" The speaker concurred. "Indeed, this is an enemy ploy." The dean shook his head with a sigh. "Even at this juncture, you persist in your denials." He turned to the Enderman, his tone composed. "We, the Magic Academy, willingly choose to surrender." The Enderman nodded, and in a flash of purple light, vanished from sight. The iron golem stepped forward, its voice as cold as ice. "What of the others?" The adherents of the Holy Church hesitated, murmuring among themselves. Could it truly be that the high priest was in league with the Dark Council? It seemed implausible, especially after the loss of so many brethren. Wasn't it said that the high priest had allied with their speaker over a woman? The members of the Dark Council, too, engaged in hushed discussions. Surely, the speaker would not genuinely collaborate with the Holy Church? In Chapter 78, Field Suppression, sensing the gravity of the situation, the high priest realized that prolonged discourse could lead to accusations of collusion with the Dark Council. Although there was indeed some truth to it, he abruptly raised his staff, unleashing a burst of holy light. "They have betrayed all of humanity. The fate of mankind rests within our hands." The speaker, cloaked in black, spoke with a chilling voice. "Rescue the controlled dean. Annihilate the invaders." Instantly, the square erupted in fervor. "Kill." The paladins raised their swords high, their holy light merging into a radiant expanse. Concurrently, the mages of the Dark Council began their incantations, dark mist transforming into countless blades. The mages of the Magic Academy remained passive, for their dean had already surrendered on their behalf. The iron puppet stood motionless, its fiery patterns faintly glowing. The three heads of the wasting turned, gathering green beams in their mouths. Seeking death, they seemed to declare. The holy light and dark mist collided. The iron puppet raised its hand, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy. The searing flames instantly engulfed the foremost paladins, their armor melting away without a sound, reduced to ash. As the dark mist approached the wasting, it was pierced through by a green beam. Several black-robed mages, unable to evade, were left with gaping wounds in their chests. Too weak, the iron puppet advanced, delivering a punch that sent three paladins flying, their bodies disintegrating mid-air, blood spattering the ground. The followers and council members at the rear finally grasped the dire reality. This battle was unwinnable. The high priest and the speaker exchanged glances, simultaneously lifting their staffs. Dozens of archmages joined the fray, unleashing a tapestry of magical brilliance that surged toward the wasting and the iron puppet. As the three heads of the wasting prepared to strike and eliminate their foes, it suddenly sensed an impending threat from above. Looking skyward, it saw a small black dot growing larger. A colossal shadow descended, crashing into the ground between the two factions. The magical assaults against this shadow left not a trace. As the dust settled, a massive Echo Guardian emerged before them, its chest adorned with a glowing 9 nether essence, causing the surrounding air to turn frigid. The high priest's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of monster was this? The speaker's grip on his staff trembled. "Our attacks are futile against it." The Echo Guardian slowly turned to face the high priest and the speaker. It opened its mouth, unleashing an invisible sound wave that instantly obliterated the foremost archmages, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood. The paladins and black-robed mages behind were hurled backward by the shockwave, sent flying dozens of meters away. The Sentinel of Sound felt a faint glow emanating from the mystical essence within its chest, and the realm of darkness unfolded instantaneously. The entire plaza of the Holy See was enveloped in an impenetrable blackness, rendering visibility non-existent. I was engulfed in obscurity. Caution was warranted. Something was amiss. Those shrouded by the darkness began to panic, while the paladins raised their shields and scanned their surroundings, yet they could discern nothing. The mages of the Dark Council endeavored to illuminate the vicinity with their magic, but the light was swiftly consumed by the shadows. The Sentinel of Sound stood resolute, its inner essence rotating slowly. The surrounding deathly aura and vengeful spirits began to coalesce towards it. Wisps of black mist emanated from the corpses of the paladins and mages who had just fallen to the iron golems and withering forces, drawn in by the essence. Soon, ethereal specters began to arise from the ground, those who had succumbed moments ago. Their eyes were hollow, their forms translucent, yet they bore the resentment of their untimely demise. "Kill," commanded the Sentinel of Sound succinctly. Instantly, the phantoms lunged towards the figures cloaked in darkness. What is happening? What do you see?" "I perceive nothing." A voice cried out in confusion. "Curse it, my head aches. This wretched realm is affecting my mental fortitude. It's the undead. There are necromancers among them." The paladins swung their swords, but their strikes met only emptiness. Within this realm of darkness, they were utterly blind to the phantoms descending upon them. The souls passed through their bodies, instantaneously siphoning their vitality. The affected individuals turned pale, their forms beginning to wither. The mages of the Dark Council attempted to counter with dark sorcery, but the specters, being manifestations of death energy, were impervious to such magic. We need light magic. Use the light, the high priest exclaimed. A few paladins managed to conjure a semblance of holy light, but as soon as it flickered into existence, it was devoured by the encroaching shadows. The specters surged forth from all directions, overwhelming any attempt at defense. The members of the Magic Academy stood frozen in place. The old dean sighed. Indeed, surrender was the prudent choice. As the number of specters multiplied, those who had their life force drained collapsed, only for new souls to rise from their bodies and join the fray. The high priest and the speaker stood together, their expressions grim. At this rate, our numbers will dwindle while theirs continue to swell. The speaker gritted through clenched teeth. The high priest tightened his grip on his staff. We must shatter this realm of darkness. The speaker nodded, and they both acted in unison. The high priest's staff erupted with blinding holy light, while the speaker conjured a dark fissure in space. However, their assaults met an invisible force at the edge of the realm, dissipating without effect. The essence of the sentinel of sound flickered slightly, and the realm remained unyielding. How can this be? The high priest's face turned ashen. Only then did they direct their gaze towards the sentinel of sound. The speaker whispered to the high priest. The dark realm was unleashed by him. He must be dealt with first. The high priest immediately understood. Indeed, if we can eliminate him, the undead should cease their onslaught. He turned to the archmage nearby, who stood outside the shadows, and commanded, "Let us unite and vanquish that abomination." A dozen archmages swiftly gathered, their staffs igniting with a spectrum of luminous colors. Through the perspective of the echoing guardian, young Tian observed with admiration the audacity of those who dared to charge forward. They could not even overcome the undead summoned by the guardian, let alone the current echoing guardian, who had absorbed a significant amount of death energy. The guardian remained motionless, its chest gem faintly glowing. The leader and the speaker surged ahead, unleashing divine light and dark mist upon the guardian. Other archmages joined the fray, casting fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades in a relentless barrage. The combined might of a dozen archmages instantly reduced the entire holy sea to ruins. As the attacks struck the echoing guardian, dust clouds erupted around it. Have we vanquished it? Someone inquired. The head of the magical academy, overhearing their doubts, shook his head. They were still deluding themselves. If it were so easily slain, it would have succumbed the moment it landed. As the dust settled, the echoing guardian stood unscathed, not even a scratch upon its form. What? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, while the speaker's face contorted with concern. Something's amiss. We must flee. Chapter 79. Is this here to save us? But it was too late. The chest gem of the echoing guardian shone brightly. The dark domain rapidly expanded, enveloping all within its grasp. This is bad. The domain can still grow, the leader thought, only to find themselves surrounded by impenetrable darkness, disoriented and lost. The archmages fell into disarray as the light from their staves was swiftly consumed by the encroaching shadows. Stay calm, form a back-to-back defense, the speaker shouted. Yet, in the next moment, they were met with an eerie whispering, as if countless voices conspired in their ears. What is this? One archmage suddenly screamed in agony, clutching his head, his staff clattering to the ground. My head, it hurts. Others began to succumb, their minds fracturing under the strain. The echoing guardian, shrouded in darkness, silently observed their turmoil. The leader, battling through the pain, unleashed a final burst of holy light from his staff. Break through. But the light was snuffed out by the encroaching darkness. The speaker gritted his teeth, attempting to cast a spatial spell to escape, only to discover that the very fabric of space had been sealed. It's over. Yang Tian stood within the castle, watching the echoing guardian leisurely toy with its adversaries. Enough playing, finish them off. The guardian heeded the command, its chest gem flaring with intensity. A piercing sonic wave reverberated throughout the dark domain before the leader and speaker could react, their bodies exploding in a violent display. The other archmages soon followed suit, bursting into clouds of crimson mist. As the dark domain receded, only pools of blood remained upon the ground. The echoing guardian absorbed the death energy into its gem, nodding in satisfaction. The members of the magical academy stood nearby, their faces pale. The old headmaster wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved they had surrendered. Otherwise, had that sound wave struck us, we would be joining the previous headmaster. Yang Tian shifted his perspective to survey the scene, nodding in approval. Clean up the area. The Enderman flickered with purple light, commencing the task of battlefield cleanup. Withering squatted nearby, quietly watching the proceedings. A slime leaped onto Withering's head, only to be promptly shaken off by the central head. Yang Tian stretched, contented. All done. He glanced at the individuals from the Magic Academy. You there, come here. The old principal hurriedly approached with a brisk pace. What is your command, my lord? Take me to the library of your academy's headquarters. Yes, yes. Yang Tian controlled the Enderman and, alongside Gumu, made their way towards the Magic Academy's headquarters. Along the way, Yang Tian casually inquired, "What is your name?" "Gumu." Yang Tian nodded, choosing not to pry further. After a moment of hesitation, Gumu couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. "What are we to do from here on?" Yang Tian cast him a glance. "Simply focus on studying magic. There is no need for anything else. It would be best if you could produce more powerful spells." Gumu paused, somewhat incredulous. To conquer the entire world, we are only allowed to pursue our own interests? For them, the study of magic was their lifelong aspiration. Is it really that simple? Yang Tian looked at Gumu with mild confusion. What else would it be? Gumu's heart raced. Could it be that they were here to be rescued? He had initially anticipated enslavement or being subjected to experimentation following their surrender. Yet, it seemed the intent was merely to allow them to continue their magical studies. Stealing a glance at Yang Tian, Gumu noticed his calm demeanor, suggesting he was not jesting. Suppressing his doubts, he continued to lead the way. Before long, they arrived at the headquarters of the Magic Academy. It was a grand white tower, its pinnacle radiating a soft glow. A few students stood at the entrance, and upon seeing Gumu, they immediately bowed. "Principal." Gumu waved his hand. "Disperse, attend to your own tasks." The apprentices exchanged puzzled glances at the Enderman, but obediently departed. Gumu ushered Yang Tian into the tower. They traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at the library on the topmost floor. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by shelves brimming with books, a myriad of magical tomes neatly arranged. The Enderman flashed with a violet hue, swiftly sifting through the shelves. Gumu stood nearby, feeling somewhat awkward. "Do you need my assistance?" "No need." An air of silence enveloped them momentarily. After a while, Gumu could no longer contain himself and cautiously asked, "Are you truly allowing us to study magic?" "Indeed. And the magic we develop, will it be for your use?" Yang Tian shot him a look, as if to say, "Isn't that obvious? Once you have researched it, you may use it first. Upon ensuring its efficacy, you may present it for my use." Gumu felt overwhelmed. The effort expended to conquer them seemed peculiar, as the other party sought neither resources nor manpower, solely to permit them to delve into magic. What could magic offer them? The creatures accompanying them were formidable. Did they truly require the existence of magic? Gumu found himself perplexed, yet he dared not inquire further. As long as he knew he could continue his magical studies, that was sufficient. The Enderman worked swiftly, and in no time, all the books had been perused. "Let us go?" So soon?" Gumu expressed doubt, questioning whether the Enderman had truly read through the books, as each had only been held for mere seconds. He felt as if he had been in a daze more times today than in the past decade. Yang Tian regarded Gumu and spoke. "The realms of light and dark magic beckon further inquiry. Henceforth, all magical research within this world shall fall under your stewardship. You shall first receive the findings, which you will subsequently relay to me." Gumu paused momentarily, then nodded fervently. "Very well, my lord." He had not anticipated such an arrangement from Yang Tian. He had assumed that after surrendering, he would be relegated to the status of a mere slave. Instead, he was entrusted with overseeing the entirety of the world's magical research, a privilege surpassing even that of his former position as dean. Yang Tian spoke no further, turning to depart. Gumu hesitated, then ventured a question. "My lord, how shall we manage those mages who have surrendered? Those willing to continue their studies may stay. For those who do not wish to, we shall assign them alternative tasks." Gumu exhaled in relief, grateful that he would not have to assume the role of the villain. Observing the silhouette of the Enderman, his thoughts grew intricate. Their methods were enigmatic. Despite the power to subjugate all, they granted the freedom to pursue research. Shaking his head, he resolved to dwell no further on it. Surviving and having the opportunity to continue his magical studies was already the most favorable outcome. He turned to address the assembly at the Magic Academy. "Did everyone hear that? Those who wish to remain will focus solely on magical research. For those who do not, I will arrange other responsibilities." The crowd exchanged glances, yet remained motionless. The chaos outside rendered departure impractical, and the prospect of continuing their magical pursuits was already a considerable offer. Seeing no dissent, Gumu nodded. "Then it is settled. Starting today, the Magic Academy shall undergo a restructuring. All factions will merge, and resources will be shared. We will research all forms of magic." Chapter 80. The Main City and its Subdivisions. After delineating their tasks, Gumu made his way alone to the library. Standing before its entrance, he inhaled deeply. Finally, no one stood in his way. He pushed the door open and strode directly towards the innermost shelves. A thick layer of dust cloaked the corners. There lay a book with a black cover, quietly awaiting his discovery. Gumu brushed aside the dust, revealing the title, Fusion Magic. Author, Gumu. This tome represented the comprehensive outline that the Dark Council had once sought to appropriate. Other tomes from various magical academies were mere abridged versions. This was the complete manuscript. The members of the Dark Council were aware that pilfering the complete outline from headquarters was a formidable challenge, leading them to pursue the abridged versions for their continued studies. He turned to the first page, the paper now yellowed with age. Once, he had been compelled to abandon his research out of fear. Gumu shook his head, tucking the book under his arm. With both the Holy See and the Dark Council now eradicated, Who could possibly hinder him? Exiting the library, he encountered several apprentices passing by. "Dean," they greeted. Gumu adjusted the book close to his chest and nodded gently in reply. After the students exchanged pleasantries, they continued on their way. Back in the laboratory, Gumu secured the door, spreading the book open on the table. He grasped a pen and began to write and sketch in the margins. The fusion of light and dark, the composition and symbiosis of multiple elements. An experiment that had been interrupted midway now demanded a fresh commencement. He turned to a page in the middle of the book, which depicted an intricate magical array. Beside it were his hastily scribbled notes from before. The theory was feasible but required a substantial amount of magical energy. Previously, he had lacked sufficient power. However, with the crystals provided by Yang Tian, he should encounter no difficulties. When Yang Tian departed, he had generously bestowed a plethora of crystals for their research. They had already commenced mining in the starry expanse, and Yang Tian, naturally, was not in one of these resources. He opened the drawer and retrieved several crystals. Placing them on the table, he decided to first attempt the simplest approach, following the steps outlined in the book. He concentrated the element of light in his left hand and the element of darkness in his right. The two orbs of energy slowly drew near, but upon contact, they vibrated violently. Indeed, they remained unstable. He hastily paused and wiped the sweat from his brow. The book had mentioned the necessity of a medium, but he had never had the opportunity to experiment with what that medium might be before he was forced to halt his efforts. Flipping to the last page, he fixed his gaze upon a hypothesis he had penned years ago. Perhaps, the life energy could serve as a buffer? After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a vial of green potion from the cabinet. This was the essence of life extracted from the forest. Determined, he inhaled deeply and reconcentrated his energy. This time, he first dripped the life essence at the center of the magical array. As the elements of light and darkness approached once more, they surprisingly did not explode under the encasement of the life essence. The two energy orbs began to rotate gently. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Gumu's eyes. Had he succeeded? Just as Gumu believed he had triumphed, the life essence was suddenly stripped away. With the absence of the life essence's stabilizing influence, the two energies erupted in a catastrophic explosion. Boom. Gumu promptly conjured a protective shield to envelop the two energies. How peculiar. It had seemed so close to success. Yet the life energy had been extricated. Was it possible that the energy was insufficient to contain the light and darkness? It appeared he would need a more potent life energy. However, the previous life essence had been the purest in this world. Where could he possibly find energy of an even higher purity? A sudden vision flashed in his mind, a figure of a certain individual, whose green rays of life energy seemed remarkably abundant. Gumu immediately recalled the withering he had witnessed on the battlefield, utilizing the laws of life. He hastened outside. Yang Tian was preparing to venture to the stone realm to continue his practice of magic. Congratulations on your first occupation of civilization within the starry expanse. Rewards have been issued. 2 division orders, 1 main city order. A translucent screen appeared before Yang Tian. 3 metallic tokens floated onto the table. He picked up the main city order and weighed it in his hand. What effect did this possess? The main city order allows for the creation of a main city, complete with an awakening pool function. The division city order will establish a division city that forms a spatial connection with the main city. Upon the destruction of the main city, it will automatically transfer to any remaining main cities. Yang Tian distinctly remembered the game, mentioning that the destruction of the main city would result in immediate death. With 2 main cities at his disposal, Yang Tian felt considerably relieved. As soon as he grasped the efficacy of the main city order, he resolved to establish the main city in the vicinity of the magical civilization. There exists a certain distance between here and there. Yet survival is feasible in that realm as well. Regarding the division city, Yang Tian initially contemplated establishing 2 planets for this purpose. The division city could serve as a forward troop transport station. Wait, if I were to construct the division city within the slime warship, wouldn't that essentially create a mobile base? I must be a genius. Thus, while it may appear that there is merely a single slime warship, I could teleport the warship directly from the main city, instantly assembling a formidable fleet. This would circumvent the arduous journey experienced this time. Alas, regrettably, I possess only 2 division city tokens. After pondering this extensively, it is imperative to consult my assistant to ascertain the feasibility of this idea. Assistant, might it be possible to establish a division city within the slime warship? Theoretically, yes. Yang Tian promptly made his way outside the castle. He casually retrieved 2 metallic tokens from his pocket and called out into the air. Slimes, come here. 2 green, jelly-like creatures immediately bounded in from outside, bouncing twice before coming to a halt. From this moment on, you 2 shall serve as the main vessels within the slime warship. Yang Tian weighed the tokens in his hand. The slimes, upon hearing this, leaped with excitement. Assistant, utilize the division city tokens. Division city tokens in use. The tokens suddenly illuminated with a soft glow, morphing into streams of light that merged into the slime's bodies. Their forms began to swell and reshape into that of warships. Through a mental connection, Yang Tian perceived that each slime had developed a castle within. This castle possessed its own spatial passage. which connected to the awakening pool of the main city. He patted the exterior of one of the warships and subsequently entered within. Upon inspection, he noticed that a castle had appeared adjacent to the original command room, albeit slightly smaller than his main city. Not bad. Henceforth, the main vessel can remain stationed at the rear, dutifully transporting troops. Yang Tian then examined the main city token. Perhaps I should use this as well. Assistant. Utilize the main city token, targeting the magical civilization at the location above the Holy See. Chapter 81. Relocating the main city. Yang Tian shifted his perspective to the iron puppet adjacent to the Holy See. A metallic token hovered in midair, emanating a faint glow. Suddenly, the token exploded, scattering into countless specks of light. Where the light fell, the outline of a grand castle began to materialize. The iron puppet stood silently by, observing. In less than 10 minutes, a structure identical to the castle where Yang Tian currently resided arose amidst the ruins of the Holy See. Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction through the perspective of the iron puppet. This shall be the new main city. He commanded the iron puppet to enter through the castle's grand entrance. The internal layout mirrored that of the original castle precisely. Even the placement of the torches along the corridor was exact. The iron puppet traversed the hall and arrived at the awakening pool. The water was crystal clear, glimmering with a soft light. It is time to relocate. Yang Tian summoned the two slimes, now transformed into main vessels, to his side. To the magical civilization. The slimes wobbled in affirmation and then transformed into warship forms, soaring into the distance. Arrived, Yang Tian rose and approached the awakening pool, placing his hand upon the surface of the water. In an instant, he found himself standing in the command room of the slime warship. The villagers busied themselves with various tasks within the chamber. Yang Tian proceeded deeper into the ship, traversing the corridor until he reached the exit. The slime warship had come to a steady halt above the castle, and the hatch gradually opened. He glanced down momentarily before leaping into the air. Upon landing, he inhaled deeply, appreciating the quality of the air. With that, he turned and made his way towards the castle. The grand doors were wide open, revealing the iron golems and the wither awaiting him inside. As Yang Tian entered the hall, he looked up at the ceiling. Having arrived at this point, it was unlikely that the spatial passage could have opened directly atop the castle. Previously, in that other world, spatial passages could materialize directly overhead. Yang Tian harbored a genuine fear that one day, a creature of considerable power, potentially of the 20-tiered variety, might traverse the spatial passage and whisk him away. Just as he finished his thought, footsteps echoed from outside. Gumu hurried in, clutching the black leather-bound tome. He scanned the surroundings, noticing an unfamiliar figure in the castle. Previously, there had only been a horde of monsters. How could a human form have suddenly appeared? Curious, he pondered if this was the true form of his master, while the others were mere avatars. Master, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, Gumu addressed him. Yang Tian turned to face him. Speak. The tone conveyed familiarity, hinting at their previous exchanges. Gumu felt reassured, having conversed with Yang Tian for some time, albeit through the guise of the Enderman during their prior interactions, leaving him unaware of Yang Tian's true appearance. Thus, he relied on these subtle cues for judgment. I would like to borrow some life energy for an experiment, he stated, gesturing towards the wither's rightmost head. The green one. All three heads of the wither simultaneously turned to focus on him. How much do you require? Just a little will suffice, for a magical experiment. The middle head of the wither bobbed slightly, then opened its mouth to expel a small orb of green light. Gumu quickly produced a vial to capture it. Thank you, master. He clutched the vial eagerly and made to depart. Wait, Yang Tian called after him. What have you discovered? Gumu turned back, excitement evident as he raised the black book high. Master, there has been progress in merging the elements of light and darkness, though it requires advanced life energy for stability. If light and darkness can merge, it stands to reason that other elements may also be capable of fusion. Yang Tian nodded, instructing him to report back upon further developments. Yes, master. Gumu dashed outside, carefully pouring the green light into the magical circle. The elements of light and darkness gradually approached one another, and this time, there was no explosion. The two orbs of energy, enveloped in the green light, began to swirl and merge slowly. Gumu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This time, it must succeed. He fixated on the two orbs at the center of the magical array, his excitement palpable. It worked. The elements of light and darkness, encapsulated within the essence of life, finally achieved a stable fusion. Gumu wiped the sweat from his brow and added a few more drops of life essence into the magical array. He needed to devise a means for his master to utilize it as well. Flipping open his notes, he commenced documenting the experimental process, recognizing the necessity for modification into a form that could be absorbed directly. Gumu pondered briefly before retrieving several crystal stones from the cabinet and placing them upon the table. He decided to experiment with the crystals first. With utmost care, he infused the fused energy into the stones. As the surface of the crystals manifested intricate patterns of black and white, they soon cracked under the intensity of the energy. This approach was futile. The energy was too potent. Gumu scratched his head and contemplated an alternative method. Meanwhile, Yang Tian stood within the grand hall of the castle, where a sheet of luminous blueprints lay spread across a table. The materials were nearly ready. He glanced at the list compiled by his assistant. The notification read, "Materials for the construction of the Starry Fortress have been gathered." Yang Tian picked up the blueprint, which depicted a colossal square structure. He exited the castle, where the withered and the iron golem awaited him at the entrance. "Go fetch the materials," he instructed. The iron golem turned and strode towards the slime battleship, transporting all the supplies previously stockpiled in the main city through a spatial portal. Before long, heaps of various ores and energy crystals had formed into small mountains. Standing at the castle's entrance, Yang Tian summoned the villagers from the world. In no time, hundreds of villagers appeared before him. He handed them the blueprint of the Starry Fortress. The villagers gathered to examine the design, nodding in agreement. "We can build it. Not here, over there." Yang Tian pointed into the distance. The villagers, clutching the blueprint, proceeded to the indicated area. Upon reaching a clearing, they formed a circle. The blueprint floated into the air, emitting a soft blue glow. At that moment, the prepared materials vanished as if summoned. In a brief span, a fortress with a diameter of a kilometer stood proudly before them, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered intermittently. Yang Tian approached to inspect it. "Not bad," he mused. After completing their task, the villagers stood still, awaiting further instruction. Yang Tian led them into the Starry Fortress. "Let us learn how to operate it." The villagers nodded and followed him inside. The metallic corridors illuminated automatically, guiding them toward the command room. In the center of the command room, a semi-transparent panel hovered above a thick tome. Yang Tian picked up the book, glanced at the instructions, and handed it to the villagers. "Study this." They gathered around in a circle, eagerly flipping through its pages. The sound of rustling paper filled the air as they read swiftly. Within half an hour, the lead villager closed the book, exclaiming, "We understand." "So soon?" Yang Tian was taken aback as the villager pointed at the control panel. "Press here to start. This is for steering, and here are the weapons." Chapter 82, Accelerated Learning. He recounted the primary functions succinctly. Yang Tian nodded. "All right, you should give it a try." After uttering these words, he descended to the ground, shifting his perspective to that of the villagers. This was not fear, it was a prudent risk avoidance. Should any mishap occur during their operation, culminating in a crash, it would be disastrous. Once Yang Tian was safely on the ground, the villagers approached the control console and pressed the ignition button. The fortress trembled slightly, its shell glowing with intricate patterns. It began to ascend. The lead villager pulled the joystick, and the fortress slowly took flight. Yang Tian watched from the ground as the fortress soared higher, piercing through the clouds. The villagers skillfully adjusted their course, ensuring the fortress steadily soared outward. Through the villager's perspective, Yang Tian glanced at the window. Outside lay the inky void of space, with distant stars twinkling like scattered gems. Continuing their practice, the villagers began to explore additional functionalities. The fortress maneuvered gracefully through the cosmos, occasionally unleashing beams of energy. Yang Tian observed as the fortress executed evasive maneuvers. The villagers were learning rapidly. "How does it feel?" came their voice. "It's quite effective," he replied. "That's good enough." Yang Tian let them play freely, choosing not to intervene further. "Assistant, can the slime battleship compile a map of all the regions explored?" "Affirmative." A virtual screen materialized in midair, displaying a plethora of star systems. Gazing at the sheer number, he mused that within a few hours, they could conquer 100 planetary systems. However, the probability of encountering civilizations was indeed rather low. On the map, 2 planets were conspicuously marked with red dots, indicating the locations of 2 major cities. Yang Tian scrutinized the map for a moment before a sudden idea struck him. "Have the 2 main ships head in opposite directions?" He indicated on the screen. "This will expedite our search for civilizations." The 2 slime motherships had already departed from the planet, slowly adjusting their trajectories to head in opposite directions. The hatches opened, and 2 ordinary slimes were released. Upon exiting, they instantly transformed into battleships, veering off to the side. Thus, they continued. Yang Tian sat in the castle's hall, lost in thought as he stared at the star map on the virtual screen. The 2 slime motherships had deployed several ordinary battleships. He pondered how long this would take. Turning his gaze to the window, he noticed the star fortress still meandering in the sky. While the villagers were learning quickly, merely piloting a spaceship would not suffice. If they were to encounter an interstellar civilization, a single shot could obliterate the slime battleships. They needed to accelerate the villagers' research. Yang Tian scratched his head, suddenly recalling the Institute of Otherworldly Studies. He wondered how their research was progressing. Switching his perspective to that of an Enderman, he flashed into existence at the entrance of the institute. Pushing the door open, he found the interior bustling with activity. Researchers in white lab coats hurriedly carried documents to and fro, while numerous villagers were studying alongside the infiltrators, muttering professional jargon that Yang Tian could not comprehend. In a corner, several villagers sat quietly, poring over thick volumes. Yang Tian guided the Enderman toward them. "How is the learning progressing?" he inquired. "This is a foundational theory compiled by the infiltrator civilization to enhance our understanding," they responded. This book has also been provided to the Research Institute. I've comprehended merely 1/10 of it. This is too slow, Yang Tian frowned. At this rate, by the time the villagers grasped the concepts, it would be too late. Suddenly, he had a revelation. The Ender Dragon possessed the ability to manipulate time. Indeed, the Ender Dragon can accelerate time, he recalled. He hastily summoned the Ender Dragon from its realm. The colossal creature materialized above the building, its wings flapping as it descended. You can accelerate time, correct? The Ender Dragon nodded. What is the extent of your acceleration ability? The Ender Dragon tilted its head in contemplation and scratched a circle on the ground. Approximately 10,000 meters in diameter. Sufficient, indeed. Yang Tian immediately summoned the personnel from the Department of Exotic Sciences and the Research Institute. He turned to them and instructed. Hurry and prepare the materials and experimental apparatus needed for study. The Ender Dragon will accelerate time shortly, so you must learn swiftly. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed to gather their supplies. Some rushed into the laboratory, retrieving various instruments and equipment. As they sought out the necessary information, Yang inquired of the Ender Dragon. To what extent can you accelerate time? 100 times, it replied. Yang nodded, satisfied. That would suffice. 1 minute would equate to over an hour, making it feasible to master the basics in mere minutes. How long can this acceleration be sustained? He asked. The time dilation can only last for 1 hour, after which it requires an hour to recuperate. Thus, one can accelerate time for 12 hours a day, translating to 1,200 hours. In essence, a day's worth of learning equates to 50 days, the Ender Dragon clarified. Observing that preparations were nearing completion, Yang said to the Ender Dragon, let us begin. The Ender Dragon unfurled its wings, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. An invisible ripple spread outward, enveloping the entire area. Yang stood outside, witnessing the unfolding scene. The clock mounted on the wall ticked at an astonishing pace. So, this is time acceleration? The villagers had fully immersed themselves in their tasks. Their speed of reading books astonishingly rapid, rivaling the pace of the Enderman during its time at the Magic Academy. Their fingers left trails on the pages as they flipped through them. On the experimental table, the reactions in the test tubes were visibly dynamic. The pen's recording data scribbled incessantly across the paper. As seconds slipped away, 10 minutes passed swiftly before the Ender Dragon spoke again. We are nearing the limit. Yang stood, asking, how much longer can it last? Around 5 minutes, it replied. That will suffice. He clapped his hands, calling out to everyone, make the most of the time. We have 5 minutes remaining. Upon hearing this, the villagers intensified their reading speed. Finally, the Ender Dragon folded its wings, restoring the flow of time to normal. Everyone exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. I'm drained. My mind feels as though it's about to burst, one lamented. Yang approached and inquired. How did you fare? Yang Ku and Yang Yi stood up and joined him, stating, it was manageable, although we lacked a sentry to provide real-time answers. The theoretical knowledge we gleaned was evidently effective. Since the sentries could not remain ageless like the villagers, Yang had opted not to include them in the process. While we await the Ender Dragon's recovery, now is the time to consult the sentries about anything you do not understand. Chapter 83, The Ethereal Spirit. The villagers, clutching their books, approached the sentries, who were gathered, discussing experimental data. One of them looked up upon seeing Yang Ku and Yang Yi approach, casually asking, what have you learned today? Are you still on those foundational theories from page 10? The sentries had calculated that, despite their enhanced learning abilities, this knowledge could not be acquired merely through cursory reading. It required substantial accumulation. They estimated that Yang Ku and his companions could manage to study about 10 pages a day. Yang Ku opened the book and pointed at the formula on the 1000th page. The derivation process for this section on energy conversion seemed somewhat unclear. Could you elaborate? The group of infiltrators was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. One of the infiltrators suddenly stood up. Weren't you all asking about the introductory concepts on page 10 just yesterday? Yang Yi nodded, acknowledging that they had grasped most of the earlier material. This is impossible. Another infiltrator snatched the book and flipped through a few pages. This section requires at least several days of foundational knowledge to comprehend. Yang Ku and Yang Yi exchanged glances, opting not to explain the matter of time acceleration. Nevertheless, the infiltrators erupted in confusion, crowding around to scrutinize the faces of the two. Have you secretly used some kind of memory-enhancing agent? No. How did you manage it then? Simply by reading more, one becomes adept. However, the infiltrators did not harbor doubts against them. After all, it was their own endeavor. Before long, the Ender Dragon had fully recovered. The villagers, having obtained subsequent books from the infiltrators, piled them on the table like a small mountain. Once more, Yang Tian addressed the Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon nodded, unfurling its wings, and the time acceleration was activated once again. The villagers immediately entered the zone, their speed of flipping through the books leaving only after images. After observing for a while, Yang Tian found it rather uninteresting and turned to leave. Just then, the assistant's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Territory requirement met. Conquer 100 planetary systems. Reward, 1 enhancement for troops. Yang Tian opened the map and discovered that the slime fleet, which had been dispatched to explore civilizations, had occupied numerous surrounding planetary systems due to its short-range jumps. However, no other civilizations had been discovered. Next territory requirement, for 100 planetary systems. Gazing at the assistance notification, Yang Tian's mind began to consider options for enhancing biological entities. Initially, he had contemplated enhancing the slimes, but the time acceleration provided by the Ender Dragon was an immediate necessity. With this in mind, the choices for the 3 biological entities dwindled to 1. The pace of development could afford to slow slightly, awaiting the villagers and Ender Dragon to produce results in their collaborative research. The primary focus would be on conquering planetary systems, seeking out civilizations as opportunities arose. Assistant, enhance the world. World enhancement successful. World, 18. Please select a biological entity for enhancement. Ender Dragon, villagers, sound guardians. Villager enhancement complete. Villager intelligence, 10. Current intelligence, 130. Please select enhancement for the Ender Dragon. Option 1. Perfect dragon body. Note, the perfect form employs various laws to stabilize all energy factors. Option 2. Unique law. Note, in all existence, I stand alone. Option 3. Dragon armor of thousands. Note, forged from the core scales of myriad dragons, creating top-tier armor. Upon reviewing the 3 options presented, Yang Tian did not hesitate and made his choice. Option 1. Perfect dragon body. Last time it was the dragon bones. This time it is the dragon body, and next. I might as well request a dragon sinew to abstract it further. The ability to adeptly wield various laws is indeed a pressing necessity for the current Ender Dragon. However, this singular law appears rather formidable. Nevertheless, at present, the law of time holds greater significance. Selection successful. Ender Dragon enhancement in progress. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped the Ender Dragon's body, elevating it into the air. It was not long ago that the bones were extracted. Could it be that the dragon sinew is being replaced now? The patterns on its scales gradually morphed into a deep black hue. Fine marks representing the law began to emerge along the edges of its wings. The surrounding air shimmered slightly. The villagers below lifted their heads, gazing at the Ender Dragon cloaked in luminosity high above. As the white light gradually receded, the Ender Dragon appeared even more colossal than before. When it unfurled its wings, the very fabric of space seemed to stretch, revealing minute fissures. It lowered its gaze to inspect its claws, seemingly taken aback. Remarkably, the dragon body has been replaced. Proceed. Let us test the law of time, Yang Tian instructed. The Ender Dragon nodded, flapping its wings as the law of time once again unfurled. This time, the invisible ripples were more stable than before, and the area of influence expanded further. The villagers' movements hastened once more, pages fluttering and experimental apparatuses whirring into action. Yang Tian observed for a moment before inquiring, how long can it last now? The Ender Dragon's voice resonated in Yang Tian's mind, 2 hours. And the acceleration factor? 150 times. Upon hearing the Ender Dragon's response, Yang Tian nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Both the duration and the acceleration factor have improved. Thus, the villagers' learning efficiency will effectively double. A single day of study now translates to 100 days. I believe it won't be long before they can reach for the stars. He turned his gaze towards the direction of the Institute of Exotic Studies, where the infiltrators were still engrossed in discussions with the villagers, entirely oblivious to the shift in the flow of time. Let them continue their studies. Yang Tian instructed the Ender Dragon. Inform them in advance when you can no longer maintain it. Echo Guard enhancement, please select. 1. Xianming Spirit Body. Note, reconstructs the body with the essence of the underworld. Can absorb materials from the universe to strengthen itself. 2. Boundless Labyrinth. 3. Law of Space. Yang Tian contemplated the 3 options for a moment. Let us choose the first one. Echo Guard enhancement in progress. Outside the castle, the Echo Guard suddenly halted, its body emanating a subtle glow. Its form began to swell, the color of the 9 nether mystic pill in its chest deepening profoundly. While the ambient air grew distinctly chill, Yang Tian approached to observe. What is the effect? The Echo Guard shook its head, its voice low. The range of the dark domain has tripled, and its duration has been extended. Good. Does it possess any other abilities? Just as Yang Tian finished his inquiry, the Echo Guard leapt into the air, soaring upwards. Yang Tian, bewildered, exclaimed, Wait, my friend, I asked about your abilities. Where are you going? The Echo Guard ascended, piercing through the clouds, quickly reaching outer space. Its form began to undergo a transformation, as the dark essence within its chest erupted instantaneously. The surrounding matter began to distort, as though something was tugging at it. The Echo Sentinel floated in the void of space, its body morphing into a pitch-black vortex, voraciously devouring the energies around it. Even the faintest rays of light. Yang Tian observed this scene through his perspective. It was absorbing cosmic material. He shifted his viewpoint to scrutinize the changes in the Echo Sentinel. As it consumed more and more matter, its form began to swell. Its surface deepened in darkness, and the dark essence within its chest slowly rotated. Chapter 84, The Silvery Warship. Yang Tian gazed at the Echo Sentinel, feasting on matter in the cosmos, contemplating the other Echo Sentinels. If it could strengthen itself by absorbing material, then the others should be capable of the same. He promptly summoned all the remaining Echo Sentinels from the world. Soon, they stood in neat rows on the open ground before the castle. Yang Tian pointed skyward. Find a place of your own and commence absorption. The Echo Sentinels nodded in agreement, each ascending into the air and flying off in different directions. Yang Tian switched his perspective, watching as they scattered across the cosmos. This not only allowed them to absorb material, but also enabled him to monitor the surrounding movements in the starry expanse, two benefits in one. As Yang Tian observed the Echo Sentinels absorbing material, his assistant's voice suddenly broke the silence. A slime warship has been destroyed. He paused momentarily, then instructed his assistant to open the map and mark the location of the destruction. A red dot soon illuminated on the map, indicating the 123rd planetary system. Yang Tian furrowed his brow. 123? I recall this as a recently explored system. To facilitate management, he had numbered all the discovered systems sequentially. Assistant. What transpired at that moment? The slime warship was exploring normally when it was suddenly struck by several energy attacks, instantly disintegrating. Yang Tian focused intently on the red dot on the map. Can we ascertain the source of the attack? Unable to determine. The attack originated from the void of space. Intriguing. He shifted his perspective to the nearest slime warships. They were indeed the closest ones available. Let us investigate. The slime warship altered its course, heading towards the 123rd planetary system. They must have encountered an interstellar civilization. He wondered about the level of their advancement. After a moment's contemplation, he dispatched more slime warships to hasten towards that direction, while simultaneously ordering the nearby Echo Sentinels to move towards the 123rd planetary system as well. The warships swiftly arrived at their destination, dispersing to explore the surroundings. Through the perspective of the warships, Yang Tian observed a plethora of small asteroids floating in the area, but no anomalies were detected for the time being. Be cautious, watch for anything behind the asteroids. The slime warship slowed its pace, gliding along the debris field. One of the warships maneuvered around a larger asteroid, just as it turned to the far side. Suddenly, several beams of energy shot forth from the shadows, piercing through the slime warship in an instant. The vessel had no chance to react, disintegrating into fragments. Yang Tian's gaze sharpened as he immediately retrieved the footage prior to the destruction. The image revealed a colossal battleship, entirely silver, quietly suspended behind an asteroid. Its diameter exceeded a kilometer, with a surface adorned by intricate patterns, and the cannon mouth still radiated residual energy from the assault. Indeed, an ambush was at hand. Yang Tian commanded the other ships to withdraw while marking the location of the silver battleship. For now, they would maintain their distance and observe its movements. The remaining slime ships dispersed and concealed themselves, keeping a watchful eye on the adversary. The silver battleship seemed to sense something amiss and gradually adjusted its orientation. Yang Tian narrowed his eyes. Did it think it could flee after launching an attack, claiming all the advantages for itself? Upon noticing the enemy's intent to escape, Yang Tian promptly ordered the slime ships to pursue. The slime ships accelerated towards the silver battleship, yet their attack power was insufficient to incapacitate the foe in a short span. Primarily, the slime ships were designed for troop transport, possessing the true horror of Leviathan abilities only after reaching the 10th tier. Furrowing his brow, Yang Tian issued a direct command. Withering, go out and deal with it. The hatch of the slime ship opened, and Withering, with its 3 heads swaying, flew forth from the vessel. Meanwhile, within the silver battleship, in the command room, a group of peculiar-looking beings fixated on the screen. Their skin was a pale blue, adorned with 2 antennae atop their heads, and their eyes were large and bulging. High-energy life form detected. One of the blue-skinned beings exclaimed, fingers flying across the console. The screen's display shifted instantaneously, locking onto Withering as it emerged from the slime ship. What manner of creature is this? Never seen before. The beings in the command room appeared somewhat flustered. One blue-skinned individual, seemingly the leader, promptly reported via the communicator, Captain. High threat target identified. Energy levels are exceedingly high. There was a brief silence on the other end before a deep voice responded, immediate retreat. Understood. The blue-skinned being swiftly manipulated the console, and blue flames erupted from the rear of the silver battleship, dramatically increasing its speed. Upon witnessing this, Withering raised all 3 heads simultaneously, concentrating 3 beams of light. Just as Withering interwove the 3 beams to unleash them, the energy readings skyrocketed. The silver battleship suddenly accelerated, deftly evading the attack. Yang Tian frowned. Quite the swift escape. He ordered Withering to cease the pursuit and turn to the slime ships, instructing, continue to follow. Observe where their lair is located. The slime ship wobbled in acknowledgement and promptly altered its course towards the direction the silver battleship had fled. Yang Tian switched perspectives, watching the silver battleship dart through the starry expanse, occasionally executing short-range jumps. It moved remarkably well. He opened the map, marking the retreat route of the silver battleship, and summoned additional slime ships from the rear to provide support. Once their lair was located, he would eliminate them entirely. The slime ships closely trailed the silver battleship, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. Inside the silver battleship, warning lights flickered faintly as an operator at the console scrutinized the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. Report: an unidentified warship is persistently tracking us from behind, presumed to be the same vessel encountered previously. The commander furrowed his brow and swiftly approached the screen to connect with the Supreme Commander. The operator promptly input the commands, and the screen flickered before revealing a blurry figure that gradually came into focus. The crew aboard the warship immediately stood at attention, their gazes fixed on the screen. The captain stepped forward, his tone grave. Supreme Commander, while we were executing our exploratory mission, we were ambushed by an unidentified warship. After neutralizing the threat, we discovered that there are still subsequent vessels in pursuit. The figure on the screen paused momentarily before responding in a low voice. Have you confirmed the identity of the adversary? The captain shook his head. No, it is not from the civilization we previously encountered. I have never seen such a warship before. Its exterior is green, and its maneuvering is peculiar. The Supreme Commander's frown deepened. Remain vigilant, and do not head towards Abia. We must avoid revealing our home star. The captain nodded in understanding. What is the strength of the enemy? Report: the attacking capability of their warship is not formidable. However, a being capable of soaring freely through the cosmos has descended from the vessel. Detection results indicate an intense energy reaction within it. Chapter 85, Ambush. The Supreme Commander fixed his gaze on the screen, his brow furrowed. Show me the detection results. The captain immediately operated the console, transmitting an energy analysis report concerning the entity. The screen displayed energy fluctuation graphs produced when three heads of the entity converged their beams. The energy levels peaked as the three colored beams coalesced. The captain elaborated. The Supreme Commander examined the data for several seconds. What is the energy level assessment? The instruments indicate level 8. The captain hesitated momentarily. But its energy is quite unique. Conventional standards are inadequate for judgment. In what way is it special? The three types of energy blend together and amplify one another. The captain pointed to the waveform on the screen. Normal energy presents a singular waveform. But once these begin to intersect and merge, the energy surges dramatically. The Supreme Commander scrutinized the intricate and tangled waveforms, his expression growing increasingly grave. Indeed, the captain concluded, terminating the communication and wiping the sweat from his brow. What does level 8 signify? Our main cannon strike is merely level 8. Moreover, the enemy's energy is still escalating. After one strike, the shield can only withstand 2 more hits. If the entity were to execute another 3-color convergence, a single hit could breach our defenses. Fortunately, the creature from the opposing vessel is not moving at great speed. He did not finish his sentence but turned to the monitoring screen. Adjust course, veer to the left. He commanded. The operator swiftly altered the heading, and the silver-white warship expelled blue flames from its rear, accelerating towards the left side of the starry expanse. Do not let them discover our star system, he instructed as he turned back to the monitoring display, observing the green warship still in pursuit. Maintain distance. Do not draw too close. Simultaneously, do not stray too far, or we risk losing them altogether. The captain advised the operator. The silver-white warship continued its journey, occasionally executing short-range jumps to ensure it would not be easily overtaken. The warship traced an arc across the starry expanse, soaring into the depths of the cosmos. The slime warship, unwavering, trailed behind at a leisurely pace, as if biding its time for something. Slime, I await the army. What about you? The captain clenched his jaw. If this continued, their energy reserves would inevitably be depleted. The operator looked up. Captain, should we attempt to shake it off? The captain shook his head. It's futile. We cannot expend energy on that. We must await the next directive from command. He gazed intently at the star map, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the command center of the Abyssal Prime Star, the commander stood before a holographic projection, his expression grim. This is the situation, he stated, pointing to the withering energy analysis graph. The enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations. Our warship cannot endure much longer. The king, seated at the head of the table, gently tapped his fingers on the armrest. How much longer can our energy sustain us? At most, it can provide 10 days of travel through the stars, came the reply. And that is under the condition that all non-essential systems are shut down to minimize consumption. Accelerating our speed will only hasten the depletion. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances. One unable to contain himself. If the warship is captured, can they withstand the enemy's interrogation? Our coordinates would be exposed. Indeed, the commander acknowledged. The enemy is clearly waiting for us to lead the way. The king fell silent for a moment, surveying the room. What do you think? Should we attempt a rescue? The meeting room was quiet for several seconds. We must. A general rose to his feet. We cannot allow them to discover the Prime Star. Otherwise, our very existence is at stake. But how do we execute a rescue? Another queried. Shall we send a fleet? If we are outmatched, we would merely be providing them with more warships. Then we shall set a trap, the commander proposed. We will ambush them in the 91st star system, waiting until they fall into our encirclement before launching our attack. The king pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. Let us proceed with this plan. He turned to the commander. How many warships shall we deploy? At least 100. The enemy's strength is uncertain. Too few may prove ineffective. The king stood, casting his gaze over the assembly. Then it is decided. Commander, make the necessary arrangements immediately. Ensure deployment is completed before our energy is exhausted. Understood, the commander responded, turning to leave as the others rose from their seats. Connect with Warship 15783, he instructed into the communicator. The screen flickered before revealing the interior of the silvery warship, currently being pursued by the slime vessel. The captain stood before the screen, his expression tense. What is the status? The commander inquired directly. They are still in pursuit. Understood. We are preparing an ambush in the 91st star system. Proceed there once ready. The commander continued. In the meantime, fly in any direction. The captain hesitated. Our energy may not last much longer. Prolong it for as long as possible, the commander insisted, his tone resolute. We cannot allow them to discover our location. Yes, sir. The captain acquiesced, understanding that both his family and the families of his crew were also on the prime star. To perish himself would be one thing, but should he lead the enemy to their home, the consequences would be dire. The creatures descending upon the surface would pose a threat beyond what any warship could contend with. Communication was severed. The captain turned to the operator and commanded, alter course. Turn left by 45 degrees. The silvery warship emitted a blue glow from its rear, gradually changing direction. Behind, the slime warship immediately adjusted its course in response. They have turned, reported a villager. Tian observed this scene through the perspective of the slime warship, furrowing his brow. He instructed the slime warship to maintain its pursuit while calling up the star map for inspection. This direction Tian scrutinized the star map, noting the desolate star system ahead, devoid of resources. The last time the slime warship encountered this area, it was painfully impoverished, prompting an immediate retreat. The silvery warship continued its voyage, occasionally executing short-range jumps, yet it showed no signs of accelerating to escape. Something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered the slime warship to reduce speed. Do not follow too closely. Let us observe their intentions. Within the silvery warship, the captain focused intently on the monitoring screen. They've slowed down, remarked the operator, looking up. Shall we continue to wait for them? The captain shook his head. No need. Maintain current speed. The commander has instructed us to delay for as long as possible. The silvery warship pressed onward, swiftly entering an asteroid belt, while the slime warship trailed at a safe distance. Tian switched perspectives, watching the silvery warship navigate through the asteroid field. He summoned the location of the warship fleet, and a screen materialized in the command room, displaying a profusion of green dots converging upon a singular green point. The sight of the densely packed slime warships instilled a profound sense of security. Continue the pursuit. Chapter 86, Achieving Greatness Through Diminution. Tian gazed at the star map, observing the slime warship fleet drawing ever closer, feeling considerably reassured. Once the main force arrived, no matter what ambush awaited, they would simply bulldoze through it. He shifted perspectives once more, glancing at the villagers who were accelerating their studies. The pages turned rapidly, and the liquids in the test tubes on the experimental table changed colors almost in unison. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before they comprehended the infiltrators' technology. The civilization they faced happened to be interstellar. It was imperative to overcome them for the villagers to learn. With no known data for research, the villagers had to engage in independent study. Even with time acceleration, the duration would not be significantly shortened. A day later, the slime fleet finally reached the 123rd star system. A multitude of green warships hovered in the cosmos. The sheer number of slime warships was intimidating. Moreover, each vessel housed 5,000 biological units. If all were unleashed, the quantity would be staggering. The villagers reported to Tian from the command room. The fleet has arrived at the 123rd star system and is approaching the target location. Tian nodded in satisfaction. Maintain formation. Do not disperse. Report. The target location has changed and is rapidly moving towards an unknown star system. Tian frowned. Follow them. The fleet must provide immediate support. The slime warship promptly adjusted its course, pursuing the direction in which the silvery warship had departed. The fleet behind began to mobilize slowly, heading towards the positions of the two warships. Inside the silvery warship, the captain fixated on the green dots on the screen. They have caught up. The operator's fingers danced swiftly across the console. Shall we accelerate to shake them off? The captain shook his head. No. Maintain this speed and lead them to the 91st star system. The silver-white warship expelled blue flames from its rear, steadily advancing toward the 91st star system. The slime warship followed closely behind, remaining within visual range. Soon, they arrived at the threshold of the 91st star system. The slime warship did not pursue them inside, but instead waited quietly outside for the fleet's arrival. Tian switched perspectives, observing the trajectory of the silver-white warship. After some contemplation, he commanded, send several warships ahead to scout the path, but proceed with caution. A few slime warships accelerated away from the main fleet, dispersing as they flew forward. They hugged the edge of the asteroid belt, carefully surveying their surroundings. The silver-white warship continued its course, soon entering a dense asteroid field. Debris littered the area, obstructing visibility. The slime warships slowed their pace, vigilantly scanning the vicinity. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light shot out from the shadows. The slime warships reacted swiftly, instantly shrinking to evade the energy beam. It's an ambush, a crew member reported urgently. Tian's gaze sharpened. Indeed. He glanced at the star map, realizing that this area had just been marked as the 131st star system. The captain in the enemy's command room and the overall commander in the main control room were momentarily stunned. How had they evaded it? The captain stared intently at the screen, his brow furrowed. How did we miss that? Could it be an unknown technology? The overall commander mused gravely. The operator promptly retrieved the earlier footage, and everyone focused on the screen. They witnessed the moment the energy beam was unleashed. The green warship on the opposite side suddenly vanished, only to reappear instantaneously after the beam passed. Wait, something's off, the overall commander squinted. Magnify the image. The footage was continuously enlarged until it froze at the instant the slime warship evaded. At last, they discerned that the warship had shrunk to an exceedingly diminutive size in an instant, effortlessly dodging the energy beam's assault. How is this possible? The captain's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. The warship can shrink, and so can everything inside it? The operator murmured. How are we supposed to combat this? The overall commander's expression darkened, his fingers gripping the edge of the console tightly. Could it be that they have mastered spatial technology? Yet, if they had such mastery, they shouldn't be toying with us for this long. The overall commander found himself perplexed. The enemy's technology was truly bizarre. The mere act of the warship shrinking to evade an attack was beyond their comprehension. Continue the assault, he commanded through gritted teeth. All warships target a single vessel, each striking a different section. I refuse to believe you can evade indefinitely. Hundreds of silver-white warships charged their weapons, their gun muzzles glowing with blinding brilliance. However, the slime warship remained suspended in place, seemingly awaiting their onslaught. Fire! Hundreds of energy beams surged forth once more. Yet, the slime warship did not choose to confront them head-on. After reaching a certain distance, it shrank once again, evading the energy attacks. The command room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The captain inhaled deeply, turning to gaze at the Supreme Commander displayed on the screen. What now? The Supreme Commander paused momentarily before coldly stating, retreat. Immediate retreat. But there are no buts. The commander interjected sharply. We simply cannot combat such an enemy. Yet where can we retreat to? The captain raised his gaze to the starry expanse outside, a troubled expression crossing his face as he thought. Our entire civilization is destined for annihilation. Gritting his teeth, the captain issued the order, all ships, retreat. The silver-white warship's rear erupted with blue flames. However, at that very moment, an operator shouted, report. A massive energy surge has been detected. The captain jerked his head up, and on the screen, what had been an empty starry void was suddenly filled with a dense swarm of green lights. 1 ship, 10 ships, thousands. Countless slime warships closed in from all directions, effectively sealing off their escape route. The captain's face drained of color. It's over. The Supreme Commander stared at the enemy's screen, his voice hoarse. Immediately contact the home planet and activate the highest level of defense. You can, however, all that could be heard in the communication channel was a deafening static. The signal has been jammed, the operator murmured. In the command room, the hearts of everyone sank to the depths of despair. Meanwhile, the swarm of slime warships advanced slowly. The captain caught the last words of the Supreme Commander. Though they went unfinished, he understood the implication. They were to self-destruct. Tian watched as the hundreds of enemy ships were engulfed by the dark domain unleashed by the countless sentinels, disrupting their communications as they sped towards them. In the command room of the silver-white warship, alarm lights flickered wildly. Report. Unidentified energy field detected. The captain rushed to the screen, witnessing the entire perimeter of the fleet being shrouded in an abyss of darkness. This energy field was the cause of the communication disruption. Chapter 87, Self-Destruction. The captain fixed his gaze on the screen, observing the darkness advancing toward the starry expanse. All warships immediately activated their energy shields. A blue light emanated from the surface of the silver-white warship, barely maintaining a small safe zone. But in the next moment, the operator was taken aback. Energy readings are abnormal. Something is emerging from those green ships. The captain magnified the image and saw the hatches of several hundred slime warships opening simultaneously. A swarm of withered beings and sentinels surged forth, instantly filling the cosmos. This is impossible. There were so many of those three-headed monsters. The captain's voice trembled as he watched hundreds of withered beings simultaneously lift their 3 heads, concentrating dazzling tricolored beams of light. Each withered being aimed at a different warship. Quickly, activate the energy shields to the maximum. The operator frantically pounded the control panel, and the blue light on the surface of the silver-white warship intensified dramatically, forming a thick barrier of energy. Yet, the tricolored beams of the withered beings intertwined and shot forth in an instant. Boom. The beams collided violently with the shield, causing the blue light to flicker violently. It held for merely a second before shattering explosively. The captain's pupils constricted sharply as he witnessed the tricolored beam pierce the hull of the battleship. It was over. The alarms blared piercingly within the command room, and the operators slumped despairingly in their seats. The shield had been breached with a single strike. Realizing the futility of resistance, the captain immediately issued orders to his crew. Initiate the self-destruct sequence at once. Hearing the captain's words, the crew momentarily froze, but it wasn't long before they reacted, relaying the command throughout the fleet. One operator hurried to the self-destruct button, lifting the glass cover above it. His right hand reached toward the crimson button, just as he was about to press it. His arm suddenly froze in midair. The captain's eyes widened as he stared intently at the operator's hand hovering above the self-destruct button. "What are you doing? Press it," he bellowed. The operator slowly turned his head, confusion etched across his face. "Why must we die? We could survive. Are you mad? You are betraying the Empire." The captain shoved him aside and lunged toward the control panel. Yet, just as his hand grazed the button, his body became rigid. An inexplicable wave of emotion surged within him, causing his eyes to well with tears. I. The other personnel in the command room had also halted their actions. Some crouched with their heads in their hands, while others gazed blankly at the starry void. One crew member murmured softly. The captain gritted his teeth, desperately fighting against this tide of emotion. "This is the enemy's power. Do not let it sway you." He struggled to extend his hand, but his fingertips remained tantalizingly close to the button, yet just out of reach. The ability to manipulate emotions, coupled with the battleship's shrinkage and the vast energy field, along with those monstrous beams of light. What level of technology did the adversary possess? The green battleship on the screen drew ever closer, its hatch opening to unleash a torrent of monsters. Suddenly, an operator stood up. "Shut up," the captain erupted, contemplating that no one aboard the ship was without family. Yet, as the words escaped his lips, he too wavered. Perhaps surrender could lead to survival? This thought flickered in his mind before he jolted back to reality. No, it was that monster influencing us. He crashed violently against the table, the pain momentarily sharpening his senses. Seizing the opportunity, he slammed down on the self-destruct button. As the captain raced forward, the battleship lurched violently. He was thrown toward the ground. Damn it, why was it always so close? He staggered, grasping the control panel for support, and looked up at the screen. A colossal shadow had materialized in the center of the command room, its massive form nearly touching the ceiling. The dark orb at its core glimmered faintly, and the realm of darkness expanded instantaneously, engulfing the entire command room in an abyssal blackness. "I can't see," cursed the captain. "What on earth is this thing?" The crew descended into chaos, some colliding with walls in the dark, others falling to the floor. The captain forced himself to remain calm, groping for the alarm button. But just as his hand reached out, a wave of intense emotion surged within him. Fear, despair, sorrow. Countless negative feelings crashed over him like a tide. "No, don't." He collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "It is over. Everything is lost." The anguished cries of the other crew members echoed in his ears. "I do not wish to perish, Mother." In that realm of darkness, all souls were besieged by emotional turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. The sentinels stood silently, their chests emanating a faint glow as they absorbed the fear surrounding them. The captain, overwhelmed with grief, clutched his head, visions of his family flashing through his mind. "I am sorry, I could not protect you. I am a sinner of the Empire." His resolve shattered completely, he slumped to the ground. Young Tian observed the disintegrating crew members on the screen. "Take them away. Find a place to extract the location of their home planet." The slime warships sprang into action, surrounding them in dense formation. A green tentacle emerged, ensnaring the silver warships one by one. Yang Tian addressed the villagers in the command room. The villagers nodded, directing the slime warships to tow the vessels back to the base. Moreover, ensure they are brought aboard the slime warships. Do not allow them to plot mischief on their own ships. Upon hearing this, the sentinels seized the incapacitated captain. The other crew members were similarly lifted by the withering and iron puppets and stuffed into the chambers of the slime warships. The silver warships, tightly ensnared by the green appendages, were dragged along, slowly progressing. Yang Tian switched perspectives, glancing at the villagers accelerating their research. The pages continued to flutter, and the apparatus on the experimental table underwent rapid transformations. Once they completed their analysis of these warships, they should be able to concoct something novel. He stretched languidly and turned to the Ender Dragon. "Continue to accelerate. After we conquer that civilization, we shall allow the villagers to absorb their knowledge." After a day's worth of acceleration, the villagers had nearly mastered the entirety of the lurking civilization's knowledge. With such a multitude, each individual mastering a single aspect was more than sufficient. The slime warships had already dragged the captives and the silver warships into the atmosphere, gently descending onto the open ground outside the castle. The iron puppets, upon receiving the order, escorted them down. Their emotions began to stabilize as the influence of the dark realm dissipated. Chapter 88, Ibia. The iron puppets dragged the captain and several key crew members to the open ground. The sentinels stood nearby, their chests faintly aglow as the dark realm unfolded silently. The captain sat slumped on the ground, his gaze once more vacant, utterly affected by the dark realm. Where's your home planet? The iron puppet inquired in a low voice. The captain's lips trembled as he struggled momentarily, but soon succumbed to the overwhelming negativity, his voice hoarse. In the Ibia star system. Upon hearing the name of the star system, Yang Tian was well aware of its location. Each civilization had its own nomenclature for star systems. The iron puppet retrieved a star chart, which conveniently depicted the 123rd star system alongside the ambush star system from before. It pointed it out. Subsequently, the captain placed his hand on the 91st star system, the site of the previous ambush, and then continued to move leftward for several star systems before finally halting. The iron puppet turned to Yang Tian, awaiting further instructions. Yang Tian directed the iron puppet to continue the inquiry. Speak of the circumstances of your civilization. The captain lowered his head, his voice tinged with numbness. The Abia civilization primarily relies on energy technology. Our warships can reach a maximum power level of 8. And our home planet's defense system is at 9. And what is your population? Our home planet houses 3 billion inhabitants, while the total across our colonies amounts to 250 billion. What is the mightiest fleet at your disposal? The captain paused momentarily before continuing. The Royal Guard fleet, with its main cannon reaching a power level of 9, nearly 10. Upon hearing the captain's words, Yang Tian began to contemplate. A level 9 main cannon, with the formidable resilience of the Blood Guardians, should withstand a single strike without issue. The necessity to endure arose from the certainty of encountering their attacks en route to their objective. The Royal Guard fleet would undoubtedly make an appearance, and thus, the level 9 cannon would be unleashed. To avoid confrontation would result in the destruction of countless slime warships. Yang Tian would not permit the biological defense systems of the slime warships to counter a level 9 main cannon. They were merely transport vessels, lacking in combat prowess. Yang Tian held no expectations of them. He resolved to engage the insectoid species only after achieving the conditions for level 10. It would be when he acquired the blood of Leviathan that they would truly become invincible. Gather the fleet. Prepare for departure, Yang Tian commanded. Soon, the open grounds outside the castle were filled with the withered and blood guardians. Iron golems and endermen emerged from their realms, among the numerous slime warships. The villagers had also begun their preparations for battle. Yang Tian provided a brief overview, and the villagers nodded in understanding. Set sail. With the command given, the fleet of slime warships ascended slowly into the sky. The withered and blood guardians boarded the vessels, followed closely by the iron golems and endermen. Yang Tian shifted his perspective, watching as the fleet left the atmosphere, soaring into the cosmos. This time, we should succeed, he mused to himself. The fleet traversed the starry expanse at a measured pace, with slime warships continuously merging into their ranks, their numbers swelling. A day later, the slime fleet arrived at the 123rd star system. Report. We have entered the 157th star system, suspected to be part of the Abia civilization's colonial territory. Yang Tian nodded. Leave the other entities on the current planet. A few warships will suffice for defense. The slime fleet altered its course, heading towards the 157th star system. The fleet swiftly entered the system's domain. In the distance, a cerulean planet spun slowly, its surface adorned with vast oceans and land masses. We have detected an orbital defense system, reported a villager. Yang Tian shifted his perspective, observing several silver space stations hovering in orbit, surrounded by small defensive satellites. Send the Blood Guardians ahead. Several Blood Guardians launched from the warships, advancing towards the space stations. Their chest insignia glimmered faintly as the dark domain silently unfurled. Inside the space station, alarms blared suddenly. Unidentified energy response detected, shouted an operator. The station chief rushed to the screen, only to see several unknown entities materializing on their monitors. Activate the defense systems. The defensive satellites immediately reoriented, their turrets trained on the approaching Blood Guardians. A beam of energy was instantaneously unleashed, yet when it struck the Echo Guard, it left no trace whatsoever. To the Echo Guard, an attack of less than level 9 bore no semblance of threat. The station chief promptly declared, notify the Empire and sound the highest level of alarm. On the main planet of Star System 157, within the subterranean base, a jarring alarm suddenly pierced the tranquility of the facility. Commander Amo hurried into the command room, his expression grave. Operators swiftly summoned the surveillance footage. Report. The space station has just come under attack from an unidentified life form of extraordinarily high intensity. The station has activated its highest level of alert. On the screen, the figure of the Echo Guard was vividly displayed. It had withstood a 6th-level energy attack without sustaining any damage. Amo's pupils constricted. How could a being endure energy weaponry? A 6th-level assault had failed to breach its defenses. Immediately launch the fleet and prepare for defense, he commanded, slamming down on the communicator. All combat units transitioned to a state of heightened readiness. The command room erupted into a flurry of activity as operators rapidly input commands, disseminating orders throughout the military network. Amo's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his countenance growing increasingly somber. The entity's ability to effortlessly withstand a 6th-level attack suggested it was at least a 7th or even 8th-level being. Could they truly withstand such an adversary? Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the screen, and his face drained of color. Was this not the biological civilization referenced in the Empire's highest directive just yesterday? Hadn't they been engaged in battle in another star system? Was it possible that captured personnel had divulged the location of the home planet? He abruptly turned to the operator, his voice trembling. Quickly, notify the Empire. The biological civilization has breached the frontier star system and requests reinforcements. The operator's fingers flew across the console, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Report. Message sent successfully. Amo rushed to the window, only to behold that the distant starry expanse had been enveloped in an ominous darkness. Fortunately, the message was dispatched before the interference from the adversary fully manifested. At that moment, the Echo Guard was in the cosmos, rapidly absorbing surrounding matter, thereby expanding its dark domain. Chapter 89, Captives. The warships had ascended into the sky, albeit in limited numbers. This was the frontier star system of Abea, which should have been fortified by a formidable fleet. However, due to the events of the previous day, the Abaean civilization had activated its highest level of defense systems. The station medium-sized fleets had been dispersed to patrol the surrounding star systems. From the perspective of the slime warship, Yang Tian observed a scant dozen silver-white warships ascend from the opposing side. Was this their entire force? Let the slime warships advance directly. There was no need to squander time on them. The slime fleet moved forward, encircling the silver-white warships. The commander of the silver-white vessels stood in the command room, his expression grim. The opposing force was so vast, it was nearly impossible to quantify, amounting to at least several 100,000 warships. Dozens of ships against millions. Unless technology overwhelmingly surpasses the opponent, he could scarcely conceive of a winning strategy. Yet they were indeed the ones being crushed by superior technology. Report, the enemy numbers are overwhelming. We cannot hold out much longer. The operator's voice trembled. The commander gritted his teeth and commanded, delay as long as possible. We must hold until reinforcements arrive. He uttered these words with an air of disbelief. A handful of battered warships against over 1 million enemy vessels. Who did he think he was fooling? He gazed at the multitude of green dots on the screen and ultimately ordered the attack, even though he knew it would achieve little. Fire. The main cannon of the silvery warship ignited with brilliance, and several energy beams shot towards the slime battleship fleet. At that moment, the Soundwave Guardian emerged from the ranks of slime vessels. After deflecting this wave of attacks, it charged directly at the enemy ships. This time, the Soundwave Guardian did not violently dismantle the entire battleship as before. Instead, it accurately targeted the hatch and delivered a powerful punch that shattered it. The metallic door twisted and contorted, wrenched from its place. The towering figure of the Soundwave Guardian squeezed through the passage, advancing towards the command room. Soldiers inside the battleship, in a frenzy, raised their weapons to fire. Energy beams struck the Guardian, leaving not even a mark. Stop it, the commander shouted. Several soldiers positioned themselves in the corridor, their weapons firing wildly. The Soundwave Guardian pressed on, its chest core faintly glowing. Suddenly, a dark field enveloped the corridor. The soldiers froze, their weapons clattering to the ground as they crouched, holding their heads in agony. My head, it hurts. Help. The Soundwave Guardian passed by them without a glance, soon arriving at the command room door. The metal door stood firmly shut, shimmering with the glow of an energy shield. An instantaneous sound wave erupted from the Guardian, shattering the energy barrier. The door swung open effortlessly. Inside the command room, the captain and operators were ashen, their eyes fixated on the imposing figure at the threshold. It was over. The captain slumped into his chair, aware that resistance was futile. The Soundwave Guardian entered, surveying the room before confirming there were no threats. It then turned to Yang Tian and reported. Moments later, dozens of villagers entered, beginning to take control of the battleship systems. They shut down the engines and disabled the weapon systems. The operator, trembling, input commands on the console. The battleship gradually ceased its operations, and all weapons were rendered offline. Yang Tian observed this scene through his perspective, nodding in satisfaction. At last, there was a complete battleship for the villagers to study. He switched his view to several other vessels. The Soundwave Guardian continued its methodical approach, breaching hatches and advancing to the command rooms. Soon, a dozen intact silvery warships were under control, towed by the slime vessels. As they slowly made their way towards the fortress, following the acquisition of these ships, Yang Tian issued a direct order for hundreds of slime vessels to descend upon the planet's surface. The slime fleet dispersed, heading towards various locations across the planet. Yang Tian changed his perspective again, watching as the ships traversed the atmosphere, gently descending into the heart of the city. As the hatch opened, the withering and iron puppets stepped out first, followed closely by a throng of villagers. Remember, only those who are useful for scientific research, such as researchers, social elites, technical experts, and educators, need to be accounted for, Yang Tian instructed the villagers. The villagers nodded in understanding and quickly dispersed, making their way into the city. On the city streets, passers-by were thrown into a state of panic upon encountering the sudden appearance of the green warship and the unfamiliar beings. What is that? Run. they exclaimed, scattering in all directions, turning the streets into a chaotic scene. The iron puppet strode purposefully towards the nearest building, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the door. Inside, the occupants cowered in the corners, trembling in fear. The villagers entered, their gazes sweeping the room until they fixed upon one particular being. "What is your role?" they inquired. "I am an educator," the individual replied. The villagers nodded and commanded, "Take him away." The iron puppet stepped forward, grasping the individual firmly and turning back towards the warship. A similar scene unfolded throughout the city. In the hospital, villagers located several top-tier doctors. In the research institute, technical experts were brought out one by one. In schools, esteemed teachers were also gathered. Within a mere half-day, the elite talents from various cities had been almost entirely extracted. Young Tian observed the crowd being boarded onto the warship, nodding in satisfaction. "That should suffice. Leave a few warships here to monitor the situation, and the rest, retreat." The slime warships slowly ascended, soaring towards the starry sky, leaving 5 vessels hovering above the city to oversee the unfolding events. The abducted individuals were crammed within the warship's cabin, their faces etched with fear and confusion. "Where are we being taken?" one asked. "I don't know," came the reply. The fleet traversed through the atmosphere, swiftly entering the vastness of space. This haul was promising. Once the villagers had completed their research on those warships, they would have the newly captured individuals assist in the study. However, Yang Tian believed that most of the truly elite researchers resided on their home planet. Yang Tian commanded the iron puppets to approach the captives, who huddled together, their pale faces reflecting sheer terror. The iron puppet looked down at them. "You will not come to harm." The captives lifted their heads, some in disbelief. "The sole purpose of your abduction is education," the iron puppet continued. "If you impart all that you know to our people, you will remain unharmed." The captives exchanged glances, and one timidly spoke. "Is it truly just for education?" The iron puppet nodded affirmatively. "Those who make notable contributions will not be overlooked. Your families will also remain unaffected, as long as you focus on teaching." One blue-skinned individual hesitated before stepping forward. "I am an engineer for the warship's energy systems. If you spare my family, I can teach you anything." The iron puppet regarded him. "Excellent." Seeing someone take the initiative, other captives began to speak up as well. "I am a weapon system operator. I am a communications technician." After hearing their declarations, the iron puppet turned to the villagers and stated, "Once the warships arrive, you will arrange the teaching yourselves." Chapter 90, Planet 1. At this moment, the magical civilization was utterly transformed from what it had been before. Originally, some primitive structures have been dismantled by the villagers. The entirety of Planet 1 is now bustling with the industrious figures of its inhabitants. As the first discovered occupied civilized planet, Yang Tian has a vision to transform this place into the primary hub. Thus, he has allowed the villagers to reshape this world according to their aspirations. Armed with various blueprints, they command the iron automatons to transport materials and erect buildings. Following the villagers' directives, they meticulously assemble metal and stone blocks. Yang Tian stands at the castle's entrance, observing the distant scene. The transformation is substantial, he muses. What was once a magical civilization, with only a few main cities and scattered edifices, has now expanded to include numerous new facilities, many of which have been inspired by the knowledge gleaned from the civilization of the infiltrators. The villagers exhibit remarkable learning capabilities, rapidly assimilating the knowledge acquired from the infiltrators. The Research Institute is also performing admirably, bolstered by foundational theories and accelerated time, coupled with the villagers' intellect and swift learning. They are currently endeavoring to apply these technologies to practical construction. One villager, holding a blueprint, approaches an iron automaton and points to the structural diagram. "We need to install the energy essence device, following the third plan." The automaton glances at the blueprint, then turns to the pile of materials. It lifts a metal plate and begins the installation as per the villager's instructions. Another villager stands nearby, jotting down notes intermittently. "Energy output is stable. We can proceed to the next step." The automaton nods, continuing with the construction as outlined. Yang Tian walks over and inspects the work in progress. "What is this?" he inquires. Reporting, "This is a magical array modified based on the energy technology of the infiltrators, designed to purify elemental energy more efficiently." Yang Tian nods in approval. "Very well, continue." The villagers, buoyed by his affirmation, swiftly resume directing the iron automatons. Not far away, another group of villagers is testing a newly created device. A metallic apparatus is surrounded by a faint energy fluctuation. "Initiate the test." One villager presses a switch, and the patterns on the device's surface illuminate, causing the energy fluctuations to intensify instantly. Energy output is stable, no anomalies detected. The villagers record the data and subsequently shut down the device. The next test focuses on energy conversion efficiency. Their industriousness imbues the entire magical civilization with vitality. After observing for a while, Yang Tian turns and strides toward the castle. The villagers' aptitude for learning, combined with the construction prowess of the iron automatons, accelerates development here beyond expectations. Once they fully assimilate the technology, They should be capable of creating even more formidable innovations. He enters the castle and glances at the awakening pool. The water remains crystal clear, shimmering with a gentle glow. With the Ender Dragon tirelessly accelerating time, it won't be long before they master the entirety of the infiltrator's technology. Young Tian takes a seat in the hall, switching perspectives to observe the returning fleet of slime warships. The vessels, trailing silver-white ships, gradually make their way toward Planet 1. At this moment, the fleet is gently descending, landing in the open space surrounding the main city of the magical civilization. The hatch opened, and the iron puppets escorted the researchers of the Abyssian civilization to disembark from the warship one by one. These blue-skinned beings nervously surveyed their surroundings. Despite having received prior assurances, their skepticism lingered, perhaps merely a facade to maintain composure. Upon witnessing the warship's landing, Yang Tian promptly instructed Yang Ku and Yang Yi to proceed with the negotiations. Yang Ku approached swiftly, accompanied by a group of villagers. He stood before the captives and spoke in a measured tone. "You are the researchers of the Abyssian civilization, are you not?" "I am Yang Ku, the head of the research institute." He gestured towards two directions behind him. "Now, we shall assign teaching tasks. You will be divided into two groups. The first group will accompany us to the research institute, while the second group will proceed to the Exotic Sciences Institute." As he spoke, the iron puppet deposited a large stack of books. These are the foundational theoretical samples of the subversive civilization. You are to rewrite the basic textbooks of the Abyssian civilization in this format. One engineer among the captives cautiously raised his hand. "What are the writing standards?" Yanka handed them a notebook. Each subject must be compiled into separate volumes, with language that is simple and direct, akin to conversation. Avoid complex sentences and ornate language. He opened the sample and pointed to a page. Yang added, "The emphasis should be on elucidating core principles. Advanced theories can be supplemented later. For now, build the knowledge framework." The captives exchanged glances, and the most esteemed leader murmured, "We need to discuss the classification of subjects. You have 30 minutes. Yanko interjected, turning to the villagers with instructions. "Take them to the temporary conference room and prepare paper, pens, and basic living supplies." The iron puppets guided the captives toward the newly constructed white building. On the way, a young researcher could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "How long will we be confined?" "Until the textbooks are completed and pass the tests." In the conference room, the Abyssians gathered around a long table. The engineer sketched categories on paper. "According to our civilization's educational system, it should be divided into energy engineering, ship design, and weapons systems." Too detailed. An elder captive shook his head. "According to their requirements, first outline the major framework. Foundational subjects like physics, chemistry, and mathematics should come first. That's a lot. How can we possibly finish this just by organizing?" The engineer adjusted his glasses. "If you wish to avoid dire consequences, you should promptly compile the list." 30 minutes later, Yanko returned with the freshly minted list of subjects, nodding in approval. "Well done. Now, let us divide into groups." He pointed to the list. "You few hundred will go to the Exotic Sciences Institute, while the remainder will accompany me. I expect to see a draft of the physics volume by tomorrow morning." As night fell, the lights of both research institutes remained aglow. In the classroom of the Exotic Sciences Institute, the elder captives were dictating. The fundamental principle of energy shielding is to create a high-density particle layer on the surface of an object. The villagers diligently recorded, occasionally interrupting to request clarification on certain terms. After a while of instruction, the villagers began checking the time, realizing that the acceleration of the Ender Dragon's time had completely restored. Chapter 91, Encountering Encirclement. Yanku approached the Abyssians and addressed them. "Very well. Now you shall accompany us in the creation of educational materials." The Abyssians appeared utterly perplexed. "Create educational materials? Why should we follow you? You lack the capability." However, they dared not voice their thoughts, for the delineation between master and servant was all too clear in this moment. Yanku offered no explanation, merely gesturing with his hand. "Follow along." The iron golem immediately advanced, signaling for them to join the procession. Despite their confusion, the Abyssians obediently trailed behind the villagers. They were led to the opposite side of Planet 1, where a towering black spire loomed. Atop the tower perched an Ender Dragon, its eyes closed as if in repose. The Abyssians gazed upward, utterly mesmerized. "What is this?" one engineer exclaimed, his eyes wide with trepidation. The Ender Dragon seemed to sense the disturbance, slowly opening its eyes, its inky pupils surveying the scene below. "Proceed. The consumption of time acceleration has been fully restored." The Abyssians stood frozen, utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. A monster? A talking monster? Did it just mention time acceleration? Their minds were in disarray, struggling to grasp the current situation. Yanka paid no heed to their astonishment, merely nodding at the Ender Dragon. "Let us begin." The Ender Dragon unfurled its wings, and an invisible ripple swiftly spread, enveloping the entire area. The Abyssians felt a disorienting blur wash over them. They looked down at their hands, noticing that their movements remained unchanged, and then directed their gaze outward. To their astonishment, the once normally moving creatures outside had come to a standstill. Coupled with the earlier remarks of the Ender Dragon, the Abayans realized the gravity of the situation. This was indeed genuine time acceleration. They had managed to master time? Were they utilizing accelerated time to learn? Thus, their abduction was intended for them to teach within this accelerated time frame. Previously, they had dismissed the villagers' understanding, but now, faced with the manifestation of time acceleration, genuine fear gripped them. They feared that during this time acceleration, the adversary's technological prowess would soar. With their own assistance, it would not be long before they reached a level akin to that of the Abayan civilization. Once hopeful about their civilization's prospects, they now felt despondent, uncertain of where they might triumph over their foes. Unless a miracle occurred to dispatch the first fleet sent forth, even if they succeeded by the time they arrived, their technological advancement might have escalated to a point that would instill dread in the Abayan civilization. Yangku approached them, interrupting their contemplations, his tone calm. Now, let us commence the creation of educational materials. Begin with the foundational aspects of your civilization's technological framework. Observing that they had already initiated the time acceleration, Yang Tian turned his attention away. Report. According to the intelligence previously provided by the captives, a medium-sized fleet of the Abayan civilization, consisting of 1000 warships, was originally stationed in the 157th star system. Yang Zhan's voice momentarily faltered before he continued. Due to prior operations, the fleet had been dispersed to patrol surrounding star systems, and its location had now been pinpointed. A request for extermination was made. After listening, Yang Tian waved his hand nonchalantly. There was no need to consult me on such matters. You may command as you see fit. Understood. Besides the necessity of talent for scientific endeavors, commanding officers are equally essential. Yang Zhan excelled in command during the Star Wars, and thus, after being bestowed with a name by Yang Tian, he took over the command of the entire fleet. The slime fleet swiftly adjusted its course, heading towards the location of the identified patrol fleet. In the vast expanse of space, the patrol fleet of the Abya civilization was navigating rapidly. The captain scrutinized the star map, his brow furrowing slightly. An operator inquired, "Captain, are we truly abandoning them? Not long ago, they were still on patrol." The reason was simple. The biological civilization had annihilated their frontier star systems. Now, they had no choice but to retreat. Reports from the Empire indicated that the biological civilization possessed at least 1 million warships, whereas they, excluding the Royal Guard, had barely over 20,000 vessels. Just then, alarms blared suddenly. Report. A large number of unidentified warships are approaching. The captain abruptly lifted his head, and the screen illuminated with a dense array of green dots, vastly outnumbering their fleet. It was the biological civilization reported yesterday. The numbers were overwhelming. The captain's expression darkened as he immediately commanded, "All ships, enter battle status and request immediate assistance from the home planet." The distress signal was dispatched. Gritting his teeth, the captain understood it was too late. By the time the home planet received the signal, he would likely be reduced to a sieve by the enemy's fire. He gazed at the advancing green armada on the screen, taking a deep breath to prepare for battle. The slime fleet had successfully encircled its prey. Yang Zhan stood in the command room, observing the besieged silver-white fleet before issuing a direct order. Let the Sound Guardians lead the charge. While the Withering prepares for a finishing blow, the hatch opened, and the Sound Guardians soared from the warship. Yet their chests glowed faintly, and the dark domain silently expanded. Inside the command room of the silver-white warship, the crew suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of despondency. Fear and despair surged uncontrollably within them. Damn it, that accursed creature is affecting our emotions. I don't want to die. The captain struggled to maintain his last shred of rationality and roared. Noticing that the operator was still ensnared by fear, the captain rushed over, lifted his head, and slammed it violently against the wall. It hurts. A wave of pain instantly enveloped the operator's body, and his consciousness gradually cleared. Seeing the operator roused by the pain, he immediately rushed to others nearby, continuing, "Quickly, throw them all aside." After speaking, he repeated his earlier action, landing a powerful blow to the chest of another terrified individual. Observing that several hundred personnel within the warship had been awakened by his efforts, he commanded, "Do not succumb to the influence. Activate the shields and charge the main cannon." However, in the next moment, the hatch of the command room was violently burst open by a tremendous force. The towering figure of the Sound Guard appeared at the entrance, instantly shrouding the command room in darkness. It was over. Chapter 92. I, too, have dreams of learning. The imposing form of the Sound Guard blocked the hatch. Surveying the disarray of the command room, blue-skinned beings lay scattered across the floor. Some clutched their chests in agony, while others bled from their foreheads. In a corner, an operator desperately tried to crawl beneath the control panel, only to be yanked out by the Sound Guard. "I haven't even arrived, and you're already fighting amongst yourselves?" The operator stammered. No. The captain said pain can wake you up. Suddenly, the dark orb on the Sound Guard's chest glowed, absorbing the surrounding emotions. Upon seeing that the opposition had ceased to resist, Yang Zhan's voice echoed through the command channel. "Fleet 1453. Take over the warship and check for star charts or the like." 1,000 slime warships immediately detached from the main force. Their green hulls surged toward the hundreds of silver warships, swiftly approaching their sides. As the hatch burst open, iron puppets and villagers swiftly entered, kicking open the doors to the command room one by one, with hands on their heads. The villagers watched as the metallic fists of the iron puppets smashed down upon the control panel, causing the screens to flicker chaotically. No, we've already captured this warship. Why are you still smashing it? The blue-skinned captain was pinned to his chair by 3 iron puppets, while the villagers approached the control panel. Report, we need a password. Unlock it. The iron puppet's fist hovered 2 centimeters above the captain's crown. Press the 3rd button on the left. The villagers poked a few times, and the star map unfurled on the screen. Amidst the dense network of marked routes, many red dots stood out prominently. Found it, a villager exclaimed, pointing to the red dots, which should represent their colonized planets. Yang Zhan's voice crackled through the communicator. All units, transport the captives and the warship, and prepare to jump to attack the next colonized star system. The slime warships extended their green tendrils, ensnaring the silver warships. As one iron puppet carried the semi-conscious captain past the sound guard, it was suddenly called to a halt. Wait. The sound guard pointed to the captain's bloodied forehead. Did his method work? The iron puppet glanced down at the blue-skinned being in its grasp. I tried it. Indeed, pain can induce a brief state of awareness. Upon hearing this, the sound guard pondered for a moment. Pain. If I could improve the dark domain, not only affecting emotions, but perhaps directly severing their awareness? What would that entail? How could it be realized? Just as these thoughts swirled, another sound guard approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Stop thinking, we must go. The fleet is about to jump. Hearing this, the sound guard immediately followed, only to suddenly realize, yes, think. If they achieve brief awareness through pain, what if I lead them to believe that their awareness through pain is merely an illusion, to pull them all into a mirage? He glanced at the orb on his chest, which flickered faintly. Perhaps it was worth a try. As they infiltrated the realm of darkness, manipulating their emotions while simultaneously enhancing that very domain to conjure an illusion, the moment was not yet ripe. The fleet had commenced its transition preparations, and the surrounding slime battleships activated their engines. The armada gradually accelerated, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse. Within the confines of the slime battleship, a sentient guardian observed its fellow kin engaged in discussions within the transport chamber, conversing about various topics. Choosing not to partake, it turned and stepped outside the transport chamber. Standing in the corridor, its gaze fixed upon the cosmos beyond. The metallic walls reflected its blurred silhouette, while the essence within its chest, the mystic core, emitted a faint glow. Before it, the dark realm materialized, with black mist gradually spreading and enveloping half the corridor. It scrutinized the mist for a moment before reaching out to touch it. The vapor coiled around its palm, the pain serving as a reminder of reality. Memories of the azure-skinned captain's words echoed in its mind, suggesting that the dark realm could sway emotions, ensnaring individuals in a tumultuous emotional flux. But what if the reverse were true? It exerted control over the black mist, attempting to simulate the sensation of pain. The mist distorted momentarily before returning to its original form. No, this was not correct. The sentient guardian furrowed its brow, pondering as footsteps approached from behind. Another sentient guardian passed by, glancing at the swirling mist. What are you doing? It inquired. Testing something new. Oh. The companion asked no further questions and proceeded to walk through the mist, veering into an adjacent chamber. The mist gathered and dissipated, failing to replicate the desired sensation. The sentient guardian fixated on the churning black mist, the glow of its mystic core flickering erratically. The illusion must possess authenticity. It endeavored to coalesce the mist into a tangible form, but as soon as it began to take shape, it scattered once more. An iron automaton traversed the corridor, momentarily halting to observe the swirling mist before continuing on, dismissing the sentient guardian altogether. Pain was a form of stimulus. Thus, the illusion ought to be deceptive. Suddenly, it drew all the mist into its mystic core, ripples forming on the surface of its obsidian body. Previously, the dark realm merely expanded, influencing emotions and emitting a unique energy field. Now, it sought to compress that energy in reverse, constructing a virtual scene within the mystic core. The core blazed with intensity, and the corridor's surroundings warped. The once verdant surface of the battleship transformed into a vast starry sky. In the distance, the silver-white battleship, previously engaged in an assault, was now being breached by its own forces. It was a vivid reenactment of the recent battle. Is it working? The sentient guardian found itself momentarily stunned. This illusion was easier to manifest than anticipated. It took a step forward, and the starry scene shifted in tandem. Suddenly, the door to an adjacent chamber swung open, revealing a decaying being with 3 heads. What are you dawdling in the corridor for? The central head queried. I'm asking you a question, it continued, but abruptly halted. The left head swiftly turned toward the void. Enemy attack. Silver-white battleship approaching from the 9 o'clock position. The right head shouted urgently. Cover me. It genuinely feared that the decaying being might launch an immediate assault. Such attacks could penetrate the slime battleship from within, as the illusion dissipated in an instant. The three heads of decay simultaneously fell into a state of bewilderment, and the head at the center inquired with confusion, "Moreover, how did you suddenly vanish?" I had just seen the ships of the Ibian civilization. Furthermore, the Echo Guardian, who had previously disappeared, reappeared before him. "Where's the battleship?" "I just employed a new ability against you. What you witnessed was an illusion," the Echo Guardian succinctly replied. "Damn it," the central head of decay cursed immediately. "You actually used me to test your capabilities." The Echo Guardian averted its gaze towards reflecting on the outcome that surpassed its expectations. Even a being of decay's caliber had been deceived. It then turned and proceeded towards the transport chamber, intending to report this new ability to Yang. Chapter 93, The Power of Learning. The Echo Guardian entered the command room where Yang was scrutinizing the star map. "I have developed a new ability," the Echo Guardian stated directly. Yang looked up, intrigued. "What ability?" "The dark domain can now be transformed into an illusion, influencing their perception." Yang paused for a moment. Taken aback. "You discovered this on your own?" The Echo Guardian nodded. "I tested it, and the results were satisfactory. Even Decay did not realize it was an illusion." Yang studied it for 2 seconds, then nodded in approval. "Very well, this ability is indeed useful." The Echo Guardian said no more and exited the command room. Once it departed, Yang immediately contacted Yang Tian. A voice came through. "What is it?" Reporting, "The Echo Guardian has independently developed a new ability." There was a momentary pause from Yang Tian. "What ability?" "The dark domain can now create illusions, disrupting the enemy's judgment." Upon hearing this, Yang Tian's tone revealed a hint of surprise. "Understood." After severing the connection, Yang returned his attention to the star map, astonished that the Echo Guardian had managed to enhance the dark domain on its own. Meanwhile, Yang Tian shifted his perspective, observing the Echo Guardian within the transport chamber of the battleship. It stood in the corner, on its chest faintly glowing, with dark mist swirling around. The ability of these beings to evolve independently was advantageous, significantly reducing the frequency of his enhancements. Yang Tian then switched his view to the villagers. A large crowd had gathered inside the silvery battleship, incessantly questioning the captured Abians. "What is this component used for?" one villager asked, pointing at the ship's engine. The blue-skinned individual being questioned explained, "This is an energy converter, responsible for transforming energy into propulsion." The villager nodded, jotting down a few notes. "How is the weapon system operated?" "I am part of the communications team. For weapon system inquiries, you must consult the armament team." "And where are your armament team members?" The bespectacled man pointed a short distance away. "That man with the scar on his forehead, he is a weapons operator." The villager promptly approached and brought the scarred man to the weapon control console. "Please demonstrate." The scarred man hesitated for a moment, but eventually reached out to press a few buttons on the control panel. "This is the main cannon charging. This is the targeting system, and this is the launch." The villager watched intently, occasionally interrupting with questions. "What is the energy source? How long does charging take? What is the maximum range?" On the other side, several villagers surrounded an elderly captive. "What is your responsibility?" The old captive sighed. "I am a hull structure designer." The villager's eyes brightened. "What material is used for the hull of this warship?" "Primarily, it is composed of crow alloy, capable of withstanding 7th-tier energy attacks." "How is it smelted?" The old captive shook his head. "I only understand design. For smelting, you must consult the materials team. However, as far as I know, none of the captured possess expertise in materials." "No matter, we will soon reach your home planet." The villagers exchanged glances, and one of them said, "First, let us draw up the design plans." The old captive was brought to a table, and the villagers handed him paper, pens, and other tools. He began to sketch from the most fundamental framework. Taking up the pen, the old captive commenced his drawing. Yang Tian observed this scene, finding it quite intriguing. These villagers were remarkably quick learners, eagerly questioning any person they captured. They would inquire, take notes, learn, and then create. If something was beyond their understanding, they would seek out specialists, wasting no time whatsoever. However, Yang Tian pondered that the villagers were still merely building upon the shoulders of others. They were yet to confront the reality of lacking a civilized reference. Although there existed time acceleration, the pace of research would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Shifting his perspective, Yang Tian noticed several villagers dismantling a device on another side. "Be careful, do not damage it." "Understood, let us note the structure before disassembling." Their movements were cautious, meticulously labeling and organizing each component. A captive was brought over. "This is a communicator. Do you know how to assemble it?" The captive examined the parts. "I have a general idea, but some intricate components require specialized tools." The villagers nodded. "You explain, and we will figure out the tools later." The captive began to elucidate the function of each component while the villagers attentively recorded. Such scenes unfolded throughout the warship. Villagers questioned, captives responded, and when one could not answer, they would switch to another. Yang Tian felt that at this pace, it would not be long before they thoroughly comprehended the technology of the silvery warship. He glanced at the research institute operating under time acceleration. There, the villagers were already studying the design plans provided by the captives. Both sides were advancing rapidly in their learning. If this continued, By the time they conquered the main planet of Ibia, the knowledge of all the researchers among the captives would significantly enhance their technology. At that point, the villagers would likely be able to construct warships independently, officially entering the realm of the stars. The fleet gradually sailed into the red zone marked on the star map. Yang Zhan stood in the command room, gazing at the planet's outline gradually enlarging on the screen. Report, we have entered the target star system. Scan the surrounding planets. The slime warships dispersed, heading towards several planets within the star system. The surface of the first planet was adorned with vast metallic structures, with several space stations hovering in orbit. Defensive systems detected. Yang Zhan commanded, the Echo Guard should proceed to scout ahead. The capabilities of the Echo Guard had been enhanced, making it an opportune moment to test the strength of their illusions. Several Echo Guards flew from the warship, approaching the space station. They landed on the surface of the station. The dark domain rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire metallic structure. It sensed for a moment before turning to report to Yang Zhan. No one was present. Yang Zhan frowned. Had everyone fled? Continue the search. Following the sounds, the guards traversed the space station, discovering each chamber devoid of life. The control panels remained illuminated, yet the operators were nowhere to be found. The slime battleship pierced through the atmosphere, landing on the outskirts of the city. Remarkably, it had encountered no attacks along the way, which piqued Yang Zhan's curiosity. As the hatch opened, the iron puppets and villagers emerged, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Numerous blue-skinned individuals lingered in the streets, their eyes vacant as they beheld the descent of the green battleship. Some retreated into buildings, while others remained frozen in place. Strange. Where was the station fleet? Observing this scene through the perspective of the slime battleship, Yang Zhan sensed something amiss. The iron puppets strode purposefully toward the nearest blue-skinned inhabitants. What had transpired on this planet? Where had the fleet gone? The Empire had abandoned them, with the battleships retreating, taking the researchers and societal elites back to the home planet. Chapter 94. We have won. The iron puppet released the individual and turned to the villagers, who approached with further inquiries. When had the evacuation occurred? 2 days prior, came the reply from the blue-skinned individual, head bowed. The villagers exchanged glances with the iron puppet before turning to report to Yang Zhan. Upon hearing their words, Yang Zhan let out a cold laugh. They had fled remarkably quickly. He commanded, search the entire planet for any stragglers, particularly technical personnel. Bring everyone with even a modicum of technical knowledge to me. The slime battleship dispersed, flying towards various locations throughout the city. The iron puppets conducted thorough searches of each building, yet despite their efforts, not a single engineer was found. It appeared they had truly vanished. Yang Zhan shifted his perspective, gazing into the starry expanse. Continue onward, to the next colonial planet. The fleet ascended once more, charting a course toward the next target marked on the star map. Along the way, Yang Zhan pondered, abandoning peripheral colonies to concentrate forces on defending the home planet? Quite decisive indeed. While the monks may run, the temple remains. Could the home planet still harbor countless thrusters and begin to wander? Contemplating this, Yang Zhan promptly ordered the fleet to pursue the distant targets. He had no doubt that the opposing battleships could not outrun the slime battleship. Suddenly, a message reached Yang Zhan. It reported that on the recently visited planet, there was a chief engineer from the Abia civilization, albeit one from decades past. Now, he sought assistance in healing his daughter, willing to pay any price. Yang Zhan furrowed his brow upon receiving this report. A chief engineer from decades ago? He turned to the nearby villagers. Could the technology be outdated? The villagers perused their resources, uploading information from the Alien Institute. All villagers contributed data to the internal network for communal reference. The core technologies of the Abia civilization's battleships had seen no significant updates in nearly 30 years, suggesting they should still be applicable. Very well, bring them aboard the battleship and let the withered one see if he can provide treatment. Shortly thereafter, the communicator chimed. Report. The individual has been connected. The scene shifted to the interior of the medical ship. A silver-haired blue-skinned man cradled a small girl in his arms. The girl's complexion was pallid, her breaths barely perceptible. What affliction does she suffer from? Yang Zhan inquired. A genetic defect. She shall not survive past the age of 10, came the reply. At that moment, Withering approached them, and a green beam of light briefly scanned the child. It is treatable, the old engineer exclaimed, lifting his gaze abruptly. Is it truly possible? Yes, but once healed, you must understand what your responsibilities entail. The old engineer lowered his eyes to his daughter, nodding. Very well. The fleet had caught up to the trailing remnants of the Abian civilization. A dozen transport ships were advancing toward the home planet. Surround them, Yang Zhan commanded. The slime warships accelerated to encircle the transports, instantly blocking their escape. The transport vessels, in a flurry, attempted to turn back, but were intercepted by the sound guard boarding their ships. They were all civilians, accompanied by a handful of researchers. Yang Zhan glanced at the report he had received. Continue the pursuit. The main fleet cannot have fled far. Just then, the medical ship sent another message. The old engineer claimed he knew a shortcut that could lead them in front of the main Abian fleet. Yang Zhan squinted. Is it reliable? The villager nodded. The star maps have been compared. The route is sound. Then we shall proceed as he suggests. Yang Zhan tapped the control console. The fleet abruptly changed course, plunging into a remote interstellar route. The old engineer's daughter lay in the medical bay, her complexion gradually softening under the treatment of the laws of withering life. He fixated on the fleet's movements on the screen and suddenly spoke up. If we advance further, we will traverse a star system. It is an excellent ambush site. The villager immediately relayed the information to Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan scrutinized the star map and noticed that the direction of the Silver-White Fleet's retreat had clearly deviated from the course to the home planet. Are they attempting to buy time for the home planet? He ordered a medium fleet to follow the indicated path, while the main force continued its advance toward the home planet. He turned to the communicator and commanded, Fleet 1343. Pursue those fleeing warships. Ensure they do not escape. Understood. 10,000 slime warships immediately detached from the main fleet, accelerating toward the direction in which the silver-white vessels had vanished. The remaining warships maintained formation, advancing as per the original plan, armed with prior intelligence. Fleet 1343 pursued the fleeing silver-white warships, swiftly forming an encirclement in the starlit expanse. The sound guards surged from the slime warships, their chests glowing faintly. The dark domain silently expanded, enveloping the entirety of the starry sky in an instant. Within the silver-white warship, an operator's fingers abruptly froze on the control panel. Bewildered, he lifted his gaze, only to find the command room gradually disintegrating. The metal walls crumbled like sand, losing its support, and the starry sky before him warped and twisted. The captain surged to his feet, only to discover his warship had vanished. He found himself standing in a plaza, surrounded by familiar Obian architecture. The home planet? He stood frozen in place. The plaza bustled with activity, blue-skinned compatriots chatting and laughing. The royal banners atop distant towers fluttered in the breeze, everything appearing so tangible. Am I not in flight? The captain touched his face, the sensation vividly clear. A small girl ran up and collided with his leg. The ice cream in her hand dripped onto his uniform. I'm sorry, uncle. The little girl looked up and apologized. The captain crouched down, gazing into the innocent eyes of the child. It felt so vivid. Even the cool touch of the ice cream was remarkably real. Suddenly, he was jolted awake. No, something was amiss. The captain pinched himself sharply. The pain was genuine, yet the surrounding scene remained unchanged. He recalled the report that mentioned a creature capable of influencing emotions. Could this be another manifestation of its power? As the captain surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly spotted the large screen in the square broadcasting the news. The latest update announced that the royal family had successfully repelled the invaders. The footage displayed green warship wreckage he had never seen before, drifting through space. In this conflict, captain of the 1232 warship had made significant contributions, single-handedly turning the tide of battle. Then, his photograph appeared on the screen. It was all a fabrication, a complete deception. The captain rushed towards the nearest guard. This is an illusion. Quickly, alert the defense forces. That creature civilization is about to strike. The guard looked bewildered. Sir, are you all right? The captain abruptly halted. If this were an illusion, then everything before him was false. Sir, wake up. We have already triumphed over that creature civilization. We are the victors. Chapter 95, Impenetrable Walls. The captain attempted to turn away. Just as he did, he was frozen in place, staring at the suddenly materialized podium. Utterly bewildered. When had this occurred? He distinctly remembered fleeing, his warship being pursued through the cosmos. How had he suddenly become a hero? Damn it. Why did his head suddenly ache so much? He clutched his head, as if something incessantly invaded his mind. The guard patted his shoulder with a smile. General, it's time to go on stage. Everyone is waiting for you. The captain violently shook off the hand. Get away. This is all a lie. The surrounding crowd paused momentarily, then resumed their applause and cheers, seemingly oblivious to his words. The host on the big screen continued to enthusiastically introduce him. Let us once again give a warm round of applause to our hero. In place of the crowd, countless faces gazed at him with eager anticipation. Damn it. He looked down at his hands and suddenly bit down hard on one. The pain was unmistakably real, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. General, please come up to receive your award. Two formally dressed blue-skinned individuals approached, one on each side, grasping his arms. The captain struggled, but found himself unable to break free. Let go of me. His furious shouts fell on deaf ears as he was forcibly dragged onto the stage. Below, thousands of blue-skinned beings sat in neat rows. Smiles plastered on their faces. In the distance, hundreds of thousands of voices roared in jubilation, deafeningly loud. Congratulations, General. You are our pride. Standing on the stage, the captain's gaze gradually became unfocused. The cheers from below surged in waves, overwhelming him. I am a hero, he murmured softly, his eyes resting on his wife and daughter in the front row. Tears streamed down his wife's face as their daughter held up a sign proclaiming, Daddy is the best. Her small hand waving enthusiastically. The host approached him, voice resonant and clear. All of Alabia takes pride in you. You are our savior. The captain's lips twitched slightly, caught between laughter and tears. Savior. He gazed skyward, where the stars should have been. Instead, a vast expanse of blue met his eyes, the sun's brilliance forcing him to squint. I have won. His voice grew softer, nearly inaudible at last. The crowd below erupted in cheers, applause echoing like thunder. This is the highest honor prepared especially for you. His fingertips brushed the surface gently. I did it. Of course, the host beamed radiantly. You single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Those monsters were no match for you. The captain's gaze grew increasingly bewildered, yet the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Indeed, I have won. The cheers from the audience reached a crescendo, everyone rising to their feet, clapping furiously. His wife held their daughter tightly, tears flowing freely. I knew you would win. The captain looked at them, a warm surge flooding his chest. I have won, he murmured, his eyes drifting into a distant haze. In the command room of the silver-white battleship, the captain slumped in his chair, a smile lingering on his lips, his gaze vacant. I am a hero. I am a hero, he whispered softly. The operators lay sprawled across the floor, similarly adorned with satisfied smiles, as though lost in a beautiful dream. Yang Zhan's voice crackled through the communicator. Report the situation. The guards, alerted by the sound, glanced around the command room. They were all ensnared in an illusion, utterly defenseless. Very well, take them away. The slime battleship extended its green tendrils, ensnaring the silver-white vessel and slowly dragging it toward the fleet. The captain remained seated, incessantly murmuring, I am a hero. I am the savior. Observing him, the guard shook his head. Just an illusion before I obliterate you with a sound wave. The fleet slowly entered the outer reaches of the Alabian star system. The star map was dotted with red points, indicating the last remnants of Alabian civilization's fighting force. Along the way, Yang Zhan and his team encountered numerous colonial star systems of Alabian civilization. As before, only a handful of ordinary people remained. Thus, after leaving a portion of the fleet behind, they headed directly toward the home planet, encountering no interception along the way. Yang Zhan stood in the command room, fixated on the data displayed on the screen. Report, a massive energy response has been detected. It must be their main fleet. Numbers? Approximately 30,000 vessels, of which 3,000 are Royal Guard battleships. Yang Zhan nodded. The slime fleet began to adjust its formation. The guard stood at the front, his chest course subtly glowing. Open the hatch, release the guards. As the doors opened, numerous guards and withering fighters surged forth. The target count had now exceeded 100 million. In the command room of the Alabian home planet, the commander stared grimly at the approaching green dots on the screen. All warships prepare, main cannons charging. A high-energy reaction of over 100 million has been detected, and the numbers continue to rise. What? The commander was instantly taken aback. Over 100 million high-energy reactions. Wasn't that akin to the level of those creatures encountered previously? The count had astonishingly reached over 100 million, and it was not even the limit. The operators swiftly input commands, and the screen instantly displayed a scene from a distant space station, revealing the starry sky. Countless Echo Guardians and withering entities floated in the void, densely packed. Moreover, the Echo Guardians incessantly absorbed surrounding matter, their forms continuously growing larger. The number of Echo Guardians was still on the rise, dark silhouettes surging from all directions. They moved silently, their chests glowing faintly, as the dark domain expanded soundlessly. Soon, all Echo Guardians converged, forming an immense black wall that spanned the cosmos. The withering entities stood behind this wall, three heads lifting in unison. The head on the right illuminated first, a blinding green beam shooting forth, striking precisely at a nearby Echo Guardian. The green radiance spread like flowing water, enveloping the entire black wall. The power of the laws of life continuously infused into the Echo Guardians, mending any instant damage they may have sustained while simultaneously bolstering their defensive capabilities. Then, the head in the center of the withering entities began to glow as well. A white beam intertwined and shot forth, landing upon the black wall wrapped in green light. The enhancement attributes commenced their effect, and the forms of the Echo Guardians appeared to solidify further. Chapter 96, no less than 10th rank. As the Echo Guardians completed their assembly, a massive black wall loomed in the starry sky. Yang Zhan stood in the command room, issuing orders to advance. All units, move forward. The commands reached every Echo Guardian, and they stepped in unison, marching orderly towards the Abia fleet. The dark domain silently expanded, seemingly consuming the surrounding starlight. In the main command room, the commander fixated on the encroaching black wall displayed on the screen. Have the main cannons finished charging? Report, the fleet's main cannons are fully charged. Fire. Tens of thousands of blinding beams shot forth from the Guardian fleet, dispersing and striking every inch of the black wall. In the instant of the explosion, the entire starry sky was illuminated. As the beams dissipated, the commander stared intently at the screen. The black wall remained unscathed. The struck areas showed no signs of damage. The green beams from the withering entities swiftly covered the wall once more. How could this be? The operator's voice trembled. A full-force strike from an 8th rank main cannon failed to even cause the opponent to budge. The commander slammed down on the communicator. All fleets, charge again, and focus your fire on one point. If it can withstand tens of thousands of 8th rank main cannons, then we He faltered mid-sentence, his voice choking. He truly feared that the creature before them could endure such a barrage. Meanwhile, the opposing main cannons began charging once more. Young Tian abruptly assumed command, his voice resonating through the communication channel. All the fallen took heed, preparing to channel the life laws toward a specific Echo Guardian, who was about to become the target of concentrated fire. The fallen sprang into action, their three heads swiveling in unison as they scrutinized the aiming direction of the enemy fleet's main cannon. Swiftly, they locked onto the Echo Guardian poised for assault. In an instant, billions of fallen unleashed the life laws simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of verdant beams toward the back of the Echo Guardian. Enveloped by countless life laws, the Guardian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its being. Under the augmentation of the life laws, its form began to swell, rapidly exceeding 10 times the size of an ordinary Echo Guardian, and it showed no signs of ceasing its expansion. It gazed down at its obsidian body, the radiance of the mysterious essence shining brighter than ever before. The billions of green beams maintained a continuous connection to its back, forming an immense energy net. The Echo Guardian took strides, advancing towards the Abyss fleet, growing larger with each step. In the command room of the main star, the Supreme Commander's hand hovered in the air, hesitating to issue the order to fire. His gaze was fixed upon the shadow on the screen, which continued to swell. Could this truly be vanquished? The Supreme Commander observed the figure before him. Report. High energy entity detected. Energy instruments have exceeded their limits and cannot assess the energy levels. Suddenly, the operator, while still analyzing the energy levels, witnessed the energy instrument explode. This shocking scene startled the operator. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. The energy levels were so excessive that they caused the instrument to blow apart, visibly exceeding 10 tiers. Report. Main cannon fully charged. The Supreme Commander gritted his teeth and waved his hand decisively. Fire. Thousands of 8th-tier main cannons unleashed their volleys, all converging upon the colossal Echo Guardian. The blinding beams instantaneously engulfed it. When the brilliance subsided, the Echo Guardian remained unscathed. The billions of life laws acted in concert to swiftly restore the Guardian, mitigating any potential repercussions from that strike. The Supreme Commander surveyed the scene, realizing that thousands of warships had been unable to inflict even a scratch. Helpless, he could only shake his head. At that moment, the Supreme Commander inquired through the communication channel, "What is the status of the Royal Guard? If we don't act soon, we will all perish." The Royal Guard fleet was not under his command, and he was unaware of their specific circumstances. Suddenly, an image of a blue-skinned figure appeared on the screen. It was the commander of the Royal Guard fleet. "We're almost there. Don't concentrate fire. Let us spread out our attack." The Supreme Commander was taken aback, then retorted angrily, "Spread out the attack? Do you truly consider us the Royal Guard? We lack 9th-tier main cannons. Do you realize how many warships we would lose if we spread our fire? Concentrated fire is the only way to breach their defenses." The Royal Guard commander coldly countered, "The opposing force exceeds 10th tier. Can your ragtag fleet of a few thousand vessels truly defeat it?" The Supreme Commander was momentarily silenced, his expression darkening. "Then what do you propose? Shall we await our demise? Delay for a moment longer. The main cannon is nearly charged." The commander gritted his teeth, turning to issue orders to the operator. "All ships, engage in dispersed attacks." The operator immediately input the command, adjusting the fleet's main cannon. No longer concentrating their fire, they unleashed a barrage of energy beams upon various locations of the ominous black wall. Tens of thousands of beams erupted forth, each striking distinct points on the wall. Yet, once again, the impact yielded no damage. As the previously concentrated beams scattered upon realizing the enemy's divergence, the waning green beams mirrored this dispersion, targeting the corresponding sound-guided sentinels, instantly repairing any potential damage. The commander fixed his gaze on the screen, his fists clenched in frustration. "Damn it!" The voice of the Royal Guard commander resonated again. 10 more seconds. The commander abruptly looked up. 10 seconds. The guard commander fell silent, and the image vanished. Taking a deep breath, the commander turned his attention back to the battlefield. The black wall continued its relentless advance, closing the distance to the fleet. Gritting his teeth, he issued another command. "All ships, retreat and widen the gap." The fleet immediately adjusted its course, beginning to pull back. However, the black wall's speed eclipsed theirs, and the distance continued to diminish. "Royal Guards, are you all right?" At that moment, the sound-guided sentinels had caught up, drawing ever closer to the fleet. The commander stared at the advancing black figure on the screen and shouted, "Quickly, maintain the pain. Do not let the enemy's emotions sway you." With that, he charged toward the metallic wall of the command room, crashing into it headfirst. A gash opened on his forehead, blood trickling down his cheek. The pain jolted him momentarily awake. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his head to look at the other crew members. "What are you all dawdling for? Strike." Only then did the crew spring into action, mimicking his actions. Some pounded their chests with their fists, while others, reluctant to collide with the wall, conferred with a fellow crew member, opting instead for a bout of free fighting. The command room descended into chaos. Is it effective? Yes, it certainly awakens one. Chapter 97, Descent. The crew panted heavily, Blood smeared across their foreheads and hands, yet their eyes gleamed with a clarity that was markedly improved. In truth, the sound-guided sentinels had yet to unleash their dark domain. As for why they felt more alert, the sharp pain elicited a stronger reaction than anything else. How could they not be awakened? The commander believed he had unraveled the situation before the sentinels could unleash their powers. Thinking they could quietly escape, wiping the blood from his face, he turned his attention to the screen. The sound-guided sentinels had now arrived before the battleship. The core within his chest glimmered faintly as the dark domain silently expanded. Quickly, adjust the course and widen the distance. The operator, enduring the pain, hastily typed commands into the console. The battleship's engines roared to life, beginning to turn. However, changing direction required time, and the sound-guided sentinels were already within striking distance. Time was running out. The commander gritted his teeth, fixating on the black figure on the screen. The dark domain began to envelop them, and negative emotions surged once more. He slammed into the wall again, the pain barely keeping him alert. Keep hitting, don't stop. The crew gritted their teeth, continuously stimulating themselves with pain. Some had already battered their heads until they bled, yet they remained far from the brink of complete collapse as they had before. The sentinels outside the battleship trained their gaze within, observing the scene with an almost mocking amusement. Do they still wish to restrain me with their old methods? Sensing a shift, the glow of the Tian Dan flickered subtly. It lowered its gaze to its chest, where dark mist began to swirl ominously. A mirage, it murmured softly. And then the realm of darkness underwent a sudden transformation. What was once merely an emotional influence now twisted grotesquely. Inside the command room, the crew suddenly realized their actions of colliding with the walls had ceased. It was not that they lacked the desire to continue. Rather, their bodies had been rendered uncontrollable. The commander attempted to raise his hand, only to find his arm frozen mid-air, immobile. He was paralyzed. Terror gripped him as he looked at the screen. The figure of the sentinel remained steadfast outside. However, the glow of the Tian Dan at its chest shone even brighter than before. It must be its doing. The crew struggled desperately, but their bodies felt ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move even a finger. A wave of negative emotions crashed over them once more. Even more ferocious than before, despair, fear, sorrow. This time, they were deprived of even the chance to resist with pain. The commander's gaze gradually dulled, his lips twitching slightly. It's over. The royal sentinels, he whispered, his words trailing off as he succumbed entirely to the control of the dark realm. In the command room, all present slumped in place, their eyes vacant, smiles etched upon their faces. Yang Zhan's voice echoed through the communicator. Take them away. The slime battleship extended its green tendrils, ensnaring the silver-white vessel and slowly dragging it towards the rear of the fleet. Yang Tian shifted his perspective, observing the Royal Sentinels fleet dispersing on the star map. The silver ships maneuvered ceaselessly, their main cannons relentlessly bombarding the black wall formed by the Sentinels. Meanwhile, numerous Sentinels fanned out, pursuing them. The black iron wall primarily served to protect the slime battleship. Given the relatively slow pace of the Sentinels and the wilting forces in the vastness of space, they could only endure the onslaught passively. Yet, the attacks that struck them bore the same weight as if they had landed nowhere. The 345th Medium Fleet promptly disengaged from the main battlefield, targeting the Ebia home world, preparing to airdrop iron puppets. 10,000 slime battleships immediately separated from the main force, accelerating towards the home world. These slime vessels deftly maneuvered through the starry expanse, swiftly circumventing the front lines. The defense system on the home world's orbit quickly detected this raiding fleet. Alarms blared, signaling the approach of an unidentified fleet. The stationed officers glared at the rapidly moving green dots on the screen, their expressions darkening. Quickly, notify the Royal Sentinels. The message was dispatched, but the Royal Sentinels were delayed by the enemy. In a fit of frustration, the officer slammed his fist against the console. All defensive turrets locked onto the fleet. They could not be allowed to approach the homeworld. The silver turrets on the orbit adjusted their aim, unleashing dense beams of energy. The slime battleships immediately dispersed, their green hulls deftly evading amidst the starry expanse. A few vessels, on the verge of being struck, swiftly shrank in size, successfully dodging the onslaught. Reports confirmed that the defense systems were unable to intercept effectively. It was over. The 345th Medium Fleet had breached the orbital defenses and entered the atmosphere. The green warships scattered, heading towards the major cities of the home planet. Yang Tian switched perspectives, observing the iron puppets and Endermen poised at the hatch, ready for aerial deployment. Remember, prioritize seizing the palace and military bases. Suppress any resistance directly, he instructed. The iron puppets nodded silently in acknowledgement. The hatch gradually opened, a fierce wind rushing in. Without a moment's hesitation, the iron puppets leapt one after another into the void. The Endermen followed closely, their dark figures flickering in the air, instantaneously materializing on the ground. In the capital of the home planet, within the palace square, the blue-skinned guards looked skyward at the sudden appearance of green lights. Before they could react, a series of heavy thuds resounded as objects struck the ground. Amidst the rising dust, several iron puppets slowly straightened their forms. The energy cores embedded in their chests glowed with a crimson light, scanning the surrounding guards. An enemy attack. The guards, in a state of panic, raised their weapons. An energy beam struck the iron puppets. Yet, the puppets were enveloped by the laws of fire, instantaneously consuming the energy beams. The iron puppets advanced with purpose, their metallic arms swinging, sending several guards flying. The Endermen materialized in various corners of the palace, their hands cloaked in spatial energy. Each flicker was accompanied by the sound of guards collapsing. Alarm bells echoed throughout the palace, but it was all in vain. The iron puppets effortlessly smashed through the heavy metal doors. In the underground command center, officers watched in horror as the unstoppable iron puppets dominated the surveillance screens. Cold sweat beating on their brows. Quickly notify His Majesty to evacuate. Chaos erupted among the officers, some discreetly removing their uniforms, preparing to blend in with the civilians to escape. Deep within the palace, Emperor Abius sat upon his throne, his expression grim. The nobles surrounding him trembled. Some already slumped to the ground. Your Majesty, we must flee. Those monsters. The Emperor abruptly stood. A noble pointed at the trembling surveillance screen. Your Majesty, you. The Emperor surveyed them, his heart heavy with sorrow. Where can I go? Even the Empire's strongest fleet cannot match our adversaries. Can I even escape? Chapter 98. The Emperor does not capture. Meanwhile, the officers dashed underground. We must protect His Majesty at all costs. Indeed, His Majesty is our hope. We cannot allow him to fall into their hands. The officers rushed to the depths where the Emperor resided. They approached the grand door. With a sudden push, they swung it open, their eyes widening in disbelief, breath caught in their throats. The Emperor remained seated on the throne, his posture impeccably straight. His golden robe bore not a single crease. Yet, the figures around him were not ministers. They were all dark Endermen, purple particles swirling about them. Two Endermen stood closely beside the Emperor, their palms hovering near his temples, the spatial energy almost touching his skin. The Emperor's face was ashen, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet he remained motionless. The leading officer's voice was hoarse, his hand resting apprehensively on his energy weapon without daring to draw it. The Endermen simultaneously turned their heads, dozens of luminous purple eyes fixating on him. Suddenly, the Emperor broke into a laugh, a sound that rang discordantly in the silent hall. There was no escape. His voice was raspy and strained. Where could he flee? It was only then that the officers noticed the star map etched on the Emperor's leg. It marked several red dots, all royal evacuation routes shrouded in secrecy. The foremost Enderman raised a hand, causing the officers to instinctively step back. However, it merely gestured for them to come closer. Space energy traced a violet arc through the air. No one dared to move. The Enderman tilted its head and instantly materialized before the officer. Before the officer could comprehend the situation, his weapon had vanished. The gun hovered above the Enderman's palm, obliterated by spatial force. At that moment, the iron puppet, guided by the Enderman's coordinates, arrived at the scene and spotted a door ahead. Without hesitation, it kicked the large door open, which flew off its hinges and crashed against the wall. It strode into the room, surveying the officers and the Emperor. Come with us, it intoned in a deep voice before advancing. It hefted the Emperor from his throne. The officers attempted to intervene, but the Enderman swiftly blocked their path, its purple eyes locking onto them. The iron puppet, carrying the Emperor, turned to leave, with the Enderman trailing behind. The officers stood frozen, helpless to intervene. The Emperor, slung over the iron puppet's shoulder, struggled briefly, but the puppet's grip remained unyielding. Put me down. The iron puppet ignored him and continued onward. They traversed the corridor to a spacious room filled with recording equipment. The iron puppet placed the Emperor into a chair, adjusting the camera to ensure his face was captured. Command them to surrender, it instructed, facing the lens. The Emperor's jaw clenched as he glared at the iron puppet. You won't speak? If you do not command their surrender, we shall be compelled to eliminate them all. The iron puppet pressed a hand onto the Emperor's shoulder. The Emperor's expression shifted, and he ultimately lowered his head. I am Emperor Biya. I now command all my subjects to cease resistance and surrender. His voice trembled slightly, yet it remained clear. The recording concluded, and the iron puppet inspected the device. Confirming its functionality, it turned to the Enderman and spoke. The Enderman nodded and vanished with the equipment in an instant. The iron puppet cast one last glance at the Emperor. Stay put. With that, it exited the room, leaving the Emperor alone in the chair, his countenance grim. In the next moment, the Enderman appeared in the control room, which was in disarray, blue-skinned operators frantically destroying data. Some smashed consoles, while others yanked out storage chips, and a few simply awaited their demise. The Enderman flashed to the nearest console, seizing a blue-skinned operator by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Disseminate the video content, or all of you shall meet your end. The blue-skinned individual, trembling in fear, nodded frantically. I will send it, I will send it. The Enderman released him, and the blue-skinned man scrambled to the control console, his fingers quivering as he typed. What was he to send? A surrender announcement. He gulped nervously and hastily struck the keys. Instantly, the royal broadcast interface appeared on the screen. He wrote, Your Emperor has been captured. Cease all resistance immediately. Following the instructions, he completed the message and turned to the Enderman. However, it required a royal secret order for authorization to be sent. The Enderman said nothing, merely raising his hand as spatial energy coalesced in his palm. The blue-skinned man quickly changed his tune. I am the Emperor. I will authorize it at once. He pressed the send key forcefully, and the screen flickered twice. It then displayed. Full frequency broadcast activated. Simultaneously, every screen on the main planet illuminated. The image of the Emperor under the control of iron puppets appeared on each display. The blue-skinned individuals in the streets halted, staring blankly at the screens. The Emperor has been captured? Soldiers within the battleships also received the news. Some dropped their weapons, while others slumped into their chairs. The Enderman glanced around the command room. The other blue-skinned individuals cowered in the corners, too afraid to breathe. Stay put. With that, he vanished in an instant. The commander of the royal fleet fixated on the image of the palace displayed on the screen, his fists whitening with tension. The Emperor has been captured. The command room fell into a profound silence. The operators' faces drained of color. General, what shall we do now? The lieutenant asked, trembling. The commander took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed green dots on the star map. Scatter and break through. His voice was low yet resolute. All battleships, disperse immediately. Flee as far as you can. The operators hesitated momentarily, one daring to inquire, what about the Emperor? There is no saving him. If we delay, we will all perish. He slammed down the communicator, his voice resonating throughout the fleet. All ships, heed this command. Disperse and retreat at once, following the backup routes. To preserve the essence of the Ibian civilization. As the order was issued, the silver battleships, still engaged in combat, swiftly altered their course and scattered in all directions. Some surged towards the nearest jump point, while others plunged into the asteroid belt, attempting to evade the pursuing slime battleships. The commander focused intently on the trajectory of his own ship, his fist remaining clenched. General, which route shall we take? The lieutenant asked softly. Route 7. The commander's voice was hoarse. There lies an abandoned colony station. We shall hide there for a time. The lieutenant nodded and promptly entered the coordinates. The battleship's engines roared to life, accelerating towards deep space. The commander cast one last glance towards the direction of the main planet, his fist gradually relaxing. Let us not be entirely annihilated. Upon witnessing the enemy's intent to flee, Tian would not grant them the opportunity. While sending slimes to engage in combat might not be effective, deploying slime battleships to pursue was an entirely different matter. They were exceptionally skilled in this regard. Among the enhanced biological entities under Tian's command, aside from the Ender Dragon utilizing spatial laws, the slime battleships possessed the fastest speed. Chapter 99, The Traitor. The commander fixated on the star map, observing the fleet's scattered escape. Behind every silvery warship trailed at least 3 slime vessels, their swift movements suggesting it was merely a matter of time before they caught up with the ships of the Abaya civilization. General, it seems we have evaded our pursuers, reported the aide, his voice tinged with disbelief as he gazed at the empty radar screen. The commander remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the rear surveillance. The home planet had dwindled to a mere speck of light. In the profound darkness of the cosmos, the persistent green vessels were nowhere to be seen. Maintain vigilance. Proceed to Colony Station 7. The warship glided silently towards the abandoned outpost, once forsaken a decade prior due to resource depletion. Now, only the hollow metallic skeletons drifted through the void of space. The commander observed the increasingly close circular structure through the viewport. Docking successful, reported the operator. The commander stood up. After such an extended flight, it was time for respite. We will take turns resting. The technical team should expedite repairs on the overloaded engines. He trudged towards the lounge, glancing outside instinctively as he passed the viewport. The commander collapsed onto the bed, instantly succumbing to slumber. His dreams were haunted by images of the home planet's fall, a green tide engulfing the cities, the Emperor hoisted upon the shoulders of an iron puppet, resembling livestock awaiting slaughter. General, wake up. The aide's voice pierced the haze of sleep. The commander jolted upright. Pursuers? No, the aide replied, his complexion ashen. It's other ships, all of them. The commander brushed past him, racing towards the command center. The surveillance screens displayed the signals of thousands of fleeing vessels extinguishing one by one. Each ship's final image bore a striking resemblance, a dark, towering figure emerging within the silvery hulls, followed by the blue-skinned crew standing motionless, as if their very souls were siphoned away. Illusion, the commander realized. They are using illusions to control everyone. Suddenly, the operator emitted a sharp gasp. The commander turned to see 3 green dots materializing at the radar's edge, approaching with terrifying velocity. Initiate the engines. We must depart immediately. The commander positioned himself at the console, ordering all personnel to their stations. Yet, it was too late. The command room was plunged into darkness. The commander heard the sound of the hatch being breached, followed by the heavy footfalls of a formidable presence, as if a massive corporeal form were treading upon steel. It's him, the commander uttered, his voice trembling slightly. The others, hearing his words, were gripped by the same anxiety. Only the creature capable of manipulating emotions could instill such fear in the commander. However, its powers had evidently grown, now able to unleash illusions. Endure the pain. The commander seized a metallic object from the table and struck it against his forehead. Stay alert. But this time, his efforts proved futile. Darkness crept in from the doorway, not merely the absence of light, but a tangible, suffocating fog. The commander witnessed the aide freeze suddenly, a smile slowly spreading across his face as if he beheld something beautiful. No, don't. The commander struck his head frantically with the metal, yet the encroaching black mist thickened. Then, it engulfed him entirely. The Supreme Commander found himself standing in the defendant's dock of a military tribunal, surrounded by a multitude of blue-skinned beings. No, it was the entire populace of the Ibean civilization, from the central star to the most remote colonies. Countless eyes fixed upon him. Traitor! Someone shouted. Coward! Echoed another voice. The Supreme Commander yearned to plead his case, only to discover a holographic projector suspended around his neck, incessantly replaying footage of his orders to abandon the homeworld. The Emperor stood in the witness stand, his golden robe tattered, pointing an accusing finger at him. He has forsaken us. Forsaken the Ibean star system. Forsaken the entirety of Ibean civilization. The roar of the crowd was deafening. The Supreme Commander sought the gaze of his crew, but found them seated in the spectator section, their eyes filled with loathing. No, no, no. He sank to his knees. I wish to retain my position. Nonsense, the Emperor interjected sharply. You only wish to save your own life. The presiding judge struck the gavel, and the holographic display shifted to images of thousands of warships under control. For the crime of betraying civilization, you are sentenced. A shroud of darkness enveloped him once more. This time, the Supreme Commander stood on the desolate surface of a planet, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of countless blue-skinned children, each clutching tiny silver models of warships, their vacant eyes gazing skyward. You failed to protect us, the children chorused. The Supreme Commander collapsed, clutching his head in despair. He realized that this was no ordinary illusion. The echoing guardians were dredging up his deepest fears, manifesting his guilt in corporeal form. I surrender, he cried into the void. Stop it, I surrender. The illusion suddenly dissipated. The Supreme Commander lay prostrate on the ground. The echoing guardians looked down upon him, the light of their arcane essence gradually dimming. Take him away, commanded the echoing guardian to the iron automaton behind him. On the homeworld, a swarm of slime warships descended slowly. As the hatches opened, villagers emerged, carrying blueprints and equipment. The iron automaton followed closely, transporting heavy machinery. Young Tian stood in the castle hall, switching perspectives to survey the major cities. Have the researchers been secured? The communicator of the iron automaton crackled twice. Report. A total of 13,721 personnel from the Royal Research Institute have been successfully escorted to Base 1. Good. Let the villagers take over operations at various locations. In the streets, blue-skinned workers huddled in the corners of workshops, watching as the villagers approached the control panel directly. What does this button do? One villager asked, pointing to a red switch. Don't press that. A blue-skinned technician rushed forward. That's the emergency shutdown. It will trigger a chain reaction. The villager nodded, turning to his companion. Make a note of it. The slime warship fleet slowly descended upon Planet 1, accompanied by several thousand Royal Guard vessels. As the hatches opened, iron automatons escorted Ibean researchers out. Yang Ku and Yang Yi awaited on the landing pad, holding a list. Form ranks by research field. The blue-skinned individuals moved sluggishly, quickly dividing into groups. The energy team stood on the far left, the weapons design team crowded in the middle, and the bioengineering team huddled in the right corner. You, Yang Ku prodded a blue-skinned individual. What is your field of study? Communications. Proceed to Research Institute 3. Yang Ku marked a check on the list. Next. An elderly man with white hair raised his hand voluntarily. I am the chief of the curvature engine from Research Institute number 1. The grouping was swiftly completed. The iron puppets ushered them towards various buildings. Due to the presence of numerous researchers from Abia previously, theoretical samples had been meticulously prepared in advance. And after several days of accelerated learning, the villagers had fully grasped the content mentioned therein. Thus, most of their efforts were directed towards refining the compiled educational materials. Chapter 100, Dragonheart. Days later, Yang Tian stood in the castle hall, shifting his perspective to observe a planet in the starry sky. A gray-brown rocky planet floated in the darkness, its surface pockmarked and devoid of an atmosphere. This planet was marked as 473 on the star map. Once a silent sphere, its surface now glowed with lights in a vast area. Villagers and iron puppets were busily engaged there. The iron puppets carried enormous metal plates back and forth, stacking materials in designated locations. Meanwhile, the villagers huddled around a makeshift control panel, their fingers gliding over the holographic projections. After days spent in accelerated time, equating to hundreds of days of learning, the villagers had completely mastered the technological advancements of the other civilization. They were now constructing laboratories for their corresponding research projects. The metallic framework of the Energy Research Institute was already over half complete, with the iron puppets welding the final alloy plates onto the roof. Yang Ku and Yang Yi stood before the hastily erected command platform, perusing the latest progress report that had just arrived. How is it going at the Power Research Institute? Yang Ku inquired without looking up. A nearby villager promptly called up another set of data. The framework is 80 complete. The equipment will arrive tomorrow. Yang Yi glanced at the screen. As Yang Tian switched his perspective back, he happened to see the two of them there and asked, progress? Yang Ku turned around, handing over the data pad. The Energy Research Institute will be completed tomorrow. The Power Research Institute will take another 2 days. And the other institutes will gradually finish within the next few days. Yang Yi added, the textbook compilation team has completed all educational materials. After our study, they have begun to enhance them into a format that villagers can quickly learn. These have already been distributed to the villagers in various institutes for their education. Yang Tian scanned the list, densely populated with the names of dozens of research institutes: energy, power, materials, biology. Each was marked with a responsible person and the number of captives. Is this sufficient? Yang Ku shook his head. Not enough. But the villagers who learned rapidly in accelerated time can fill the gap. Yang Yi pointed into the distance where several villagers were calibrating equipment alongside the blue-skinned beings. Currently, there were not many villagers who had undergone time acceleration, so they had to rely on these captives for assistance. I wonder, Yang Tian pondered. At what level will the Ender Dragon need to be upgraded to directly accelerate a planet? He shifted his perspective to the battleship construction yard. The enormous metallic framework had taken shape, and the iron puppets were transporting alloy plates while villagers adjusted the equipment at the control panels. Several semi-finished silver-white battleship skeletons stood in the center, their shells not yet fully sealed, revealing a labyrinth of intricate energy conduits within. Although their hue bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Ibean civilization, their design was the brainchild of the villagers themselves. When will they be completed? Yang Tian inquired. The villager responsible for the construction glanced at the data board. The first experimental ship will be finished in 3 days. The main cannon system has already been calibrated, perfectly replicating the 9th-tier main cannon of the Ibean design. Yang Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Once this batch of warships was completed, the villagers would officially establish their own fleet, liberating themselves from a perpetual existence aboard the slime battleship. The villagers had mastered their technology. Albeit time was accelerated, the path of scientific exploration required their own endeavors. A venture both time-consuming and costly. However, Yang Tian lacked for nothing. Time could be expedited by the Ender Dragon, and resources could be mined from the vastness of space at will. Lost in thought, a prompt from his assistant suddenly broke the silence. 400 planetary systems have been successfully occupied. The next territorial requirement is to conquer 5,000 planetary systems. Reward, Unit Enhancement Level 2. Yang Tian paused momentarily. The slime battleship had been tirelessly cleansing the remnants of the Ibean civilization over the past few days, and he had not anticipated such swift acquisition of all the star systems. Switching his view to the star map, the formerly red-marked Ibean colonial systems had all transformed to green. The efficiency was commendable. Yang Tian surveyed the status of the various systems. Most of the blue-skinned inhabitants had come to terms with their new reality, obediently cooperating with the villagers' administration. The few who resisted were swiftly quelled by the iron puppets, stirring no significant upheaval. In terms of research, the villagers' learning progress under time acceleration was remarkable. The first cohort of trained villagers had already begun participating in battleship construction. Wait a moment, why are there 2 enhancement opportunities? ISN T1 upgrade supposed to grant 1 enhancement? Detected possession of 2 main cities. Enhancement opportunities total 2. Yang Tian felt a surge of excitement at this revelation. 2 entire enhancements meant the potential to augment 6 types of units. He promptly attempted to enhance the world twice, but the system responded with a failure notification. Alert. Each main city can only be enhanced once. Repeated enhancements on the same main city are not permitted. Yang Tian paused, then swiftly comprehended the situation. Indeed, the additional enhancement opportunity stemmed from possessing a second main city. Since re-enhancement was not an option, he decided to enhance them separately. Shifting to the first main city, he selected the enhancement option directly. World enhancement successful. Unit, World, 19. Please select enhancement target. Yang Tian glanced at the list and promptly chose Slime, Villager, and Ender Dragon. The villagers received their customary enhancement, increasing their intelligence by 10. Villager enhancement selection successful. Villager intelligence, 10. Unit, Villager, 14. Intelligence, 140. A 14th-tier villager, surpassing even the Ender Dragon in rank. Truly formidable. Ender Dragon enhancement, please choose. 1. Unique Law. 2. Dragon Heart. 3. 10,000 Dragon Armor. I had originally intended to await the selection of the Unique Law. However, upon witnessing the formidable prowess of the Dragon Heart, I resolved to defer the selection of the Unique Law for another occasion. Selection successful. The Ender Dragon is about to merge with the Dragon Heart. The Ender Dragon lay upon the obsidian spire of Planet 1, resting after the recent acceleration of time, its energy gradually replenishing. Suddenly, it felt a lightness in its body, as if it were being lifted once more. Has it returned? The Ender Dragon had grown accustomed to the sensation of being abruptly hoisted. Each instance was accompanied by young Tian seeking to enhance something within it. It gazed down at its pitch-black scales, pondering what would be augmented this time. At that moment, a dragon heart exuding a terrifying pressure materialized before it. The intensity of the pressure astonished even the Ender Dragon itself. What an overwhelming sense of oppression this dragon heart possesses. The dragon heart floated gently towards the Ender Dragon, heading directly for its chest. Upon contact with its chest, the dragon heart instantly merged within. The Ender Dragon shuddered violently, feeling a surge of ferocious power erupting within. The original dragon heart and the new one began to fuse, the energy skyrocketing in an instant. Chapter 101, Thunderstorm. Hiss. It inhaled sharply as dark golden patterns emerged upon the surface of its scales. The purple particles upon its wings became increasingly vibrant. The Ender Dragon lowered its gaze to inspect its claws, feeling a strength that surpassed its previous capabilities by several tiers. This dragon heart was at least of the 12th rank or higher. It attempted to flap its wings. The surrounding space immediately warped, and it felt more effortless than before. Couldn't a greeting be offered prior to the next enhancement? It looked down and noticed that all the powers of the laws within its body were converging towards the dragon heart. The dark law flowed forth first, forming a thin black membrane upon the surface of the dragon heart. Next came the spatial law, manifesting as delicate white threads entwining around the dragon heart. Finally, the void law seeped into the heart's interior. So that is how it is. The Ender Dragon gently pressed its paw against its chest. Now, all the laws were stored within the dragon heart, allowing for direct summoning when needed. This was far more convenient than the previous dispersion throughout its body. It attempted to summon the dark law. The dragon heart immediately glowed with a black light, enveloping its entire being in the dark law. Its reaction speed had increased threefold compared to before. The Ender Dragon, satisfied, retracted the law and resumed its position to restore energy. At that moment, Yang Tian's voice reached it. How does it feel? Very effective, the Ender Dragon responded, assessing the energy within its body. Yang Tian switched perspectives to observe the fleet of slime battleships in the starry expanse. The green vessels floated silently, their surfaces occasionally rippling. It was time to enhance the slimes. He accessed the enhancement interface. Slime enhancement selection. 1. Ecological spores. 2. Biological armor upgrade. 3. Spatial folding. Yang Tian scanned the options and selected the first without hesitation. Ecological spores would be ideal for transforming the occupied planets. Enhancement successful. The slime battleships have acquired the ability for environmental modification. Ecological spores can now be released to alter planetary environments. Suddenly, the slime battleships began to tremble. The emerald liquid surged violently, causing the hull to stretch and warp at a visibly rapid pace. The 6-kilometer-long vessel gradually unfurled, its width expanding to 1 kilometers. With the increase in both width and length, the number of transport compartments within rose to 500, capable of accommodating 25,000 biological units. Countless minuscule pores emerged on the surface. Yang Tian directed it to descend onto the nearest barren planet. The surface, a dull brown, was devoid of any vegetation, and the atmosphere was thin. A fissure opened in the belly of the slime battleship, releasing dark green spores that wafted like smoke, swiftly enveloping a 10-kilometer radius. The moment the spores made contact with the ground, they began to take effect. Moisture seeped from the rocky surface, and the soil spread outward in a vibrant green, centered around the spores. 3 hours later, the once desolate terrain was carpeted with moss-like plants. The oxygen levels in the air were detected to have risen by several points. The results were promising. Yang Tian instructed the villagers to record the data. The transformation of terrestrial planets was anticipated to take 2 weeks, while gaseous planets would require a month. He gazed at the star map, which marked hundreds of undeveloped star systems, perfectly suited for housing captives. Switching perspectives, Yang Tian looked towards the main city of the magical civilization. This castle was built upon the ruins of the Light Holy Sea, having undergone a second reinforcement. He called up the enhancement interface. World reinforcement successful. Unit type, world, Please select enhancement target. The list expanded, revealing 3 familiar options: Ender Dragon, Villager, Slime. Would you like to elevate the current 3 species to Tier 1? Yang Tian's finger paused. Wait, isn't the Ender Dragon already at Tier 12? Why would it need to be elevated to Tier 1? Hint, the 2 main cities operate independently and do not interconnect. Current main city's Ender Dragon initial level is Tier 1. Yang Tian stared at the text for a moment. Does this mean that the units of these 2 worlds are counted separately? Correct. Each main city must cultivate its units independently. Yang Tian's lips twitched. So, I have to start anew, don't I? Understanding correct. Rubbing his temples, Yang Tian realized that since the 2 main cities were independent, there was no need to repeatedly enhance the villagers. He contemplated that if the second main city continued to pursue enhancing the villagers' intelligence, it would take 14 enhancement attempts to elevate them, given that they were currently at Tier 14. If those 14 enhancement attempts were instead applied to a more potent creature, the result would be an invincible entity. Moreover, The villagers, before reaching tier 14, were of little use. Why utilize villagers with an intelligence of 140 when there were none below that threshold? Therefore, young Tian resolved that the upgrades for the second main city would focus on creatures that had yet to be enhanced. The list unfurled, and this time he selected 3 new options: zombie, skeleton, creeper. Please select zombie enhancement. 1. Corpse poison. 2. Copper skin. 3. Zombie tide. Yang Tian chose corpse poison. Please select skeleton enhancement. 1. Bone arrow. 2. Rapid fire. 3. Bone explosion. He selected bone arrow. Strengthened creeper selection. 1. Invisibility. 2. Thunderstorm. 3. Splitting. Chose thunderstorm. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I turned to glance at the assistant interface. I had yet to venture into the world of the second main city, having been preoccupied with the star battles and unable to explore this realm until now. I then made my way to the awakening pool beside the second main city. Without hesitation, I leapt down. As darkness enveloped me, I opened my eyes to find myself standing amidst a grove of oak trees. Beneath my feet lay grassy blocks, while a river meandered in the distance. The sky was adorned with clouds, and the sun hung brightly above, resembling the world of the first main city. I surveyed my surroundings, eager to test the new abilities. Yang Tian descended underground, where he encountered several creatures that had been enhanced. He aimed to assess their capabilities. Yang Tian pointed to the nearest tree. Zombie attack. The leading zombie lunged forward and bit into the trunk. Instantly, the bark turned black, decaying at an observable rate. The toxicity was impressive. He then directed his attention to the river. Skeleton shoot. The bone arrow struck the water and erupted, sending splashes soaring 3 meters high. A remarkable area of effect damage. Now to test thunderstorm. He commanded the creeper to utilize its new ability. The creeper's form began to radiate light, its originally green body transforming into a striking blue-white. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck the creeper, causing it to swell to twice its size before exploding. From the epicenter of the explosion, dozens of lightning bolts rained down within a 10-meter radius. The ground was scorched black, and the zombies and skeletons caught in the blast were instantly converted into experience orbs. What an extensive range! Yang Tian mused as he observed the charred earth. If this were employed on the battlefield, he envisioned the future when the creeper would ascend to higher levels. The potential devastation of such an explosion left him awestruck. This single creeper could potentially obliterate an entire galaxy. Chapter 102, Fusion of the 5 Principles. After testing their abilities, Yang Tian resolved to continue his exploration of this world. Just as he finished harvesting the first tree, he smacked his forehead, suddenly realizing, of course, the villagers now possess an intelligence of 140. I can let them handle the clearing. Previously, when their intelligence was low, I had to direct them. Now, with an IQ of 140, they could operate independently. Moreover, this new battleship differed slightly from those designed by the Alien Institute. It was a creation of Yang Ku, intended to forge Yang Tian's own path. The Alien Institute had minimal requirements, allowing for free adaptation. Whichever battleship proved superior could be utilized. You should be fine now. The first main city requires clearing. Yang Ku perused the data before him. The textbooks were complete, and the newly arrived captives had been adequately trained. Time was ample. Yang Tian nodded. The first main city is in your hands. Proceed with the clearing. All right, I will dispatch a team of villagers. Shortly thereafter, 2,000 villagers emerged from the spatial portal in an orderly fashion. The leading villager glanced around. This place is even more primitive than the second main city. The second villager had already begun to retrieve tools. Yang Ku was the last to emerge, wielding a tool in hand. Following the established protocol, he commenced the construction of a monster tower. The villagers immediately dispersed, as a significant influx of resources arrived from the secondary main city. Thus, there was no need for extensive resource gathering. They could commence building without delay. Communication request from Gumu. Connect. On the screen, Gumu's white beard trembled with excitement as he clutched a glowing notebook. I have succeeded. It is possible to fuse elements without the need for advanced life energy. Demonstrating. Gumu gestured towards the experiment table. A water sphere floated on the left, while a fireball blazed on the right. His incantation was uttered at thrice his usual speed as the two elemental entities gradually approached one another. With a hiss, the moment water and fire met, a blue-white light sphere erupted. Behold, the stable energy output has increased by 400. Yang Tian glanced at the data. With the villagers' technological advancements, Gumu's research was naturally supported by superior equipment. It was still feasible to monitor some experimental data. Quite impressive. As Yang Tian observed Gumu's experimental findings, he suddenly recalled the 5 laws governing the iron puppets and the 2 elements involved. The iron puppets possess 5 laws. Could they not also achieve fusion? He promptly contacted the patrolling iron puppets, instructing them to accompany him to Gumu's location to test elemental fusion. The captain of the iron puppets nodded, signaling a few of his comrades to step forward. 10 minutes later, 4 iron puppets stood before Gumu's experiment table. Gumu gazed up at the 3-meter-tall metallic giants. Attempt to channel your law energies simultaneously to this location, he instructed, pointing to the transparent sphere at the center of the experiment table. Two iron puppets raised their hands in unison, red and blue energies flowing towards the transparent sphere. The two energies collided at the sphere's center, instantly erupting into a cloud of white mist. The instruments on the experiment table flickered wildly, and the data surged upwards. Gumu quickly recorded the findings. The energy output was significantly stronger than that of the magical system. He turned to the iron puppets. Can you control the output intensity? The captain of the iron puppets glanced at his palm. Yes. This time, the two iron puppets moderated the energy transfer speed. The red and blue energies gradually intertwined, forming a purple mist at the sphere's center. The instruments indicated a much more stable energy fluctuation this time. Gumu's eyes brightened. It worked, although still in its infancy. It proves that elemental fusion is indeed feasible. However, as he scrutinized the data on the experiment table, his brow furrowed deeper. The energy intensity exceeded safe limits. If this continued, the laboratory would explode. He hastily waved his hands to interrupt the fusion experiment. Stop. Move outside to test. Do not conduct it here. The iron puppets retracted their laws and followed Gumu out of the laboratory. The villagers and researchers also emerged, standing at a safe distance. As for what constituted a safe distance, the compatibility of the two laws was no trifling matter. An explosion could potentially devastate the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. The iron puppets took their positions, re-engaging the fire and water laws. The two energies slowly converged at their chests, intertwining in a blue-red glow. As the surrounding air began to warp, the energy readings continued to escalate. Villager A stared intently at the detection device, his voice trembling slightly. Step back. Gumu urged those nearby to retreat. The glow emanating from the iron puppet's chest intensified, causing ripples of energy to subtly tremble the ground beneath. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, its force instantly obliterating everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The earth was scraped away as if by a colossal shovel, lowering the terrain by an entire layer. Dust billowed into the air, and the distant hills were flattened at their summits. As the smoke cleared, the iron puppet remained steadfast, the brightness from its chest gradually dimming. Once the explosion subsided, Gumu emerged from behind a mound of earth, brushing off the dust from his attire. The power was considerable. Villagers observed the readings displayed on the detection device. Gumu approached to assess the condition of the iron puppet. The fusion was quite successful, though the control is somewhat lacking. The iron puppet glanced down at its metallic arm. Next time, exercise restraint. Gumu nodded, turning to the villagers. Record the data and prepare for the next round of testing. A villager whispered, Are we doing this again? Of course, this is merely the beginning. Gumu stored the experimental data and turned to the iron puppet beside him. Shortly, we shall test the slime battleship on another planet. The iron puppet looked down at him, inquiring, Why? The fusion of the 5 principles yields immense power. Conducting tests here could lead to catastrophic consequences. After enduring prolonged invasions, the iron puppet had similarly elevated the powers of the 5 elements to the level of their respective principles. Fusion of the 5 principles? Several villagers nearby were momentarily taken aback. Isn't that something only the Ender Dragon and the Wither can wield? Can we truly achieve this? In theory, yes, but we must conduct our experiments in uninhabited areas. The iron puppet nodded in acknowledgement. Gumu turned to gather the equipment, stowing the recording device and protective gear into a box. Let us proceed to planet 1473. It is a barren world, so its destruction bears little consequence. In the distance, a green slime bounced joyfully toward them. Its round body pulsated against the ground. It leaped to the foot of the iron puppet and, with a single bound, landed atop its head, finally resting there. The iron puppet remained unresponsive. The slime bounced twice on the iron puppet's head before suddenly leaping into the air. Mid-flight, the slime began to swell and transform, swiftly morphing into a slime battleship. The iron puppet glanced upward, slightly bending its legs, and with a powerful leap, propelled itself through the battleship's hatch. Chapter 103. The battleship is complete. Gumu and several villagers followed suit. The hatch closed, and the slime battleship ascended slowly, heading toward planet 1473. Through the viewport, the planet's surface appeared ashen, strewn with rocks and devoid of any greenery. The battleship landed on the planet's surface, and the hatch opened, allowing the iron puppet to step out alone. Gumu adjusted the equipment at the control panel, beginning to record data. The slime battleship ascended once more, hovering in low Earth orbit. The villagers watched the iron puppet below through the observation screen, where it stood resolutely on the rocky terrain, its chest glowing with a vibrant green light. The wood principle activated first, a surge of life energy instantly coursing through its form. Ancient wood fixated on the data displayed on the detector, as the figures began to surge dramatically. Quickly, let the battleship retreat further. The slime battleship accelerated immediately, veering towards a more distant orbit. The iron puppet continued to manipulate the laws, with the earth law following closely behind. Brown energy surged from beneath, intertwining with the wood law. The data skyrocketed once more, prompting the instrument to emit alert sounds. It's still rising, shouted one of the villagers. The water law joined in, blue energy spiraling upwards. Tricolored radiance whirled around the iron puppet's chest, causing the surrounding rocks to start fracturing. No, we must retreat further. Ancient would wipe the sweat from his brow. The battleship continued to withdraw until the iron puppet became nearly indistinguishable from the ground. The fire law activated, and red energy erupted violently. The four laws collided with one another, sending ripples of energy that caused the very surface of the planet to tremble. This is the last one. Ancient Wood's voice quivered slightly. The iron puppet raised its arm, golden light streaming from its fingertips. The five laws finally converged, forming a dazzling sphere of light at its chest. The data continued to soar, leaving the instrument's screen blank. It's about to explode. The light sphere suddenly contracted, then instantaneously expanded. A blinding white light engulfed the entire surface of the planet. Meanwhile, the slime battleship continued to retreat. As the brilliance faded, a colossal crater emerged where the planet once was, while the rest was engulfed in molten lava. The iron puppet floated in space, the glow at its chest gradually dimming. Ancient Wood swallowed hard. This power has exceeded expectations. The iron puppet glanced at itself, noticing several cracks adorning its metallic form. I can't control it. Ancient Wood examined the data. Although the instrument was damaged, the previous records remained intact. The fusion of the five laws was feasible, yet it required more precise control. Meanwhile, Tian was equally attentive to this side of affairs. The power is indeed substantial. The method is viable. We shall continue to explore control techniques. Ancient Wood's white beard quivered. Understood, I will expedite the improvements. After conveying this information, Tian pondered for a moment. It seemed there was nothing urgent that required his direct intervention. The villagers were engaged in accelerated learning, while the scientific research was being monitored by Ku and his team. The construction of the battleships was overseen by dedicated villagers. As for the search for new civilizations, the slime battleship was persistently exploring outward. Then I shall take a few days to rest. Tian stretched and turned towards the garden behind the castle. The garden was adorned with plants collected from various planets, vibrant flowers swaying gently in the breeze. He found a stone chair to sit upon, gazing up at the sky. How tranquil it is. Tian closed his eyes, savoring the rare moment of peace. Days passed. Each day, Tian reviewed the progress reports of various projects, occasionally retreating to the garden for respite. Until the fifth day, when the communicator suddenly sounded. Report, the first experimental vessel has been completed. Tian promptly switched perspectives to the battleship construction site. A massive silvery battleship stood proudly on the central platform, its streamlined exterior glistening under the lights. Has it been tested? The villager responsible for its construction handed over a data panel. Yang stood before the control console. Fingers glided swiftly across the data board. The initial tests had just been completed, and preparations were underway to commence the actual testing. Tian nodded approvingly. He shifted his perspective to focus on the villager undergoing the test. The villager, clad in a white lab coat, held a detection device and strode purposefully towards the warship docked on the platform. The vessel's exterior gleamed silver, its lines sleek and graceful. With a row of cannon ports adorning each side of the hull, the hatch opened slowly, and the villager entered the ship. Tian followed his gaze into the warship's interior. The corridors were illuminated by soft blue lights, and the floor was laid with non-slip metal plating. The villager took a turn, arriving at the main control room. At the center of the control room stood a holographic projection platform, surrounded by a dozen operational panels. Several villagers were already engaged in calibrating the equipment. The energy system had been checked, the shield system was functioning normally, and the main cannon was in the process of charging. The villager approached the projection platform and initiated the testing protocol. The warship trembled slightly as the rear engines illuminated with a blue glow. Power output was stable. A pale blue energy shield emerged from the ship's surface, its energy intensity meeting the required standards. The villager pressed a red button on the control panel. The main cannon extended slowly, its muzzle gathering energy. A brilliant white light intensified. Charge complete. Fire. The main cannon unleashed a blinding beam of light, striking the distant target in an instant. The target was engulfed by the beam, and moments later, as the brilliance faded, the target had vanished without a trace. The power was deemed satisfactory. The villager marked a check on the data board. The test was complete, and all systems were operating normally. Excellent. He glanced at the star map, noting the construction progress of other warships. At this rate, a fleet could be assembled soon. Observing the frames of several warships being assembled, he wondered when mass production would commence. Yang flipped through the data board, calculating rapidly. With multiple construction facilities operating concurrently, completion would be achieved in just a few days. Once all the factories were fully operational, mass production could begin. Tian nodded in agreement. Finally, they would not need to rely solely on the sound-guided sentinels, as the warships would be able to fire a few rounds from the rear as well. He glanced at the star map, focusing on the direction of the Abia home star. Further research was in order. Yang turned to instruct the villager beside him, who promptly dashed off to adjust the production schedule. Once the warships were in full production, the upcoming star battles would be somewhat less arduous, alleviating the reliance on slime ships for troop transport.